Synopsis. Fallen in battle before his story could truly begin, Yunhan awakens to an earlier time before fate took its course. With memories of war and loss still fresh, he returns to a world just beginning to stir. As the Empress and the god of war seek vengeance, Yunhan must walk a path of redemption, rewriting destiny before darkness consumes everything once more. Chapter 1. Yunhan, who was integrating his original body's memories, only felt a pair of large hands on his neck. Okay. What's happening here? Yunhan opened his eyes, and after seeing the face of the person in front of him clearly, he froze in place. He was a handsome man who looked to be in his 20s, with long aqua blue hair that fell to his feet like a waterfall. And he was wearing a luxurious blue robe looking across the entire universe. It seemed that the only one who could dress himself up so ostentatiously was Tang, the great god king. According to the memories of my original body, I should have traveled through time and space and become the Sun Moon Emperor Yunhan who was born without a father. Wait, I'm Yunhan. We are now on the battlefield of Xinglua City. Has the plot of DOURO reached its finale? Thinking of this, Yunhan couldn't help feeling a little sad. With his status, no matter how strong his cultivation talent was, he was destined to be unacceptable to Tang and the god realm. However, when he thought of the hard life in his previous life, Yunhan's sadness was fleeting. Even if he could not become a god, he was still a mortal emperor who owned 2/3 of the territory of DOURO continent. It was worth it for God to give him this opportunity to travel through time and space if he could live out his emperor's addiction. Yunhan was a social animal in his previous life, and his facial expressions were not well managed. Tang saw everything he was thinking just now. At this moment, Tang looked at Yunhan with increasingly profound eyes. The memories that had been dead for 10,000 years were revived at this moment. For a moment, Tang felt a chill down his spine. He traveled from the Bashu Tang sect to this DOURO world, bringing with him the Tang sect 6-piece set that was enough to subvert the perception of the natives of the DOURO continent. If Yunhan also came from another world, would he possess unique skills that are no less powerful than the Tang sect 6-piece set? This child must not be kept. Tang put a little force on the upper right part of Yunhan's neck, and under the gaze of everyone, Yunhan, who was only 7 years old, was strangled to death by Tang. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and Tang figure disappeared instantly. Huiyuhao, who was standing beside him, only felt that the connection between himself and the god of emotions had completely disappeared. Yunhan. Juzi held Yunhan's body, knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. At this moment, the space blocked by Tang has been completely opened. Seeing that the nominal emperor of the Sun Moon Empire had died, and the Empress, the god of war, Orange, was kneeling beside him and crying with her face covered, the hearts of the coalition forces sank to the bottom in an instant. Who is it? Who killed my disciple? Silver Moon Dolua Kong Deming hurried to Orange's side and questioned Dai Hao, Huiyuhao, and Tang Wuton, who had just disappeared with Yunhan and his mother. Ju Zi wiped the tears from her eyes, put Yunhan's body back into the soul guide, looked at Kong Deming beside her, and said loudly. Huiyuhao and Tang Wuton killed Yunhan together. Elder Kong, pass on my order. The army of my Sun Moon Empire will not stop fighting within 3 days. I will use the blood of the people of the Xing Luo Empire and the Sea God Pavilion to sacrifice to my son's spirit. As Orange's cold voice rang out, Xuanzi, who had lost his golden medal of immunity from death, was unwilling to die like this. The Taotai bull's spirit instantly possessed his body, and he vowed to fight like a trapped beast. Is this the world after death? At this moment, Yunhan had no sense of touch, no vision, no sense of smell, no hearing, and his whole body, no, his soul seemed to be wandering in the void. After an unknown amount of time, Yunhan vaguely heard bursts of female voices sounding beside him. Perhaps because it had no entity, the source of the voice was clearly beside him, but it gave him a hazy and unreal feeling. Ding, the Destiny Protagonist system has been activated. The host is detected to be in a soul state, and the body is now being reshaped for the host. Yunhan only felt a tearing feeling from his soul that instantly surged into his heart. He wanted to scream and vent his inner pain in various ways. But now, he didn't even have a physical body, and even the right to be furious had been taken away. As time passed, Yunhan's pain in the soul was gradually disappearing, and he could feel that his various senses were recovering bit by bit. Ding, the host's body has been reshaped, and the personal panel has been updated. Name, Yunhan. Sex, male. Age, 11 years old. Soul power, level 25. First martial spirit, three-eyed white tiger. Second martial soul, orange. Soul ring, first martial soul, yellow, second martial soul, none. Luck value, orange level Emperor of the mortal world. System warehouse, novice gift pack 1, gold soul coin 1000, level defensive soul guidance Phoenix Guardian. System, what's wrong with the age column? Am I not only 7 years old? Ding, the host has been wandering in the void for 4 years. When the system shaped the body for the host, it shaped it according to the age of the soul. System, what's going on with the soul power? I remember when I just crossed over, my original soul power was only level 16. Ding, in the DOURO world, even if the owner of a super martial spirit does not practice, his cultivation level will increase a little every year. That being said, Yunhan always felt that something was wrong. If the body is reshaped according to the age of the soul, then Lan Xing's soul, which was in its 20s, traveled through time and space to become Yunhan. Shouldn't his current physical age be defined according to his age in his previous life? Or, it was not that Yunhan from Blue Star traveled through time and space to become Yunhan from DOURO world, but that Yunhan from DOURO world devoured Yunhan from Blue Star. In other words, after the death of Yunhan from Blue Star, he was reincarnated as a person with the same name and surname in the DOURO world, and it was not until the beginning of the Battle of Xingluo City that he awakened his memories of his past life. Yunhan pondered for a long time, but could not figure out anything, so he simply stopped thinking about this problem. He was himself. The humble male supporting role in the DOURO world, the Yunhan who was born without a father. The memories of Blue Star were nothing but passing clouds to him, just as a dream. Yunhan came back to his senses and looked around the surroundings. He found himself at the outermost edge of the Xingdo Great Forest just as he was about to get up and leave. He subconsciously asked. System, what is the current situation of DOURO continent? Ding, it is now the 22,424th year of the DOURO calendar, and it has been 10,000 years since the end of the Three Gods' War. The Sun Moon Empire has the most advanced soul guidance technology on the DOURO continent, and nearly 39-level soul guides are the best in the world. On the other hand, the major forces in the original DOURO continent, the Tang sect is in decline, the Sea God Pavilion and the royal families of the three empires are inactive, and such a large territory can't even find a 9th-level soul guide. Chapter 2. System, can you be briefer? Just tell me the general situation at the moment. Good host. The head of the Sea God Pavilion, Dragon God DOURO Moon, is about to die. And the royal families of the three empires are dwindling, and there is a lack of successors. If the Sun Moon Empire was not in a critical period of power transfer between the old and new generations of emperors, the Sun Moon Empire's army would have already marched eastward. Didn't he return to the original time and space, but came to an earlier timeline? System, can you tell me more specifically what timeline I am in now? When has the plot of DOURO Dalu 2 progressed? Ding, the host's current timeline is the time when the dream began, when the young man with spiritual eyes just escaped from the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Nice. Yunhan jumped 3 feet high, his heart was so excited. He could go back to the time when the young man with spiritual eyes had not yet joined the Tang sect and Shrek Academy. There were so many things he could change. If it were in the original time and space, even if he had the help of the system, it would be 1,000 times more difficult to become a god than it is now. After calming down, Yunhan thought about his own identity, and a new problem was presented to him. System, if I change the plot at this point in time, will there be a butterfly effect that affects me? Host, do you really think that someone can cross the long river of time and return to the past in a true sense? This time, what Yunhan heard was not the emotionless mechanical voice, but a slightly mature and emotional royal sister's voice. Yunhan answered subconsciously, no, in the three-dimensional world. Time is just a unit of measurement created by humans to facilitate life. It does not exist in itself, and the law of time has nothing to do with time in essence. The so-called time travel is nothing more than coming to a parallel world that is exactly the same as the original time and space. At this point, Yunhan understood that he had come to a parallel world. This world could have another Yunhan with a three-eyed white tiger martial spirit, or it could not, and it would not affect the development of this world. However, at this point in time, he might not be able to go to the Sun Moon Empire. Juzi was not the emperor and queen war god who had great prestige in the military of the Sun Moon Empire in the original time and space. She was just an ordinary female student in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. If they were to recognize each other rashly, Su Tianran's suspicious nature might not allow them to be accepted. As for Shrek Academy, well, it only recognizes talent and not people, which is quite good. You can use it as a temporary shelter. Thinking of this, Yunhan said silently in his heart, System, open the novice gift package for me. Okay, host, the novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character card Su Qing, the skill, Falling Clouds technique, and the letter of recommendation from the Lord of Wulan City 1. Character card, Su Qing. Gender, female. Age? The girl's age is a secret. Martial soul, fist. Soul power, level 96. Soul ring, yellow, purple, black, 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 red. Effect, use this role card to get an absolutely loyal attendant. Su Yunhan said speechlessly. System, why is absolute loyalty enclosed in double quotes? Damn, the system's products must be top-notch. Behind every character card is a real person with flesh and blood. Su Qing will be loyal to the host, but she will also have some ideas of her own. Su Yunhan nodded, then squeezed it hard, and the character card in his hand turned into a stream of light. As the light faded, a beautiful figure slowly appeared in front of him. The moment he saw Su Qing's face clearly, Su Yunhan froze in place for a moment, staring at the girl in front of him with his tiger eyes, his eyes full of fiery passion. Su Qing's panda and buttocks are not outstanding. Among female soul masters, they are neither good nor bad. Judging from her figure alone, she is not really a beauty. But Su Qing's face shocked Su Yunhan. Beautiful, no, the word beautiful can no longer be used to describe her. Her face was extremely pretty, with a pair of big dark green eyes that were piercing and bright. With the emerald green wide-sleeved fairy dress. She looked like a fairy from the sky who had fallen to earth. Just by looking at her from a distance, Su Yunhan felt an inexplicable fire rising in his heart. Su Yunhan quickly lowered his head, forced himself to suppress his restless heart, and stopped looking at Su Qing. The system has said that the characters summoned through the character cards are flesh and blood. It is not okay to look at someone with that kind of eyes when you meet them for the first time, even if you are their boss. Just as Su Yunhan lowered his head and silently recited the Tao Te Ching, a small white hand supported his chin. My lord and brother, do you think I am beautiful? Su Qing put her left hand on Su Yunhan's shoulder and supported his chin with her right hand so that their eyes were parallel. Gudong. Su Yunhan swallowed his saliva. Under the strong mental pressure, he still said what he was thinking, beautiful, sister, you are so beautiful. So, do you like my sister? Su Qing's voice sounded again, her voice was still pure and without a trace of seduction. But when it fell into Su Yunhan's ears, it was like a dose of good medicine. For him. His sight towards Su Qing became increasingly blurred, and her body had undergone some changes. Seeing this scene, Su Qing showed a sweet smile, and the Hanfu embroidered shoes wrapped on her white silk feet gently kicked Su Yunhan on the knee, and Su Yunhan fell backwards. Su Yunhan lay on the ground, watching Su Qing's right hand slowly approach the ribbon around her waist. Words omitted here. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan woke up from his sleep. When he saw the plum blossom token and the shadow on the ground, he was stunned where he was. He remembered that before summoning Su Qing, the direction of the shadow seemed to be similar to it is now. How long has he been sleeping? Recalling what happened before he fell asleep, Su Yunhan cursed in his heart, System, are you serious? Humph, this system reshaped your body and provided you with exercises for cultivation. It would be fine if you didn't thank me, but you actually said that this system is not serious. Host, do you not love me anymore? What about Su Qing? Didn't you say she was a real person? How come she gave me the name, Su Qing, after we'd met for less than 5 minutes? Chapter 3. Host, Su Qing is the leader of a certain sect in a certain empire in a certain world. She is invincible in her world. She has only one dream in her life, which is to find a man who can conquer her and become her husband. Su Yunhan said weakly, System, are you saying that I am now Su Qing's nominal master, which just meets her requirements? Yes. No, there's no mistake, it doesn't sound right to me. Su Yunhan looked at the plum blossom token on the ground, and Su Qing's pretty face instantly emerged in his mind. As an older man who had never touched a girl's hand in his previous life, being pushed around by a fairy sister, how can I put it, he was the one who benefited. After blocking out the strange thoughts in his mind, Su Yunhan sat down cross-legged and began to practice the falling cloud technique that came from the novice gift package. After completing a cycle of circulation, Su Yunhan stretched himself. Just as he was about to pick some fruits nearby to replenish his energy, Su Qing slowly walked over with a kettle. Su Qing directly stuffed the kettle into Su Yunhan's arms and said with a smile, My dear brother, this is fresh soul beast milk, drink it quickly, it is much more precious than soul beast meat. Husband's younger brother. What kind of a name is that? Su Yunhan glanced at Su Qing, then slowly unscrewed the lid of the kettle, and a strong milky aroma instantly hit him. Su Yunhan took a sip. The taste was similar to the pure milk he drank in his previous life, but after it flowed into his stomach, he felt warm all over, and his physical fatigue was relieved a lot. Su Yunhan asked curiously, Chinger, what kind of soul beast's milk is this? Su Qing said mysteriously, this is a secret. Seeing that Su Qing refused to answer, Su Yunhan did not continue to ask, picked up the kettle and took 2 more sips. At this moment, Su Qing took out an 800-year-old three-eyed demon fox from behind her and threw it at Su Yunhan's feet. Su Yunhan did not hesitate at all and directly entered the state of martial soul possession. His tiger claws gently scratched the neck of the three-eyed demon fox, and a yellow-orange soul ring floated above the corpse of the three-eyed demon fox. According to the memory of his original body, Su Yunhan sat cross-legged, circulated his soul power, and pulled the soul ring in front of him. To be honest, the feeling of absorbing the soul ring was not as easy as he had imagined. Su Yunhan only felt the resentment of the three-eyed demon fox impacting his mind again and again. He could only tense his spirit and passively resist the impact of the resentment. 2 hours later, Su Yunhan's breath gradually stabilized, and the second circle of soul ring under his feet had solidified. Soon, Su Yunhan woke up. The first thing he did after waking up was to check the effect of his second soul skill. The second soul skill, 1,000 strikes of spirit eyes, when released, a three-eyed shadow will appear behind him. And countless tiger eyes will condense around him. The tiger eyes will rush towards any target in the surroundings, causing mental damage to the enemy after hitting it. Well, it's a spiritual soul skill, and it's an offensive one. It's simply a magical skill in the early stages. Su Yunhan looked around and did not find any trace of Su Qing, so he simply stopped waiting. He slowly stood up, tidied his clothes, and walked towards the exit of the Star Do Great Forest. Not long after walking, Su Yunhan saw 2 men and 1 woman sitting by the stream not far away, talking and laughing while eating grilled fish. System, can I view their personal information? Good host. Huiyuhao Daiyuhao. Sex, male. First martial soul, spirit eyes. Second martial soul, netherworld white tiger not awakened. Third martial soul, holy death god not awakened. Luck value, black gold supreme god king. Tangya. Gender, female. Martial soul, blue silver grass with blue silver king bloodline. Luck value, orange gold the leader of the Tang clan's revival, remembered by history. Bebe. Martial soul, blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex with a small amount of light blood. Luck value, orange gold one of the second generation Shrek's 7 devils, remembered by history. After confirming the other party's identity, Su Yunhan quickly stepped forward, looked at the Shrek badges worn by Tangya and Bei Bei, and slowly said, Seniors, you are students of Shrek Academy, right? You are. Bei Bei quickly stood up, protecting Huiyuhao and Tangya behind him, and looked at Su Yunhan in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. It's like this, I'm from the Xinglua Empire, and I'm going to Shrek City to apply for Shrek Academy. I saw 3 seniors resting here, so I wanted to come over and say hello. As he spoke, Su Yunhan handed Bei Bei the letter of recommendation from Wuton City that he got from the novice gift package. After confirming the authenticity of the recommendation letter, a little head popped out from behind Bei Bei. After looking Su Yunhan up and down, he blurted out. Oh, so you're a freshman, you look pretty good, what's your name? Who else is in your family? Are you interested in joining our Tang sect? Su Yunhan said with a look of loss, My name is Su Yunhan, there is no one left at home. My biological father found a new lover and abandoned us. He also brought his current wife and father-in-law to seize the property left to us by my stepfather. My biological father's father-in-law was not a good guy either. The first time he saw me, he put his hands around my neck, claiming that he was venting his anger for his daughter. My mother rushed over to save me without hesitation, but was severely injured by that scumbag. From beginning to end, my biological father never said a word for us orphans and widows, even though I was about to die tragically at the hands of his father-in-law. At this point, Su Yunhan's tears instantly flowed down. Tangya said indignantly, Your biological father is such a piece of shit. Huiyuhao was deeply moved by Su Yunhan's miserable experience. Compared with his experience in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, the degree of misery of the two was almost the same. He and his mother depended on each other in the Duke's mansion. Although it was a bit hard, there was joy in the hardship. Every day his mother Huiyuner would go to the kitchen slop bucket to pick up some food, come back to rinse it, simply heat it up, and eat it with blackened steamed buns, so that the mother and son would not go hungry. If he had not been severely beaten by Dai Huabin, perhaps he would still be in the Duke of White Tiger's mansion, guarding his mother. Alas, they are all miserable people. Thinking of this, Huiyuhao was also filled with righteous indignation and said, Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Your biological father actually watched outsiders bully his own son without saying a word. He didn't even fart. Calling him a bastard is a compliment to him. Su Yunhan. Chapter 4. Seeing Su Yunhan crying so sadly, Tang quickly stuffed a grilled fish into his hands. Xiao Yunhan, try it quickly. This is the fish grilled by Xiao Yuhao himself. It's very fragrant. Su Yunhan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, picked up the grilled fish in his hand and tasted a few bites. Hui Yuhao had a very good control of the heat when grilling the fish. No part was half-cooked, and no part was overcooked and burnt and bitter. It's just that the spices used are a little less. It's okay as a street snack, but as a staple food, well, forget it. The rain is vast, the clouds are vast, the clouds and rain, vast. Tang's phoenix eyes kept looking between Su Yunhan and Hui Yuhao. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and pulled Bebe, who was eating grilled fish, over and said loudly, Bebe, look, don't little Yuhao and little Yunhan look alike? Bebe nodded and said, yes, look at their eyebrows, they are just like two people carved from the same mold. And their face shapes, if you look closely, they are actually 30 or 40 similar. Even if you say they are cousins or brothers, I think some people will believe it. Su Yunhan glanced at Hui Yuhao and shook his head. It's probably just a coincidence that we look alike. My martial spirit has some connection with that place. I see that Yuhao's clothes are simple, and he doesn't look like someone from that place. Which place? Tang also became interested and asked quickly. You will know later. Su Yunhan looked at Hui Yuhao suspiciously, but he did not say anything. He was sure that if he said the words White Tiger Duke's mansion, Hui Yuhao would lose his composure. From Su Yunhan's perspective, he naturally didn't want to reveal Hui Yuhao's background as soon as possible. Hui Yuhao's luck was unrivaled in the world. And if he got the support of both Shrek Academy and the White Tiger Duke's mansion, what would happen? People are all selfish. If only one God King can appear in this era, it must be him, Su Yunhan, and not Hui Yuhao. A man was born between heaven and earth. How could he live in a state of depression for a long time? Seeing that Su Yunhan seemed to have something to hide, Tang chose not to continue asking. After eating the grilled fish, the four of them headed west. As they walked, Tang seemed to have thought of something, and hurried to Su Yunhan's side, patted his shoulder, and said, Brother Yunhan, are you interested in joining our Tang sect? Su Yunhan shook his head and said, Sister Xiaoya, I'm afraid I can't do as you wish. After graduating from Shrek Academy, I plan to join one of the 3 great empires, get a title, and live out the rest of my life. The four of them did not move very fast. They walked for 4 days before they saw where Shrek City was. Led by Bei and Tang, the four of them came to the East Gate, which was only used by Shrek Academy. It was the enrollment season for Shrek Academy, and the East Gate was already overcrowded. The two of them took Hui Yuhao and Su Yunhan and bypassed the crowd from the side, entered the city from the East Gate, and walked into the gate of Shrek Academy. After entering Shrek Academy, the four walked forward about 200 meters, and 10 statues came into their sight. Although he had never seen the real person, Su Yunhan still recognized the owners of these 10 statues based on his understanding of the plot of The Legend of Shura Sea God. Fraud and Deception. The Waste Leader Yu Xiaojiang. Orthopedics Licking Dragon Lu Erlong. Double Standard God King Tang Xiaosan. 100,000 Descendants of the Rogue Rabbit. Oscar the Dirty Uncle. Ning Rongrongul and Phoenix Ma Hongjun Time Silver Tiger Dai Seed Pig. Bone Age of 11 is acceptable. Soul Power, past level 26. Martial Spirit, The Three-Eyed White Tiger is qualified. The assessment is complete. Student Su Yunhan meets the enrollment requirements of Shrek Academy. Come and pay the tuition for the first academic year, a total of 10 gold soul coins. Su Yunhan quickly took out 10 gold soul coins from his soul guide and handed them to the teacher in front of him. After completing the student registration, a senior student wearing a yellow badge took Su Yunhan to receive 2 sets of school uniforms, a white freshman badge, and dormitory keys. Su Yunhan took the key and looked at it, and saw the 3 big words, 109, written on it. Su Yunhan, holding his school uniform, badge and dormitory key, walked towards the seat of Hui Yuhao, who had already registered for school. When he was less than half a meter away from Hui Yuhao, Su Yunhan missed a step and stumbled, knocking Hui Yuhao to the ground. The school uniforms, badges, and dormitory keys in the hands of the two fell to the ground and mixed together. While Hui Yuhao was not paying attention, Su Yunhan quickly reached out and grabbed the dormitory key that slipped from Hui Yuhao's hand. Xiao Yuhao, you can't control the cause and effect of Miss Donger, let me do it, I can control it. What normal man would refuse to live in the same dormitory with a girl dressed as a man? Su Yunhan didn't even look at the room number on the key in his hand. He quickly stood up and helped Hu Yuhao up. "Yuhao, are you okay?" Su Yunhan asked symbolically. It's okay, Hu Yuhao quickly picked up the school uniform, badge, and dormitory keys scattered on the ground. The moment he saw the dormitory key clearly, Hu Yuhao was obviously stunned for a moment. He remembered that the house number on it seemed, not 109. Hu Yuhao didn't take it to heart. They were all the same dormitories. So it didn't matter where he lived. But, he felt a little empty inside, as if he had lost something important. The location of the dormitory building was not difficult to find. After the two of them passed through the teaching building, they saw the dormitory building. The dormitory building occupies a large area. Although it is only one building, each unit is the same color, namely white, yellow, purple, black, red, and orange, representing 6 different grades. When Hu Yuhao was about to head to the entrance of the white building, Su Yunhan grabbed him and pointed at an old man in gray cloth sitting on a recliner basking in the sun at the entrance. He whispered, "Yuhao, when we get to the dormitory building later, we must say hello to that old man. Remember, be as respectful as possible, there might be a surprise." Huh? Hu Yuhao didn't understand and looked at Su Yunhan with a puzzled look. Su Yunhan analyzed, "Yuhao, let's make an analogy. If you were the dean of Shrek Academy, would you allow a strange old man to lie in front of the students' dormitory building to bask in the sun?" Hu Yuhao understood the hidden meaning of Su Yunhan's words and said with sudden enlightenment, "Yunhan, you mean, that old man is a relative of the dean?" Su Yunhan nodded. "It doesn't have to be a relative, it could also be the dean's teacher, uncle, or other elders. There is at least a 50 chance that he is titled His Majesty. Chapter 5. Hu Yuhao was very surprised. How could such an ordinary-looking old man with a face full of wrinkles be related to such a peerless powerful person? With doubts in his heart, Hu Yuhao followed Su Yunhan and came to the door of the white dormitory building. Suddenly, the old man who was lying on the recliner sat up, looked Su Yunhan up and down in front of him, and slowly said, "Are you the descendant of that little guy Dai Hao?" "Dai Hao, little guy?" Hu Yuhao was instantly shocked by the scene before him. Could the Dai Hao the old man mentioned be the person he was thinking of? Su Yunhan cupped his hands, his tone full of respect. "Senior, I am not from the White Tiger Duke's mansion, and the Duke's mansion has never sent anyone to look for me." The old man said, "Oh," then waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, dormitories 108 and 109 are the 3rd and 4th rooms on the left on the 1st floor, the 4th floor and above are the girls' dormitories, so you can't go up there. If you're caught, you'll be expelled." After taking a look at the two people's receding backs, the old man lay back on the recliner again, his eyes slightly closed, and murmured, "Interesting little fellow." The students' dormitories are tube-shaped buildings with dormitory doors on both sides of the long corridor. The doors have house numbers on them, and there is a collective bathroom at the end of each side of the corridor. This environment is comparable to the dormitory of Blue Star High School in my previous life. Su Yunhan unconsciously recalled the old joke about 400 people squeezing into one bathroom. Just as he reached the door of dormitory 108, Su Yunhan suddenly discovered that the door was open and a handsome boy with fair skin, pink-blue hair and eyes was standing in the room. Wang Dong came to Su Yunhan, stretched out his hand and pinched his cheek, and said, "You are also in this dormitory, you look pretty, so I will allow you to live with me temporarily. I have a few rules for you to remember. First, you are not allowed to bring anyone back to the dormitory casually. Second, you are not allowed to be naked in the dormitory and annoy others. Third, you are not allowed to snore at night. Fourth, don't disturb me. Fifth, you are responsible for cleaning the dormitory from now on, but don't touch my bed. You clean up the dormitory right now, I'm going to go out for some fresh air." After saying that, Wang Dong walked out of the room without looking back. "Humph, you are so arrogant, sooner or later, I will make you kneel down and call me daddy." Looking at the receding figure of the man in cross-dressing, Su Yunhan cursed inwardly and then began to clean the room. Su Yunhan used his soul power to clean out all the dust inside the room. And took out a can of air freshener from his soul guide and sprayed it inside and outside a few times. The dirty air in the dormitory dissipated instantly, and a faint lemon scent filled the air. The entire cleaning took less than 10 minutes. After laying the mattress, Su Yunhan wiped the sweat off his face, took off his shirt and sat on the bed. Using his soul power to create 2 oranges to reward himself. Whether the food made by a food-type soul master is delicious is one thing, but in terms of satiety, it can definitely beat most foods. After eating the orange, Su Yunhan sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to practice his skills. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan, who was in the state of cultivation, suddenly felt that he was a little breathless. He quickly stopped practicing the technique. Opened his eyes and looked carefully, and saw Wang Dong in front of him, staring at him with those big blue-pink eyes, and was pinching his neck viciously. Su Yunhan quickly grabbed Wang Dong's wrists, used them as a fulcrum, and kicked forward, directly kicking Wang Dong in the stomach. Su Yunhan used 70 of his strength in this kick. Wang Dong felt the pain in his abdomen. His hands slipped from Su Yunhan's neck, and he stumbled backwards. When Wang Dong fell down, the back of his head hit the iron leg of the bed. Su Yunhan jumped down from the bed and was about to fight back when Wang Dong was leaning on the bed, holding his little head and wiping away his tears. Su Yunhan. This plot is wrong. In the original novel, Wang Dong is quite aggressive. How come he becomes like this after being kicked and bumped? Su Yunhan leaned over, patted the man in men's clothing on the shoulder, and comforted him. It's okay, a great soul master can cry like this after being kicked and bumped, isn't it shameful? As he spoke, Su Yunhan handed the remaining orange to Wang Dong. Come, have an orange. You bastard. Wang Dong pushed away Su Yunhan's hand holding the orange and choked up. Why did you hit me so hard? It hurts so much. Su Yunhan said coldly, then why did you pinch my neck? Wang Dong said, it's because you are annoying because you don't wear a shirt. Su Yunhan said, what does it have to do with you if I don't wear a shirt in the dormitory? Wang Dong said, I don't care, if you don't wear a shirt in the dormitory again and cause trouble, I will cry in front of you. As expected, you can't try to reason with a woman. However, Su Yunhan really didn't expect that Wang Dong, even in men's clothing, would have such a girlish side. This is Shrek Academy, not your home, no one will tolerate your bad habits, if you can't stand it, you can change dormitories, or you can report me to the academy and ask me to move out, it's up to you. Okay, just cry here slowly, I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. After saying that, Su Yunhan put on his shirt and walked out of the dormitory. As soon as he reached the door of the building, Su Yunhan saw Tang and Bei Bei also walking out of the black dormitory building. Su Yunhan stepped forward decisively to say hello. Brother Bei, Sister Xiaoya, what are you doing? Tang said, let's go eat, Xiao Yunhan, do you want to eat with us? Su Yunhan did not refuse and followed the two of them silently, walking towards the gate of Shrek Academy. Su Yunhan had a big appetite. Although his original body had no concept of money, he knew very well that with his appetite, if he ate as much as he wanted, the 1,000 gold soul coins and the soul guide would not last for more than a few days. Oh. I'll just eat it if I can. The three of them walked out of the gate of Shrek Academy, came to the snack street in the East Gate area of Shrek City, and walked into a small restaurant with luxurious decoration. This small restaurant has luxurious decoration outside, but the interior decoration is a bit hard to describe. There are only 8 square tables in the room, and some benches without backrests are placed around the tables. It is as shabby as it can be. The restaurant was deserted. Even though it was dinner time, there were no other diners eating. The restaurant owner was a girl who looked to be in her 20s. She was dressed in coarse cloth and had a long scar running down from the bottom of her right eye. Chapter 6. Even so, it still couldn't hide the beautiful face beneath the scar, with clear eyes, fairy-like appearance, and elegance in every move. Seeing the 3 people walk into the house, the proprietress picked up the menu reluctantly and walked slowly towards the 3 people's seat. He seemed to know why the restaurant was so quiet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yunhan took out more than 10 oranges from his soul guide and placed them on the table. Sister Xiaoya, Brother Bei, come and try some oranges. As he spoke, Su Yunhan picked up an orange and stuffed it into the boss lady's hand. Come on, boss lady, try one too. As she was speaking, Tang peeled an orange, picked up a small slice and put it in her mouth. Wow, this is so delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious oranges. Xiao Yunhan, where did you buy this orange? Su Yunhan smiled and said, Sister Xiaoya, my second martial soul is oranges, I made these with my soul power, if you and Brother Bei like them, I'll make a few more for you to take back and eat. After saying that, Su Yunhan ignored Tang and the other person who were happily showing off their oranges. When he picked up the menu on the table to order, he found that the proprietress was eating oranges in big mouthfuls. Her eyes were full of excitement and her arms were trembling slightly. The oranges made from soul power are delicious, but there's no need to have such a big reaction. System, show me the boss lady's personal panel, Su Yunhan said silently in his mind. Good host. Zhao Ninger. Gender, female. Age, 23 years old. Soul power. Martial soul, condensed water heavenly Luan. Luck value. Status, meridians are completely cut off. Condensed water celestial phoenix. He seemed to remember that Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial spirit during the First World War was scientifically called condensed water flying Wan. Ning Shui Tianluan should be a super martial spirit, right? A soul master with a super martial soul would actually fall to the point where his meridians are completely broken. Damn, he is really unlucky. Etc. Su Yunhan suddenly thought of something. Zhang Lishuan's first appearance was after the Soul Master competition next year, when she was 24 years old. In other words, Zhao Ninger and Zhang Lishuan were from the same class. Star Forest Yen Z 100,000-year Soul Beast Holy Spirit Religion Supreme Elder. It seems that only that incident could make a genius with a super martial spirit fall to the point where his meridians were broken. And the fact that a former genius spirit master girl with broken meridians was so excited probably means that she saw hope for her meridians to be repaired. Right? The oranges he created with his soul power actually have the ability to repair meridians. Is this reasonable? Su Yunhan thought it was quite reasonable. His current body was shaped by the system. So it was normal for it to have some strange functions. Madam Boss, let's order some food. As he spoke, Su Yunhan gave Zhao Ninger a look. Zhao Ninger understood and quickly calmed herself down. After an hour. Yunhan, I've already paid, you can enjoy your meal here, your sister Xiaoya and I will go back to the academy first. Seeing the plate in front of Su Yunhan, Bebe subconsciously raised his sleeves and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. This guy can really eat a lot. He spent nearly 100 gold soul coins for a meal. Before leaving, he also took away the remaining oranges on the table. After watching the two leave, Su Yunhan put down the food in his hand, walked quickly to the front desk, looked at Zhao Ninger who was tapping her abacus, and said straight to the point. Madam Boss, can my oranges help you repair your damaged meridians? Zhao Ninger forced herself to remain calm and nodded. I'll buy your oranges, you decide how much each one costs, I won't mind even if it means losing everything I have. Su Yunhan took out more than 30 oranges from his soul guide with an expressionless face and placed them on the table. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and immediately placed the kettle containing soul beast milk in front of Zhao Ninger. Madam Boss, this contains soul beast milk, I don't know what kind of soul beast it is, when I drank it, I could sense the powerful life energy contained in it, maybe it will help repair your broken meridians. Zhao Ninger carefully opened the lid, leaned over the spout to sniff, and then poured a small sip into her mouth. This is the milk of the Emerald Swan, and this Emerald Swan is quite old. How do you know this is Emerald Swan's milk? Could it be that you? Zhao Ninger nodded, yes, I followed the soul hunting team of Shrek Academy to the Shindo Great Forest to hunt souls. Fortunately, I met an emerald swan that was just over 100 years old. The emerald swan had just given birth and was seriously injured. It looked like it was about to die. In order to avoid waste, we took some of its milk and everyone took a small sip. And the milk in this kettle contains more than 100 times more life energy than that of the emerald swan. Su Yunhan said calmly, then, will these soul beast milks help repair your meridians? Zhao Ninger's eyes were full of surprise. Facing Su Yunhan's cold personality, she couldn't help but ask. Do you know the value of this full pot of soul beast milk? If you take it to the treasure pavilion, I don't know how many 10,000-year soul bones you can exchange for it. Also, are you really not curious about my experience? Why did I fall to the point where my meridians were broken? Curious? I am quite curious. How many of you 12 encountered the disaster in the Shindo Great Forest and came back alive? 12 people. The Great Star Forest. He knew it from the beginning. Zhao Ninger replied with a disappointed look on her face, only, Zhang Lishuan. Su Yunhan was not surprised at this answer. Among the 12 people, Zhang Lishuan was the only one who survived the 100,000-year-old soul beast without any broken arms or legs and returned to Shrek Academy to live a normal life. Others either became disillusioned with Shrek Academy and switched to other places, or, like Zhao Ninger, no longer had any talent and faded out of the public eye. Big sister, is this soul beast milk enough for you to repair your meridians? If not, I'll find another way. It's enough, the life energy in these soul beast milks is very abundant. Even the life energy contained in the soul skills of the healing Super Dolua in the Sea God Pavilion cannot compare to it. It is enough to repair my meridians completely. Chapter 7. Zhao Ninger tightly grasped the kettle in front of her, not wanting to let go for a moment. For her, as long as she could recover her talent, no request would be a request even if she fell into darkness and became an evil soul master. 6 years of decadence made her understand a lot. Be it justice or evil, even if it makes her become an evil soul master with a lot of evil deeds, she is unwilling to continue to be an ant that can be easily killed. Once upon a time, Zhao Ning'er imagined that if Death DOURO appeared before her one day and wanted to accept her as his disciple, she would kneel on the ground without hesitation. Not to mention calling him teacher, she would even call him ancestor. However, that was just a thought. Her situation was not hopeless. If Xian Laochu or her cheap teacher was willing to spend all their wealth to buy various top-grade elixirs to repair her meridians, she would not have wasted these 6 years in vain. In the final analysis, it is not cost-effective. What Shrek Academy lacks the least is genius. The resources spent on repairing her meridians are enough to train countless inner courtyard students. Su Yun'er said earnestly, I really don't have any requests, I just feel sorry for you. You shouldn't stay in this small restaurant for the rest of your life, your future should be the sea of stars, or even the shining galaxy. Is it just because you feel pity? Zhao Ning'er carried a kettle, slowly walked to Su Yunhan, and put her arms around his neck. Su Yunhan only felt a gust of fragrant breeze blowing towards him, and his right hand unconsciously rested on Zhao Ning'er's slender waist. If the benefactor is unwilling to make any request, how can I accept the benefactor's kindness for nothing? I have an ancestral treasure here, and I hope the benefactor can accept it. After saying that, Zhao Ning'er slowly bent down, placed her right arm holding the kettle on Su Yunhan's calf, and carried him into the inner room in a princess hug. Words omitted here. Ning'er, it's getting dark, I should go back to the dormitory. Su Yunhan gently helped Zhao Ning'er, who was lying on him, to the bed and covered her with a quilt. Just as he was about to get up and put on his clothes, Zhao Ning'er hugged his waist from behind. A voice full of resentment followed, Yunhan, your freshman will start school the day after tomorrow, so can't you stay with me for one night? Su Yunhan lay down again, opened his arms and wrapped them around Zhao Ning'er's neck, and kissed her on the cheek. Ning'er, this world is not peaceful, we don't seek to stand on the top of the continent, but we seek to protect ourselves. You should repair your meridians first. I should go back to practice, I will accompany you tomorrow. If love is long-lasting, why should we be together day and night? After saying that, Su Yunhan stood up again and started to put on his clothes. If love lasts forever, why would it matter if we are together day and night? He is such a wonderful person. It's just, in order to keep this full pot of spiritual medicine, I chose to deceive him. I am such a bad woman. Zhao Ning'er lied. The emerald swan she encountered at the beginning was not a 100-year-old emerald swan, but an emerald swan that had just passed 10,000 years. As she said, the life energy contained in the soul beast milk in the kettle was more than 100 times that of the soul beast milk of the 10,000-year-old emerald swan. An emerald swan of this level would have to spend a lot of effort even for the Lord of the Sea God Pavilion to catch one, right? This is the reason why Zhao Ning'er is willing to sacrifice herself. Zhao Ning'er climbed up from the bed, put on her clothes, and took out a thick booklet from the bedside table. The contents of the booklet were encrypted, and there were traces of smears on the cover. After translating it according to the secret code, the title of the book turned out to be XX Soul Guide's Experience. The first part of the secret message was unclear and could no longer be recognized. When he returned to the dormitory, Wang Dong had already fallen asleep. Su Yunhan first checked his bed and confirmed that Wang Dong was not doing anything weird, then he went into the bathroom and took a nice cold shower. Suddenly, the bathroom door slowly opened. Su Yunhan thought Wang Dong had gotten up to go to the bathroom, so he quickly picked up a bath towel and wrapped it around himself. My dear brother, you haven't washed yet. Do you want me to help you wash? After saying that, regardless of whether Su Yunhan agreed or not, Su Qing walked into the bathroom and tore off the bath towel around Su Yunhan's waist. Qing'er, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do this? There are still people outside. You mean that little girl? Do you want me to capture her and have her serve my husband and brother together? You used to, don't you men, like one dragon and two phoenixes? Before? What before? Wait, what was he thinking just now? I feel like a part of my memory is missing. Just as he was thinking, a large wooden bathtub appeared in the bathroom, and Su Qing jumped in with him in her arms. Death or death? Su Yunhan put on his clothes, ran hurriedly to the bathroom door, opened the wooden door, and was about to open the gate to release the water when he saw Wang Dong sitting on a small stool washing bed sheets. Huh? Wash the sheets. Su Yunhan was about to leave, but Wang Dong's behavior was so strange that he opened the bathroom door again, looked at Wang Dong inside, and asked curiously. Wang Dong, why are you washing the sheets? Even if you like to be clean, you wouldn't wash them every day, right? Hearing this, Wang Dong's cheeks turned slightly red, and then he rolled his eyes at Su Yunhan and said unhappily, what do you care? Baffling. Su Yunhan scratched his head, closed the bathroom door, and went to the public restroom outside the dormitory to open the gate and drain the water. Although the environment of the Shrek Academy freshman dormitory is a little worse, the public toilet is exceptionally clean. It is many times better than the public toilet in the high school dormitory in the previous life. Thinking back to that unbearable memory, Su Yunhan felt nauseous. As long as he could hold it in and use a pulse bottle, he would not go to the public toilet. Occasionally, when he had a stomachache, he would vomit up the overnight meal. After a quick wash and tying her long hair into a high ponytail, she walked out of the freshman dormitory with a look of satisfaction on her face. Where should we go next? It was still early, and Su Yunhan didn't want to go to Zhao Ninger's shop right away. He wanted to take a break. Lilia in the production team was not as tired as he was. Mimicry training ground? Sorry, Shrek Academy doesn't have any. If you insist, Sea God Lake and the Golden Ancient Tree are natural mimicry training grounds, but he can't access them with his current status. Chapter 8. Run. Forget it. If I have that much time, I might as well go back to the dormitory and practice the falling cloud art for 2 cycles. Unconsciously, Su Yunhan arrived in front of a dark blue building. On the plaque at the door were 3 large gold-plated characters, Book Collection Pavilion. Su Yunhan suddenly became interested. As a time traveler who was familiar with the plot of DOURO, he wanted to see what the history book of Shrek Academy looked like. After paying a gold soul coin, Su Yunhan successfully walked into the library in the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. It is worth mentioning that this gold soul coin is not a deposit, but a ticket to the library. If you want to borrow books from outside, you have to pay an additional deposit. I'm really crazy about money. Su Yunhan didn't have to waste much effort. On the first bookshelf in the library, in a middle compartment, he found a book called The History of the Development of Shrek Academy, written by Jade Belt Master Yu Xiaojiang. Rather than reading a history book, it was more like watching the DOURO anime on Blue Star. After reading the whole thing, Su Yunhan always felt that Yu Xiaojiang was trying his best to round out the characters of the protagonists and deliberately discredit the Spirit Hall. These include but are not limited to Qian Renshue's murder. During the Tiando Palace incident, in order to achieve her goal, she did not hesitate to kill 500,000 unarmed ordinary people. Bibi Dong is evil. She devoured Holy Dragon Dolua Tuoba Shi, 6th worshipper Qian Jun Dolua, 7th worshipper subduing Demon Dolua, and the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall in Jiaoling Pass. History is written by the victors. Su Yunhan returned the book expressionlessly and walked out of the library. He could not stay in this library for even a moment. Whether he felt sorry for the Spirit Hall or disgusted with Shrek Academy, he could not find a single book that was useful to him in this huge library. Do you want to stay and read these history books that will make you angry to death? After leaving the library, Su Yunhan had nowhere to go, so he could only go to Zhao Ninger's shop. As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Ninger, who was leaning against the front desk reading a book, slowly stood up and looked at him with a smile. Today, Zhao Ninger was wearing a deep blue knee-length dress, blue-green gradient tights, and a pair of dark blue boots. Her long ice-blue hair cascaded behind her like a waterfall, and she looked like a fairy walking out of a painting. Zhao Ninger. Gender, female. Age, 23 years old. Soul power, level 63. Martial soul, condensed water heavenly 1. Luck value. Just as the two of them were looking at each other lovingly, 2 male students wearing Shrek Academy uniforms and yellow badges walked in from outside. Boss lady, we want to eat. Zhao Ninger glared at the 2 students fiercely without saying a word, then turned around and walked into the kitchen. Zhao Ninger didn't change her clothes. With soul power, she didn't have to worry about the smell of oil smoke getting on her skirt. The 2 students seemed to be used to it. They ignored Zhao Ninger's despicable service attitude and found a seat to sit down. Su Yunhan slumped in his seat with his eyes closed. Soon, a table full of sumptuous dishes was ready. When Zhao Ninger was serving the dishes, because she was wearing a beautiful dress, a male student couldn't help but look at her with a dreamy look. This made Zhao Ninger instantly furious. What are you looking at? I'm not dressed like this for you to see. If you look again, I'll dig your eyes out. The male student who was scolded lowered his head instantly and silently immersed himself in eating the delicious food on the table, as obedient as a little lamb. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan joked, Ninger, your service attitude is so bad, aren't you afraid that no one will come to your restaurant to eat? Zhao Ninger said unhappily, my ingredients are all provided free of charge by Shrek Academy. The prices of the dishes are set according to the prices of the raw materials. They should be happy to be able to eat such cheap and delicious dishes in Shrek City. Yunhan, it's almost noon, do you want to eat anything? I'll make it for you. Su Yunhan thought, then, let's eat hot pot. The process of making hot pot is very simple. You just need to prepare the base ingredients, cut the meat slices, and wash some vegetables to be eaten. It takes less than 10 minutes to prepare everything, and a boiling copper pot is brought up. Su Yunhan took out a piece of meat from the copper pot, dipped it in some of the dipping sauce prepared by Zhao Ninger in the bowl and put it into his mouth. After chewing it for a while, a rich meaty aroma instantly filled his taste buds. Zhao Ninger's cooking skills are really amazing. The chefs in the Sun and Moon Palace are just as good as her, right? I don't know if Su Yunhan changed his filter, but at this moment he just felt that the food cooked by Zhao Ninger was the most delicious food in the world, and even the royal chef of a country could not compare to her. This damn lover filter. Ninger, now that your talent has been restored, what are your plans for the future? You can't continue to run this small restaurant here, right? Zhao Ninger said, I have saved some money from running this small restaurant over the past 6 years, which is enough to buy a house in Shrek City. I plan to sell this small shop, the rent collected every month is enough for the two of us to practice. Su Yunhan said, I think that after the people from Shrek Academy learn that your talent has been restored, they will definitely send someone to invite you to return to the inner courtyard. Zhao Ninger smiled and said, I think so too, I can't keep my affairs secret from them for a few days, by then, Shrek Academy will definitely send a lobbyist to persuade me to return to the inner courtyard. Ninger, what are you going to do? If you don't agree to let them return to the academy, some people may attack you. Zhao Ninger gave Su Yunhan a reassuring look, Yunhan, don't worry, I will handle this matter properly and will not let others disturb our peaceful life. Come on, Yunhan, the hot pot is very greasy, eat an orange to relieve the greasiness. As she spoke, Zhao Ninger stuffed a small slice of orange into Su Yunhan's mouth. Su Yunhan was not to be outdone, he picked up a grape and handed it over. Zhao Ninger grabbed Su Yunhan's wrist, shook it and acted coquettishly, Yunhan, I want you to feed me a grape. At this moment, the two male students who were happily eating nearby suddenly felt that the food in their mouths no longer tasted good. This was the worst way to torture a single man. Chapter 9. Of course, the food was not wasted, as they were all packed up and taken away. Zhao Ninger said with a smile, Yunhan, eat quickly, after you are full, we can go to practice, today, I want you to practice with me until dark. Practice? Su Yunhan's smile froze instantly. It was still early, about 10 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 8 or 9 hours before dark. Could the two of them really cultivate for such a long time? For 4 hours, Zhao Ninger had been doing a mechanical movement. Seeing that her breath was getting weaker and weaker, Su Yunhan said reluctantly. Ninger, stop, save some energy so that you can practice later, you have wasted 6 years, you can't waste it anymore, when we have the ability to protect ourselves, I will accompany you as long as you want to play. The drink flowed from the esophagus into the stomach triple meaning, and instantly turned into energy to nourish Zhao Ninger's body. Her cultivation efficiency was more than twice as fast as when she was practicing on Poseidon Island. Of course, Zhao Ninger was destined not to say these words. She obediently stopped her movements and fell into Su Yunhan's arms. Su Yunhan hugged Zhao Ninger, gently stroked her soft long hair, and kissed her on the cheek. Then, Su Yunhan took his cell phone back from Zhao Ninger's skirt pocket, stood up and put on his clothes. After putting on her clothes, Su Yunhan covered Zhao Ninger with the quilt, kissed her on the forehead, and then slowly walked out of the room. After leaving Zhao Ninger's shop, Su Yunhan did not return to the dormitory directly, but strolled along the edge of Poseidon Lake. It was dusk at this time, and the breeze gently brushed across Su Yunhan's cheek, and a feeling of peace and joy suddenly surged into his heart. It's nice to take a walk by the lake occasionally, Su Yunhan murmured. Su Yunhan was in a good mood at the moment, but he felt a headache when he thought about what was going to happen next. He knew that once he returned to the dormitory, Su Qin would most likely force him to work overtime, and Lilia from the production team would not work so long. Although he felt satisfied when he saw Su Qin or Zhao Ninger looking happy, he would get bored if he did the same thing too many times. Where can I find some fun to change my mood? Just as Su Yunhan was thinking, a red light appeared faintly in the mist on the sea god lake, and bursts of tiny sounds of dragonflies skimming the water reached his ears. Su Yunhan subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl with long fiery red hair, tapping her toes on the surface of Poseidon Lake, floating forward rapidly like a red cloud. Before Su Yunhan could react, the red-haired girl came up to the shore and threw him to the ground. The flames on the girl's body quickly burned all his clothes. Ah, woo! Just as Su Yunhan was about to scream, his mouth was blocked. At this moment, he felt as if he was surrounded by flames. The extreme environment made his consciousness more and more depressed, and he finally fainted. He really didn't expect that he would be forced to work overtime just for taking a walk around Poseidon Lake. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a white robe came over. When he saw the scene in front of him, he hurriedly planted a layer of restrictions around the two of them, waved his sleeves to cover his face and left. What? Su Yunhan suddenly sat up from the bed with shock and realized that the environment he was in was not his dormitory, nor Zhao Ning'er's shop, but a fiery red room. What happened last night? He seemed to remember that he was. Su Yunhan subconsciously looked towards the bed and saw the red-haired girl who had floated on the water of Poseidon Lake last night, blinking her big eyes and staring at him intently. The red-haired girl's face was full of worry. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Uncomfortable? Su Yunhan put on his shoes and walked around the room steadily. Didn't he feel uncomfortable anywhere? Seeing the scene in front of her, the red-haired girl hugged Su Yunhan in her arms and said, I'm so glad that you're okay. From today on, you belong to me, Ma Xiaotao. If anyone dares to bully you in Shrek City, just tell me your name and I will protect you. The puzzlement on Su Yunhan's face deepened. If he understood correctly, did Ma Xiaotao accept him as her husband? What is this? Su Yunhan didn't know that he had resisted Ma Xiaotao for 34 rounds last night. Not only did he not die, but he looked full of energy. He is the person Ma Xiaotao has been waiting for. At first, Moon En and Yen Xiaozhe had thought about finding a husband for Ma Xiaotao to help her clear her evil spirit. But the problem was that Ma Xiaotao's situation was too special. Her evil fire had even shattered Ling Luochen's ice staff several times, and Yen Xiaozhe had no choice but to put this idea aside. We can't let Ma Xiaotao, who is expected to become the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, become a woman who can be slept with by anyone. What will happen to their Sea God Pavilion then? Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in Su Yunhan's mind. Ding, due to the change of the host, the fate of the original destined protagonist Hui Yuhao has changed. Now the host is rewarded with a water attribute technique, Boundless Sea. Personal panel has been updated. Name, Su Yunhan. Sex, male. Age, 11 years old. Soul power, level 29. First martial spirit, three-eyed white tiger. Second martial soul, orange. Soul ring, first martial soul, Huang Huang. Second martial soul, none. Luck value, orange level emperor of the mortal world. System warehouse, falling cloud art. Boundless sea art, 9th level defensive soul guide phoenix guardian. Level 29. This third level soul power should be obtained by absorbing Ma Xiaotao's evil fire. Oh, is there an unexpected gain? As Su Yunhan was thinking, he subconsciously glanced out the window and saw that the sky had already brightened. It seemed that today was. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Su Yunhan hurriedly put on the Shrek Academy uniform and the freshman badge, then he grabbed Ma Xiaotao's hand and said. Sister Xiaotao, please take me to the academy quickly, today is the first day of school for freshmen, and I'm going to be late. Ma Xiaotao said, oh, then put her arms around Su Yunhan's waist and walked slowly towards the door. After the two left the room, they passed by a blonde man. Looking at the receding backs of Ma Xiaotao and Su Yunhan, the blonde man's eyes became more profound. Chapter 10. Yuhan, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you respond when I called you just now? Dai Yuhan glanced at Su Yunhan who was held in Ma Xiaotao's arms and said lightly, nothing. In less than 5 minutes, Su Yunhan was brought to the entrance of the freshman teaching building by Ma Xiaotao. It was not until they reached the door of the freshman class that Ma Xiaotao let Su Yunhan go from her arms. When Su Yunhan arrived at the door of the freshman class, he saw an old lady with chicken skin and white hair standing on the podium. The old woman's broken voice suddenly sounded, my name is Zhou Yi, and I'm your homeroom teacher. I'm not sure how many of you will be able to spend the next year with me. But what I want to tell you is that in my class, no garbage will be able to pass the assessment. I want to train monsters, not idiots. A hint of contempt flashed across Su Yunhan's eyes. If he remembered correctly, this so-called monster teacher Zhou Yi should be over 50 years old this year, and his cultivation level is only at the Soul Emperor level. The students who can sit here will definitely become a Soul Emperor or even a Soul Sage in the future, unless there are any accidents. When you, Zhou Yi, call them idiots, are you also including yourself in the blame? Double standards are the most annoying thing. Su Yunhan knocked on the door frame and shouted to Zhou Yi on the podium, report, I'm late. You're late. Zhou Yi glanced at Su Yunhan with a cold look. You're late on the first day of reporting, you don't deserve to be a student of Shrek Academy, pack up your things and get out. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around, grabbed Su Yunhan's arm, pointed her right index finger at Zhou Yi's nose, and shouted angrily. Zhou Yi, you dare to fire my people, believe it or not, I will beat you up. As he spoke, Ma Xiaotao rolled up his sleeves and made a gesture as if he was about to beat someone up. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yi subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his whole body became nervous in an instant. Zhou Yi knew very well whether Ma Xiaotao really dared to beat her in front of so many people, or whether she couldn't find a place to complain after beating her. Zhou Yi is a typical Shrek person. Like Flanders, Yu Xiaojiang, Kai Yuer and others. She is a typical bully. She dismissed Mu Jin's nephew despite her pleading. It's not that she is not afraid of revenge, but that she has a Soul Dolo level 8th level Soul Guide, and her husband Fan Yu is the alternate dean of the Soul Guide department. It would be fine to offend an ordinary teacher like Mu Jin in Shrek Academy, as the other party has no background. But facing Zhou Yi's background, Mu Jin can only swallow her anger. But the question is, with her status, can she really afford to offend Ma Xiaotao? The other party is the disciple of Mingfeng Dolua Yan Xiaozhe, the dean of the Wuhuan department. If Ma Xiaotao is annoyed, the head teacher of the freshman class will be replaced in a minute. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Xiaotao, I really didn't know that this young man was late because he was on a mission at Shrek Academy." Ma Xiaotao. Su Yunhan. Until the very end, Zhou Yi didn't give up her old face and insisted that Su Yunhan was going to carry out a mission for Shrek Academy. Okay, let's just deal with the mission. There's no point in arguing with a clown like this. Su Yunhan walked into the classroom of the freshman class and quickly walked to an empty seat and sat down. His deskmate was a cute little girl who looked a little arrogant. At this moment, she was looking Su Yunhan up and down with her eyes fixed on him. System, show me the personal information of this little girl. Good host. Xiao Xiao. Gender, female. Soul power, level 22. First martial soul, Sansheng soul suppressing cauldron. Second martial spirit, 9 phoenixes arriving Xiao. Luck value, orange gold, one of the second generation Shrek's 7 devils, remembered by history. What are you laughing at? Zhou Yi pointed at a male student in the second row and asked. The male student pointed at by Zhou Yi stood up in bewilderment and quickly clarified himself. Teacher Zhou, I'm not laughing, did you see it wrong? You didn't laugh. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. What I hate most is students who make mistakes but dare not admit them. You didn't laugh. Good. Now everyone, get out and run 100 laps around Shrek Square. The time limit is 1 hour. After 1 hour, those who haven't run 100 laps will be considered unqualified and will be expelled. The students in the freshman class were all puzzled. What did 100 laps mean? What did it have to do with whether that student smiled or not? Many of the students who can sit in the classroom of Shrek Academy are the eldest sons and daughters who will inherit their family businesses in the future. Among them are some shrewd people. They know very well that the student named Su Yunhan was only 1 minute late. If he did not have a strong backing, he would probably have been fired by teacher Zhou. The rules of Shrek Academy are very strict. Even if you just talk back to the teacher, you may be expelled directly. After figuring out the key, the students thought that they did not have a strong backing like Su Yunhan and could not resist Zhou Yi's difficulties, so they left their seats and went to run laps in Shrek Square. With the first one, there will be the second one. Soon, the students of the freshman class rushed to Shrek Square like a tide, including the connected Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan had no choice. His identity as a son-in-law was not very valuable. Before Yan Xiaozhe and others recognized him, he should just stay in the freshman class honestly and not do anything unnecessary. If he doesn't get the approval of Ma Xiaotao's family and offends Zhou Yi so much, he won't even know how to cry. In fact, the probability of Su Yunhan being disciplined by Zhou Yi is very small. Even if Ma Xiaotao's family does not recognize him, Zhao Ninger will always recognize him. Zhao Ninger's teacher is a certain elder in the Sea God Pavilion. Su Yunhan is not sure which one it is. Anyway, he has a certain say in the Sea God Pavilion and is an existence that Fan Yu looks up to. Why does he feel like he is becoming a gigolo? Hey, where did you go last night? Why didn't you go back to the dormitory all night? Su Yunhan glanced at Wang Dong and corrected him. My name is not Hey, my name is Chu Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan, what did you do last night? Tell the truth. Chapter 11. Wife. Is that the big sister with red hair? Wow, so you like girls older than you, I didn't expect you like this. Su Yunhan scratched his head, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. I really don't like older sisters, it's just that they happen to be a few 100 million years older than me. Them. Wang Donglan's pink eyes moved, and his curiosity instantly exploded. Su Yunhan, tell me the truth, in addition to the red-haired big sister, how many wives do you have? Su Yunhan didn't want to continue discussing this topic. Suddenly, he accelerated and instantly pulled Wang Dong 5 meters away. Su Yunhan, why are you running? You haven't told me how many, Wu. Before Wang Dong could utter the word wife, Su Yunhan quickly covered his mouth. Su Yunhan begged, my dear aunt, please stop talking, can't I tell you alone after school? Wang Dong nodded. Only then did Su Yunhan let go of his hand. Suddenly, Su Yunhan realized that he seemed to have said something wrong, and quickly turned around and ran away. Little girl. It turns out he had seen through it a long time ago. Soon, an hour passed. Su Yunhan and Wang Dong had already completed the task assigned by Zhou Yi half an hour ago. At this time, they were sitting aside to rest and watching the other students in the freshman class. Most of the students had finished running 100 laps, with only a few remaining. Among them was Hui Yuhao, who looked much thinner than the others. He was undoubtedly at the end of the line. Before Hui Yunar fell ill, every time it was time for dinner, she would go to the kitchen to pick up some leftover ingredients, heat them up and feed them to Hui Yuhao. Occasionally, she could see a few pieces of fat slices, which she would eat with the blackened steamed buns. The mother and son depended on each other for survival, so regardless of whether they had enough food or not, they would never go hungry. Hui Yuhao was not seriously malnourished, but compared to those students who were well-dressed and well-fed, he looked like a refugee. In addition, no one taught him how to use his soul power. So running these 100 laps was like going to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Other students didn't take this goal seriously, and were wasting time and slacking off. He was the only one running for his life. Seeing that time was running out, Hui Yuhao felt as if his legs were filled with lead. No matter how hard he tried, his speed could not increase at all. At this moment, a blue energy enveloped Hui Yuhao's body. He was instantly filled with strength. With a single step, he completed the goal of 100 laps on time. Zhou Yi looked at the students without any expression and said calmly, the people whose names I read out, please stand out, Qing Qing, Xiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shengguan Qintian, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yun Xiaopiao. The 9 people whose names were called walked out from the crowd. Having witnessed Zhou Yi's shameless behavior, they all felt uneasy. Zhou Yi's voice sounded again, you 9 can go back and pack your bags and leave the academy, from now on, you are no longer students of Shrek Academy. Teacher Zhou, why? Tai Long stood up with an angry face. He really couldn't accept being fired like this. Zhou Yi said coldly, you just ran only 97 laps, you were obviously cheating. Although I have a bad temper, I always keep my word. Shrek Academy doesn't need students like you who cheat. If you are not convinced, you can go to the Academic Affairs office to report me, but now you can leave. In the end, the 9 Vitra had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Before Tai Long left, he looked at Su Yunhan with a pleading look, as if he wanted him to help plead for mercy. Su Yunhan is not a sucker. Although he does not approve of old lady Zhou's educational methods, he will not confront old lady Zhou just for a few classmates who are not even his friends. They were just expelled, not their soul power wasted. This degree of punishment could not move Su Yunhan's sympathy. Soon, the first day of classes ended. Su Yunhan and Wang Dong walked side by side towards the dormitory building. On the way, when the two passed a small road, Wang Dong hurriedly pulled Su Yunhan's wrist and said, Su Yunhan, can you tell me how many wives you have now? Su Yunhan replied, there are only 2 for now. How old are you? You already have 2 wives. And temporarily? Are you planning to become the king of the sea? Su Yunhan said unhappily, what does it have to do with you whether I become the sea king or not? After saying that, Su Yunhan broke free from Wang Dong's restraints and ran away at a swoop. Wang Dong stomped his feet, shouted loudly, wait for me, and began to kick his short legs desperately, following Su Yunhan closely. After returning to the dormitory, Su Yunhan changed into a clean brocade robe. When he was about to leave, Wang Dong grabbed his wrist again. Where are you going? Su Yunhan said calmly, go and accompany my wife, and do something like that in an instant. Why, do you want to follow? That kind of thing. Recalling the dream that night, Wang Dong's cheeks turned slightly red, his body was shaking unconsciously, and his hands, which were bound on Su Yunhan's wrists, loosened unconsciously. Su Yunhan just glanced at Wang Dong, whose face was flushed, without saying anything, and walked out of the dormitory with an expressionless face. Su Yunhan doesn't like stitched monsters, but he still has some good feelings towards Wang Donger and Xiaoqi Tang Wudong in the God Realm period. Of course. Good feelings are good feelings, but he won't be a licker for Wang Donger. If he has that much time, why not spend more time with Ninger? Su Yunhan came to Zhao Ninger's shop. Just as he was about to enter, he vaguely heard Ma Xiaodao's voice coming from inside the house. Senior Sister Ninger. My master has said that as long as you are willing to return to the inner courtyard, when you break through to Soul Saint, you will be the Deputy Dean of the Soul Guidance Department. When you break through to the 8th level Soul Guidance, you will be the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department and have absolute control over the Soul Guidance Department. Even the elders of the Sea God Pavilion have no right to interfere with the appointment of positions in the Soul Guidance Department. Xiao Tao, if you were me, after something like this happened, would you still be willing to return to Shrek Academy? Chapter 12. Xiao Tao, you don't have to say anything more, I will never work for Shrek Academy again, but it's not impossible for Shrek Academy and I to cooperate. Cooperate? Yes, it's cooperation. I need a batch of equipment, the most advanced soul guidance equipment, which is purchased at a high price on the black market. The equipment discarded by Mingda Hull. I can make some soul guidance equipment and sell it to the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy for their research. As for how much they can comprehend, it depends on them. Ninger, what kind of soul guide equipment is this? Are you still a soul guide? Ninger. Ma Xiao Tao looked at Xiao Ninger suspiciously, then looked at Su Yunhan who was full of doubts, and explained to him with a smile. Yunhan, you don't know yet, Sister Ninger is a 7th level soul master, she is a 17-year-old 63 level soul emperor and a 7th level soul master, even Sister Luxian and I are ashamed of ourselves. Ma Xiao Tao is not stupid. She can naturally see the relationship between Xiao Ninger and Su Yunhan. She doesn't mind being sisters with Xiao Ninger. While Xiao Ninger is practicing without slacking off, she is also a gifted soul guide girl. The quality of the soul guide equipment she makes is infinitely close to that of Mingdatang's products. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire problem has been solved. She was chosen by Moon as the next generation successor of the Sea God Pavilion. If she wants to secure her position as the head of the Sea God Pavilion and fight against those old immortals who are just sitting there doing nothing, a senior soul guide like Xiao Ninger is the best helper. Ma Xiaotao rubbed Su Yunhan's face and said with a smile, Yunhan, and Sister Ninger, I'm leaving first. I will inform Master of Sister Ninger's request. The three of us will get together at Sister Ninger's new home later and have a good chat. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao left the shop in a flash. Su Yunhan looked a little disheveled, and the chat that Ma Xiaotao mentioned seemed a little bit informal. Alas, this was destined to be another sleepless night. Boo! Zhao Ninger kissed Su Yunhan on the cheek and said with admiration, Well done, Yunhan, you actually managed to seduce Xiaotao, a gifted girl. Eh? Su Yunhan asked doubtfully, Ninger, you're not angry. Why should I be angry? Do you know who Xiaotao is? She is the apple of the eye of the dragon god DOURO. If you can help Xiaotao solve the evil fire problem, as long as the dragon god DOURO is here, no one in Shrek City will dare to touch you. Su Yunhan said worriedly, Ninger, that's what I said, but I'm worried about your safety. Your current identity is Ma Xiaotao's love rival, right? Zhao Ninger smiled and said. Don't you know your own abilities? At least between Xiaotao and me. You are not so far behind, besides, Dragon God DOURO is not senile. Now that my talent has been restored, I am expected to become the first 9th level soul mentor in the original DOURO continent. As long as I can be used by Ma Xiaotao, Dragon God DOURO will not mind the relationship between us. Su Yunhan did not refute Xiao Ninger. Being familiar with the plot, he naturally knew that Dragon God DOURO himself was not a loyal person. Moon En should not cause trouble for him over this matter, right? Okay, Yunhan, go find a place to eat first. After you're full, come to my new mansion, Sister Xiaotao, and I will take good care of you. After that, Zhao Ninger stuffed a map into Su Yunhan's hand and walked out of the store without looking back. Su Yunhan was trembling all over. This was the first time in his life that he had been favored by two beautiful big sisters. And it would be a lie to say that he was not excited. After leaving the store, Su Yunhan walked towards Hui Yuhao's grilled fish stall. He was really poor. With less than 1,000 gold soul coins on him, and the money would be gone after a few meals. He was too embarrassed to ask Xiao Ninger for money. Well, then let's go to Hui Yuhao's place and get some grilled fish and have a meal with some oranges. Just as Su Yunhan walked to the side of Hui Yuhao's grilled fish stall, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. Su Sancher, get out of my way, I have a boyfriend, he's right there, right there, right there. A girl in purple clothes and rabbit ears came to Su Yunhan's side, took his arm very intimately, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, help me block it. Su Yunhan. A young man in black came over slowly, glanced at Su Yunhan, and after looking him up and down, he muttered to himself, he's quite good looking. Su Sancher was not stupid. He naturally saw the confusion on Su Yunhan's face when Jiang Nannan held his arm, and he also understood that the freshman in front of him was randomly selected by Jiang Nannan to take the blame. Without any hesitation, Su Sancher quickly took out a bag of gold soul coins from the soul guide system, weighed it, looked at Su Yunhan and said. Little thief, I know you were pulled out by Nan Nan to take the blame. I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you are willing to stay far away and never appear next to Nan Nan again, this bag of gold soul coins will be yours. Su Yunhan said calmly, it costs more money. Su Sancher looked at Su Yunhan's delicate face and immediately felt threatened. Su Yunhan was indeed very good looking. And he had an encounter with Jiang Nan Nan today. If he took action to clear up the hidden danger, there was no guarantee that Jiang Nan Nan would not fall in love with someone else. Su Sancher said calmly, tell me how much money you want, as long as it is within my affordability, I will consider it. Not much, Su Yunhan held up 2 fingers. One price, 2 xianshui pills. 2 xianshui pills. Su Sancher roared. Little thief, do you know the value of xianshui pills? You asked for 2 right away, why didn't you just go and rob them? Xianshui Dan has the effect of cleansing the essence and marrow, improving aptitude and innate soul power. This kind of heaven-defying effect is destined to be priceless. The price of Xianshui Dan in the black market has been driven up to the same level as that of thousand-year soul bone. Even so, many soul master families are still willing to spend all their wealth in exchange for a Xianshui Dan to improve the qualifications of their own inheritors. Of course, Su Sancher is an exception. The Xianming sect behind him is a big name in the alchemy world. As the young sect leader, he always carries several xianshui pills with him, so it is not impossible for him to have 2 xianshui pills. Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, since Senior Su is unwilling to hand over these 2 xianshui pills, then, how about this, let's have a soul fight. If I win, Senior Su will compensate me with 2 xianshui pills. If I lose, I will take a detour from now on and will not appear within a 5-mile radius of Senior Sister Jiang Nan Nan. Chapter 13. After saying that, Su Sancher walked towards the fighting spirit area without looking back. Su Yunhan followed closely behind, and while he was on his way, he did not forget to take out an orange from his soul guide and put it into his mouth. Robbery. Hand over all the oranges on you. Su Yunhan said helplessly, Sister Xiaoya, I don't have any stock, I will make some for you after I finish fighting the spirit. Su Yunhan was speechless. He really didn't expect that Tang would be addicted to eating oranges. Well, okay, Tang wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and reminded him. Xiao Yunhan, you have to be careful, Su Sancher is a soul master, even if Bebe fights him, it's only a 50-50 chance, not to mention that you are just a great soul master, it's not that easy to defeat him with his xianshui pill. Are you serious about wiping your saliva? Su Yunhan said calmly. Sister Xiaoya, don't worry, if it's a strong attacking soul master, I will still be afraid of him, but a defensive soul master, even if I can't win, I can still make him lose a layer of skin. Ah. Tang was completely upset. What on earth was wrong with this world? Was this something a second-rate great spirit master could say? The Fighting Soul area is located in the northwest corner of the Martial Soul Department, on the edge of Shrek Academy, and is frequented by many combative soul masters. Various competitions can be held here, and there are special teachers as referees, who are responsible for judging the outcome. Protecting the students, providing assistance, treatment, etc. Of course, all of these cost money. To hold a fighting spirit competition, both sides must pay at least 10 gold soul coins as venue fees. This is also a major source of income for Shrek Academy. After the 4th grade, fighting spirit points become a necessary condition for upgrading. Everyone knows it. The competition in the fighting spirit zone is open to all students. If you want to watch the competition, you must pay a ticket fee of 1 silver soul coin. The fighting spirit area was already crowded with people at this time. Among the people who came, well, most of them were female spirit masters, who seemed to be attracted by Su Yunhan's appearance. Su Yunhan's face is simply a killer for girls, and the temptation of the male version of orange is still very strong. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, Su Yunhan and Su Sancher walked onto the fighting arena from different directions. Long before going on stage, Su Yunhan went to see their compensation ratio. As a result, Su Sanchi's compensation was 1:105, and his compensation was 130. He immediately went to Bebe and borrowed 10,000 gold soul coins to pledge himself. Originally, he wanted to pledge more, but he was afraid that the organizer would not be able to pay and would run away, so he finally gave up the idea. Bebe was not afraid that the 10,000 gold soul coins would be wasted. The oranges made by Su Yunhan using his soul power were still delicious. At worst, he could just use the oranges to pay off his debt. The referee teacher walked to the center of the fighting arena and said in a deep voice. Freshman Su Yunhan challenges 5th-year student Su Sancher. If Su Sancher loses the match, he will have to pay an additional 10 gold soul coins. You have already made a private agreement on the outcome of the bet. Are you all ready? Su Yunhan and Su Sancher nodded to the referee at the same time. Game start. As the referee's voice sounded, Su Sanchi's body suddenly swelled up and was covered with dark green scales. At the same time, Su Yunhan also summoned his martial soul. And the shadow of the three-eyed white tiger loomed behind him. At the moment when the shadow of the three-eyed white tiger appeared, Hui Yuhao almost broke his power. He could clearly feel that there was a strong blood connection between the two of them. Yuhao, Yunhan. Could it be that his mother gave birth to 2 children? And the other one was secretly taken away? Su Yunhan is his twin brother. On the fighting spirit stage, Su Sancher did not summon his huge tortoiseshell shield, but waved his fist and rushed straight to Su Yunhan's face. As a defensive spirit master, in order to make up for the lack of offensive power, Su Sancher deliberately learned martial arts. Su Yunhan was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Facing Su Sanchi's attack, he reached out and grabbed Su Sanchi's wrists. The two therefore entered the wrestling round. Su Yunhan's body was condensed by the system, and in terms of strength, he was really not inferior to Su Sancher. Even if Su Sancher used all his strength, he couldn't continue to punch forward. Su Sancher kicked back violently with his left foot and kicked straight at Su Yunhan's lower abdomen with his right foot. Su Yunhan moved his mind, and 3 pairs of white wings grew behind him. The external soul bone holy light wings originated from a 420-year-old 6-winged holy light tiger. Just like that, Su Yunhan grabbed Su Sanchi's wrist tightly and lifted him into the air. When Su Sancher saw that he could not break free from Su Yunhan's restraints through brute force, he shifted his center of gravity downward and kept kicking his legs in an attempt to break free from Su Yunhan's restraints. Su Sanchi's decision was very effective. Due to his interference, Su Yunhan, who was in the flying state, could no longer maintain his balance. In order not to be dragged down by Su Sancher, he could only loosen his hands that were bound on Su Sanchi's wrists. Su Sancher, who lost his fulcrum, fell heavily on the fighting spirit stage. Su Yunhan's mind moved, and the second soul ring lit up. Second soul skill, Spirit 1000 attacks. In an instant, the vertical pupil between Su Yunhan's eyebrows slowly lit up, and a 3-eyed shadow emerged behind him. Countless tiger eyes condensed and rushed straight toward Su Sanchi's position. Su Sancher, who had been knocked unconscious, had no intention of leaving the range of Su Yunhan's soul skills, but instead held the tortoise shell shield in front of himself. How could a tortoise shell shield possibly withstand attacks on the spiritual level? Tiger eyes rushed towards Su Sanchi's spiritual sea of consciousness. He felt as if his head was pierced by countless fine needles. The feeling was really heart-wrenching. During the DOURO 2 era, since the soul system had not yet been established, other soul masters, except for spiritual soul masters, almost did not cultivate spiritual power. This also led to the rise of the status of spiritual soul masters. Ordinary soul masters could only fight against spiritual soul masters through spiritual skulls or special soul guides. Apart from that, there was no other good means of fighting. However, Su Sancher was careless for a moment and failed to detect Su Yunhan's spiritual martial soul in advance, and was hit by his spiritual soul skill. At this time, Su Sancher was holding his head with his hands, crawling on the ground in pain, and the sweat on his body had soaked through his clothes. Chapter 14. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan turned his gaze to the referee teacher beside him. "Teacher, do we still want to continue the fight?" The referee teacher said in a deep voice, "Su Sancher, can you still continue to fight?" Su Sancher forced himself to get up from the ground. Just when he stood firm, he heard a loud bang and fell to the ground again. Su Sanchi's mental resistance was too low, or he had never received any training in this area. The referee sighed and then announced, "Su Yunhan wins." After withdrawing his mental strength, Su Sancher climbed up from the fighting arena. His head was still a little dizzy, and he stumbled a little when he walked. Su Yunhan smiled and said, "Senior Su, I'm willing to admit defeat, please give me the Xianchui pill." Su Sancher reluctantly took out 2 small jade bottles from his soul guide and threw them to Su Yunhan. "Little thief, although I lost, I still want to say thank you. It's you who made me see my shortcomings. A dignified defense-type soul master can't even defend against the spiritual soul skills of a second-ring great soul master." After saying that, Su Sancher walked out of the fighting spirit area without looking back. Su Yunhan put the 2 small jade bottles back into the soul guide and was about to step down from the soul fighting stage when a fiery red figure suddenly came to his side and grabbed his ear. The person who came was Ma Xiaotao. "Su Yun Han, You are really amazing, you actually learned how to fight spirits like others, what's the matter? Sister Ningner and I can't afford to support a little man like you. Finished. Su Yunhan's face immediately turned pale. Ma Xiaotao's loud voice could be heard by all the students in the Duhan district. It would not be long before the news of Su Yunhan eating two girls' gigolo meals would spread throughout the Shrek Academy. Hurry up, my teacher wants to see you. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao grabbed Su Yunhan's ear and walked down the fighting arena. After taking 2 steps, Su Yunhan suddenly shouted, Xiaotao, I bet 10,000 gold soul coins, a ratio of 1 to 30, that's all our money, ours. Where is the person in charge of the fighting spirit zone? Hurry up and send me the money. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a black robe ran over in a hurry and put 3 platinum cards with a stored value of 100,000 gold soul coins into Ma Xiaotao's hands. Ma Xiaotao put the 3 gold soul coins back into the soul guide, rubbed Su Yunhan's face, and said with a smile, Yunhan, I will give this money to my sister for safekeeping, I will give you 1,000 gold soul coins every month for pocket money. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao took Su Yunhan's arm and led him out of the fighting spirit area in a gentle manner, without any of the violent woman look she had just shown. Just as the two of them walked out of the fighting spirit area, a blond man with a bruised face and nose came up to them. He looked at Ma Xiaotao in a flattering manner and said, Sister Xiaotao, can you let me have a few words with my brother-in-law? Just a few words will do, I won't waste your time. Ma Xiaotao scolded, Dai Yuehan, Yunhan is my man, if you dare to disturb his life, I will beat you to death. As she spoke, Ma Xiaotao rolled up her sleeves and made a gesture as if she was about to beat someone up. Dai Yuehan ran away without the slightest hesitation. Su Yunhan. He seemed to know why Dai Yuehan looked so bruised and battered. Just like that, under the guidance of Ma Xiaotao, Su Yunhan walked into the office of the dean of the Wuhan department. Inside the dean's office, an old man with wrinkles on his face sat at the desk. It was none other than Moon, the dragon god DOURO, the leader of the sea god pavilion who often lay in front of the freshman dormitory building to bask in the sun. Yan Xiaozhe and Kai Meier stood on Moon's left and right. Su Yunhan came to the center of the office, bowed slightly in the direction of Moon and said, Student Su Yunhan, greetings to His Majesty the dragon god DOURO, Dean Yan, and Vice Dean Kai. A faint smile appeared on Moon's old face. You are Xiaotao's husband, so just call me Grandmaster together with her. Hearing this, Su Yunhan immediately knelt on one knee and bowed to Moon again, Disciple Su Yunhan, greetings to the Grandmaster, teacher, and master's wife. 11 years old, level 29, twin martial spirits, this kind of talent is worthy of Xiaotao. Kai Meier bent down, helped Su Yunhan up from his kneeling position, and said with a smile. My husband and I don't have any children yet, but we treat Xiaotao as our own daughter, don't let her down. Hearing this, Su Yunhan scratched his head and said with embarrassment, Master's wife, I don't have the courage to do that, I'm afraid that as soon as I have an inappropriate thought, Xiaotao will pin me to the ground and beat me to death. Kai Meier also scratched her head subconsciously, her face full of embarrassment. It was her dereliction of duty as a teacher's wife to teach her daughter like this. After a moment of silence, Kai Meier took out a small transparent box from her soul guide, which contained a head soul bone. Yunhan, from today on, you will officially become our disciple, this 100,000-year-old 7-color demon fox's soul skull is our gift to you. Su Yunhan was flattered and said, Master's wife, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. Take it, Moon said solemnly. The 7-color demon fox is the king of fox-type soul beasts, its status is equivalent to the golden-eyed black dragon of the dragon-type soul beast. Only spiritual soul masters with super martial souls can absorb it. There are not many spiritual masters, and even fewer spiritual masters with super martial spirits. In this era, he seems to be the only one who can absorb the spiritual skull of the 100,000-year-old 7-colored demon fox. Oh, yes, there is also Huiyuhao in the middle and late stages. The vertical pupils on his 3-eyed white tiger are the Shura pupils inherited from Huiyuhao. Since Moon N said so, Su Yunhan didn't act pretentiously and reached out to take the small box that Kai Meier handed over. When Su Yunhan just put his soul bone into the soul guide, Ma Xiaotao dragged him away, saying that her evil fire could no longer be suppressed. After Su Yunhan left, Yan Xiaozhe turned to Muan, bowed slightly and said, Teacher, I always feel that, Yunhan has a secret in his heart. Muan said, Xiaozhe, you have to remember that Xiaotao is my granddaughter-in-law and your disciple, Poseidon Pavilion is just an alliance force, not our family business. Yan Xiaozhe and Kai Meier were completely confused by their teacher's confusing words. What exactly did he mean? It was not until several years later, when Yan Xiaozhe sat on the throne of the head of the Sea God Pavilion and said, The king is not the king who destroyed the country, but the minister is the minister who destroyed the country. That people understood Moonan's painstaking efforts today. Chapter 15. Hui Yuhao was very conflicted at this moment. Brother Tianmeng, do you think, classmate Su Yunhan could really be my long-lost twin brother? Tianmeng's frivolous voice rang out in Hui Yuhao's mind. Xiao Yuhao, it doesn't matter whether he is your brother or not, right? You are all in the same class anyway, so you will see each other every day. Even if he is your brother, there is no need to rush to recognize him, right? Hui Yuhao smiled bitterly and said, Brother Tianmeng, you don't understand, since my mother passed away, I no longer have any relatives in this world. Seeing that Hui Yuhao was in a low mood, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm smacked his lips and did not continue talking. As an ice silkworm baby who spent more than 90 of his life sleeping, he really did not understand human emotions. When Hui Yuhao was young, he depended on his mother for everything. After Hui Yun'er's death, this illegitimate child was not loved by his grandmother and uncle. He was looked down upon in the White Tiger Duke's mansion and had no family affection at all. Hui Yuhao longed for family affection, to an extreme degree. Su Yunhan was not born in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. And his childhood was equally miserable. He also had a close blood relationship with him. Even if the two were not brothers, Hui Yuhao was willing to become brothers with Su Yunhan. But now, he really didn't have the courage to go and meet Su Yunhan. Hui Yuhao's current cultivation level was the lowest in the entire academy, and he was admitted through the back door. At this moment, a rapid knock on the door suddenly sounded. Dong dong dong. Hui Yuhao came to his senses, quickly put on his shoes, walked to the door of the dormitory, and slowly opened it. Standing outside the door was his homeroom teacher, old lady Zhou Yizhou. Hui Yuhao said nervously, Mr. Zhou, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Zhou Yi said, I have read your information, your martial soul is the spirit eye of your original martial soul, right? Hui Yuhao nodded. It's like this. The ability of the spirit eye's martial soul is more inclined towards assistance and control, and its means of attack are a little lacking, in order to make up for the lack of attack means. Are you willing to learn the production of soul guides and become a soul guide? Zhou Yi's face was full of smiles. Because of the old woman's mask, from Hui Yuhao's perspective, Zhou Yi's expression was as terrifying as it could be. A soul guide? Long before joining Shrek Academy, Hui Yuhao had a simple understanding of the current development of soul guides through Tang Ye's narration. He knew that offensive soul guides were a new means of attack. And he also knew that the Tang sect, where he was currently, began to decline because of the birth of offensive soul guides. If he wants to restore the former glory of the Tang sect, it is inevitable to vigorously develop soul guides. Even though his talent is very low and his innate soul power is only level 1, he is determined to help teacher Xiaoya revitalize the Tang sect. Thinking of this, Hui Yuhao said with a firm gaze, Teacher Zhou, I am willing to learn how to make soul guides and work hard to become a true soul guide. Good boy, Zhou Yi touched Hui Yuhao's little head and led him out of the freshman dormitory building, with the smile on her face deepening. The potential of the body spirit is extremely high. As a part of the soul master's body, the spirit and the soul master have a higher degree of fit. Compared with the beast spirit and weapon spirit, the body spirit is more likely to awaken twice or even 3 times. To a certain extent, the innate soul power cannot represent the future of a soul master with a body spirit. Zhou Yi had come to Hui Yuhao with this idea in mind. Her husband Fan Yu was the future dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Since the Soul Guidance Department was sparsely populated, she could trick anyone she could into going there. Hui Yuhao was not the first one. At the same time, Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao came to Zhao Ning'er's new home. As soon as they walked to the gate, they heard a series of bang-bang sounds coming from the courtyard. What is Zhao Ning'er doing, demolishing the house? The two did not knock on the door, but pushed it open and walked in. They saw Zhao Ning'er with long ice-blue hair draped behind her, waving a big hammer like a mad woman, hitting a piece of raw iron on the chopping board frantically. As if she had noticed their confusion, Zhao Ning'er put down the hammer in her hand and explained to them with a smile. Some soul guides have very strict requirements on metals when they are made, ordinary blacksmiths cannot forge them to the standards I need, I have no choice but to forge them myself. Forging. Su Yunhan was stunned. The term, forging, first appeared in the DOURO quadrilogy during the Legend of the Dragon King period. At this stage, the soul guides used by soul masters do not require higher-level forging methods. Is Zhao Ning'er embarking on the path of a blacksmith ahead of time? It should be a coincidence. Zhao Ning'er just couldn't get used to the metal forged by other blacksmiths. It should have nothing to do with the blacksmiths 10,000 years later, right? When Su Yunhan came to his senses, he found that Zhao Ning'er and Ma Xiaotao were grabbing one of his arms each and dragging him into the house. Su Yunhan's clothes had long been burned by Ma Xiaotao's phoenix fire, and the whole person was thrown onto a large bed by the two women like garbage. Under his gaze, the two women began to tear each other apart. In the end, Ma Xiaotao was one move behind and Zhao Ning'er took the lead in occupying the high ground. Ma Xiaotao, who failed to seize the high ground, stomped her feet angrily, and then launched her flying phoenix assault towards Su Yunhan. At this moment, Su Yunhan's mood can only be described by a nursery rhyme. The rain is pouring down, the rain is pattering down. The grass, there is no grass. Soon, the sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the three of them collapsed on the bed, gasping for breath. After recovering some strength, Su Yunhan grabbed Zhao Ning'er's wrist and slowly said, "Ning'er, do you want a disciple? I can help you find some talented auxiliary spirit masters in the outer courtyard to become your disciples and learn spirit guidance techniques from you." "Soul Master Girl." Zhao Ning'er curled her lips, grabbed Su Yunhan's ear and twisted it hard. "Tell me the truth, are you interested in some slut and want to take advantage of her in this way?" "Hiss, it hurts, it hurts." Su Yunhan desperately slapped the back of Zhao Ning'er's hand and explained hastily. "Ning'er, how could I have such an idea? I can't even control you and Xiaotao, how could I possibly fall in love with someone else?" At this stage, more than 90 of auxiliary spirit masters will develop in the direction of spirit masters in order to make up for the lack of their own attack methods. Rather than letting them enter the spirit master department to benefit that old shut-in Fan Yu, it is better to accept them as our disciples and use them as our helpers to prepare for Xiao Tao to take charge of the Sea God Pavilion in the future. Chapter 16. With your golden signboard of being a 17-year-old genius soul guide girl at the level 7, you are definitely more popular than that old shut-in Fan Yu. As for why it's a female spirit master, it's because I'm stingy and don't want a male spirit master to hang around in front of my wife. Okay, I agree, I'm worried that there is no one to assist me when I'm doing experiments. Taking in a few talented female apprentices can save me a lot of trouble. Zhao Ning'er rubbed Su Yunhan's little face with a smile on her face. Zhao Ning'er had no good feelings towards the group of old-timers in Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion. Now there was a chance to obey the Emperor's order. To poach people from Shrek Academy. How could she let it go? In the future, whether it is to help Ma Xiaotao become the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, or the three of them leave Shrek City and work together to establish a new force, the initiative is in their hands. Zhao Ning'er was in a very good mood at the moment. While Ma Xiaotao was still struggling to recover, she once again took the lead and occupied the high ground. Su Yunhan didn't know how long Zhao Ning'er and Ma Xiaotao had been crazy last night. When he woke up, the sheets under him looked as if they had been washed. When he got out of bed, his legs felt a little weak. Fortunately, he reacted in time and held onto the wall, so he avoided having an intimate contact with the ground. After Su Yunhan changed his clothes and washed up, he walked out of the mansion. This mansion is next to the residence of Yan Xiaozhe and Kai Mayer. Kai Mayer is just a vice president in Shrek Academy. Unless there is something important, she basically does not go out. With Kai Mayer guarding by their side, Su Yunhan is not worried about the safety of Ma Xiaotao and Zhao Ning'er. While hurrying on his way, Su Yunhan took out an orange from his soul guide and started eating it. As he was walking, Su Yunhan ran into Xiao Xiao, who had just finished breakfast and was walking out of the cafeteria. Since the two of them had been introduced to each other as deskmates before school was over yesterday afternoon, he did not hesitate at all and took the initiative to walk up to her and take care of her. "Xiao Xiao, come and eat an orange." Su Yunhan took out another orange from his soul guide and handed it over. His main point was that if you don't have enough emotional intelligence, you can make up for it with oranges. It doesn't matter if you can't strike up a conversation, just eat oranges together. Xiao Xiao did not refuse Su Yunhan's kindness and quickly took the orange and started eating. While eating happily, Su Yunhan slowly said, "Xiao Xiao, I remember that you seem to be an auxiliary spirit master. Have you ever thought about developing in the direction of spirit mentor?" Xiao Xiao raised her head. Thinking of Su Yunhan's status in Shrek Academy, she became interested for a moment. "Why, from what you said, do you have connections in the soul guidance department?" Su Yunhan smiled and said, "My wife is a 7th level soul mentor." "Wife?" Xiao Xiao pondered. "Is she the fierce woman who pulled your ear in the fighting spirit area yesterday?" "A shrew, sister. What the hell is this? You call Ma Xiaotao like this in private, aren't you afraid that she will beat you?" Su Yunhan subconsciously wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his ears, and patiently explained to Xiao Xiao. "It's not that wife, my other wife, she broke through to the 7th level soul mentor when she was 17. 17 years old. Level 7 Soul Master. Xiao Xiao's almond-shaped eyes widened with disbelief. No, you are lying, how could a genius soul guide of this level be unknown on the mainland? Su Yunhan said with regret, unfortunately, 6 years ago, something unexpected happened to her. Her meridians were severed overnight, and she became a useless person. Until a few days ago, I used a pill inherited from my family to help her repair her meridians. A level 63 Soul Emperor and a level 7 Soul Instructor, even at the age of 23, this achievement is still impressive enough. Xiao Xiao felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. It wasn't that she doubted the truth of Su Yunhan's words. There was no point in telling such a lie that would be exposed at the first poke. She was indeed considering whether she should take the genius soul guide girl as her teacher. Xiao Xiao was very strong-willed and unwilling to be mediocre, so she trained her auxiliary spirit Sanqing Zhenhuan Ding into a control spirit. Even so, she was still not satisfied, and wanted to be like a strong attack spirit master who could fight the enemy alone without the protection of others. Could it be that she really wanted to take Su Yunhan's wife as her master? What would she call Su Yunhan after that? Grandmaster? Before they knew it, the two of them walked into the freshman class and returned to their seats. Just then, Zhou Yi walked into the classroom. Everyone stand up and gather at Shrek Square. After saying that, Zhou Yi turned around and walked out. Zhou Yi had the final say on expulsion, so no student dared to disobey her orders. 91 students hurriedly followed Zhou Yi and came to Shrek Square. A pile of iron chains had been placed on the square at some point, and at Zhou Yi's command, the students stood in neat rows. Zhou Yi said, Su Yunhan, step out. Su Yunhan walked out of the crowd with an expressionless face. Zhou Yi said to all the students, I looked through your entrance exam results, plus yesterday's test so far. Su Yunhan's cultivation is the highest among all of you. Therefore, I declare that from now on, he is the monitor of the freshman class. The position of monitor is floating, whoever is able to defeat him can replace him as monitor. Do you understand? The remaining 90 students in the freshman class were silent. They were all present at the soul fight yesterday. Su Yunhan was a ruthless guy who defeated a 5th-year senior with a 3-ring soul master's strength. Who the hell was so desperate to challenge him? Seeing that no one objected, Zhou Yi pointed to the iron chains in front of him and said, These are iron suits, specially used to improve physical fitness. Each of you will have one. After putting them on, start running around the square. From now on, run until the bell rings. You can use soul power. But you cannot use soul skills. You will be ranked according to the number of laps you run, and the last one will be expelled from the freshman class. As she spoke, Zhou Yi raised her toes and a long iron chain was hung on Su Yunhan's body. Su Yunhan weighed it with his hand and it was not too heavy, but the chain had the effect of suppressing soul power. But when Su Yunhan saw other people wearing iron chains on their bodies, he immediately understood Zhou Yi's sinister intentions. Many female soul masters whose cultivation was less than level 20 were bent by the iron chains on their bodies. This is called training. This is called harming people. If we practice like this for a long time, won't those fragile and weak auxiliary female soul masters be ruined? Chapter 17. Zhou Yi said coldly, I know that many of you want to tell me that this is unfair, because there are natural differences between male and female bodies. And the physical qualities of weapon soul masters, beast soul masters, and combat soul masters are also different. But what I want to tell you is that in my class, everyone is treated equally. Think about it, if you are on the battlefield, will the enemy not kill you just because you are an auxiliary soul master? Start now. Run laps. Su Yunhan sneered, TSK, this is a fallacy, this is simply a fallacy. If a country needs a group of female auxiliary spirit masters to fight bravely on the battlefield, then this country should be destroyed. Su Yunhan turned around and looked at the female students who were struggling to hold on. He slowly said, if any of you feel that the burden is too heavy, just take off a few sections of the chain and hang them on me. As soon as he finished speaking, the female students hurriedly untied the chains on their bodies as if they had seen a savior. Some of them untied 4 sections, some of them untied 5 sections, and hung them on Su Yunhan. Under the guidance of Su Yunhan, Zhou Yi saw the following strange scene. The 91 students in the freshman class were lined up in 10 rows. At the front were the female students who had just dismantled the chains. Su Yunhan stood alone at the back. And the 9th row was composed of students like Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, who were second-ring great soul masters. They were running around Shrek Square at a leisurely pace. Don't you Zhou Yi like to do some last-place elimination and obedience training? I'll show you what kind of cohesion Su Yunhan has and how unpopular you Zhou Yi are. Zhou Yi's face turned green when she saw this scene. She was not afraid of troublemakers. Nor was she afraid of people with connections. She was just afraid that the people with connections were troublemakers and would lead the students to openly confront her. Of course, Zhou didn't think she had lost. She had eaten more salt than Su Yunhan had eaten rice. How could Su Yunhan, a pretty boy who relied on women to get ahead, possibly be able to beat her? Just like that, Zhou walked out of Shrek Square slowly with his hands behind his back. Seeing that his master's wife was in a bad mood, Hui Yuhao did not hesitate at all and hurriedly walked out of the crowd. Without even taking off his iron armor, he chased after Zhou Yi's gradually receding back. Class monitor, Teacher Zhou has left, do we still need to continue running? Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked at Su Yunhan and asked. Run, why not run? Everyone, listen to me, anyone missing from the freshman class can be transferred, including Zhou Yi, just listen to me, I will take the responsibility if anything goes wrong. Just like that, under the leadership of Su Yunhan, the 90 students in the freshman class, wearing iron armor, ran slowly on the Shrek Square until the bell rang for the end of get out of class. During this period, all the students carefully followed Su Yunhan's orders. Su Yunhan was about the same age as them, but no one complained at all. From this we can see how unpopular the old lady Zhou Yi is. After class, Su Yunhan pointed to the chains on the ground and said to all the students. Come on, a few people, follow me to move these chains back to the equipment room, my orders should be effective, so I don't need to specifically call out your names. As soon as he finished speaking, several sturdy male students walked out from the crowd, picked up the iron chain on the ground, and walked towards the equipment room. After lunch, everyone returned to the classroom to wait for the afternoon class. Soon, the class bell rang, and the students in the freshman class waited for 3 minutes without seeing Zhou Yi. Xiao Xiao whispered. Yunhan, is this old lady Zhou angry about what happened this morning? Is she waiting for you to apologize to her? She won't come back to class unless you apologize. Su Yunhan sneered and said, it's almost right, that old lady Zhou is only capable of this. What should we do? If she doesn't come to teach us, our class. Before Xiao Xiao could finish her words, a beautiful woman with long ice blue hair and wearing a dark blue women's robe walked in from outside the door. That's right, the person who came was Zhao Ninger. Zhao Ninger walked up to the podium and introduced herself to the students in the freshman class with a smile. Hello, students, let me introduce myself, my name is Zhao Ninger, I graduated from Shrek Academy, I am a level 7 soul instructor. At the invitation of class monitor Su Yunhan, I am here to give a theory class to the students in the freshman class. At this moment, the freshman class was in an uproar. This was a level 7 soul master, and his status in the soul master world was equivalent to that of a soul saint. How many of the students here would need to spend their entire lives to cultivate to the level of a soul saint? And what Zhao Ninger said next made the students in the freshman class completely devoted to her as their new teacher. I have discussed with monitor Su Yunhan. If teacher Zhou Yi doesn't come to class tomorrow, we will hold a small soul fighting competition within the class. One group will be the Great Soul Master and the other group will be the Soul Master. The champion will receive a 3rd level soul guide and a 2nd level soul guide that I made myself. In addition, monitor Su Yunhan will not participate in this competition. Okay, let's start class. Since new students need to be divided into classes 3 months after the start of school, the current theoretical courses are mainly based on the basic knowledge of soul guides, supplemented by practical theories. This level of theoretical courses is a piece of cake for Zhao Ninger. A 7th level soul guide. Before long, the students were intoxicated by it, and many students who had no intention of joining the soul guide department also became interested in soul guides. Half an hour passed and Zhou Yi, who was bored, finally walked out of the office and walked slowly towards the classroom of the first class of freshmen. Zhou Yi has made up her mind. If the students in the freshman class are jumping around in the classroom, she will go to Yan Xiaozhe to complain about Su Yunhan. It would be best if Su Yunhan could be transferred out of class 1. Only in this way can she better expel those disobedient students who have no chance of further study and become a monster teacher with a 100 admission rate in the history of Shrek Academy. When she arrived at the door of the freshman class, she was stunned when she saw the scene inside. A beautiful girl with long ice blue hair was standing on the podium and vividly explaining the basic knowledge of soul guides. The 90 students in the audience were all sitting upright, and no one was distracted. Zhou Yi was furious. As long as Yan Xiaozhe's transfer order was not issued, she would be the head teacher of class 1. There was no way that little bitch who came out of nowhere would take her place and teach the students. You! Come down with me. I'm the head teacher of the freshman class, what qualifications do you have to stand here? Chapter 18. Ninger, beat her. Su Yunhan sent a message to Zhao Ninger. After receiving Su Yunhan's message, Zhao Ninger did not hesitate at all. She rolled up her sleeves and dragged Zhou Yi out of the classroom by her hair. Suddenly, a series of loud beating sounds, mixed with Zhou Yi's screams, spread throughout the entire floor. The head teachers of the remaining 9 classes all walked out of the classroom to watch this battle of the century. The 9 head teachers of the freshman classes were all leaning against the wall, silently watching the fight in front of them, without any intention of helping Zhou Yi, who was being unilaterally beaten by Zhao Ning'er. With the power of her husband Fan Yu behind her, Zhou Yi expelled many students, including many teachers' family members. For example, even though Mu Jin, the head teacher of class 9 of the freshman class, begged hard, Zhou Yi still did not show any mercy. Just because of a trivial matter, she expelled Mu Jin's brother who was about to graduate from the external college of Shrek Academy. Zhou Yi was about to offend someone so much that it was good enough that these teachers didn't add insult to injury. She even wanted them to lend a hand. Wishful thinking. 5 minutes later, the old woman's mask on Zhou Yi's face had been torn off by Zhao Ning'er, leaving several blood marks on her still pretty face. Zhao Ning'er was not a fool. Although she didn't know what Su Yunhan was planning, she understood that Zhou Yi must not die here, so she just needed to teach her a lesson. After breaking Zhou Yi's left leg, Zhao Ning'er shook her arms and returned to the podium of the freshman class to continue teaching. Zhou Yi struggled to get up from the ground, supported herself on the wall with both hands, and walked out of the freshman teaching building tremblingly, heading straight towards the Seoul Guidance Department. After an unknown amount of time, Ma Xiaotao suddenly burst into the classroom of the freshman class. "Sister Ning'er, Yunhan, please come out quickly, my teacher wants to see you." Su Yunhan slowly stood up from his seat, clapped his hands, and said loudly to the remaining 89 students. "Dear students, please go to self-study first, and leave school on your own after the bell rings. Remember, you must be quiet during this period, so that old lady Zhou can see that the freshman class can still function without her." After saying that, Su Yunhan took Zhao Ning'er and Ma Xiaotao's hands and left the classroom. On the way, Ma Xiaotao was a little confused about Su Yunhan's behavior, and finally couldn't help asking. "Yunhan, if you can't stand that old witch Zhou Yi, you can ask the teacher to change your class, or change the head teacher for the freshman class. But you let Sister Ning'er beat up old woman Zhou in front of those freshman head teachers, what exactly do you want to do?" Su Yunhan said mysteriously, "Xiaotao, you are 8 years older than me. I am not as good as you in terms of strength. But in terms of strategy, I am afraid that 3 of you cannot compare to 1 of me. This is a long story, so I will not go into details here. You will know what I am planning in a moment." Soon, Su Yunhan and the other 2 walked into Yan Xiaozhe's office. In the office, Yan Xiaozhe sat in the main seat, Zhou Yi sat slumped in a chair beside her, wiping her tears. Beside Zhou Yi stood a man who was about 1.8 meters tall and had broad shoulders. Judging from his attitude towards Zhou Yi, he should be the husband of this old witch, Fan Yu. As soon as he entered the room, Yan Xiaozhe looked at Su Yunhan with a stern face and scolded him. "Su Yunhan, you ordered Zhao Ning'er to beat up teacher Zhou Yi, now teacher Zhou accuses you of disrespecting your teacher, do you admit it?" Su Yunhan said in a deep voice, "Before answering this question, I would like to ask the dean, is the current royal family of the Xinglua Empire, the Xingguan Su family, a traitor?" Although the 2 had not rehearsed their lines in advance, Yan Xiaozhe, who knew Su Yunhan was extraordinary, answered the question directly. The situation in the Xinglua Empire was complicated back then. The rebels had already reached the city of Xinglua. The current White Tiger Emperor had poor cultivation talent and was cowardly by nature. Under the instigation of court officials, he wanted to abandon the capital and retreat to the rear. It was the current Grand Duke of Xingguan who stood up, raised his arm, and led the sole master army in the city to resist the rebels' offensive again and again. Later, the Xinglua Empire's loyalist army gradually moved closer to Xinglua City. Under the leadership of Grand Duke Xingguan, it took only more than 5 years to wipe out the rebel forces of the Xinglua Empire. With the support of court officials and nobles, Grand Duke Xingguan ascended the throne. The Xingguan Su family ascended to the throne in accordance with the will of heaven. If it weren't for the current Xingguan Grand Duke who turned the tide and saved the empire from collapse, I'm afraid the Xinglua Empire would have ceased to exist long ago. And the White Tiger Dai family might not have been able to continue its inheritance. Su Yunhan said solemnly, "Master Dean, if an emperor is unworthy of his position, he can still be driven off the throne and replaced. What if a teacher has no moral integrity at all? I was just angry at teacher Zhou's behavior of harming students. So I asked Ning'er to beat her up. If the college holds me accountable for this, I have nothing to say." Fan Yu was shocked by Su Yunhan's words. Quote from classics, and retreat to advance, were not words that an 11-year-old young man could say. Just when Yan Xiaozhe was about to punish Su Yunhan appropriately, Fan Yu suddenly said, "Old Yan, Er is also wrong in this matter. Miss Ninger was kind enough to substitute for the freshman class, she shouldn't have said that. How about this, I don't intend to pursue nephew Su and Miss Ninger, let's both take a step back, Er will remain the head teacher of the freshman class, and nephew Su will be transferred to another freshman class, is that okay? Yan Xiaozhi did not comment, but turned his attention to Su Yunhan. He knew very well that this was not what Su Yunhan wanted. Su Yunhan said coldly, Xiao Tao is the future leader of the Sea God Pavilion. She has a hot temper and never sticks to the details, she is easily deceived by some villains. As Xiao Tao's husband, Su Yunhan will never allow such a thing to happen. May I ask Director Fan, how many students has teacher Zhou harmed over the years for the so-called 100 admission rate and the title of monster teacher? How many female spirit masters of the auxiliary system have become useless because of Mr. Zhou's inhuman training? They are highly expected by their families and are unwilling to drop out of school. However, in order to increase the enrollment rate, Mr. Zhou continues to increase the burden on them. Director Fan, Teacher Zhou, you will also be parents in the future. If your son or daughter is bullied by some villains like this, how would you feel? Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Chapter 19. I will not leave the freshman class, nor will I force Teacher Zhou to leave the class. There are some things I don't want to make too clear, so Director Fan and Teacher Zhou should go back and think about it carefully. After that, Su Yunhan came to the side and sat down, took out an orange from his soul guide and ate it happily. While eating, he did not forget to pass a few oranges to Yan Xiaozhi. Fan Yu looked at Su Yunhan with a deeper look in his eyes. He knew very well that Su Yunhan's words were definitely not taught by Yan Xiaozhi. Based on his understanding of Yan Xiaozhi, if the other party wanted to discipline Zhou Yi, there was no need to go through so much trouble. But if no one taught Su Yunhan, and those words just said were what he thought in his heart, then this boy who was only 11 years old was really terrifying. Having said that, Fan Yu did not continue to pester her and directly pulled Zhou Yi out of the dean's office. Ma Xiaotao finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on a chair nearby. The most embarrassed person in the room was Zhao Ninger. She was neither standing nor sitting, and she didn't know what to say to Yan Xiaozhi. She just stood there with her eyes downcast, and her toes were invisible. As if he had sensed Zhao Ninger's embarrassment, Yan Xiaozhi said with a smile, Ninger, if you don't mind, you can call me teacher like Xiao Tao and the others. Ninger greets the teacher. Zhao Ninger bowed slightly and performed a standard junior's greeting to Yan Xiaozhi, then stepped aside and sat down next to Ma Xiaotao. After everyone was seated, Su Yunhan said weakly, Teacher, I have an idea, I wonder if I should tell you or not. Yan Xiaozhi said, just say it. Su Yunhan swallowed his saliva and said, Teacher, in the soul guidance department, are there any soul guides who are particularly motivated and unwilling to accept the status quo? Yan Xiaozhi pondered, no matter if they are soul masters or soul guides. Once they have reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, they will not be content with the status quo. They all want to spend all their wealth and look for opportunities to break through their own limits. The kind of people you mentioned are everywhere in the soul guide department. Su Yunhan said in a deep voice, Teacher, I want to establish a soul guidance department in Shrek City that is independent of Shrek Academy. The name is temporarily called Soul Guidance Hall. We can increase the capital investment in the Soul Guidance Hall and purchase the equipment and scrap level 9 and level 8 soul guidance devices discarded by Mingda Hall from the black market to provide them for the research of senior soul guides in the Soul Guidance Hall. As for the personnel, we can select soul guides with clean family backgrounds from the Soul Guide Department of Shrek Academy to join the Soul Guide Hall. Elect a highly respected 8th level soul guide as the Hall Master, Ninger as the Deputy Hall Master, and you, Teacher, as the Honorary Hall Master. The war is imminent. After the new and old monarchs of the Sun Moon Empire have been replaced, millions of cavalrymen will march eastward. The Sun Moon Empire has nearly 39th level soul masters. By then, hundreds of soul masters will be armed with 9th level soul guides and wear a full set of the most advanced soul guide equipment in the Sun Moon Empire. Under the leadership of Silver Moon Dolua Kong Deming, they will march to the gates of Shrek City. The elders of the Sea God Pavilion will still be there to promote the 10,000 years of glory of Shrek Academy. Immersed in the beautiful dream of Shrek Academy's invincibility. At that time, those with integrity would go to the hill behind Shrek Academy and find an old crooked tree to hang themselves. Those without integrity would just take the initiative to open the city gates and welcome the royal army into the city. Yan Xiaozhi. Similar things can be said here, and don't say anything outside. If there is nothing else, you three should do whatever you need to do, practice hard, and strive to take over my position as soon as possible. Yan Xiaozhi did not seem to want to continue discussing this topic, and quickly waved his hand, as if to see you off. Su Yunhan said hurriedly, Teacher, I plan to take the Xianshui pill tonight. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to break through level 30 tomorrow. I need to obtain the third spirit ring to advance, Yan Xiaozhe said. I know, you just stay in Shrek City and practice honestly. I will send people to help you capture a few spiritual spirit beasts that are suitable for you. After saying that, Yan Xiaozhe waved his sleeves and a powerful force pushed the three people out of the door. Su Yunhan. Ma Xiaotao, dot. Zhao Ninger, dot. Never mind. Su Yunhan had no intention of making changes in the Poseidon Pavilion. All he did was to show off himself in front of Yan Xiaozhe. What does the destruction of Poseidon Pavilion have to do with Su Yunhan? Just as Su Yunhan was in deep thought, Zhao Ninger stood on Su Yunhan's left, Ma Xiaotao stood on his right, and each of them held one of Su Yunhan's arms and walked outside. It was the time when Shrek Academy was dismissing school. The students in the academy were bustling about. When the three passed by, most of the students stopped to watch. The male students looked at Su Yunhan with eyes full of envy and jealousy. But the female students were different. The news that Su Yunhan defeated Su Sancher, a three-ring soul master. With the strength of a two-ring great soul master had spread throughout the Shrek Academy. When Su Yunhan passed by, the female students who didn't have blue friends subconsciously covered their little faces and looked at him shyly, imagining that they could also join that group. In this world, whether it is soul masters or ordinary people, what is most lacking is people who curry favor with the rich and powerful. Even Ma Xiaotao, who is usually carefree, would inevitably feel a little embarrassed under the gaze of so many people. It's too dazzling for the three of us to stand together. How about, let Yunhan change into some women's clothes? If three sisters go shopping together, it shouldn't attract too much attention, right? After saying that, regardless of whether Su Yunhan agreed or not, the two girls carried him towards the freshman dormitory building. In dormitory 108. For the sake of beauty, Zhao Ning'e not only put makeup on Su Yunhan, but also put some fillers in front of him. The two women fiddled with it for more than 10 minutes, and a stunning girl wearing a light blue palace dress and a golden hairpin on her head was born. When Su Yunhan took the mirror handed to him by Ma Xiaotao and looked at it, he was stunned. The girl in the mirror was Ju Zi. Only then did Su Yunhan realize how much he looked like an orange. Just as the three were about to leave, the door of the dormitory was opened from the outside, and a young man with short blue and pink hair slowly walked in. Chapter 20. Ma Xiaotao and Zhao Ning'e pulled Su Yunhan out of the dormitory with expressionless faces. As long as they were not embarrassed, it would be others who were embarrassed. Looking at the three people's backs as they walked away, Wang Dong only felt itchy in her heart. Ever since that night when she saw Su Yunhan doing that thing with an incredibly beautiful older sister through the crack of the bathroom door, she had not been able to suppress her curiosity and went back to bed to try it. Looking at herself in the mirror, Wang Dong covered her face and slumped on the bed with an annoyed look. In order to enter Shrek Academy as a male student, she deliberately cut off her shoulder-length hair. Even if she used soul power to grow her hair longer, it would take several months for her hair to grow to shoulder length. Just like that, the three sisters walked out of Shrek Academy. When passing by Hu Yuhao's grilled fish stall, Su Yunhan lowered his head hastily, fearing that Tang, who was sitting next to the grilled fish stall, would recognize him. Su Yunhan only felt that his right arm had regained its freedom. When he was wondering where Ma Xiaotao had gone, he slowly raised his head and saw Ma Xiaotao walking slowly towards the grilled fish stall with 3 grilled fish. As he walked, he called out, "Sister Ning'e, Sister Yun'er, come, have some grilled fish first." "Yun, Sister Yun'er." Tang seemed to have thought of something. She tilted her head and stared at Su Yunhan's face. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered a new world and shouted at the top of her lungs. You are Xiao Yunhan. Wow, Xiao Yunhan, you look so good in women's clothes." Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan's mood was in turmoil at this moment. He felt as if he was secretly wearing women's clothes in his room and was discovered by his parents. Forget it, let it be destroyed. From the moment these two tiger women put on women's clothes, he could have anticipated this embarrassing scene. Su Yunhan imitated Zhao Ning'er's posture and walked towards Tang's position with light steps. After all, he is now representing his mother, so he still has to maintain his image. Su Yunhan took out 2 gold soul coins with a stored value of 10,000 from his soul guide and stuffed them into Tang's hands. "Sister Xiaoya, I won a lot of gold soul coins from betting yesterday. Please accept these 10,000 gold soul coins as your care for me in the past few days. Please don't think it's too little." Looking at the 2 gold soul coin cards in Su Yunhan's hand, Tang swallowed and finally took only one. Tang whispered, "Xiao Yunhan, I can't take your money, you don't have any source of income, I would feel uneasy if I took your money." Su Yunhan did not continue to be polite and directly put the gold soul coin card in his hand back into the soul guide. Tang didn't want it, and he didn't want to give it to her. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Su Yunhan was pulled to the snack street by Ma Xiaotao and Zhao Ninger. I'm exhausted. After returning home, the first thing Su Yunhan did was to take off the gold hairpin on his head, and he threw his skirt and stockings to the ground. Su Yunhan secretly swore to himself that no matter who it was, even if he was told the truth, he would never wear women's clothes again. It was too shameful. Especially when he was recognized by acquaintances, he didn't want to experience that feeling of social demise a second time. Su Yunhan is rarely free today, and Ma Xiaotao has returned to Poseidon Island to meditate. It is said that her soul power has reached the peak of level 66 and is about to break through to level 67. Zhao Ninger was busy forging soul guide materials in the courtyard. Apparently she was making a new type of soul guide device. She didn't have time to chat with Su Yunhan for the time being. After taking the Shen Shui pill, Su Yunhan somehow took out the small box containing the 100,000 year-old 7-color demon fox spirit skull. After playing with it in his hands for a while, suddenly, a ball of air condensed out and directly tore the lid of the box into powder. At this moment, the 100,000-year-old spiritual skull turned into a light pink ripple of power and sank into Su Yunhan's brow. Su Yunhan rolled his eyes and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan woke up from his coma and found himself in a void space. In front of him stood a tall, beautiful woman with pink hair and fox ears. The pink-haired woman said coldly, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Tianhu, the patriarch of the Holy Fox clan, and the former god of illusions and dreams. Little human, are you interested in inheriting my throne?" A little human? The former god of dreams? The woman in front of me is not human. Su Yunhan swallowed his saliva, bowed slightly to Tianhu and said, "Senior Tianhu, I wonder what your level of godhood is?" As if feeling that this question was a little inappropriate, Su Yunhan quickly added, "Senior Tianhu, please don't misunderstand me, I am not a person who is too ambitious, it is just that the situation in the god realm is different from before." Su Yunhan told Tianhu all about the current situation in the god realm, without holding back. As early as when he woke up, he used the system to check Tianhu's personal information and confirmed that the other party was just a soul, not someone's martial soul ability. Oh. Are you saying that the current Shura god is in charge of the god realm and does not allow people who are not from the same family to become gods? This is too ridiculous, how could the other god kings tolerate this? Su Yunhan said bitterly, "Senior Tianhu. Azura god Tang San did not directly order that people other than the Tang family on DOURO continent should not become gods, but he secretly controlled everything. His father Tang Hao is the lord of the plains on DOURO continent, and his mother Ah Yin is the core of life on DOURO continent. The two soul beast brothers-in-law sealed their divine power and guarded the Tang family's sect on DOURO continent for him." At this point, no matter how naive Tianhu was, he understood the truth. As Su Yunhan said, Tang San's mother absorbed the life energy of DOURO continent, which greatly reduced the lifespan of the top title DOURO, thus limiting the top title DOURO's chance to pursue godhood. The two soul beast brothers-in-law, under the guidance of Shura god Tang San, killed the soul masters who had the potential to become gods, ensuring that Shura god Tang San had absolute power of faith on DOURO continent. Thinking of this, even the former fantasy god Sky Fox felt a little desperate. "Sorry, little human, my fantasy god position is only at the quasi-god king level, which is not enough to help you fight against the Shura god." Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Su Yunhan quickly changed the subject. "Senior Tianhu, you should be living in the era of the dragon god, I am very curious, what is the truth of the dragon god legend?" Su Yunhan was indeed very curious. Because the legend of the dragon god in the original novel of DOURO Dalu was too ridiculous. The dragon god went crazy and asked the Shura god to cut him in half. He also personally ordered to ban soul beasts from becoming gods. It sounded like they were trying to fool Tang Xuanyu. Chapter 21. The truth about the dragon god legend. You should be talking about the reason why the dragon god fell, right? Before that, I want to hear what version of the dragon god legend is spread by people nowadays. Su Yunhan said with embarrassment, "Senior Tianhu. The soul masters in DOURO continent right now have never heard of the dragon god, let alone the dragon god legend. The earliest version of the dragon god legend was told by the Silver Dragon King. One of the dragon god's incarnations, 10,000 years later. 10,000 years later. The Sky Fox once again looked Su Yunhan up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, and then slowly said, "Little human, from what you said, you can predict the future." The pink-haired woman in front of him was a quasi-god king level deity who lived in the dragon god era. Even if only a remnant soul was left of her, she would be of some help to Su Yunhan in his future fight against the God realm. Against Tang San, and even against the Tang family forces behind him. The most important thing is that beastmen are often more loyal than humans, and there are not so many twists and turns. Su Yunhan doesn't mind being frank with Tianhu. Su Yunhan said solemnly, Senior Tianhu, to be honest, I do not belong to this era, I came back to the present from a certain time point in the future. Tianhu said coldly, then can you first tell me what major events will happen in the DOURO world in the future? Ugh. Su Yunhan sighed and began to tell Tianhu the stories of the second, third, and fourth battles. Tianhu just listened quietly at the side. From beginning to end, her emotions did not fluctuate at all, as if everything that happened in DOURO world had nothing to do with her. It's a very good story, with the death of his wife Xiao Wu and Tang San's love sacrifice. Tang San, the sea god who has ruled the DOURO god realm for 30,000 years, finally paid the price. Tianhu breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to tell Su Yunhan the truth about the legend of the dragon god. My lord, do we really want to be enemies with heaven? It has not been easy for the dragon clan to grow to this point, is there really no turning back between the dragon clan and heaven? The heavenly Tao of the DOURO world has already developed consciousness. And the dragon clan is the most powerful race in the DOURO world. The dragon clan accounts for half of the gods in the DOURO god realm. The existence of the dragon clan has already threatened the status of the heavenly Tao. My dragon race must either replace the heavenly Tao and become the true overlord of this world, or we will decline. This battle is inevitable. In this battle, the dragon clan imprisoned Tian Dao at the cost of the 9 sons of the dragon god and a large number of clansmen, and achieved the final victory. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Seeing the decline of the dragon clan, the human gods, led by the god Shura, suddenly had thoughts that they should not have had. Faced with the siege of a group of human gods, the dragon god could not bear to see the DOURO god realm he created burned to ashes. So he chose to compromise with the Shura gods, understand himself, and transform himself into the gold and silver dragon king to rule the dragon clan. However, Azura and other human gods are not satisfied with governing the world of gods together with the dragon clan, and want to get rid of the dragon clan as soon as possible. This idea was instantly opposed by the rest of the beast tribe. Knowing well the huge ambitions of human gods including Shura god, they finally chose to stand on the same front with the dragon tribe to fight against the human gods together. There were no soul beasts in this world, but as more people called them soul beasts, the soul beast race came into being. After driving all the beast men out of the god realm, in order to prevent them from returning to the god realm, the Azura god modified the rules of this world through the god realm center. All non-humans with soul power are collectively called soul beasts, and soul beasts are not allowed to become gods. In addition, the soul beast's cultivation speed is very slow. As compensation for this world, the soul beast's lifespan will be increased to the extreme. As for the fact that soul masters must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings to advance, this was something the second generation Shura god invented. I am good friends with the ice god, the leader of the Scorpio clan. I was the one who brought her daughter to the lower world. She was only the size of a palm at the time. Oh, right. The snow god, who had a good relationship with me, also escaped from the god realm. She is not a human, nor a beast man in the true sense, but a cloud in the god realm. After arriving in the lower realm, the snow god was already in danger, and her life source was about to be exhausted. In order to leave a successor, she used the last of her life source and divine power to create an innate spirit. I remember it was called Ice and Snow Girl, right? Su Yunhan suddenly asked. Tianhu nodded and said, yes, it's the Ice and Snow Girl. This surprised Su Yunhan a little. In his opinion, the strongest scorpion in Dolua continent was none other than Bingdi, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the far north. Could she be the daughter of the Scorpio clan leader as mentioned by the Sky Fox? Why does it feel like the timeline is a little off? According to Tianhu, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were born in the same era. How could there be a difference of 300,000 years in cultivation between the two? Is it just because the Snow Queen was created by the Snow God using the last life source and divine power? Is she born with a powerful cultivation? After calming down his restless heart, Su Yunhan slowly said. Senior Tianhu, what are your plans for the future? Tianhu said expressionlessly, I originally wanted you, a little human, to inherit my throne and fight against the Shura god, but now, I'm afraid that's not necessary. Since you can come back from the future, it means that you are a person with great luck and have your own path of growth. I won't interfere. From today on, I will be your protector. There should be others on the soul beast side. The beasts remember me. If necessary, I will persuade them to sacrifice to you and reduce your growth rate. After saying that, Tianhu waved his hand, and Su Yunhan only felt dizzy and lost consciousness in an instant. When he woke up again, Su Yunhan smelled a strong stench. He looked carefully and found that his body was covered with stains. It should be that the Xianshui pill worked. Su Yunhan hurriedly got out of bed and ran into the bathroom to wash up. After taking a shower, he found that his storage soul guide was still outside, so he wrapped himself in a bath towel and walked out of the bathroom barefoot. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, Su Yunhan saw the women's clothes he had thrown on the ground. Su Yunhan somehow picked up the palace dress and stockings on the ground and put them on, then put on the gold hairpin. She stood on a stool, holding a mirror and tilting her head to admire her beauty. Just then, the door slowly opened and Zhao Ninger walked in with some midnight snacks. When she saw the scene in the room, her jaw dropped. It turns out that my husband has such a lovely side. Ninger, no, it's not what you see, I didn't. I was caught by my wife while wearing women's clothes and admiring my own beauty. Well, how should I put it? It was not so embarrassing even when I went to a public bath for the first time in my previous life. Chapter 22. After doing all this, Su Yunhan threw her palace dress aside, took the noodles from Zhao Ninger's hand and started eating them in big mouthfuls. Zhao Ninger sat on the chair, resting her cheek on her hand, glanced at her husband, and slowly said, Yunhan, you were a little too reckless today. Do you know what it means to vigorously develop soul guides in Shrek City? What does it mean? Su Yunhan said expressionlessly. Zhao Ninger said, it means that Yan Shaozhe is wrong, and the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, headed by Tao Tai Doluo Xuanzi, are all wrong. They generally believe that no matter how advanced soul guides are, they cannot compete with Super Doluo. And soul guides cannot compete with soul masters. In order to prove this point, the Shrek Academy team participating in the Soul Master competition did not even have the most basic triggered soul guide shields, so that the Shrek team almost missed the championship several times. And finally relied on cheating to protect the so-called Shrek Academy's 10,000 years of glory. Cut. Su Yunhan said sarcastically, 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that the Tang sect's hidden weapons, without the need for soul power, could threaten soul masters at the soul master level? And thousands of years ago, when Doluo continent bordered Sun-Moon continent, at that time point, top soul guides could produce the destructive power of a soul sage who released his martial soul avatar. Until now, top soul guides can threaten ordinary title Doluo. If things continue to develop, it is still unknown to what extent soul guides can develop. It's been 10,000 years, the Tang sect has had Xian Tiangong for a full 10,000 years, but no one has used Xian Tiangong as a template to create a cultivation method that suits more soul masters. At this moment, Su Yunhan suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked at Zhao Ninger and said, Ninger, relax, I have something for you. As he spoke, Su Yunhan stretched out his hand and lightly touched Zhao Ninger's forehead, and the water-attributed technique, the Endless Sea, was engraved in Zhao Ninger's mind. Is this a martial art? It looks very advanced. Su Yunhan said, Ninger, go to the side and try to practice the technique first to see how it works. Zhao Ninger nodded. Without moving, she sat cross-legged on the chair and practiced her skills. After Su Yunhan finished his noodles, he quickly walked to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Washing the dishes was not a big deal, and he was not so lazy that he even asked his wife to wash the dishes. When she returned to the room again, Zhao Ninger had already completed a cycle of practicing the Endless Sea, and she was completely dazed. Through the practice of the art of endless vast ocean, the practice speed is more than 3 times faster than the previous top meditation methods. This method of cultivation does not consume any mental energy. After practicing the Endless Sea, Zhao Ninger is confident that he can break through to the title Doluo level before the age of 30. Zhao Ninger only felt that the fatigue in her body had disappeared. In a good mood, she threw Su Yunhan directly onto the bed. Zhao Ninger stroked Su Yunhan's cheek and said with concern, Yunhan, today, oh no, why did you say those things to Dean Yen yesterday? He is the dean of the Martial Soul Department and one of the old stubborn people who hinder the development of soul guidance technology. Not only is it useless to tell him these things, but he may even be displeased with you because of this matter. Su Yunhan said calmly, I didn't tell him that. As the head of the Sea God Pavilion, Dragon God Doluo will never be as pedantic as those old and immortal elders. Naturally, he can see the potential of the soul guide. I said those words to Dragon God Doluo, in order to gain his true recognition, so that I can take a certain degree of initiative in my relationship with Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao is a reckless girl. She may have the ability to suppress an era, but in terms of power and tactics, she is definitely no match for those old immortals in the Sea God Pavilion. And I want to make up for Xiao Tao's shortcomings. Hearing this, Zhao Ninger blinked and sent a voice message to Su Yunhan. Yunhan, if one day we have to leave Shrek City, and Xiao Tao is reluctant to leave her hometown and refuses to leave Yan Xiaozhe and Kai Mei, what will you do? Su Yunhan said coldly, there is no place in this world that can trap me. Su Yunhan, if Xiao Tao is not of the same mind as us, I would rather divorce her. The Sea God Pavilion is rotten from the root. And it can no longer be changed by reform. In addition, we are outsiders. Once the dragon god DOURO dies, all kinds of monsters will jump out. Even if the dragon god DOURO grants us an identity, who will care about the words of a dead person? I believe that with Xiao Tao's explosive temper, she will definitely not stand what those old people who keep the lights on do. There are exceptions to everything, unless it is absolutely necessary. I will never easily divorce Xiao Tao. Su Yunhan's words touched Zhao Ninger's heart. When she heard the word divorce, she even felt a sense of grief, fearing that one day, she would be abandoned by Su Yunhan. However, it is this kind of man who has more personality charm and is worthy of Zhao Ninger's love. A generation of heroes cannot give up his original position just because of love. Zhao Ninger is hesitant and easily swayed by emotions. She would rather be abandoned than marry such a wimp. After getting Su Yunhan's answer, Zhao Ninger finally let go of her worries and fell asleep on Su Yunhan's arm. The next day, Su Yunhan struggled to get up from the bed, put on his school uniform, and then slowly walked out of the mansion. After arriving at the classroom, Su Yunhan discovered that Huiyuhao, who had not attended class yesterday afternoon, was now sitting steadily in his seat. For a moment, he really couldn't figure out what Zhou Yi was planning. It's not that Su Yunhan's IQ has been reduced to zero. But the thinking circuits of the people from Shrek Academy are different from those of ordinary people. If you want to guess what the other person is thinking, you can't do it without taking a few brain-dead pills first. Soon, Xiao Xiao walked into the classroom, and the moment she saw Su Yunhan, her eyes suddenly lit up. Yunhan, the older sister who gave a lecture in our class yesterday must be your wife. Su Yunhan nodded. Xiao Xiao continued, then, Yunhan, I accept your proposal and take your wife as my teacher to learn how to make soul guides. Su Yunhan said solemnly, Xiao Xiao, don't be anxious, I have to make some things clear in advance. If you become our disciple, you will stand with us and have the same stance. Can you do this? Chapter 23. Xiao Xiao was not particularly opposed to Su Yunhan's request. She was born in a Soul Master family, so she naturally knew that the Sea God Pavilion was composed of many Soul Master families, and there were several factions within it, big and small. Xiao Xiao's biological parents had passed away long ago. And there was no one in her family. She applied for Shrek Academy this time with the intention of joining the Sea God Pavilion. With her twin martial souls and innate full soul power, it should not be a problem for her to gain the favor of a senior member of the Sea God Pavilion or Shrek Academy. Since he wants to worship the other party as his master, he naturally has to form a united front with his own master. Given Xiao Xiao's character, he would not do such a thing as betraying his own master. After a moment of silence, Xiao Xiao gave her answer, Yunhan, I can unite with the sect, but, you asked me to do something that is against the will of heaven and earth. Su Yunhan nodded and said, don't worry, we won't do anything harmful to the world, and we certainly won't let you do it. As they were talking, old lady Zhou walked up to the podium with a step that showed no regard for her relatives and started today's class under the gaze of everyone. Zhou Yi's temper, well, was much more irritable than usual, or it could be said that she was deliberately trying to make her presence felt by taking advantage of ordinary students. Alas, a dog will always eat shit. As long as Zhou Yi stops harming students, Su Yunhan won't bother to care about her. After all, he needs to establish a positive image with Xiao Xiao so that he can better seduce Xiao Xiao, the 9 Phoenix Doulua of the original Shrek 7 Devils. Today's classes were over, and nothing special happened during the period. If there was anything to say, it was that in the afternoon's physical training class, Huiyuhao took the initiative to ask for more weight, and Zhou Yi even praised him in front of all the students in the freshman class. I don't know what there is to brag about. With Su Yunhan's current physique, let alone one piece of iron armor, even if he wore 10 pieces. As long as he wanted, he could run around Shrek Square from morning to night without stopping in between, and at most eat some food to replenish his energy. If Su Yunhan didn't want to poach people from Shrek Academy, he wouldn't bother playing house with old lady Zhou here. If he had that much time, wouldn't it be better to absorb Ma Xiaodao's evil fire to practice? Su Yunhan was sitting in front of the freshman dormitory, eating an orange. After a while, Xiao Xiao, wearing a green dress, came out of the dormitory, following behind Su Yunhan. The two walked out of the gate of Shrek Academy at an unhurried pace. When passing by Huiyuhao's grilled fish stall, Su Yunhan discovered that Zhao Ninger was sitting very ladylike on a small stool nearby, happily eating the grilled fish in her hand. Huiyuhao's grilled fish uses a lot of ingredients and the heat is well controlled. In addition, the price is low. For only 5 bronze soul coins. One can eat a grilled fish weighing 2 or 3 kilograms within a few days of opening. It was instantly sought after by the grassroots students. Su Yunhan walked to the grilled fish stall and handed over a gintama coin. "Yuhao, give me 2 grilled fish, larger ones." Hui Yuhao looked at Su Yunhan in front of him, grabbed the 2 grilled fish on the oven with a complicated expression, and handed them to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan took 2 grilled fish in his hands and gave one to Xiao Xiao. When he was about to eat the grilled fish in his hand, Zhao Ninger hurriedly pulled him aside. "Yunhan, that little boss selling grilled fish must be your classmate, right? I heard you call him Yuhao just now, so I'm a little curious, what's his full name?" Su Yunhan replied, "His name is Hui Yuhao, and he is a member of the Tang sect. I met them before on the outskirts of the Xinglua Great Forest." Tang sect? Hui Yuhao. He is Ling Bing. Ling Bing? Su Yunhan's face changed. He was very sure that he was not hallucinating. Zhao Ninger must be talking about Lingbing Dolua Hui Yuhao. Su Yunhan suppressed his restless heart and asked curiously, "Ninger, you just mentioned Lingbing, what does the word Lingbing have to do with Hui Yuhao?" Zhao Ninger said calmly, "It's like this, I have seen a titled Dolua named Hui before, his title is Lingbing, I wondered if Hui Yuhao in front of me is the junior of that Lingbing Dolua." Su Yunhan. Hui is a titled Dolua. Is the title Lingbing? If Su Yunhan didn't know the plot, he would have believed Zhao Ninger's words. A 17-year-old 7th-level soul engineer is an existence beyond common sense. The person next to him may not be as simple as imagined. A time traveler? A reborn person? Or a native with a cheat? However, looking at Zhao Ninger's reaction, it didn't seem like that of a time traveler or a reborn person. Instead, it seemed more like the reaction of someone who had learned of the title of Spirit Ice Dolua Hui Yuhao from somewhere. Where has Zhao Ninger met other time travelers? If there is, would that person be hiding in Shrek City, secretly watching Su Yunhan's every move? Probably not. Forget it, let's deal with the current problem first. Su Yunhan grabbed Xiao Zhao's wrist and pulled her in front of Zhao Ninger. "Ninger, let me introduce you, this is my classmate, Xiao Xiao, she has twin martial souls and innate full soul power, both martial souls are auxiliary, I want to become your disciple and learn how to make soul guides from you." Xiao Xiao did not hesitate at all. Even though she was in the middle of a busy city, she still performed a standard apprenticeship ceremony towards Zhao Ninger, disciple Xiao Xiao, greetings to the teacher and master. Xiao Zhao's teacher made Zhao Ninger a little at a loss. Xiao Xiao, right? The teacher is not much older than you. In addition, I have been silent for 6 years, so I don't have anything decent to give you. How about this? The teacher will give you a complete set of the most advanced soul guide equipment. This is the Xianshui pill, which your master won from the hands of Su Sancher, the young master of the Xianming sect. It has the effect of cleansing the essence and marrow. This is a one-time invincible soul shield that can withstand 3 attacks from the Soul Emperor. This is a triggered soul guide shield, a 3rd-level soul guide device, which can release a soul power barrier equivalent to the soul master level. This is the Flame Spirit Naginata, a 3rd-level fire attribute melee soul guide with an additional skill, Blazing Flame Slash. The appearance of the weapon is very suitable for girls to use. These 2 small pistols are both 2nd-level semi-soul guides. They do not require soul power to activate the soul guide formation. Each energy bullet contains a trace of soul power. When you use it, you only need to load the elixir and pull the trigger. The soul guide will activate the formation and release a soul guide ray that is comparable to the full-strength attack of a 2nd-ring peak Great Soul Master. Chapter 24. At this moment, Hui Yuhao came to Xiao Zhao's side without knowing when. "Xiao Xiao, can you show me your offensive soul guide that does not require soul power to activate?" Xiao Xiao hurriedly put the soul guide equipment in his hand back into the storage soul guide device, retreated to Zhao Ninger's side, and looked at Hui Yuhao with a scrutinizing look. Hui Yuhao said solemnly, "Xiao Xiao, it's like this. My teacher said that the Sun Moon Empire is trying to solve the problem that offensive soul guides must have soul power to activate. Once solved, it means that ordinary people will also be able to compete with soul masters, which will completely change the pattern of war. I think senior sister Zhao Ninger should submit the drawings of the soul guide ray gun to the soul guide department. Once this soul guide ray gun can be mass-produced, the coalition forces of our 3 empires will have an unlimited army of soul guides." This is Hui Yuhao a little too naive. Zhao Ninger glanced at Hui Yuhao in front of her with a cold look. "First, these 2 soul guide ray guns and more than 60 energy bombs were dug out from a cave by me. I don't have the blueprints of this type of soul guide device. Second, even if this kind of offensive soul guide is mass-produced, it cannot change the situation on the continent, it may even be worse than ordinary soul guides. Third, weapons that can enable ordinary people to have the ability to compete with spirit masters appeared 10,000 years ago. That's right, they are the hidden weapons of your Tang sect. Don't say that I don't have the drawings of that kind of spirit guide. Even if I have them, I won't hand them over. Don't ask, if you ask. I learned it from you Tang sect. Yunhan, Xiao, let's go. After saying that, Zhao Ning'er took Su Yunhan and Xiao Zhao's hands and left Hu Yuhao's grilled fish stall angrily, leaving Hu Yuhao alone in the wind. On the way, Xiao tilted her head and said with a puzzled look, "Teacher, I don't understand why the soul guide that does not require soul power to drive is not as good as ordinary soul guides when used on the battlefield." Su Yunhan narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly covered Zhao Ning'er's mouth, turned his gaze to Xiao, and asked. Xiao, think about it carefully. What is the difference between a soul guide that does not require soul power to activate and an ordinary soul guide? Is it because of the magazine? That's right, the battlefield changes rapidly. If I had the time to change the magazine, I don't know how many waves of attack I could have released with a normal attack type soul guide. It's not just that, Su Yunhan said calmly. A soul guide that doesn't require soul power to drive must have a very complicated internal structure. Take the second level semi-soul guide in your hand, for example. Its complexity is likely to be no less than that of an 8th level or even 9th level soul guide. The cost of mass production is really too high. For ordinary people without soul power, it's okay to ask them to build bridges and roads, transport food and fodder, and do some physical work. But asking those Tang sect hidden weapons and offensive soul guides to kill the enemy is no different from sending them to death. Under the suppression of soul power, they can't even stand up, let alone pull the trigger. Ah. Xiao said weakly, didn't Hu Yuhao just say that the Sun Moon Empire is working on solving this problem? Zhao Ning'er pushed Su Yunhan's hand away and said sarcastically, you believe it even if it's a lie to fools. If you ask me, the Sun Moon Empire is likely to release this news on purpose in order to deceive the fools in the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. So that they can secretly research more powerful offensive soul guides and shine on the battlefield in the future. Xiao. I always feel that she, as a teacher, has a lot of opinions about the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. Soon, the three of them walked into the mansion. Zhao Ning'er took out a book called Soul Guidance Introduction from the Soul Guide and gave it to Xiao, asking her to sit aside and study. Zhao Ning'er picked up the ancestral hammer and frantically hit the raw iron on the chopping board. Ma Xiaotao was still in seclusion. Without his wife's company, Su Yunhan obediently returned to his room to practice his martial arts. An hour passed, and Su Yunhan felt as if someone was pinching his lower back. He quickly stopped practicing his skills and woke up from his practice. He saw Xiao looking at him angrily. Xiao said unhappily, Master, the teacher asked me to ask you to have dinner. After saying that, Xiao left the room without looking back, waving her sleeves, and leaving without a single cloud behind. Oh, so you didn't eat, I was wondering why you seem to have forgotten something. Su Yunhan murmured something, then he tidied his clothes and walked out of the room. Ning'er, where's the meal? Su Yunhan swallowed, looked at the iron sheet on the table, and said with a puzzled look. Zhao Ning'er said coldly, let's go out to eat, I'm so tired from working as a blacksmith that I don't have the mood to cook. After saying that, Zhao Ning'er took Su Yunhan's arm affectionately and walked out of the mansion. Xiao looked at the two people showing affection in front of her, her mouth pouted. She could even eat a mouthful of dog food, who did she offend? This was the first time that Zhao Ning'er took her apprentice out for dinner, so the hotel she chose was naturally high-end. After a 10-minute journey, the three of them walked into the Rose Hotel, the Tulip Hotel next door. As soon as he entered the Tulip Hotel, Su Yunhan saw two beautiful girls wearing Shrek Academy uniforms and white badges standing at the hotel reception desk. One had blonde hair and the other had short red hair. He vaguely heard the receptionist and the short red-haired girl calling the blonde girl Mississippi. Okay. If he remembered correctly, this Tulip Hotel should be the property of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The blonde girl was undoubtedly the young sect leader Ning Tian. And the girl with short red hair was her little follower, Wu Feng. After Ning Tian and Wu Feng sat down, Su Yunhan came in front of them and took out 2 oranges from his soul guide. 2 beauties, come. Have an orange. Ning Tian and Wu Feng looked at each other and both felt confusion in each other's eyes. This guy is crazy. How can he approach a girl and ask her to eat oranges as soon as he meets her? At this point in time, the sisterhood between Ning Tian and Wu Feng had not deteriorated. After seeing Su Yunhan's appearance, Ning Tian felt her heartstrings touched. She gently lifted the hair by her ear, looked at Su Yunhan and said generously. Handsome, what do you want to talk to us sisters about? Su Yunhan said, if I'm not mistaken, this blonde lady should be Ning Tian, the young master of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Chapter 25. And this red-haired lady should be Wu Feng, the future great elder of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect chosen by Sect Master Ning. High emotional intelligence, the future grand elder of the Nine Treasures Glazed sect. Low EQ, Ning Tian's little follower. I'm faced with Su Yunhan's compliments. Ning Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but ask. Classmate, what can I do for you? Our Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect has certain requirements for the inner disciples to find a husband. And as the next leader of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect, my other half must be a strong attack-type combat spirit master with the qualifications of a titled DOURO. I have 2 wives, Su Yunhan said calmly. Ms. Ning, you are very beautiful, but I don't have any thoughts about you. I just want to ask you, do you want to become a disciple of a genius soul mentor and become a soul mentor? Hearing this, Ning Tian curled his lips and said unhappily. You asked me to eat oranges, beat around the bush and said so much nonsense, just to ask me if I want to be a soul guide? You are really not trying to flirt with me in a roundabout way, are you? Su Yunhan. Who is trying to be reluctant? Women are very strange creatures. Take Ning Tian for example. She initially suspected that Su Yunhan wanted to seduce her, so she began to guard against him. Later, when she learned that Su Yunhan had no intention of seducing her at all, Ning Tian was unhappy. At the same time, Xiao Xiao pouted her lips, pointed at Su Yunhan's position, and said weakly, Teacher, look at him, he actually flirted with other girls in front of you. Zhao Ninger said calmly, he's looking for a junior sister for you. In terms of relationships, he will never take the initiative, and it's always the girls who chase him. Ah. Xiao Xiao covered her mouth with a look of shock on her face. She really couldn't imagine that Su Yunhan, who was so strong in front of outsiders, was actually, a weak, submissive. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? On the other side, facing Ning Tian's rude and unreasonable attitude, Su Yunhan said with a smile. Miss Ning, are you interested in becoming a soul guide? Ning Tian, Interested? As the future leader of a sect, Ning Tian is naturally a little proud. The Nine Treasures Glazed sect has lost its former glory, but it still has some heritage. At least, there is no shortage of 8th-level soul mentors in the sect. As long as Ning Tian wanted, all kinds of level 8 soul guides would be placed in front of her. As the leader of a sect, she didn't need to make soul guides herself. Of course, Ning Tian had good upbringing, so in this situation, she naturally wouldn't be too decisive and would leave some room for maneuver. After organizing his words, Ning Tian slowly said, since you know that I am the eldest daughter of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect, you must also know that our Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect is not short of 8th-level soul guides. Right? As the next leader of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect, as long as I ask, they will teach me how to make soul guides. There is no need for me to go far away and join the soul guide department of Shrek Academy, right? It's really not necessary. Su Yunhan smiled, looked at Ning Tian meaningfully and said. The teacher I found for Miss Ning does not currently belong to Shrek Academy. At present? Ning Tian frowned and said. Classmate, regardless of whether the genius soul guide belongs to Shrek Academy or not, the soul guides in the original DOURO continent should be of similar level, right? Su Yunhan said expressionlessly, Miss Ning, have you ever heard of the name of a 17-year-old 7th-level genius soul mentor girl? 17 years old. 7th-level soul mentor. You are talking about senior sister Zhao Ninger, right? Didn't she die in the catastrophe 6 years ago? Zhao Ninger, Xiao Xiao, Su Yunhan said helplessly, Ninger is not dead, she just has her meridians broken and has become a useless person. A few days ago, with my help, Ninger's meridians have been completely restored. After a long silence, Ning Tian said quietly, what's the point? What? Su Yunhan didn't understand the meaning of the words for a moment, and looked in Ning Tian's direction with a puzzled look on his face. Ning Tian said unhappily, what's the point for me? The 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda spirit has a flaw. Without a fortuitous encounter, any 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda spirit master will never be able to break through level 79 in their lifetime. The successive leaders of the 9 Treasures Glazed sect have all been looking for ways to break through themselves. But after 10,000 years of research, they have still not found a second way to evolve their martial souls except for the Qilua tulip. There is a ferocious beast-level Qilua tulip in the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. With the current influence of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, let alone obtaining a leaf of the Qilua tulip, they don't even have the qualifications to enter the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Even if Ning Tian could become a disciple of a 9th-level soul master, what would that do? She would never be able to break through to the 80th level, and the best she could become was an 8th level soul master. What's the difference between this and selling shampoo to a bald man? Su Yunhan said. Miss Ning, there has never been a scholar who was not selected for the imperial examination. If you are content with the status quo, just pretend I never said anything. As he spoke, Su Yunhan took out a pair of sound transmission soul guides from his storage soul guides and placed one of them on the table. Miss Ning, if you have figured it out, use this sound transmission soul guide to inform me. After saying that, Su Yunhan slowly stood up and returned to Zhao Ninger's side. The person outside the venue, is he a Juren? Although she didn't understand the meaning of the word Juren, it did not prevent Ning Tian from understanding the meaning of Su Yunhan's words. Just as she was about to express her thoughts, she looked up and saw that Su Yunhan had returned to his original seat, leaving only a sound transmission soul guide in front of her. Ugh. Ning Tian sighed, then put away the voice transmission soul guide on the table. He rested his cheek on his hand, looked out the window, and his thoughts drifted to who knows where. 6 years ago, Ning Yi, the former young master of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, died in the Qingdou Great Forest. Ning Shuer, who had just awakened her martial spirit, changed her name to Ning Tian and succeeded the position of the young master of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, taking on responsibilities that did not belong to her. Being the leader of an auxiliary sect is not easy. Compared to her brother Ning Yi, Ning Tian, who is a girl, is naturally less domineering. Her skills are probably not even half as good as Ning Yi's. Many times, she had thought about giving up the position of the young master of the Nine Treasures Glazed sect, but she swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. In this generation, there are only a few young inner sect Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda martial soul disciples who possess the potential to become soul saints. Even in the huge Nine Treasures Glazed sect, there is simply no one to replace Ning Tian. Chapter 26. On the other side, Zhao Ninger leaned over to Su Yunhan's ear and whispered, Yunhan, that's the young master of the Nine Treasures Glazed sect, are you sure you can convince her? Su Yunhan patted Zhao Ninger on the shoulder, glanced in the direction of Ning Tian and the others, and said lightly, everyone has things they care about, and the young master of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect is the same. Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Young sect master. Things that matter. Zhao Ninger looked at Su Yunhan suspiciously, then turned her gaze to Ning Tian, and finally nodded as if she suddenly realized something. If it was something like that, let alone her, the young master of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect, even the previous masters of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect would not be able to resist such temptation. Right? Seeing Zhao Ninger looking like she understood something, Su Yunhan scratched his head in confusion. He couldn't figure out what Zhao Ninger understood. To be honest, Su Yunhan was not absolutely sure whether he could convince Ning Tian to join. After all, he just sent Ning Tian a signal that might help her evolve her martial spirit. It was uncertain whether Ning Tian could catch it, not to mention lowering her face to worship a girl who was only 11 years older than her as her master. He always felt that he and Zhao Ninger were not on the same channel. Putting aside the random thoughts in his mind, Su Yunhan began to look for the next candidate to join the team. Jiang Nannan is not suitable, her mother is an ordinary person, and still lives in Shrek City. This kind of female soul master with a burden is not suitable to join the group. As for Tang, to be honest, Su Yunhan really didn't like her personality. Reviving the Tang sect had become Tang's obsession. In order to revive the Tang sect, she even spared Hui Yuhao, who had a 10-year spirit ring. This was a bit too unrestrained. This kind of die-hard fan of Tang San must never be kept around, he is a potential danger. It's enough to just keep him there in the face. In addition to these two, are there any other talented female soul masters who are of similar age to Su Yunhan and have names in the original novel? Su Yunhan seemed to remember that in the original novel, there seemed to be a pair of twin sisters with the same spirit, who represented Shrek Academy in the second Soul Master competition. What were their names? Oh. Yes, they were called Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. The spirits of the two sisters were both hair, and they also had a spirit fusion skill Heavenly Dragnet. Which class are they two in? Forget it. In this class, their talents are still top-notch. Sooner or later, we will be classmates. There is no need to be so anxious. It will only be a day sooner or later. Oh. I am so worried. Su Yunhan was really worried. Although he tried his best to poach talents in Shrek City, his small team had already begun to take shape. But all this was just a drop in the bucket. With just a few people like this, it was impossible for him to become the best in the world. Although the original body did not personally govern, he still learned a lot about government affairs by following Juzi. This included but was not limited to the appointment of officials at all levels in major cities. Soul Master Corps, and Soul Instructor Corps. Just because you have supreme power does not mean you can get everyone's submission. You have power, but if you don't have enough means to suppress the people below you, your title of emperor is nothing but an empty title. Why think so much? He is just a quasi-soul master now, and it is not yet time for him to conquer the world. After finishing dinner, the three of them walked around Shrek City at a leisurely pace. Originally, Zhao Ning'er had prepared Xiao Zhao's self-study textbooks, and wanted her to go back and study the basics for a while before trying to make a soul guide. But, Xiao Zhao refused. After seeing Zhao Ning'er's big house, she really didn't want to go back to live in that small building. Xiao Zhao is not a picky person, but she can't stand the stingy old people in the Sea God Pavilion. As the #1 academy in the continent, the freshman dormitory is not even as good as the toilets in ordinary Soul Master academies. Zhao Ning'er wanted to refuse at first. After all, she needed to sing loudly at night, and being heard by her little apprentice. Well, it was quite embarrassing. In the end, Zhao Ning'er still couldn't stand her little apprentice's pleading, and she agreed to let Xiao Zhao move into their big house. In addition to the master bedroom she and Su Yunhan shared, there were more than 10 rooms. It was certainly no problem for Xiao Zhao to live there. At most, she could just set up a soul barrier in the room when she started singing. The three of them walked into the gate of the mansion. Looking around, they saw Ma Xiaotao lying leisurely on a recliner. Next to her sat a girl with long dark blue hair. She had a slender figure and a cold face. But unlike Zhao Ning'er, the girl in front of them looked weak and frail. She did not have the strong feeling in her bones that Zhao Ning'er and Ma Xiaotao had. When she saw Su Yunhan coming back, Ma Xiaotao stood up hastily and asked loudly, "Su Yunhan, do you still want a wife?" Su Yunhan and his friends were all stunned. What exactly is Ma Xiaotao up to? Su Yunhan scratched his head and said awkwardly, Xiaotao, what do you mean?" Literally, Ma Xiaotao said angrily. Luochen comes from a small hidden family in the northern part of the Tianhun Empire. She will stay in Shrek Academy in the future. We have a good relationship. Instead of giving it to those second-generation or third-generation ancestors of the Sea God Pavilion, it's better for you, Su Yunhan, to give it to her. Just tell me whether you agree or not. This just for such a bullshit reason. She forced a beautiful woman to be her husband's concubine. I guess only a tiger woman like Ma Xiaotao could do such a thing. Su Yunhan's face was full of black lines. He glanced at Ling Luochen, who was clutching the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands and blushing as if blood was about to drip out, and said, "Then we have to ask Miss Luochen if she agrees or not." Ling Luochen said weakly, I can do anything." Su Yunhan turned his gaze to Zhao Ning'er again. "Don't look at me, don't you know your own ability in that area? Let alone finding another one, I don't mind even if you find 10. Having said that, if Su Yunhan continued to refuse, he would be too unmanly. Without any hesitation, he nodded heavily towards Ma Xiaotao's position. Ma Xiaotao gave Zhao Ning'er a look, then picked up Ling Luochen and walked towards the master bedroom. Zhao Ning'er followed closely behind, holding Su Yunhan. Why does this picture feel a bit weird? Xiao Xiao, who was forgotten in the corner by everyone, stood up angrily, walked to the door of the master bedroom, and turned the glass cup from the coffee table upside down on the wall. Chapter 27. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao's voice suddenly rang out, Luo, don't be nervous, it's no big deal, come, I'll teach you, first do this, then this, and finally do that. 2 hours later. Xiao Xiao's eyes became more and more blurred. She stood outside the door for 2 hours, with her little ear pressed against the bottom of the glass, not moving for a moment. Suddenly, the door of the room slowly opened, and Ma Xiaotao with disheveled hair walked out tremblingly, grabbed Xiao Xiao's wrist and pulled her in. An extremely tragic scream resounded throughout the room. As time passed, the scream slowly faded away, replaced by waves of pleasant symphonies. The next day, Su Yunhan and Xiao Xiao were strolling in Shrek City wearing white freshman uniforms. On the way to Shrek Academy, Su Yunhan wanted to grab Xiao Xiao's small hand and interlock their fingers many times, but Xiao Xiao seemed to be very resistant to it and tried her best to dodge Su Yunhan's big hand. Su Yunhan said with an unhappy look, Xiao Xiao, we are already like that, why don't you let me hold your hand? Do you hate me? Xiao Xiao whispered, I don't hate you, it's just that, we've only known each other for a few days, and it happened, when I think of this, my heart is so heavy. Su Yunhan smiled and said, Xiao Xiao. Do you think that only boys and girls who love each other can be together and become husband and wife? No, you are wrong. There are not so many couples who love each other in this world, most couples are just living together. Let's take a step back, Xiao Xiao, if you are in love with a male soul master who can never break through level 30. And he is good at pleasing you and making you feel relaxed and happy, are you willing to marry him regardless of worldly views? Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head. I have twin martial souls and innate full soul power. There is a great chance that I will break through level 96 and become a super DOURO in the future. By then, my lifespan will be at least years. As for 8-year-old great soul master, whether he can live to be 100 years old is uncertain. Xiao Xiao didn't seem to answer, but she seemed to have answered. After all, she wasn't like Bibi Dong, who was obsessed with love, and she wouldn't be biased when considering things. Just imagine, which genius female soul master could accept that she was at the age of being in her prime, while her lover was half buried in the ground? This was based on the premise that the woman was strong and the man was weak. Su Yunhan opened his arms and put them around Xiao Xiao's slender waist this time. No matter how much Xiao Xiao struggled, Su Yunhan held her tightly in his arms. Xiao Xiao, I know that we have only known each other for a few days, it is indeed a bit too early to talk about feelings now, but, the die is cast, there is a cause and effect between us, even if you deny it, this is a fact that cannot be changed. Emotions can be cultivated, and I am willing to protect you for the rest of my life and use my broad shoulders to protect you from the wind and rain. Xiao Xiao, are you willing to give me this opportunity? I do. Xiao Xiao stood on tiptoe and kissed Su Yunhan on the cheek. Xiao Xiao was not a fool. Su Yunhan had said so much, if she didn't take advantage of the situation, it would be too ungrateful. Su Yunhan was not short of talented female spirit masters. When Xiao Xiao was completely conquered, the long-lost system's sound did not sound in Su Yunhan's mind. What's going on? I've already controlled Xiao Xiao, one of the second-generation Shrek's 7 devils, hasn't this affected Huiyuhao's fate? After thinking for a while, Su Yunhan finally found the answer. For Huiyuhao, the protagonist of Destiny, it didn't matter who the main supporting role was. Hiss. He had originally wanted to gain system rewards by controlling Xiao Xiao, but now, all his efforts were in vain. Actually, it wasn't all in vain. Xiao Xiao was pretty cute, and she had twin spirits, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to marry her. What should be done to reverse Huiyuhao's original fate? Su Yunhan thought of several ways. Intercept Wang Donger. Intercept the three-eyed golden lion. Let Huiyuhao break with the Tang sect. Make Huiyuhao break up with Fan Yu and Zhou Yi. Let the Sky Fox annihilate the soul of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in Huiyuhao's Sea of Consciousness. Make Huiyuhao's life story known to the public. Dig up Huiyuner's grave, record the entire process with a video crystal, and return it to Huiyuhao along with the remains. None of these 7 methods seems particularly reliable. Su Yunhan didn't hate Wang Donger. Even if she awakened her memories in the God Realm one day in the future and became little Tang Chi Tang Wudong in the God Realm period, he was confident that he could control her. Tang San is not a human being, let alone a father, so it is not difficult for Wang Donger to turn against him. It was just that Wang Donger was still dressed in men's clothes, so Su Yunhan couldn't flirt with her. All he had to do now was to occasionally show his presence in front of Wang Donger and prevent her from having any contact with Huiyuhao. As for the second one, he is temporarily unable to leave Shrek City and cannot have any interaction with the three-eyed golden lion. The third, fourth, fifth and sixth items should not be too difficult to plan. After executing them, Su Yunhan received a reward, but he had no control over the subsequent plot. Su Yunhan would never do such a thing as losing the big picture for the small. As for the 7th point, even if the plot line of the original novel is followed, there will not be much deviation, but it is a bit too damaging. On the battlefield of Xinglua City, after learning about Su Yunhan's life experience, facing Tang San's threat, even Dai Hao was not afraid of power and dared to punch him. Only you, Huiyuhao, are indifferent and willing to be the running dog of the Tang family. Su Yunhan and Huiyuhao are just a pair of strangers with blood relationship. Even so, Su Yunhan was unwilling to dig up the grave after all, Huiyuner had done nothing wrong. She had suffered all her life, and he couldn't let her rest in peace even after her death. Alas! After going around in circles, I am back to the starting point. Su Yunhan quickly put aside the random thoughts in his mind, took Xiao Xiao's hand, and the two of them interlocked their fingers and walked into the gate of Shrek Academy. When they walked into the classroom of the freshman class, the intimacy between the two instantly attracted attention. Combined with Xiao Xiao's strange way of walking, Su Yunhan was pulled aside by several male students just as he sat down. Chapter 28. Boss, you are amazing, it's only been a few days since school started, and you've already won Xiao Xiao over. That's right, boss. Can you teach us how you managed to win the hearts of so many girls? That's the most famous senior in the inner courtyard, Ma Xiaotao. Her temper is well known far and wide. I really admire you for being able to find a wife under her. Facing the compliments from the students, Su Yunhan still felt very touched. After all, everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires, so who would refuse compliments and praise from others? Soon, the class bell rang, and everyone returned to their seats. Old Lady Zhou walked to the podium with a stern face. Just as she was about to give the lecture, the head of the Wuhuan department Du Weiluan walked into the classroom, looked in the direction of Su Yunhan, and whispered. Student Su Yunhan, come out for a moment, Dean Yen wants to see you. Su Yunhan stood up from his seat and followed Du Weiluan out of the freshman teaching building. The two came to the back mountain of Shrek Academy, where Yen Xiaozhe had been waiting for a long time. In front of him, lay a 3-tailed fox with its ability to move restricted by chains. At first glance, this 3-tailed fox should be around 1,800 years old. Well, this is the standard age for the 3rd spirit ring. In fact, considering Su Yunhan's physical condition, it would not matter if his 3rd soul ring was 1 or 200 years older. Su Yunhan was not picky. The 3-tailed fox was not of low quality among spiritual beasts. Unless you could absorb a beast that was more than 500 years old, the 3rd spirit ring would not make a difference in 1 or 200 years. It still depended on the compatibility between the martial spirit and the beast. Before Yen Xiaozhe could say anything, Su Yunhan's tiger claws scratched the neck of the 3-tailed fox, and a purple soul ring floated out from the fox's body. Su Yunhan sat down cross-legged and used his soul power to pull the soul ring in front of him. An hour later, Su Yunhan exhaled a breath of foul air, and a light purple soul ring surrounded him and moved rhythmically. Just as Su Yunhan stood up, before he could stand firmly, Yen Xiaozhe couldn't wait to ask, Yunhan, what is the effect of your 3rd soul skill? Su Yunhan cupped his hands and said, Teacher, my 3rd soul skill is called Silent Cold Shadow. It is a status soul skill. When it is activated, it will increase my maximum mental strength by 50, and my attack power, defense power, and speed by 20. It lasts for half an hour and can only be used twice a day. The interval between the 2 releases cannot be less than 2 hours. During the duration of the soul skill, a thick scale armor will be formed on my body. Yen Xiaozhe nodded with great satisfaction. Yes, at the position of the 3rd soul ring, I have obtained a soul skill with all attribute bonuses. Even if I break through to the title Douluo in the future, this soul skill will come in handy. Okay, if there's nothing else, go do what you need to do. After saying that, Yen Xiaozhe put his hands behind his back and walked away slowly. Su Yunhan checked his own soul power. It was only level 31. The Sky Fox's spiritual skull didn't even provide him with level 1 soul power. And many more. Su Yunhan flipped over the corpse of the 3-tailed fox and took a piece of left leg bone in his hand. The left leg bone of an 1800-year-old 3-tailed fox should be worth 1 to 800,000 gold soul coins if it were put up for auction. Right? After collecting the corpse of the 3-tailed fox, Su Yunhan returned to his mansion with vigorous steps. Who would go back to class if they were serious? As soon as he entered the courtyard, Su Yunhan saw more than 10 large boxes placed on both sides of the road. He took a quick look and found that they were all metals and ores, which should be the raw materials for making soul guides. Ninger, why did you get so many soul guide materials? Can you do it all by yourself? Zhao Ninger said calmly, these were sent by the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. Given by the elders? Su Yunhan was amazed. Those elders have always been extremely stingy, why would they take the initiative to give you soul guide materials? Zhao Ninger. At this time, a middle-aged woman with a dark face came out of the house. Why, Mr. Su, do you have something to say about these old guys in our Sea God Pavilion? Seeing the middle-aged woman coming out of the house, combined with Zhao Ninger's eyes, Su Yunhan hurriedly bowed and said, Junior Su Yunhan, meet the teacher. Being able to use someone else's bathroom meant that the relationship between them was definitely not ordinary. And Su Yunhan also knew that Zhao Ninger had a cheap teacher who was a senior from the Sea God Pavilion. To sum up, the identity of the other party was obvious. This teacher was very useful to Lin Huichuan. The Sea God Pavilion needed this kind of talented soul master who was good at judging the situation and dealing with people. Su Yunhan and Zhao Ninger were so sensible. And coupled with their relationship with her, Lin Huichuan was not so opposed to them entering the Sea God Pavilion. Lin Huichuan said with a smile, Su boy, don't be nervous, some of what you said is not wrong, we old guys are really stingy. Okay, I won't disturb your world of two, enjoy yourself while you are young. After saying that, Lin Huichuan walked out of their mansion with his hands behind his back. Su Yunhan and Zhao Ninger looked at each other in bewilderment. A super Douluo could actually take the initiative to admit that he was stingy. This Poseidon Pavilion was really weird to the extreme. After a long silence, Su Yunhan was the first to break the silence. Ninger, no merit, no reward, what did you do to deserve such a large amount of soul guide materials from the elders of the Sea God Pavilion? Zhao Ninger said calmly, it's nothing. Just 3 invincible shields that can resist 3 soul saint level attacks, and 5 soul emperor level triggered soul shields. In order to fight for these defensive soul guides, the elders of the Sea God Pavilion are about to fight. Ah. Su Yunhan looked puzzled and asked, Ninger, this is not right, aren't those elders the ones who look down on soul guides the most? Oh. Zhao Ninger said sarcastically. They just don't want soul guides to enter the Sea God Pavilion and share power with them. It's not that they really hate soul guides, they are still willing to equip their younger generations with things that can save lives. Oh, that's right. The rare ore for making the invincible shield is out of stock, so the elders volunteered to buy it at the auction houses of other forces. They also said that if they really couldn't buy it, they would mobilize the power of Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion to survey the original DOURO continent to see if there is any place that produces this or in abundance. Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan was numb all over. This Poseidon Pavilion really refreshed his cognition time and time again. He had never seen such shameless people, and a bunch of them. Chapter 29. It is no wonder that Shrek Academy does not equip students participating in the Soul Master competition with this kind of defensive soul guide device. If they were to wear soul guide devices of this level on the field, the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master team would probably laugh their heads off. At this moment, Zhao Ninger's cold voice rang in Su Yunhan's mind. Yunhan, Ling Luochen is also an ice attribute spirit master, should I teach her the boundless sea art? Su Yunhan shook his head. No, Ma Xiaotao is not on the same page with us right now. Once the news that we have the 2nd and 3rd exercises spreads, we will definitely not be tolerated by Shrek Academy or Poseidon Pavilion. Okay, stop talking about unhappy things, let's talk about something happy. Zhao Ninger put her arms around Su Yunhan's neck and whispered in his ear. Yunhan, guess, how much does a disposable invincible soul shield that can withstand 3 attacks from a soul saint sell for? Su Yunhan frowned and said, according to the market price, an 8th level melee soul guide produced by Mingda Hall is only about 1.5 to 600,000 gold soul coins. Even on the black market, it is less than 2 million gold soul coins. A 7th level defensive soul guide, even if it is a life-saving equipment, will not exceed this price. Zhao Ninger held up 3 fingers. At first, I was going to set the price at 3 million gold soul coins, but in the end, those elders bargained down to 2 million gold soul coins. And they also sold the soul guide materials to me at the lowest price. Dark, it's so dark. The cost price of a 7th level soul guide, even the most popular one-time invincible shield, is probably less than 500,000 gold soul coins. This resale directly made a profit of nearly 2 million gold soul coins. To put it bluntly, Zhao Ninger has monopolized this industry. The Sun Moon Empire has banned the export of this kind of defensive soul guide equipment. And it is not available even on the black market. If the 12 students 6 years ago had a set of decent soul guide equipment, Zhang Lishuan would not have returned alone. Okay, go and practice, I should also go and make soul guides, I have to work hard to make money to support you, my little man. After saying that, Zhao Ninger picked up the hammer again and hit the raw iron on the chopping board frantically. Su Yunhan. 3 months later. The freshman assessment was imminent, and as soon as school was over in the afternoon, more than 90 of the freshmen immediately returned to their respective dormitories to meditate and practice, hoping to increase their soul power by 1 more level before the freshman assessment. The students have different levels of cultivation and their ideas are also very different. A student with the first ring cultivation level wants to stand out from the lower level students and become a formal student so that he can continue to study at Shrek Academy. The students with the second ring of cultivation are striving to qualify for selection as core disciples of the outer courtyard, hoping to gain more resources in Shrek Academy. No matter which faction a 12-year-old soul master is placed in, he will be the focus of training. And Shrek Academy is no exception. As long as these students do not make 2 big mistakes, it is basically a foregone conclusion that they will be selected as core disciples of the outer courtyard after the freshman assessment. Their pursuit will be higher, and the champion of the freshman assessment is their goal. After school in the afternoon, Su Yunhan and Xiao Xiao moved a small stool and sat next to Hui Yuhao's grilled fish stall waiting. It has almost become a must for the 2 of them to check in at Hui Yuhao's grilled fish stall every day after school. It must be said that Hui Yuhao's grilled fish is really addictive. In less than 10 minutes, Hui Yuhao, dressed in coarse cloth, came over, lit the stove and soon, 2 grilled fish were out of the oven. Su Yunhan and Xiao Xiao were eating grilled fish. When they were about to leave, a girl with rabbit ears in a purple school uniform came to the stall and handed 2 silver soul coins to Huiyuhao. "Brother, give me 4 grilled fish, thank you." Su Yunhan walked quickly to Jiang Nanan's side and asked in surprise, "Sister Nan Nan, is this what you're having for dinner?" Jiang Nan Nan didn't want to talk, but when she saw it was Su Yunhan, she could only perfunctorily say, "My mother likes to eat fish, and these grilled fish are brought back for her." Su Yunhan didn't believe a word of Jiang Nanan's words. According to his understanding, Jiang Nannan was not yet a core disciple of the outer courtyard at that time. Jiang Nannan and her daughter depended on each other for survival. Just a small house in Shrek City directly emptied Jiang Nannan's selling body. Money, and the daily expenses of the mother and daughter were all maintained by Jiang Nannan's odd jobs in Shrek Academy. Su Yunhan felt a little bit reluctant. If the spirit hall had not been destroyed, how could Jiang Nannan have fallen to this point? Su Yunhan said, "Sister Nan Nan, don't hold on any longer. I know you're past these are some soul beast jerky and some ordinary beef jerky, they are not worth much. Auntie is not in good health. You can take them back and break them into pieces to make some broth for her to nourish her body." As he spoke, Su Yunhan stuffed 2 large pieces of 5-kilogram dried meat into Jiang Nannan's hands. "Oh, by the way, Nina needs a handyman, no skills are required, help clean the room and tidy up the workbench, a meal will be provided in the evening, the reward is 2 gold soul coins, the price for hiring others is the same. Sister Nan Nan, these tasks won't take you long, you can pack up the leftovers and bring them back to Auntie." Jiang Nan Nan, with a burden in tow, was destined to be unable to agree with Su Yunhan, but Su Yunhan did not have the heart to let Jiang Nan Nan repeat the mistakes in the original book. Did Jiang Nan Nan in the original novel really fall in love with Su Sancher? Not necessarily. Isn't it a disguised form of imprisonment that Su Sancher took Jiang Nannan's mother to Xianming's sect to raise her? Jiang Nan Nan doesn't have Stockholm Syndrome. She finally accepted Su Sancher. Isn't this also the DOURO version of Su Shu entering Chao's camp? Facing Su Yunhan's cordial invitation, Jiang Nan Nan fell silent. If it were anyone else, she would have refused without hesitation. With her pride, she would never accept charity from other male students. But it was different for Su Yunhan. The other party knew her past and that he had several beautiful wives. How could he possibly be interested in a fallen woman like her? Jiang Nan Nan nodded heavily, and finally accepted Su Yunhan's charity. She was a filial girl, as long as her mother could live a natural life and be happy every day, it didn't matter if she worked as a servant in other people's homes and did menial jobs. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Su Yunhan stood in front of Jiang Nan Nan, looked at Su Sancher and said coldly, "Su Sancher, you have more than 100 women, are you ashamed to say that I am the king of the sea?" More than 100 women. Xiao Xiao was stunned, Huiyuhao was stunned, and the onlookers nearby were all stunned, and their eyes all fell on Su Sancher. If they remembered correctly, Su Sancher hasn't even reached his 14th birthday yet. And he has more than 100 women. Can his body bear it? Su Sancher was also stunned, and it took him a long time to understand the meaning of Su Yunhan's words. Seeing that the people around him believed it, he hurriedly argued. "No, it's not like that, I have had relationships with more than 100 women, but I did so because I had to evolve my martial spirit, they are not completely my women." In order to maintain his own image, Su Sancher had to perform monkey tricks in front of a crowd of onlookers, and the way he tried hard to defend himself was hilarious. And many more. "Little thief, what do you mean? You already have so many wives, why are you still unclear with Nan Nan? Are you worthy of Sister Xiaotao?" Su Yunhan smiled. He had no intention of continuing the argument with Su Sancher. Instead, he put his hand on Jiang Nannan's rabbit ears. Jiang Nannan was also very cooperative. Facing Su Yunhan's ear-touching technique, she did not resist at all. She just stared at Su Yunhan with her big, Caroline eyes, pretending to look affectionately at him. You, little thief, quickly take your dirty hands off Nan Nan's ears, only I can touch Nan Nan's bunny ears." Su Sancher had long regarded Jiang Nannan as his forbidden lover, but the little thief in front of him challenged his bottom line again and again. How could he tolerate this? Su Sancher, who was so angry that he lost his mind, didn't care about the power behind Su Yunhan. He flashed in front of Su Yunhan and threw his sandbag-sized fist straight at Su Yunhan's face. Su Yunhan smiled slightly, dodged Su Sancher's attack by turning sideways, and while dodging, he did not forget to touch Jiang Nannan's slender waist. Su Sancher's anger instantly exploded. Just like that, Su Yunhan and Su Sancher started fighting in front of Huiyuhao's grilled fish stall. Since internal fighting was not allowed in Shrek City, Neither of them released their martial spirits, and they fought purely with their physical strength. As time went by, both of them were injured. Su Sanchi's left eye was swollen like a panda eye after being punched. Su Yunhan had a bloody streak on his right cheek. Su Sancher gnashed his teeth and said, "Boy, don't be shameless, Nan Nan is mine, mine." Su Yunhan sneered, "A gentleman loves a beautiful lady, Sister Nan Nan is not your wife, so what qualifications do you have to say that she is yours?" Su Sancher blurted out, "Nan Nan and I are good friends, she is the wife of the young master of my Xianming sect, anyone who dares to pursue her is an enemy of my Xianming sect." Snapped. Jiang Nan Nan stepped forward quickly and slapped Su Sancher in the face. "Su Sancher, tell me clearly, who is the wife of the young master of your Xianming sect?" Seeing Jiang Nanan's eyes getting colder and colder, Su Sancher thought something was wrong. He quickly got rid of Su Yunhan's entanglement and tried his best to explain, "Nan Nan, listen to my excuse." "Oh no, explain." "Okay, what's there to explain?" "It's just that I, Jiang Nan Nan, am dirty and unworthy of others, what's the big deal?" "Su Sancher, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust." Jiang Nan Nan glanced at the crowd of onlookers and said loudly, "My name is Jiang Nan Nan. My father died early, and I depend on my ordinary mother for life. 2 years ago, my mother was seriously ill and urgently needed the Xuanwu divine pill from the Xianming sect to save her life. After Su Sancher learned about this, he used the power of the Xianming sect to forbid my father's old friends from providing me with financial assistance. If he wants the Xuanwu divine pill, I must clean myself up and wait for him at home." Jiang Nan Nan did not hide anything and described everything that happened between the two of them in front of all the students of Shrek Academy, without leaving out anything. In fact, Su Sanchi's practice of forcing people to submit is a typical behavior of a dandy boy, and it is impossible to comment on whether this behavior is good or bad. But the deal between the two was over. Jiang Nan Nan used the money from selling her body to settle down in Shrek City. When she wanted to live a stable life, you, Su Sancher, were not happy again. He has to disrupt other people's peaceful life, pursues them madly, and does not allow others to pursue Jiang Nan Nan. This behavior is really immoral. What's the difference between this and those uneducated and uneducated playboys? Of course, they all knew the power behind Su Sancher. Xianming sect was a sect with title DOURO. And it was also a tycoon in the pill industry. The wealth earned from selling pills made Xianming sect rich enough to rival a country, and even the royal families of the three empires had to give it some face. No one dared to mock Su Sancher. They just followed the crowd and looked down on him with vicious eyes. "So, Su Sancher, don't look for me again, unless I die, I won't accept you." After saying that, Jiang Nan Nan took Su Yunhan's arm and walked away. Xiao Xiao looked at the two of them thoughtfully, and hurriedly followed them. After walking a few steps, Su Yunhan looked back at Su Sancher and said thoughtfully, "Sister Nan Nan, please bring Auntie to live with me later, so that some people won't take advantage of Sister Nanan's filial piety." "Well, it's all up to you." Looking at the three people's receding backs, Su Sancher suddenly became furious and kept cursing with obscene words that were unbearable to the ears. "Su Sancher, who the hell are you scolding?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. Su Sancher looked in the direction of the voice and took a closer look. It turned out to be Ma Xiaotao. At this time, Su Sanchi's anger level had reached its peak. Not to mention Ma Xiaotao, even if Moon came, he would still curse. "Ma Xiaotao, you bitch, you can't even control your own man, XXUXX. Ah, this everyone looked at Su Sancher with strange eyes. "You, Su Sancher, are really brave, you even dare to scold Ma Xiaotao. Even the emperors of the three empires would think twice before scolding Ma Xiaotao, right?" Ma Xiaotao gave Su Sancher a cold look, then punched him to the ground. Ma Xiaotao held a shiny dagger in her hand and pointed it straight at Su Sanchi's face. "Sister Xiaotao, I was wrong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you, please, please don't cut off my tongue." "Okay, since you said so, I will just cut off your tongue." Ma Xiaotao's gaze moved towards Su Sanchi's body, and without any preparation, she raised her hand and slashed with the knife. What? At this moment, there was one less man on Dolua continent. In order to prevent Su Sancher from being able to catch up, Ma Xiaotao pulled over an innocent male student and forced him to step hard on the ground. Chapter 31. On the other side, after Su Yunhan and the other two turned a corner, Jiang Nan Nan withdrew her hand with a look of panic and bowed to Su Yunhan and said, "Young master, I will remember your kindness." Just when Su Yunhan was about to bend down to help Jiang Nan Nan up, Ma Xiaotao came over. Su Yunhan looked at Ma Xiaotao behind him, then looked at Jiang Nan Nan in front of him, and subconsciously blurted out. "Xiaotao, Sister Nanan's previous job was cleaning the outer courtyard library, even the library administrator praised her for her cleverness. Well, I think Xiaotao is still in need of a personal maid to serve tea and water. How about you bring Sister Nan Nan to serve you? Personal maid? How could Ma Xiaotao need a personal maid? Besides, she spent most of her time on Poseidon Island. As an inner court student, wasn't it a bit too absurd for her to wander around the island with a maid every day? Although she didn't know what Su Yunhan was planning, out of trust in him, Ma Xiaotao agreed, that's fine with me, but I don't know if Miss Nan Nan is willing to do it. The next scene left Ma Xiaotao dumbfounded. Jiang Nan Nan slowly knelt on the ground, with tears in her eyes. She bowed 3 times toward Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao. I will never forget the kindness of the young master and the young lady. Ma Xiaotao looked at the scene in front of her with a confused face. What's the matter? Isn't it just a personal maid? How can she never forget their kindness? Did she miss something? However, although Ma Xiaotao's temper was a bit explosive, she was not completely brainless. Asking her to take Jiang Nan Nan as a personal maid seemed a bit absurd, but in fact it was to give Jiang Nan Nan a way out. All the students of Shrek Academy are proud to visit Poseidon Island. Poseidon Island, Poseidon Pavilion, and Poseidon Lake are the 4 wonders of Shrek Academy. Among them, Poseidon Lake is a natural mimicry training site. Practicing next to Poseidon Lake can increase the speed of improvement by more than twice. What's the difference between letting Jiang Nan Nan be Ma Xiaotao's personal maid and directly arranging her into the inner courtyard? However, Ma Xiaotao couldn't understand why Jiang Nan Nan had to be her maid instead of directly arranging her to work in the inner courtyard. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Su Yunhan leaned over and helped Jiang Nan Nan up. Sister Nan Nan, there's no need to address me as young master or young Mississippi. There's no need to follow any rules, just call me Yunhan like before. Come on, let's go, we've been delayed for so long, and Auntie must be worried sick. Just like that, under the leadership of Jiang Nan Nan, the group came to the edge of the western part of Shrek City and walked into a quaint slightly dilapidated little house. A middle-aged woman who looked about 60 similar to Jiang Nan Nan was pacing back and forth anxiously in the courtyard. When Jiang Nan Nan came in with 3 handsome men and pretty girls, Jiang Yun said in surprise, Nan Nan, are they, your classmates? Seeing that her mother had misunderstood, Jiang Nan Nan hurriedly pulled her mother aside and whispered in Jiang Yun's ear. Mom, they are my daughter's friends and also my daughter's new employer, from today on. I will be a maid for my employer and will have to take care of his daily life. I'm afraid I won't be able to go home very often, so I thought of bringing you over to live with us. Jiang Yun nodded, okay, I'll go pack my things first, you go and make a pot of good tea to entertain the host, even if our family is of low status, we can't lose the proper etiquette. After saying that, Jiang Yun turned around and went into the house to pack her luggage. Jiang Yun knew her own limitations and understood that she was just a burden. It was fine that she couldn't provide any help to her daughter. But at this critical moment, she couldn't let her daughter down. Soon, a pot of hot green tea was brought up by Jiang Nan Nan. Ma Xiaotao, who had no interest in drinking tea, finally picked up the teacup and took a few sips of tea after being signaled by Su Yunhan. During the process, she did not show the slightest bit of disgust. Don't ask, asking is just to take care of Jiang Nanan's self-esteem. For a civilian soul master like this with a family, if you want to completely subdue her, you must first make her feel at home. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yun came out of the house carrying a small cloth bag. Jiang Nan Nan hurried forward to take the bag and put it into the storage soul guide. Jiang Yun was still in good health after taking the Xuanwu divine pill. The group walked for 20 minutes before arriving at the gate of Su Yunhan's mansion. At this moment, the sound transmission soul guide in Su Yunhan's pocket vibrated a few times. He took it out and saw that it had been nearly 3 months. And Ning Tian had just replied to his letter, asking him to come to the Tulip Hotel because he had something to tell him. Tulip Hotel. Hearing the sound from the soul guide, Ma Xiaotao was stunned for a moment. She remembered that the Tulip Hotel was right next to the Rose Hotel. Thinking of this, Ma Xiaotao directly took Su Yunhan's arm, smiled and said, my little husband, can you take me to meet your friend? This Su Yunhan looked at Ma Xiaotao suspiciously, then nodded and said. Well, Xiao, take Sister Nan Nan and Aunt Jiang in first and tell Ninger about their situation. Oh, by the way, tell Ninger that Xiaotao and I have something to do, so we won't be home for dinner tonight. After saying that, Su Yunhan took Ma Xiaotao away. On the way, Ma Xiaotao asked with a puzzled look on her face, Yunhan, I don't understand, Jiang Nan Nan has the qualifications for a title. If you want to win her over, you can buy her a property in the name of the Sea God Pavilion and allocate more resources to her. She is a female spirit master of common origin, with no source of income and a mother to support. Under the offensive of money, I don't believe she will not succumb. But why did you go through so much trouble to lower yourself to subdue the other party? Su Yunhan said calmly, Xiao Tao, people whose loyalty can be bought with money are never valuable. Jiang Nan Nan, forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. From now on, let's divide the tasks. You will do the frontline work, and I will do the political affairs. You can use any spirit masters who can join us. I can guarantee that they are absolutely loyal to us. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao curled her lips, looked up and down at Su Yunhan, and said jokingly, are you going to use your skills in bed to guarantee me? Well, it's not impossible, Su Yunhan said with a smile. Xiao Tao, think about it, when you succeed the position of the Sea God Pavilion Master in the future, all the title DOURO under your command will be your sisters, and you will not be restricted in doing anything. Chapter 32. Ma Xiaotao said coldly, do you want me to introduce 3 senior sisters, Han Ruoruo, Wu Ming, and Zhang Lishuan, to you? Su Yunhan, who didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, subconsciously agreed. It's not impossible, I heard that the 3 senior sisters are very talented, especially senior sister Zhang Lishuan. Everyone thinks she has the potential to achieve great things. If we can let her find someone she loves, she will definitely be our greatest help in the future. After hearing Su Yunhan's unintentional words, Ma Xiaotao, who wanted to use this as an excuse to beat Su Yunhan up, was stunned for a moment. Before Ma Xiaotao solved the evil fire problem, Zhang Lishuan was the next generation successor of the Sea God Pavilion chosen by the Sea God Pavilion Master and Dragon God DOURO Moon. She took this position as a child bride. It can be imagined how powerful Zhang Lishuan's talent for cultivation is. Zhang Lishuan was the child bride that Moon prepared for Bebe, but Bebe was having a pure love affair there, and his mind was all on Tangya. As a result, Zhang Lishuan became a widow at a young age before she even attended the wedding. A trace of gloom flashed across Ma Xiaotao's face. Her good master would not live for many more years. Zhang Lishuan was a potential hidden danger. Before that, she had to eliminate some hidden dangers in the Poseidon Pavilion. It was related to the life and death of their faction. So she, Ma Xiaotao, had no choice but to take it seriously. Play is play, and jokes are jokes. Ma Xiaotao really doesn't mind letting Zhang Lishuan serve her little man. In this way, she can get the future female titled Doulua to serve her. Ma Xiaotao wishes there were more talented female spirit masters in the world, and she could stuff them all into her little husband's harem for her own use. Soon, the two arrived at the Tulip Hotel. After introducing Ning Tian's name, a maid led them into a luxurious box. Inside the box, a table was filled with sumptuous dishes. When Ning Tian and Wu Feng saw Su Yunhan and the others come in, they hurriedly stood up to greet them. After some pleasantries, the 4 of them sat down and began to taste the dishes in front of them. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Yunhan got straight to the point, Sister Tian, what are your plans for the future? Call me Shuer, Ning Tian said softly. It took me 3 months to finally convince the sect to temporarily give up the position of young sect leader and become your disciple. If I can achieve the name of Jiubao in the future, I am willing to completely sever ties with the sect and obey your orders, but if I cannot achieve the name of Jiubao, I can only return to the sect and continue to be my mountain king. As soon as the voice fell, Ma Xiaotao stood up from her seat, glanced at Ning Tian and the others, and slowly said. At the right time, I will ask the Chilua Tulip Soul Beast for a spiritual medicine for you in the name of the Sea God Pavilion, and help you achieve the name of Jiubao. But you only took Sister Ninger as your master, I can't rest assured with just this relationship, I need you to be closer to me. As she spoke, Ma Xiaotao turned her gaze to Su Yunhan. The power of the 9 treasures glazed pagoda spirit is recorded in the books in the Sea God Pavilion. Whether it is the 8th spirit skill, 9 treasures body protection divine light, or the 9th spirit skill, 9 treasures invincible divine light. They are both very powerful life-saving spirit skills. If she can have a 9 treasures glazed pagoda spirit master to assist her in the future, her combat power will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Anyway, there was already a precedent of Ling Luochen. So Ma Xiaotao didn't mind being a pimp again. She didn't have the ability to guarantee the loyalty of these 2 young and beautiful female spirit masters, but she could let her little man persuade them. Ning Tian and Wu Feng knew exactly what Ma Xiaotao meant. Although they were prepared before coming, they couldn't help but feel nervous because it was a matter of their lives. Seeing that they did not refuse, Ma Xiaotao smiled faintly, come on, Sister Shuer and Sister Fenger, eat quickly, after you are full, we can get down to business, last time, none of the 4 of us could beat him. Half an hour later, Su Yunhan led the 3 girls back to his mansion. Originally, Su Yunhan wanted to have a romantic party at the Rose Hotel. But Ma Xiaotao refused. She felt that with Ning Tian and Wu Feng's strength, even if they joined forces, it would be difficult for them to hold out for an hour under Su Yunhan's hands. The night was still long, and Ma Xiaotao didn't want to face Su Yunhan's attack alone. As soon as she entered the yard, Ma Xiaotao shouted, "Sister Ninger, Luo Luo, and Xiao Xiao, come quickly, there are 2 new sisters, this time, we have to defeat Su Yunhan, that bastard." Under the gaze of Jiang Yun and Jiang Nan Nan, mother and daughter, Su Yunhan was dragged into the room by 6 girls. Looking at the backs of the people practicing away, Jiang Yun looked at her daughter beside her, and her face was instantly filled with complexity. Although Jiang Yun was not a soul master, she had lived for more than 40 years and had a lot of life experience. In her eyes, Su Yunhan was a decent person. He was a bit romantic. But he was fair and just, and he was a good choice for a husband. But her daughter, alas, her fate was so tortuous. On the other side, even though Zhao Ninger and her 6 daughters took turns to fight, they only managed to tie with Su Yunhan. One of the 7 women fell to the ground and fell asleep on the big bed. The next morning, Su Yunhan climbed out of bed and looked at Ning Tian, Wu Feng and Xiao Xiao who were sleeping like dead pigs. Su Yunhan sighed and hurriedly woke them up. The less skilled these 3 little girls are, the more they love to play. When everyone else chooses to retreat, the 3 of them are like silly roe deer, trying their best to move forward. I really don't know if they are really stupid or just want to indulge themselves here. After washing up and changing into school uniforms, the 4 of them left the mansion hand in hand and headed straight towards Shrek Academy. After arriving at the freshman dormitory building, Su Yunhan said goodbye to Xiao Xiao and Ning Tian and walked into their respective classrooms. Today's classes are suspended. Zhou Yi stood on the podium, looking at the 91 students below, and said indifferently. 3 months have passed since the start of school, you will also face the first assessment of entering Shrek Academy. Listening to Zhou Yi's lengthy speech on the podium, Su Yunhan below felt drowsy. It was obvious that she could express herself clearly in just a few words, but she had to waste time and dawdle here. I don't know how long it took, but Zhou Yi finally got to the point. Now, let's start dividing into groups. The first group is Su Yunhan, Zihao, and Ma Qingshuang. The second group, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. I don't know if it was because the world line was corrected or what, but even though Zhou Yi knew the relationship between Su Yunhan and Xiao Xiao, she still assigned her to Hui Yuhao's group. Xiao Xiao was immediately unhappy that she couldn't be in the same group with her husband. Chapter 33. Xiao Xiao raised her hand, stood up slowly, looked at Zhou Yi's position on the podium, and said unhappily, "Teacher Zhou, you clearly know the relationship between me and brother Yunhan, why did you deliberately separate us when grouping us?" Zhou Yi slapped his forehead and pretended to be enlightened. He said, "I grouped you according to the characteristics of your martial spirits, and I really didn't consider the relationship between the students. How about this, let Ma Qingshuang and Xiao Xiao switch groups." After saying that, Zhou Yi took out a pen and made some symbolic corrections on the notebook. Su Yunhan. He finally understood that Zhou Yi had never intended to separate him and Xiao Xiao from the beginning. She simply wanted to arrange Wang Dong to Hui Yuhao's group. She used this as an excuse to say that the groupings she made were based on the characteristics of each student's martial soul. Without any personal emotion mixed in. Oh, is Zhou Yi a scheming lady? Su Yunhan looked back at Wang Dong, then faced the podium, slowly stood up, and said, "Teacher Zhou, I take the initiative to ask to be in the same group with Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong." The smile on old lady Zhou's face froze instantly. It was a lie for this group to say that she had no selfish motives and no personal emotions involved. Wang Dong was not raised as a boy since he was a child. With old lady Zhou's life experience, it was not difficult to tell that she was a woman dressed as a man just by looking at her walking posture. After her extensive investigation, it was not difficult to find out that Wang Donger was the eldest daughter of the Haotian sect, and was sent to Shrek Academy by the second sect leader Titan himself. Although she didn't know why Wang Donger disguised herself as a man to enter Shrek Academy, Su Yunhan had moved out of the freshman dormitory for almost 3 months. And during this period, Wang Donger had no roommate. If she took advantage of the freshman assessment to arrange Hui Yuhao to be in the same group with Wang Donger to bring them closer, she could arrange them to the same dormitory when the classes were redivided. Regardless of what she thought, in front of the whole class, old lady Zhou still forced a smile. "I don't have any objection, but I'm just saying. It's best for a group to have students from 3 different factions, offensive, control, and support. You and Wang Dong are both offensive students. If you two are in the same group, there will definitely be one group without an offensive student. Su Yunhan, as the monitor of the class, you should set an example and not just think about yourself. You should think about the overall situation." "Ha." Su Yunhan sneered, "Teacher Zhou, sometimes I really don't want to expose you." "Listen, what are you talking about? What do you mean by asking me to consider the overall situation? What's the matter?" Without Wang Dong, the others will not be able to pass the freshman assessment. At this moment, Wang Dong, who had the same high ponytail as Su Yunhan, stood up, glanced at Hu Yuhao with the corner of his eye, curled his lips, and said, "Who wants to be in a group with a one-ring loser? I still want to compete with Yunhan for the championship of the freshman assessment." Wang Dong's face was full of pride, and she always spoke in the tone and voice of a little girl, as if she was afraid that others would not be able to tell that she was a girl. Zhou Yi smiled, but was actually thinking MMP in her heart. She didn't understand why so many girls of high status were willing to be around Su Yunhan. It was just because he looked good. Her little Yuhao wasn't bad either. Although Hu Yuhao's first spirit ring is only 10 years old, his auxiliary ability is not inferior to that of a top-level martial spirit second ring auxiliary spirit master. Zhou Yi originally planned that even if Hu Yuhao could not win Wang Donger's heart, he could still help her advance to the top 8 of the freshman assessment and thus qualify for the selection of the core members of the outer courtyard. But now, I'm afraid I can't do it. Zhou Yi announced the next grouping with an expressionless face. Strangely, after the regrouping, there were a total of 91 people in the freshman class. Old Lady Zhou simply excluded Hu Yuhao, and the remaining 90 people all had their own teams. Okay, the assessment will start tomorrow, now everyone go back and have a rest. Hu Yuhao will stay behind. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students in the freshman class left the classroom. Some students who lacked confidence formed a group and went to the fighting spirit area of Shrek Academy to carry out a practical simulation before the assessment. On the other side, looking at Xiao Donger who was becoming more and more feminine, Su Yunhan reached out and patted Wang Donger on the shoulder. "Xiao Donger, do you want to go to the academic affairs office to change your gender? I'm afraid it's not suitable for you to continue living in the boys' dormitory with your current appearance." "Ah." Xiao Xiao covered her face with her hands, her eyes full of surprise. "Yunhan, are you saying Wang Dong is a girl?" Su Yunhan nodded. "Yes, look at Xiao Donger, her hair just reaches her shoulders and she is so beautiful, even if she is dressed in men's clothes, it can't hide her feminine charm. How can such a person be a boy?" Xiao Xiao was a little bit unconvinced. She continued to cover her face and looked at Wang Donger, as if she wanted to get the real answer from her. Wang Donger said shyly, "Okay, Yunhan, take me to the academic affairs office to change my information. I can't hide my identity anymore, so it's not good to continue living in the boys' dormitory." Just like that, Su Yunhan brought the two girls to the office of Du Weiluan, the director of the Wuhuan department. "Director Du, this is what's going on. Wang Donger is a girl, for some reason, she entered school as a man, now she wants to change it, what do you think?" Du Weiluan nodded, picked up the voice transmission soul guide on the table and started dialing. Within 3 minutes, the female teacher in charge of managing student files walked into the office, destroyed Wang Donger's previous file in front of everyone, and issued a new file for her. Name, Wang Donger. Gender, female. Class, freshman class 1. Class teacher, Zhou Yi. When leaving the academic affairs office, Wang Donger was completely confused, but she was not stupid. Looking at Du Weiluan's expression, he probably knew that she was a girl a long time ago. Does she always have the feeling that everyone is acting with her? Because old lady Zhou deliberately delayed time, it was already noon when Xiao Xiao helped Wang Donger move into the dormitory. Su Yunhan suggested that the three of them go out for lunch together, and the two girls gladly accepted. Just like that, under the leadership of Su Yunhan, the three of them walked into a barbecue restaurant on the snack street in the Dongchengmen area. After we ordered the dishes, the restaurant served the food very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, 6 spicy rabbit heads were served. "Yunhan, what kind of meat is this? Why does it taste a bit weird?" Xiao Xiao said, "Sister Donger, rabbit meat has a fishy smell, but this store uses a lot of ingredients, I don't taste any weird flavor at all." Chapter 34. Vomit. Wang Donger's blue-pink eyes widened, and she held onto the table with one hand and retched onto the ground. Xiao Xiao patted Wang Donger's back considerately. Seeing Wang Donger's slightly painful expression, the puzzlement on her face deepened a little. "Sister Donger, what's wrong with you? Did you get sick from eating rabbit meat when you were a child?" No, Wang Donger slumped in the chair, her face full of confusion. "I have never eaten rabbit meat since I was a child, I don't know why I felt nauseous without any warning." Su Yunhan. This shouldn't be the case. Wang Donger had no memory of the God Realm period, and from their conversations with her. The two licking beasts had never said that they didn't allow her to eat rabbit meat, but why did she feel nauseous? It can't be an instinctive reaction that comes from the blood. This is too unscientific. Oh yes, this is an alien world, how can we talk about science in a fantasy world? Su Yunhan stood up, picked up the glass in front of him, poured a glass of juice, and pushed it in front of Wang Donger. Donger, come, have a glass of juice. Since you can't eat rabbit meat, don't be stubborn, I also ordered a lot of skewers, can't we eat something else? No, Wang Donger was so angry that she picked up the remaining half of the spicy rabbit head and started to chew it. I still don't believe it, it's just a rabbit, ugh. It's meat, why can't I, ugh. Eat it, ugh. For a while, Wang Donger's retching sounds continued. Su Yunhan and Xiao Xiao both advised her not to eat anymore, but she was a stubborn person and ate all 4 spicy rabbit heads on the plate. In the end, it was obvious that Wang Donger had been lying in the bathroom vomiting for nearly half an hour, and she was almost vomiting acid. Can you give me a few more spicy rabbit heads? I really don't believe that I will never be able to eat rabbit meat in this lifetime. Xiao Xiao, dot. Wang Donger is so stubborn, I don't know who she takes after. Su Yunhan said in a deep voice, Donger, if you can't eat it, then don't eat it, there are so many kinds of delicious food in this world, why do you have to pick on rabbits and treat yourself so badly? Wang Donger pouted and said unhappily, Su Yunhan, I order you to order me some spicy rabbit heads right now, if you don't, I will cry in front of you. He had never been so speechless in his life. What else could he do? Of course he would spoil her. As long as Wang Donger stayed away from Huiyuhao, that would be enough. Su Yunhan tried to persuade Wang Donger symbolically, but seeing that Wang Donger was unmoved, he could only go to the front desk and find the boss to order 6 more spicy rabbit heads. The boss is about to cry. It's only been half an hour and more than 30 orders for spicy rabbit heads have been returned. He just opened a small shop, who the hell did he offend? But the boss was just an ordinary man. What else could he do? He could only obediently tell his waiter to cook. Soon, 6 spicy rabbit heads were served on the table. Just as Wang Donger picked up the spicy rabbit head, Su Yunhan suggested. Donger, why don't you try to change your subconscious cognition and imagine the spicy rabbit head in front of you as the meat of other animals, maybe it will be better. Hearing this, Wang Donger slowly closed her eyes, and kept muttering, this is pork, this is pork. An unknown amount of time had passed before Wang Donger picked up the spicy rabbit head and took a big bite. This time, she swallowed the meat smoothly without any feeling of nausea. That's great, as long as you don't think it's rabbit, ugh. It's pork, it's pork. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan and Xiao Xiao looked at each other. Why is Wang Donger a little nervous? Self-hypnosis was effective. Soon, Wang Donger had eaten all the spicy rabbit heads on the plate. She threw away the tableware, fell backwards. Sat on the chair, stretched her waist, and said loudly. Waiter, give me 6 more spicy rabbit heads. After dinner, Wang Donger returned to the new dormitory. Su Yunhan and Xiao Xiao walked towards their big house hand in hand. On the way, Xiao Xiao's face flashed with worry, Yunhan, after the freshman assessment, the classes will be redivided. It is said that they will be divided according to the attributes of the martial spirits. In other words, the 2 of us will be separated from now on. Xiao Xiao's face was red, as if it was about to bleed. Ever since they confirmed their relationship, they would do little things under the table during class. If possible, she really didn't want to be separated from her husband. Su Yunhan pondered and said, I think the 2 of us should not be separated. After the freshman assessment is over, the more than 400 students who have advanced should be divided into 4 classes, 1 for the offensive department, 1 for the control department, and 1 for the auxiliary department. In addition to these 3 classes, there will also be a top class, and the core disciples of the outer courtyard should all be gathered in this class. Xiao Xiao, don't worry, with our identities, as long as we obtain the qualifications of the outer courtyard core disciples, we will definitely be selected, the same goes for Schwer and Fonger. Speaking of this, Su Yunhan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Not long ago, he hated privileges so much, but now, he is using his privileges here with peace of mind. People don't hate privileges, but they hate not having privileges in their hands. After returning to the mansion, since it was still early, Su Yunhan did not play games with Zhao Ninger and the others. Instead, he returned to his room to practice his skills and entered a state of cultivation. Although it's nice to be in a gentle place, you can't neglect your cultivation. In 3 months, Su Yunhan broke through from level 31 to level 33. The Soul Master level can increase 1 level of soul power every 1.5 months on average. If it were put outside, this would be enough to shock the world. But, Su Yunhan was not satisfied with this. As everyone knows, Huiyuhao defeated the golden-eyed black dragon King Di Tian before he was 30, became a god, and ascended to the god realm. If Su Yunhan wants to change his original destiny, he must become a god before Huiyuhao. Moreover, his system was very tricky. Even though he was about to abduct Wang Donger, the system still did not give him any rewards. It was as if the heroine in the original novel had nothing to do with Hu Yuhao. However, there was one thing that surprised Su Yunhan. He just intercepted Ma Xiaotao and changed Hu Yuhao's original destiny. Was Ma Xiaotao such a great help to Hu Yuhao? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Chapter 35. The next morning, Su Yunhan and Xiao Xiao walked into the classroom with a relaxed look as usual and sat down in their respective seats. Compared to the two of them, the other students were not so happy. Due to the appearance of Su Yunhan, old lady Zhou only expelled the 9 King Kongs. And some people in the freshman class were still at the bottom of the list, worrying about the upcoming freshman assessment. Boom! 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 At this moment, 3 knocking sounds suddenly rang out. In an instant, the whole class became silent and you could hear a pin drop. Under the gaze of the students, Zhou Yi slowly walked up to the podium. I have already registered the participating teams. The competition officially starts this afternoon. In the 10 round-robin matches, you will not meet each other, but only students from other classes. I don't have any requirements for you, just do your best and leave no regrets. Okay, disperse. And gather in the assessment area this afternoon. After saying that, old lady Zhou turned around and walked out of the classroom. Su Yunhan. There is nothing to do, why must we gather the students in the classroom for a while and do this kind of formalism? If we have that much time, why not get some more sleep? Do you want to go back and play for a while? I think you didn't have enough fun last night. Ah. Xiao Zhao's face was red. Even though she had been through many battles, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable talking about this topic in the classroom. Ah. Let's not do it, the freshman assessment will be in the afternoon, I don't want to limp to the battle spirit. The classroom was bustling with people. The students met up with their teammates, either discussing tactics or traveling together to the back mountain of Shrek Academy for actual combat exercises. Wang Donger walked over and saw Su Yunhan and the other man whispering about something. She patted Su Yunhan on the shoulder and asked curiously, "Hey, what are you two talking about?" Su Yunhan smiled and said, "It's like this, Xiao Xiao and I were discussing whether we should take advantage of this break to go home and play some games. Donger, you're here, how about the 3 of us play together? A little game." Wang Donger looked at Xiao Xiao, whose face was flushed, suspiciously, and immediately understood something. Who wants to do that kind of thing with a sea king like you? You two can play slowly and try not to die in bed, meet in the assessment area this afternoon. Wang Donger stamped her feet, looked angrily, and turned to leave. Su Yunhan quickly stood up and stopped her. All right. Why are you still angry? How can you do that kind of thing in broad daylight? I was just joking, why did you take it seriously? Anyway, we have nothing to do. How about the 3 of us go shopping? Girls' temptation to go shopping is close to zero, so after changing their clothes, the 3 of them walked hand in hand and came to the commercial street of Shrek City. It is hard to imagine that while other freshmen are busy with practical exercises and training, the 3 of them are strolling leisurely on the street. Among this batch of freshmen, the 3 of them are unique. The fact that the eldest sons and daughters of these Soul Master families are so well behaved and willing to stay in the dormitory to practice during the freshman assessment period is closely related to the unspoken rules of Shrek Academy. The rules for selecting the core disciples of the outer courtyard are very particular. The top 8 students in the freshman assessment and the students who have not entered the top 8 but have outstanding cultivation will automatically obtain the selection qualification. The high-level Wuhan department will select 16 students with excellent comprehensive qualities from the more than 30 students as the core disciples of the outer courtyard. The core disciples of the outer courtyard have another alias, that is, the quasi-inner courtyard students. It can be said that as long as you can guarantee your status as a core disciple of the outer courtyard until you graduate from the 6th grade, you can enter the Shrek Inner Courtyard 100. And every year, the Inner Courtyard has only 30 places for external enrollment. Apart from the 16 core disciples of the outer courtyard, there were only 14 spots left. To compete for these 14 spots, one must first be recommended by the seniors of the inner courtyard, and secondly, must pass various assessments. Therefore, the importance of the core disciple quota of the outer courtyard is reflected. Since the selection rules take into account all aspects of comprehensive quality, students who meet this condition dare not go out at this critical juncture, for fear of leaving a bad impression on the teacher in charge of the selection, thus missing out on the core disciple quota. In addition, there are 16 core disciples in each grade, which can be described as 1 position. If you are not selected this time, it means that if you want to become a core disciple of the outer courtyard again, you can only wait for one of them to give up the position. P.S. For the sake of plot continuity, the setting of the core disciples of the outer courtyard has been slightly changed compared to the original plot. Please don't criticize if you don't like it, but who is Su Yunhan? The person behind him is Yen Xiaozhe. No matter how he indulges himself, even if he flirts with Ma Xiaotao and the others in front of all the teachers and students, it will not affect his selection as a core disciple of the outer court. Not only him, but also Xiao Xiao, Wang Donger, Ning Tian and Wu Feng are destined to be among the 16 people. Yunhan, take a look at this skirt, does it make me look cuter when I put it on? Yunhan, I really like that bracelet, can you buy one for me? Yunhan. Su Yunhan, carrying large and small bags, followed Xiao Xiao and Wang Donger with a look of despair. Su Yunhan really wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to suggest going shopping when he had nothing to do? His legs were almost broken from walking. Wouldn't it be nice to hold Xiao and play some games with her? In order to get closer to Xiao Donger and avoid having any unnecessary relationship with Hu Yuhao, Su Yunhan endured it. At this moment, Xiao Xiao and Wang Donger instantly turned into time management instructors. After the three of them finished shopping and eating, they returned to Shrek Academy and just in time for the start of the freshman assessment. In the afternoon's freshman assessment, each team only played one match. And there was nothing much to say about the process. Su Yunhan's team consisted of one Soul Master and two Soul Masters, and in this group where all the members were less than the second ring strength, they simply killed each other indiscriminately. After the competition, the three left the assessment area. Before they had gone far, they were stopped by a blonde man with double pupils in a white school uniform. The blonde man grabbed Su Yunhan's shoulders and asked coldly, "Boy, where did you get your white tiger martial spirit?" Su Yunhan sneered and said, "Of course I was born by my father and raised by my mother. Oh, by the way, what does it have to do with you whether I have a white tiger martial spirit or not?" Snort. The blonde man said coldly, "Listen carefully, the young master's name is Dai Huabin, and he is the second son of the White Tiger Duke. We in the White Tiger lineage do not allow our bloodline to be passed on to outsiders." Chapter 36. Su Yunhan's face was full of questions. What is a stepmother? Did Dai Huabin think he was Dai Hao's illegitimate son? Su Yunhan grabbed Dai Huabin's hand and pulled it off his shoulder. "Dai Huabin, I don't want to waste my time talking to you, didn't you try to find out my identity before you came to see me? Not to mention you, even the emperor of your Xinglua Empire is not qualified to recruit me. Ma Xiaotao is a member of the Sea God Pavilion with a pure family background. As her husband, no matter which royal family, clan or force in the three empires wants to recruit Su Yunhan, the group of old-timers in the Sea God Pavilion will not agree. No matter how much they wanted the position of the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, they would not do such a stupid thing. After all, once this hole was opened, the Sea God Pavilion would be caught in endless internal strife, which was something these old people could not accept. No matter what, the meat still has to rot in the pot. Dai Huabin's brain was obviously not working well. Su Yunhan had already hinted at him, but he was still nagging. "Boy, are you using Shrek Academy to pressure me? I tell you, Shrek Academy is just a neutral force. When it comes to bloodline inheritance, even the two deans will not easily intervene. If you don't agree to join my White Tiger Duke's mansion, I will have no choice but to notify the family and send people to eliminate you. By then, everyone in your lineage who is related to you will be killed." Su Yunhan. Dai Huabin is so brave he dares to speak like this before he gets to know the other person. He really is worthy of being called an uneducated second-generation rich man. It fits Su Yunhan's stereotype of the playboys in the world very well. Su Yunhan said in a deep voice, "Dai Huabin, if you want to kill me, go ahead, but before you kill me, I hope you can check in advance, including my wife's teacher, mistress, uncle, and grandmaster, don't miss any of them." After saying that, Su Yunhan took Xiao Xiao and Wang Donger away. Dai Huabin glared at Su Yunhan fiercely and walked towards the academic affairs office. In the office of the director of the Wuhuan department, Dai Huabin bowed to the Dean of Education Du Weiluan and said, "Dean Du, I would like to ask you to do me a favor and help me check the personal information of a new student. I only know that he has the White Tiger Spirit." Dai Huabin deliberately emphasized the four words, "White Tiger Martial Spirit," in order to make it impossible for Du Weiluan to refuse. Du Weiluan pondered for a while, and finally agreed to Dai Huabin's request. "I can help you check the files and tell you the name of the student with the White Tiger Spirit. However, I want to remind Mr. Dai that no matter what spirit it is, they are all students of Shrek Academy. Don't go too far in some things." After saying that, Du Weiluan picked up the voice transmission soul guide on the table and asked the teacher in charge of the files to check among the new students to see if there is any student with the White Tiger martial soul. Soon, the female teacher who was in charge of files walked into the office. She came to Du Wailuan with a serious face and whispered something in his ear. Du Wailuan's expression changed instantly. In order to further confirm the identity of the White Tiger Spirit student, he looked at Dai Huabin with a stern face and asked. Second Master Dai, what exactly does the White Tiger Spirit you saw look like? Can you describe it? Its appearance is not much different from the evil-eyed White Tiger, except that there is an extra vertical pupil between the eyebrows, Dai Huabin asked curiously. Director Du, judging from what you said, could it be that among the new students, there is more than one student with the White Tiger martial spirit? More than one bullshit. Du Wailuan slammed the table 3 times and said angrily. Dai Huabin, if you want to die, can you please not take me with you? I still want to live a few more years, get out now. After saying that, Du Wailuan forcibly pushed Dai Huabin out of the office. Who am I? Where am I? Dai Huabin stood there in confusion, his heart was filled with waves and he couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, the female teacher in charge of the archives came out of the office, and Dai Huabin quickly blocked her way. Teacher, can you tell me the name of the student with the White Tiger Spirit? The female teacher gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and resisted the urge to beat up Dai Huabin. She used all her strength to roar, get out. This roar woke Dai Huabin up immediately. Dai Huabin was a playboy, but he was born in the White Tiger Duke's house and received the best education. As the second son of the White Tiger Duke's family. As long as he didn't make any big mistakes, the ordinary teachers of Shrek Academy would give him some face. And now, a female teacher who is in charge of managing files dares to yell at him like this. If Dai Huabin can't see anything, he will have lived in vain for more than 10 years. Comparing Du Wailuan's attitude towards him, the male student with the White Tiger martial spirit is probably in a much higher position than him. Could he be the descendant of a certain elder in Poseidon Pavilion? Dai Huabin's mind suddenly came alive. If he can establish a good relationship with the future elder of Poseidon Pavilion, it will definitely help him gain the title of Duke of White Tiger. Just like that, Dai Huabin somehow walked out of Shrek Academy and came to the Rose Hotel next to the Tulip Hotel. Don't get me wrong, Dai Huabin didn't come to the Rose Hotel to find someone, but to say, the Rose Hotel is their White Tiger family's property in Shrek City. It is rumored that when White Tiger Dolua Dai Mubai was stranded in Soto City of the Heaven Do Empire, he spent most of his time traveling in the Rose Hotel. Later. After the Battle of the Three Gods, White Tiger Dolua Dai Mubai completely acquired the Rose Hotel in the name of the White Tiger family patriarch. This industry did not go bankrupt with the passage of time and has been passed down to this day. Since it was the White Tiger family's own business, as soon as Dai Huabin entered the door, a maid dressed in cool clothes came to greet him. Second Master, do you still want me to serve you as usual? Dai Huabin in sage mode waved his hand and said calmly, take me to see Uncle Gua. Led by the maid, Dai Huabin walked into the manager's office. As soon as he stepped through the door, a one-armed, bald middle-aged man hurriedly came up to him. My name is Guiyuan, nice to meet the second young master. Guiyuan leaned forward, lowered his head slightly, and gave Dai Huabin a simple salute as a subordinate. Chapter 37. The most crucial thing is that Guiyuan is not from the White Tiger Duke's mansion. He was promoted from the army by Dai Hao. He is only loyal to Dai Hao. In the fight between Dai Yueheng and Dai Huabin, he can do nothing to help either side. Facing his father's confidant, Dai Huabin was still very respectful to Guiyuan. He just bowed to Guiyuan and said respectfully. Uncle Gua, please help me check the identity of a person. He is a new student, a good-looking male student with a feminine appearance, and his martial spirit is a three-eyed white tiger. By White Tiger Martial Spirit. Guiyuan was a little surprised, and the expression on his face became more solemn. Dai Huabin thought, Uncle Gua, if you encounter resistance during the investigation, please stop as soon as possible. He is not a character that we in the White Tiger Duke's mansion can afford to offend. Guiyuan said, I understand, please rest assured, I will send someone to inform you once I have any news. Dai Huabin nodded with satisfaction, turned around and walked out of the room. After Dai Huabin's breath completely disappeared, a middle-aged woman with a scar on her face and wearing a purple-black dress came out from the corner and stood beside Guiyuan. After an unknown amount of time, the woman said solemnly, My dear, the eldest son told us not to try to find out any information about the new student with the White Tiger spirit. Now the second son has issued an order. What should we do? Ugh. Guiyuan sighed, a gloomy look flashed across his face. We must find out, at least we need to know his name and what class he is in. But we must strike a balance. The fact that the White Tiger Duke's mansion is investigating the lost White Tiger bloodline is enough to arouse people's imagination. If we go too far, once the people above investigate, you and I will definitely be blamed. Guiyuan was born in the military, and he was able to serve as the deputy captain of the marshal's personal guard. Which was enough to prove that he was quite capable. How could he not see what Dai Huabin was thinking? He was not optimistic about Dai Huabin, and deliberately approaching him as the second son of the Duke of White Tiger might even have a counterproductive effect. But Gui Yuan was destined not to say these words. When working for the master, he must not get involved in any of the affairs. Moreover, he was loyal to Dai Hao, not Dai Huabin's direct descendant, and their fates were not tied together. What was the point of him saying that? Husband, how should we investigate? It is obviously not realistic to directly use the intelligence network of the Duke's mansion in Shrek City. Gui Yuan thought for a moment and said, well, let's use the dumbest method. We can go to the snack stands near the East City Gate area and find those freshmen who don't look like they come from wealthy families. We can give them some money and ask about their situation. There are only 10 freshmen in the class, so it shouldn't be difficult to check them out. The woman nodded and walked out of the room. Although Gui Yuan's method seemed a bit clumsy, it could protect himself to the greatest extent. This level of investigation would not be heard by the upper echelons of Shrek Academy. And the answers they wanted could be obtained from the mouths of those freshmen at the bottom, which could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Just knowing the name and class of the student with the white tiger martial spirit was enough to report to Dai Huabin. Wang Donger went back to the dormitory for a nap, and Xiao Xiao also went back to the mansion to meditate. Only Su Yunhan was left sitting alone next to Hui Yuhao's grilled fish stall, wolfing down the grilled fish in his hand. At this time, Su Sancher, dressed in black, came over, threw down a gold soul coin. Picked up a grilled fish on the grill, glared at Su Yunhan, and turned to leave. Su Yunhan was immediately unhappy, and quickly stood up and walked towards Su Sancher, shouting. Su Sancher, as the young master of Xianming sect, you can find any girl you want, do you have to hang yourself on Sister Nan Nan? Su Yunhan didn't know that Su Sancher was crippled by Ma Xiaotao. He thought that Su Sancher was still determined to cause trouble for Jiang Nan Nan, so he asked the question. When these words reached Su Sanchi's ears, they had a different meaning. Instantly, Su Sancher crushed the grilled fish in his hand, his eyes red, and Niu Ru panted and glared at Su Yunhan's position, deliberately raising his voice and roaring. Su Yunhan, you are a complete villain. Villain. I have fallen to this point, and you are still mocking me. Sarcasm? What sarcasm? Su Sancher, you are not a loyal person. Are you so bad because of a woman? You are the young master of Xianming sect. You can ask your father to arrange 100 or 80 beautiful women to serve you. With your status, it is not a problem for you to marry a county lady or even a princess. Ha 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 ha. A hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Su Yunhan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Tang holding her stomach and laughing in a very unkind manner. Ah! This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. At this moment, the humiliation that had been pent up in Su Sanchi's heart suddenly burst out. Snapped. Su Sancher dodged and slapped Tang to the ground. A sharp basalt spike condensed from the back of his hand and directly pierced Tang's wound. Tang, you little bitch, why don't you continue laughing? I want to see if you still have the face to face Bei Bei after today. After saying that, Su Sanchi's face darkened, and he flashed and disappeared into the crowd. Everyone finally came back to their senses from their shock, and looking at Tang lying in a pool of blood, they all sighed, turned their heads away, and walked away silently. The part where Tang was injured, oh. If I look at it for one more second, disaster will befall me. In this situation, others could ignore it, but Su Yunhan couldn't. No matter what, Tang is his sister-in-law from Ma Xiaodao's perspective, and it would be a bit unreasonable if he ignored her. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan came to Tang's side and shouted towards Hui Yuhao, Yuhao, come and lend a hand, send Sister Xiaoya for treatment. Just like that, Su Yunhan grabbed Tang's arm and led the way in front. Hui Yuhao raised his leg, and the two of them hurriedly walked towards the infirmary. Chapter 38. Woo woo woo. Who would have thought that after hearing what Ma Xiaotao said, Zhang Lishuan actually covered her face and burst into tears. I would rather be an ordinary spirit master girl than be a senior sister in Shrek Academy. Ever since I was brought back to Shrek Academy by that old bastard Moon, he forced me to make friends with that little bastard Bei Bei. Oh, the senior sister of the inner courtyard? She is just a dog raised by Moon. He would rather let the dog meat rot in the pot than give it to anyone other than Bei Bei. Under the catalysis of the drug, Zhang Lishuan showed her truest side to the three people. If it were someone else, hearing such treasonous words, they would definitely advise Zhang Lishuan to be careful with her words. But who is Ma Xiaotao? She is a reckless woman. A typical person who only supports the right and not the relatives. Not to mention Muan, she dared to scold Tang San even if he did something wrong. Ma Xiaotao took a handkerchief and wiped the tears from Zhang Lishuan's eyes. She comforted her softly, Sister Lishuan, don't cry, it's not worth it to cry yourself to the old bastard Moon, he's just a man, what do you think of my little man? Hearing this, Zhang Lishuan rubbed her eyes vigorously, looked up and down at Su Yunhan in front of her, and slowly said, it looks pretty good, but I don't know how it works in use. Zhao Ninger, Su Yunhan. Ma Xiaotao, Is this still the innocent inner courtyard senior sister Zhang Lishuan? Ma Xiaotao leaned over to Zhang Lishuan's ear and bewitched her, Sister Lishuan, how about, you try it first? Let's give it a try. Zhang Lishuan put her arms around Su Yunhan's waist, held him in a princess hug and walked towards the master bedroom. That night, Zhang Lishuan rode his horse and whipped the whip, venting all the anger that had been brewing for more than 10 years on Su Yunhan. The next morning, Su Yunhan sat up from his big pink bed with a start. At this moment, a clear voice rang in his mind. Due to the change of the host, the fate of the original destined protagonist Wu Yuhao has been deflected, and the host is now rewarded with a one-time skill, whoever you stare at will get pregnant. Whoever you stare at will get pregnant. This skill shouldn't have much use other than pranking, right? No, it is still useful. If it is used on Hu Yuhao, it can greatly change Hu Yuhao's fate. There should be no problem in brushing the system reward. It is also useful on his adoptive father. If Su Tianran had a descendant of his own, the internal strife in the original novel would not happen again. However, based on his understanding of Su Tianran, the other party would rather let him marry a princess of the Sun and Moon royal family and adopt their offspring into his lap, rather than using this method to raise a descendant of his own. It's so embarrassing. Even a hero needs to save face. Then, should this skill really be used on Hu Yuhao? Isn't this a bit too cruel for him? Just as Su Yunhan was struggling over whether to glare at Hu Yuhao, he suddenly seemed to think of something. System, if I glare at a statue of someone, will my skills work on that person through the statue? It's okay, beautiful. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Su Yunhan's face. Using his skills on that person would have a much faster effect than using them on Hu Yuhao. Su Yunhan put on his clothes, washed up briefly, tied his long hair into a high ponytail, and then walked out of the room with satisfaction. In the courtyard, Zhao Ninger was sitting at the stone table drinking fresh soul beast milk bought from Shrek Colosseum. The moment she saw Su Yunhan, Zhao Ninger curled her lips and said with a look of disdain, Master Su, your 2 young wives have gone to ask the dragon god DOURO for forgiveness, so you can just sleep till you die. Su Yunhan ran out of the house without hesitation. He shouted as he ran, Ninger, tell Xiao Xiao that I may not be able to make it to today's game. With Su Yunhan's full efforts, it took him less than 10 minutes to walk into the gate of Shrek Academy. This matter is not very glorious, Moon will definitely not expose it openly, he will definitely stay away from those old people who keep the lights on in Poseidon Pavilion. In the outer courtyard, the only place suitable for handling this matter seems to be Yan Xiaozhe's office. After coming up with the idea, Su Yunhan went straight to the door of the office of the Dean of the Martial Spirit Department of Shrek Academy. At this time, Su Yunhan had already greeted the Sky Fox in his sea of consciousness. If Moon was aggressive, he really wouldn't mind performing a rage for beauty. In Shrek City. Su Yunhan didn't knock, but pushed open the door of the office and walked in. Ignoring Bebe's murderous expression, Su Yunhan quickly walked to Zhang Lishuan and Ma Xiaotao, looked them up and down, and after confirming that the 2 women were not hurt, he slowly said. Xiaotao, Lishuan, no one should embarrass you too, right? Snapped. Moon, who was sitting at the main seat, slammed the table hard, glanced at Su Yunhan, and said meaningfully. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's announce the outcome of this matter. Zhang Lishuan, as Bebe's child bride, failed to abide by the rules of being a woman and had an affair with someone else, which is truly the behavior of a slut. Senior Dragon God, you saved Lu Xian's life. But that's not a reason for you two to bully her. Lu Xian regarded you as her benefactors, relatives, and even family members. But how did you treat her? How can you describe your family members as sluts? From the beginning to the end, she, Zhang Lu Xian, was a dog of your dragon god DOURO. A dog that could be slaughtered at any time. Su Yunhan was strong and unyielding. He stared at Moon's old face with his tiger eyes and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Senior Dragon God, I don't want to say any unnecessary nonsense, you are Xiao Tao's master and also my elder, I didn't want to say anything disrespectful, but you really went too far this time. Snapped. Moon's eyes became colder and colder as he glanced at Su Yunhan below. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Su Yunhan, in terms of status, I am your elder, in terms of strength, I am a limit DOURO, and you are just a soul master, you dare to talk to me like this, aren't you afraid of being beheaded? Hearing this, Su Yunhan finally felt relieved. If Moon En wanted to deal with him and Zhang Lishuan, there would be no need for so much nonsense. I am afraid of death. I am afraid that no soul master is willing to give up his noble life. But, as a man, I have the obligation to use my not-so-broad shoulders to support the sky for my wife behind me. If you want to hurt my wife, you must first step over my dead body. Chapter 39. Xiaozhe, you win. Moon's brows relaxed all of a sudden, and he looked at the three handsome men and pretty women below, with a slight smile on his lips. At this time, Yan Xiaozhe, who had been eating melons on the side, waved his sleeves, came to the center of the room, bowed to Moon above, and said, Teacher, according to the agreement, you should restore Luxian's freedom. Before Moon could get mad, Bei beside him was immediately unhappy. Great-great-grandson, I am your great-great-grandson, a great-great-grandson who is as good as my bones. Luxian is my child bride, you can't give her to someone else. At this moment, Moon looked at Bei with an expression of disappointment, raised his big, rough hand high, and gently placed it on Bei's face. If you don't cherish what you have, will you regret it when you lose it? Bei has already passed his 14th birthday. With the blessing of the soul ring, his body had grown when he was 11 years old. It can be said that he had 3 full years to eat Zhang Lishuan. But what about him? He hangs out with Tang all day long. Nothing important happens. He doesn't even go to Poseidon Island, let alone visit his child bride who lives alone in her empty room. The matter was done. What could Moon En say? It was just a small test for Su Yunhan. He knew Ma Xiaotao's temper. Rather than execute Zhang Lishuan and make Ma Xiaotao feel disappointed, he would rather let Zhang Lishuan marry Su Yunhan in a grand manner as the great-great-granddaughter of dragon god DOURO Moon En. Doing so would be considered a closer relationship. When Su Yunhan grows up in the future, he can still take care of his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and his useless great-grandson for the sake of their past relationship. He won't live for many years. Although Moon's slap did not hurt Bei's face, his action had already made his attitude clear. Seeing that her great-grandfather was unreliable, Bei knelt down in front of Zhang Lishuan with a plop, begging desperately. Lishuan, Xiaoya was injured by Su Sancher, and she will never be able to have children again. She asked me to come to you to get back together. I beg you, please give me a chance, okay? If she hadn't had the experience of last night, considering that Moon had been kind to her, she would have gone with the flow and accepted Bei again. People are most afraid of comparison. Compared with Su Yunhan, the older Bei seems a little childish. What did Tang ask you to get back together with? If you listen to Tang so much, what do you need other women for? Zhang Lishuan turned to Bei and said coldly. Bei, let me ask you, if you were faced with the same situation as today, would you dare to stand in front of me and face a limit DOURO to protect me, from the wind and rain? I can do it. Bei was obviously not confident when saying this, and these 5 words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Zhang Lishuan shook her head in disappointment, then walked to Su Yunhan, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Seeing this scene, Bei's eyes were red with anger, and the air around them was instantly filled with sadness. Snow flutters, the north wind blows. The world is vast and boundless. A cut winter plum blossom stands proudly in the snow, just for one person to spread its fragrance. It was already noon when he left Yan Xiaozhe's office. The morning competition had ended. Su Yunhan couldn't find Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, so he prepared to go to the East Gate area and try his luck at the roadside stalls that the 3 of them had been to. Before leaving Shrek Academy, he didn't forget to glare at Tang San's statue. The clouds and mists are ever-changing, sometimes like rolling waves, sometimes like quiet people. Every change is irregular, but it brings people more beauty and shock. The rich energy of heaven and earth lingered in the clouds, and the towering palace shone with a faint golden glow under the illumination of the colorful halo. This is the divine realm, the most coveted place for cultivators from DOURO Star and the 108 small plains. As the saying goes, one day in the God realm is 1 year in the underworld. It is not that the speed of time in the 2 worlds is different as everyone understands. Rather, it means that 1 day in the God realm is very long. It takes 1 year in the underworld for the God realm to complete 1 day and night cycle. P.S. You can understand it this way, a year in the lower world is 8,760 hours, and a day in the divine world is 8,760 hours. The speed of time flow in both is the same. In this book, unless otherwise specified, the time units that appear are based on the following boundaries. After finishing today's affairs, Tang San returned to the Temple of Poseidon, picked up the little rabbit who was still sleeping there and started chirping. Suddenly, Tang San felt dazed, and a stream of sour water gushed out of his mouth instantly. Vomit. Xiao Wu also noticed something was wrong with Tang San. She quickly stood up and patted Tang San's back desperately, hoping that her third brother would feel better. 20 minutes later, Tang San stopped vomiting and sat down on the ground with a pale face, which made Xiao Wu feel very distressed. Third brother, ordinary spirit masters will not get sick. What happened to you? How could a dignified supreme god king vomit like this? Tang San shook his head. He had no idea where the strangeness in his body came from. No matter whether he practiced Shen Tian Gong or activated the divine power in his body, he could not relieve the pain in his body. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something, and leaned over to Tang San's ear, whispering. Third brother, is there a possibility that the last time the 5 great god kings worked together to reinforce the Golden Dragon King seal, the Golden Dragon King planted a curse on you while you were not paying attention? Otherwise, why don't you go and look for Sister Life? The curse of the Golden Dragon King? It's not impossible. You can look down on the strength of the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings, but you must never ignore their endless methods. After all, the god realm where the gods live was created by the Dragon God. It seemed that he had lived a comfortable life for too long. A minor illness actually tortured Tang San to death. He had not been injured for many years. Tang San finally did not reject Xiao Wu's proposal. With Xiao Wu watching him, Tang San walked out of the Sea God Temple holding on to the wall and staggered towards the Forest of Life. Although Shura God Tang San and Destruction God King have different political views, their personal relationship is quite good. When learning that Tang San came to visit the Forest of Life, the Life God King personally led people to welcome Tang San into the Forest of Life. After the Life God King dismissed the priest, Tang San finally explained his purpose. Life, my body has been vomiting acid for more than 20 minutes without any warning, and I still feel a little dizzy. Can you help me see if the Golden Dragon King planted a curse on me when I reinforced the seal last time? Chapter 40. The Curse of the Golden Dragon King. The God King of Life did not hesitate at all. He placed his slender jade fingers on Tang San's right wrist, and an emerald green divine power penetrated into it. As time passed, the pretty face of the Life God King was full of doubts. She carefully checked Tang San's internal organs and spiritual sea of consciousness, which were easy to be tampered with, and found nothing abnormal. Oh, by the way, there was an important part of her body that was not checked. Under the control of the God of Life, that divine power flowed down along Tang San's meridians and finally stopped at the periphery of his dantian area. Through divine power, when the God King of Life saw the scene in Tang San's dantian, his jaw dropped. Seeing the horrified expression on the Life God King's face, Tang San also realized something, and then swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, Life, what's wrong with my body? The Life God King showed a look of joy, and quickly bowed towards Tang San's position, saying, See God, congratulations, you are going to be a father again. What? What the hell? He's going to be a father again? If he understood correctly, was this woman called Life saying that he was pregnant? Tang San said with an unhappy look, Life, this joke is a bit too disrespectful, which male god is pregnant? Tang San, we have known each other for 10,000 years, you should know who I am, when have you ever heard me joke? If you don't believe me, just check your dantian and you will know. Tang San did not hesitate at all, and hurriedly urged his divine power to explore the dantian area. He could clearly feel that there was a small life in the dantian area, which was slowly growing under the nourishment of Shura's divine power. Tang San's face darkened and he immediately clenched his fist, ready to strike towards the dantian area. Tang San, you are so cruel, this is your own daughter, can you bear to abort her? If you despise her because of her unknown origins, then give birth to her and I will raise her. Tang San. Is this really a question of who will raise the baby? Seeing Tang San's reluctance, the God Queen of Life blinked and directly expressed her thoughts, Tang San, since the Dragon God War, the strength of the God realm has been declining, and even the number of God Kings has decreased to 5. The child in your belly is simply a treasure bestowed by God on our God realm. This child, under the nourishment of the energy of the God King level mother, father, after being born, will be able to cultivate to the level of a first level God at worst, or even a God King. And add another God King to our God realm. So, for the sake of the God realm, Tang San, you should work hard. If you feel ashamed, you should stay in the Sea God Temple and take care of your baby before giving birth. Leave the affairs under your management to me and Xiao Zi. What could he say? What did he dare to say? The words, for the God realm, directly blocked his way out. If he disagrees and insists on aborting the child, not to mention life and destruction, even the gods under his command may not be able to tolerate it. After all, everyone hopes to stay in DOURO God realm for immortality. Except for those gods who want to escape. The rest of the people hope for the good of God realm. It can be said that if Tang San does not agree to give birth to this child, the God King of Life can use this as an excuse to attack Tang San. The final result is obvious. Tang San will definitely be attacked by all the gods, deprived of his authority in the divine world, and locked up in a small dark room to experience Bibi Dong's life. This result was unacceptable to Tang San. His 10,000-year plan also had this part, but it was to act on life and destruction. He had even gone through mountains of swords and seas of fire for Tang San. In the battle of Jialing Pass, facing the siege of two gods, he did not even blink. It was just giving birth to a child. For the smooth establishment of the Tang family's divine world, this humiliation, he endured it. After taking some nourishing medicine from the god of life, Tang San returned to the temple of Poseidon in despair. Third brother, what happened to you? Did Sister Life help you find the root of your illness? He had never been so speechless in his life. Can't you see that he is in a bad mood? Why are you asking here? Are you asking your mother? Tang San didn't dare to stay in the sea god temple any longer. He was afraid that in a few days, his stomach would swell up. Then, how would he face Xiao Wu? Thinking of this, Tang San turned around hurriedly and walked out of the temple, saying as he walked, I have something to do, so I'll go to the Shura temple first, you stay at home. After saying that, Tang San walked out of the sea god temple without looking back, seemingly disregarding Xiao Wu's feelings. At this time, Tang San had only one idea, which was to stay in seclusion in the Shura temple for 10 months. And show up when the child was born. As for the child, he said that he accidentally got a congenital spirit fetus, and cultivated it through his sea god bloodline. Well, this statement is perfect. As long as the god of life doesn't talk too much, his glorious image as the god of the sea Tang San can continue to be maintained. But will things really develop as Tang San expected? The view returns to the nether. After the freshman assessment in the afternoon, Su Yunhan returned to their mansion. When he walked into the gate, Xiao beside him was obviously a little depressed, and behind them, there was an old lady with gray hair. Su Yunhan looked at Zhao Ninger who was working on ironwork and said loudly, Ninger, stop for a moment and let madam take your measurements. Zhao Ninger was a little surprised. Her closet was full of clothes. It wasn't like she didn't have enough clothes to wear. It was no big deal. But it wasn't a festival, so why would she order clothes? But when she saw that Xiao was in a low mood, combined with what happened last night, she instantly understood something. And Su Yunhan's next words directly confirmed her guess, Ninger, 7 days later, which is the day after the freshman assessment, Poseidon Pavilion will hold a grand wedding for me, you, Xiao Tao, and Le Xuan. Pat. The forging hammer in Zhao Ninger's hand fell to the ground, and a small hole was instantly smashed into the bluestone ground. Wedding. Zhao Ninger had also fantasized about walking into the wedding hall with Su Yunhan one day, but she didn't expect that this day would come so quickly, which gave her a sense of unreality. She has no father or mother. She was born in a small village called Zhaojia village in the north of the Tianhan Empire and grew up eating at many people's homes. Chapter 41. Later, due to some changes, Zhao Ninger became a useless person. Shrek Academy did not want the negative news about Xian Zi to spread, so it announced that Zhao Ninger had died in the Xingdou Great Forest, and she completely lost contact with Qiu Yueying. Zhao Ninger woke up from her long memories and found that the old nanny who measured her size had left. She was now held in Su Yunhan's arms although there were 2 layers of clothes between them. She could still sense the anger coming from her young husband behind her. Zhao Ninger smiled, put her arm around Su Yunhan's waist and held him in her arms. After playing 7 games, Zhao Ninger collapsed in Su Yunhan's arms, raised her little head and kissed him on the cheek. Yunhan, actually, I still have a stepmother who is still alive, she is very kind to me, on the surface. She is just a Soul Saint-level city lord in the Sky Soul Empire, but secretly, she is a title DOURO with a red soul ring. I was wondering if I should invite her to our wedding. Ah. A title DOURO with a red soul ring? Hiding in an empire as a city lord? What kind of hobby is this? Ninger, does my stepmother have any unspeakable secrets? Why would she hide her strength and become the mayor of a small city? Have you seen her martial spirit? Zhao Ninger replied, it was a very beautiful blue bird, and it seemed to be calling. Qinghuan, right? Su Yunhan said. Zhao Ninger nodded. If it was the Qinghuan martial spirit, then Zhao Ninger's stepmother's behavior would make sense. Just as Su Yunhan was thinking, Zhao Ninger pinched him hard on the back of his waist. Do you know something? Su Yunhan nodded. I thought of something. 10,000 years ago, the title of the 3rd priest of the Spirit Hall was Qinghuan. My stepmother might be an orphan of the Spirit Hall. That doesn't make sense, Zhao Ninger pondered. If my stepmother is an orphan of the spirit hall, then why didn't she bring me with her and train me to serve the angel family? Su Yunhan said calmly, that's easy. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the angel family can no longer recreate the glory of the spirit hall. It's only a matter of time before they give up their hatred and join the Sea God Pavilion. It's because your stepmother treats you as a family member that she didn't brainwash you and make you loyal to the angel family. It's a pity that this ending is not so happy, because of someone's irresponsibility. You wasted 6 years, wow. Before Su Yunhan finished speaking, Zhao Ninger blocked his mouth. Then, regardless of her own weakness, she continued to spur her horse and whip it, using practical actions to illustrate how satisfied she was with the current outcome. Zhao Ninger was also a stubborn person. Even though she was exhausted, she was unwilling to exchange positions with Su Yunhan. According to Zhao Ninger, Su Yunhan's ability was too strong. So strong that he couldn't control the degree even if he took the initiative. For the sake of the lives and property of the sisters, it was better to let Su Yunhan be his little weak one. The two of them were busy chit-chatting and completely forgot about Qiu Yueying's matter. Su Yunhan led the two little beauties to overcome all obstacles, defeating opponents one after another, and successfully advanced to the semi-finals of the freshman assessment elimination round. Today is the last day of the freshman assessment. The semi-finals will be held in the morning, and the freshman champion of this elimination round will be decided in the afternoon. Tomorrow is their wedding. The wedding room has been decorated. And Zhao Ninger has moved to Poseidon Island to wait for her wedding. As for Xiao Xiao and the others, they temporarily returned to their respective dormitories to stay, and will move back to their mansion after the wedding. They are all Su Yunhan's women, but he only married 3 of them, Xiao Xiao, Ling Luochen, Ning Tian and Wu Feng. It would be a lie for the 4 of them to say that they have no resentment. But the problem is that this wedding was organized by Moon, and Su Yunhan also wanted to marry all 7 girls home and give them a status. But in his current position, he doesn't even have the right to choose. I can't fall out with old man Mu over such a small matter. There was no other way. Su Yunhan could only spend 3 nights patiently persuading the 4 girls. In the end, under his influence, the 4 girls were out of breath. Oh no, they burst into tears and said that they were no longer jealous. After washing up, Su Yunhan ate some dried meat and sat in front of the freshman dormitory building waiting for Xiao Xiao and Wang Donger. Soon, the 2 girls came downstairs, and the 3 of them walked together to the assessment area. There were not many people watching the game in the assessment area. Those students who passed the freshman assessment but did not advance to the quarterfinals returned to their respective classes for classes. Those who came to watch the game were basically teachers from Shrek Academy. The 12 students who entered the semi-finals stood in an orderly manner on the stage, waiting for the drawing ceremony to begin. In addition to the team led by Su Yunhan, the captains of the remaining 3 teams are Hui Yuhao, Dai Huabin, and Huang Chutian. Among them, Hui Yuhao's 2 teammates are Xia Huanyue, who possesses the Pippi Elephant spirit, and Zhou Siken, who possesses the Treasure Book spirit. Both are strong attack-type soul masters, the former with 3 rings and the latter with 2 rings. As for how Fan Yu convinced these 2 talented students to team up with Hui Yuhao, who had the strength of a first ring, it is unknown. Dai Huabin and Huang Chutian's team are all the original crew from the original novel, so I won't go into details here. It is worth mentioning that Ning Tian's team was eliminated by Hui Yuhao's team in the quarterfinals. At this moment, Yan Xiaozhe, dressed in a white robe, walked out from the crowd. Hello everyone, I am Yan Xiaozhe, the 261st president of Shrek Academy. All the polite words were said, and under the guidance of Yan Xiaozhe, the 4 people stood in a row in an orderly manner and went to the podium to draw their respective lots. The order of the draw was Dai Huabin, Hui Yuhao, Su Yunhan, Huang Chutian. Standing behind Hui Yuhao, Su Yunhan could clearly sense the strange emotions coming from the front. Hui Yuhao clenched his fists and glared at Dai Huabin in front of him with his tiger eyes. You know, the distance between the 2 of them was less than 1 meter, and Dai Huabin might catch a glimpse of something unusual behind him from the corner of his eye at any time. Besides, it's okay for you to be angry, and it's also acceptable for you to make some small movements. But your current expression is almost like having a grudge against Dai Huabin is written on your face. If one of the teachers on the stage was from the Xinglua Empire and had some friendship with the Duchess, you, Hui Yuhao, would die without knowing how you died. Chapter 42. Su Yunhan didn't like Hui Yuhao's personality, and it was the same in the early and late stages. When everyone else recognized that his first soul ring was only 10 years old, Hui Yuhao was still emphasizing the age of his first soul ring again and again. He was only in the Dolua continent where the average IQ was lower than Luo Sanpeo's. If he were in other worlds, he would be caught and sliced for research when he emphasized it for the second or third time. In major competitions, Hu Yuhao used the ability of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm to cheat countless times. Looking at the entire universe, even extras who only appeared once rarely did such behavior. Dai Huabin's team, sign number 1. Hu Yuhao's team, sign number 2. Su Yunhan's team, sign number 1. Huang Chutian's team, sign number 2. In order to ensure a relatively fair competition, the two semi-finals were held at the same time. When Su Yunhan and his team stepped onto the fighting stage, Hu Yuhao's game had already begun. Both parties share the same name. Su Yunhan. Wang Dong'er. Xiao Xiao. Dai Huabin. Zhu Lu. Cui Yiji. When Su Yunhan saw the two giant pandas raised by Zhu Lu, he fell into deep thought. Can they maintain balance when walking at such a big age? Su Yunhan didn't like things that were too big, because they really affected the aesthetics. Compared to Zhu Lu, he was more interested in the two girls from the Xingguan Su family. The referee stretched out his arms to both sides and said, "Everyone retreat to the edge of the field, you can only launch your attack after I announce the start." Both sides slowly retreated, and Su Yunhan's gaze inadvertently fell on Dai Huabin. The two men looked at each other in an instant, their eyes full of fighting spirit. The venue for the semi-finals was a circular fighting arena with a radius of 50 meters. When both sides reached the edge of the venue, the other side had become very small in each other's eyes. Su Yunhan estimated that if Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu were to fuse their spirits at the first opportunity at this distance, they should be able to interrupt them in time. The referee raised his right hand, then suddenly dropped it, and the word, "match start," was clearly heard by the 6 participating students. Third soul skill, Silent Cold Shadow. Su Yunhan's body suddenly grew in size. He took the lead, waving a pair of tiger claws and heading straight for Dai Huabin's position. Cui Yiji knew that the charm of the nine-tailed fox martial spirit would hardly have an effect on Su Yunhan, so she did not humiliate herself. Instead, she cooperated with Zhu Lu and attacked Xiao Xiao behind Wang Dong'er from the flank. Just as he was about to get close to Dai Huabin, the first soul ring under Su Yunhan's feet lit up. First soul skill, White Tiger Breaking Delusion Slash. 2 azure blue energies condensed from Su Yunhan's pair of tiger claws, crossed, and slashed straight at Dai Huabin's position. Dai Huabin did not dare to be careless, and with a thought, the third and first soul rings under his feet lit up. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. First soul skill, White Tiger Body Barrier. Just as Su Yunhan's pair of tiger claws landed on Dai Huabin's body, a milky white energy shield instantly popped out. Boom! With a flash of white light, Su Yunhan and Dai Huabin were both knocked back several steps by the energy ripples generated by the collision of soul skills. As the defending party, Dai Huabin looked a little embarrassed, and he dug his tiger claws tightly into the ground to stabilize his body. After this test, Dai Huabin had a rough understanding of the three-eyed white tiger martial spirit. The opponent's close combat ability was not inferior to the evil-eyed white tiger, and his mental ability was enough to kill with one strike. Even so, Dai Huabin did not think he had lost. He had watched the video of Su Yunhan and Su Sanqi's fighting spirit for no less than 100 times. He also knew from the video that the range of Su Yunhan's second spirit skill, Spirit 1000 Strikes, was not very large, and it took a second to guide the spirit ring when it lit up. As long as he was mentally prepared in advance, it was not difficult to escape from the range of Su Yunhan's spirit skill. On the other hand, because Cui Yiji combined control and strong attack, and cooperated with Zhu Lu with the cat spirit to attack Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong'er knew that 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, so she did not dare to fight them head-on. She just hugged Xiao Xiao and played hide-and-seek with Zhu Lu with the help of her wings. After a short while, Wang Dong'er, who was holding Xiao Xiao, was already sweating profusely. Zhu Lu's speed was too fast while dodging Zhu Lu's attack. She also had to guard against Cui Yiji's sudden attack. Su Yunhan also noticed the battle situation behind him. Just when he was thinking of retreating, Dai Huabin swung a pair of tiger fists straight at his face. Su Yunhan clenched his fists and immediately punched back. Dai Huabin's idea was simple, to delay the opponent to this point without being killed by Su Yunhan's one-shot blow. How could Su Yunhan not see what Dai Huabin was thinking? So, he pretended to be calm, looked at Dai Huabin with a playful look, and concentrated on competing with him in boxing and kicking. Seeing this scene, the teachers watching the game secretly thought it was a pity. In their eyes, Dai Huabin's team had already gained the upper hand. Although Xiao Xiao's control and auxiliary abilities were strong, she was forbidden to use offensive soul guides in this game because she was facing Zhu Lu, who had the agile attack cat spirit. Now, the breaking point of Su Yunhan's team lies in Su Yunhan. As long as he can kill Dai Huabin with one blow, Zhu Lu's advantage will disappear in an instant. Kill with one strike. How could it be that simple? A soul master only has 3 soul skills at most, so it is too easy to catch the opponent's weakness and evade the opponent. Su Yunhan also had other means of fighting the enemy, which were all self-created spirit skills and divine skills passed down to him by the Sky Fox at the spiritual and soul levels. But he wanted to use them as a trump card and did not want to use them in this small freshman assessment. It was just a small freshman assessment. Even if he lost to Dai Huabin and the others, what impact would it have on him? Of course, Su Yunhan will not give up easily. 2 minutes passed, and Su Yunhan and Dai Huabin were still fighting. Compared with Su Yunhan, Dai Huabin was under much more mental pressure. Not only did he have to fight Su Yunhan in close combat, but he also had to guard against the opponent's mental skills. At this moment, Su Yunhan seized a small opportunity and punched Dai Huabin directly in the face, forcing him back half a body length. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the holy light wings behind Su Yunhan suddenly grew out and carried him into the air. Donger. After hearing Su Yunhan's voice, Wang Donger understood and lifted Xiao Xiao in her arms high up and threw her towards Su Yunhan. Then, a black hammer with special patterns appeared in Wang Donger's hand. Clear Sky Hammer Chaos Cloak. Chapter 43. Zhu Lu knew very well that the Nether Spirit Cat Spirit could not defeat the Clear Sky Hammer. Thinking of this, she used her own speed to dodge Wang Donger's attack. After luckily dodging the attack, she did not stop at all and retreated directly to the position of Dai Huabin behind her. Just as Wang Donger was about to give chase, she was blocked by Dai Huabin's second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. On the other side, Xiao Xiao sat on Su Yunhan's shoulder. With the deceleration of the 9 Phoenixes flute, Su Yunhan easily caught up with Cui Yiji. At this time, he didn't care about being gentle with her. He punched her in the lower abdomen, pulled her arm, and threw her out of the range of the fighting arena. After Wang Donger swung the Clear Sky Hammer to attack the White Tiger's fierce light wave, she saw that Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu had already begun the fusion of their martial souls. Not good. Su Yunhan flashed and came to midair, looking at the position of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, and the second soul ring under his feet slowly lit up. Second soul skill, Spirit Eye 1000 attacks. In an instant, countless tiger eyes surrounded the two of them, making Dai Huabin almost suffer from claustrophobia. But, he didn't take it to heart. Once the Nether White Tiger appeared, his strength would instantly soar to the Soul Sect level. It shouldn't be a problem for him to withstand it with the second soul skill of the Soul Lord level. Under the gaze of countless tiger eyes, Zhu Lu only felt very cold, the kind of coldness that came from the soul. The whole person seemed to be thrown into an ice cellar naked. In a trance, Zhu Lu's originally illusory body instantly became solid. The fusion of martial souls failed. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan smiled bitterly, then waved his hand, and the tiger eyes surrounding Dai Huabin and the others instantly disappeared. Snapped. Dai Huabin slapped Zhu Lu hard and cursed, "Useless thing." After saying that, Dai Huabin walked out of the fighting spirit area without looking back. Su Yunhan. Wang Donger. Xiao Xiao. All the teachers watching the game. How could there be such a weird man? It's just a freshman assessment. Even if Zhu Lu didn't do well, there's no need to slap her. After all, you two are an engaged couple, and partners in the martial arts fusion technique. This, alas. Even if it was a political marriage, it wouldn't be like this. Although everyone felt pity for Zhu Lu, no one came forward to comfort her. In this situation, what can you say? Persuade Zhu Lu to leave Dai Huabin? Zhu Lu didn't cry or make a fuss. She also understood that this was her fate. She only hoped that if there was an afterlife, she would not be reincarnated into the netherworld Zhu family. Cui Yiji was quite sensible. She quickly stepped onto the fighting stage and helped Zhu Lu, whose eyes were lifeless, down. Woo woo woo. Xiao Xiao pouted and said unhappily, "Zhu Lu is so pitiful, she has to live with a domestic violence man for the rest of her life. Yunhan, you already have so many wives, it shouldn't be a problem to have another Zhu Lu, right?" This Su Yunhan touched Xiao Xiao's little head and said earnestly, "Xiao Xiao, there are countless women with tragic fates in this world. I can't just marry everyone I meet, even if I agree, she may not agree." Xiao Xiao pouted her lips and nodded thoughtfully. While chewing on the spicy rabbit head, Wang Donger suddenly said, "Yunhan, Xiao Xiao, how is the afternoon match going? I paid special attention to it. Hui Yuhao's performance, well, it really exceeded my expectations. He has a spiritual soul skill that can actually cause considerable damage to a second-ring great soul master." Sister Donger, this is not right, isn't Hui Yuhao's first spirit skill an auxiliary spirit skill called spirit detection sharing? How come there is another offensive spirit skill? Wang Donger pondered, either he created his own spirit skill, or, Hui Yuhao's first spirit ring comes with 2 spirit skills. In short, judging from Hui Yuhao's performance, his first spirit ring doesn't look like it's 10 years old. Xiao Xiao said in disbelief, Sister Donger, are you saying Hui Yuhao's first soul skill is 100,000 years old? How is that possible? I heard from others that he is an orphan. How could an orphan have the opportunity to receive the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast? It's not impossible, Su Yunhan pretended to think. Maybe he was very lucky. When he went to the Xingdou Great Forest to hunt souls, he happened to encounter a 100,000-year-old soul beast that failed to survive the first heavenly tribulation. And that soul beast just happened to be attracted to him, and on impulse, it sacrificed itself to him. They would rather believe that Hui Yuhao could create his own soul skills than believe that a person's luck could be so good. They were almost feeling unbalanced. Oh, right, Hui Yuhao is also equipped with Tang sect hidden weapons, such as sleeve arrows, Zhuge crossbow, dragon beard needle, etc. Wang Donger supported her cheek with her hand, a trace of worry appeared on her face. Except for sleeve arrows, other Tang sect hidden weapons can hurt us. When competing with Hui Yuhao, remember not to underestimate the power of Tang sect hidden weapons. Xiao Xiao and Su Yunhan nodded and said nothing more. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Xiao pouted and looked at Wang Donger curiously and asked, so, how old is Hui Yuhao's first spirit ring? Wang Donger said unhappily, I don't know, I'm not sure, anyway, it shouldn't be 10 years. Su Yunhan had been thinking about one question from the beginning. He was a little surprised that Wang Donger could directly point out the problem with Hui Yuhao's first spirit ring. In the original novel, Hui Yuhao openly simulated 6 red spirit rings in front of so many people at the first Spirit Master competition. No one doubted the specific age of his first spirit ring. It was really outrageous. With his arrival, has Hui Yuhao's protagonist reduced intelligence halo weakened? Thinking of this, Su Yunhan cleared his throat, looked at the 2 women with a serious face and said, no matter how old his first spirit ring is, we should have less contact with him in the future. A 100,000-year spirit ring is often accompanied by a 100,000-year spirit bone. We are not jealous, nor do we harm others, but we should not be affected by him. Hearing this, Wang Donger stood up from her seat, then revealed a shy look, scratched her head, and deliberately said in a rough voice, no, my first spirit ring is only 10 years old, how can it be as powerful as you say? Who the hell would want to associate with a guy like him? Bah! He's so pretentious. I'm the eldest daughter of the Haotian sect, but I'm not as pretentious as him. Those who know him would think that Hui Yuhao is an orphan. Those who don't know him would think that he is a prince of some royal family. The more Wang Donger talked, the more unbalanced she felt. She also wanted the first soul ring that came with 2 soul skills. Chapter 44. After a symbolic smile, Su Yunhan patted Wang Donger on the shoulder and said, okay, Xiao Donger, stop being sour, come on and eat, after you're full, we can go to the game. What's the point of being sour here? What matters is that we can beat him on the field. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them rested for a while in Shrek Square and arrived at the assessment area at the right time. Looking in the direction of Hui Yuhao and the other 2, Su Yunhan's pupils shrank. He turned his head, looked at the 2 women and whispered. During the game later, the 3 of us should not rush to attack. The fat guy Xie Huanyue has a very high defense. Once we are held back by him, it will be difficult to get rid of him. Although Hui Yuhao only has the strength of the first ring, he is not that easy to deal with. He will do this and that in a short while. Under the guidance of the referee, 6 people walked onto the fighting stage. The referee teacher called the 6 people to him and said in a deep voice, the rules of the game you are about to play have been changed, listen carefully. You can move freely in the field, but the flying spirit owner cannot fly more than 10 meters above the ground. In order to let you play to your full strength, you can go all out to attack the enemy during the game, don't hold back. I will control the level of the game. Anyone who is rescued from the competition venue by me will be considered eliminated. Do you understand? Understood, both parties answered in unison. After saying that, both sides retreated in tacit understanding until they stopped at the edge of the fighting arena. A battle was about to break out. Game start. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the 6 people on the field summoned their own martial spirits one after another. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly rose from Xie Huanyue's feet, circling around his fat body. The shadow of an elephant floated behind him. And in an instant, it turned into a wave of energy that sank into his body. At the moment when the martial spirit possessed him, his body suddenly swelled, his skin became darker, and his broad arms blocked Hu Yuhao behind him. On the other side, Zhou Xichen's hand was surging with white light, and a book appeared in his hand. The two yellow soul rings around him lit up at the same time. And the pages of the book turned over. Two rays of light condensed out first, turning into a black bear with a yellow glow all over its body, and a tiger with flames rising all over its body. A summoning spirit master. Su Yunhan secretly thought it was a pity. If Zhou Xichen was a girl, wearing a knee-length skirt, small leather boots, holding a whip and standing in the middle of a group of summoned beasts, that would be really cool. Perhaps Hu Yuhao and his group were afraid of Su Yunhan's flying ability, so the three of them formed a formation and stood in place without launching an attack. Hu Yuhao and his two companions did not move, and Su Yunhan had no intention of moving either. The 6 people from the two teams just stared at each other. I don't know how long it took, but Zhou Xichen was obviously getting restless. If the stalemate continued, his soul power would probably be consumed by the two summons. After exchanging glances with Hu Yuhao, Xia Huanyue suddenly transformed into a nimble fat man. He jumped hard and soared into the sky. Then he curled up into a ball and rushed towards Yunhan and the other two. The bear and the tiger summoned by Zhou Xichen followed closely behind Xia Huanyue and attacked the 3 people. Just when everyone thought Su Yunhan was about to step forward and get close to Xia Huanyue, Xiao Xiao suddenly moved. She jumped up and sat steadily on Wang Dongger's shoulder. The Sanqing soul-suppressing cauldron split into 3 in the air and crashed towards Xia Huanyue's position. Second soul skill, cauldron swing. Xia Huanyue did not dodge. With his body's inertia several times that of an ordinary person, even if he had prepared in advance, it would have been difficult for him to avoid Xiao Xiao's attack. Boom! Xia Huanyue collided head-on with the 3 small tripods, directly knocking him back half a body length. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Dongger soared into the air with the help of a pair of wings, waving the clear sky hammer in her hand continuously, smashing the heads of the black bear and tiger that pounced on them. Su Yunhan flapped his holy light wings, bypassed Xia Huanyue's position, and flew straight towards Hu Yuhao and Zhou Xichen. Suddenly, Hu Yuhao and Zhou Xichen took out a Zhuge crossbow from the storage soul guide device, and 3 arrows came out with a swish. 2 crossbows with 6 arrows were heading straight for Su Yunhan. How could he take such an attack seriously when he had already activated his 3rd soul skill, Silent Cold Shadow? With a few knife moves, the 6 arrows were knocked away. As Su Yunhan was getting closer and closer, Hu Yuhao's face darkened. He pinched his index finger and shot out a dragon beard needle, which went straight towards Su Yunhan's shoulder. The dragon beard needle just touched the scales on Su Yunhan's shoulder and was bounced back. Aside from highly lethal hidden weapons such as the mother and child pursuing life and soul-taking gallbladder, the king of hell's post, and the tears of Guanyin that can only be refined in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, other hidden weapons are unlikely to break through a soul master's defense if the opponent is prepared. Su Yunhan landed on the ground and quickly caught up with Zhou Xichen. He clenched his fist and hit him directly in the abdomen. He rolled his eyes and fainted instantly. The 2 summoned creatures disappeared one after another, and the referee teacher also fulfilled his duty and took the unconscious Zhou Xichen out of the fighting arena. Su Yunhan didn't stop at all, waving his tiger fists and rushing towards Hu Yuhao. Facing Su Yunhan's attack, Hu Yuhao gritted his teeth, not caring about the mental backlash, and directly launched his 1st soul skill, Soul Shock, at Su Yunhan. Hu Yuhao thought so. He was blessed with the soul ring of the million-year-old soul beast Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Even if his soul shock had no effect on Su Yunhan, he would not be backfired. Unfortunately, with the help of old Aunt Tianhu, Su Yunhan obtained the unique method of cultivating mental power and soul power in Douluo continent. The strength of his mental power is beyond the reach of Hu Yuhao. At the moment when the soul shock landed on Su Yunhan, Hu Yuhao was instantly backlashed. He felt as if his head was about to explode. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. If it weren't for the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm that protected his spiritual sea of consciousness in time, Hu Yuhao's physique would not have been able to withstand the spiritual backlash of a 2-ring difference in strength. I'm afraid he would have become an idiot before he even embarked on the path to becoming a god. After dealing with Xia Huanyue's 2 minions, Su Yunhan gave a look to Wang Dongger who was struggling to hold on. Wang Dongger then breathed a sigh of relief and flapped his wings to fly out of the fighting arena. Chapter 45. Ouch! Xia Huanyue let out a strange cry, and soared into the sky, curled up into a ball again, and smashed towards Su Yunhan. The obese Xia Huanyue can only make up for his lack of mobility through his powerful jumping ability. Su Yunhan was not an idiot. Although he was confident in his close combat ability, he was not stupid enough to fight a meat mountain with high gravitational potential energy. In this situation, Taking off rashly would be a disadvantage. His eyes were stern, and he rolled forward. With a flash, he came directly behind Xie Huanyue. Seeing that his attack was easily resolved by Su Yunhan, Xie Huanyue's face darkened. He no longer bothered to organize an attack, but took heavy steps and approached Su Yunhan step by step. Su Yunhan sneered, then waved his fist and attacked Xie Huanyue's lower body. Xie Huanyue cursed inwardly and quickly transformed himself into the Wudang sect. Between happiness in the second half of his life and winning the championship, he chose the former without hesitation. When he was less than 1 meter away from the defense line constructed by Xie Huanyue, Su Yunhan suddenly retracted his fist, rolled forward, and with a flash, he once again came behind Xie Huanyue. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Xie Huanyue turned around, Su Yunhan activated the skill, One Finger Zen, concentrated his soul power on the index finger of his right hand, and poked it hard at the joint of Xie Huanyue's lower back. According to the physics formula, for the same force, the smaller the force area, the higher the pressure. And the greater the destructive force. In addition, Xie Huanyue's lower back was relatively weak in resisting blows, so Su Yunhan's blow caused considerable damage to Xie Huanyue. At the moment when the pain spread to his head, Xie Huanyue's right hand uncontrollably covered his lower back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yunhan took off into the air with the help of the holy light wings. Relying on his own mobility, he continuously hit Xie Huanyue's head, scapula, and various joints, which were more vulnerable than other parts. In this way, the two of them fought back and forth for more than 5 minutes. The defense of the evil moon elephant was very strong, so Su Yunhan did not cause much damage to him. If you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. Xie Huanyue was able to become a 3-ring soul master at the age of 12, so he must have something extraordinary. Faced with Su Yunhan's shameless fighting style, Xie Huanyue was not angry at all. Instead, he patiently looked for Su Yunhan's flaws. Finally, his hard work paid off. When Su Yunhan turned around, he grabbed Su Yunhan's thighs with his big hands. Xie Huanyue didn't hesitate at all and hit Su Yunhan's lower abdomen directly with a headbutt. Su Yunhan's face slightly raised, and then he used his soul power to create 2 rotten oranges that were comparable to biological weapons and blew them onto Xie Huanyue's face. Vomit. Xie Huanyue couldn't help but vomit all over Su Yunhan. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan smiled evilly, then took out 3 masks from his soul guide and put them all on his face. Su Yunhan took advantage of the victory and used his soul power to create more than 10 rotten oranges and covered Xie Huanyue with them. For a moment, the smell of rotten oranges rose to the sky. Since rotten oranges were created by soul power, even soul power could not isolate this smell. But Xie Huanyue was in a state of being possessed by a spirit. The sense of smell of an elephant-like spirit beast was 5 times that of a human. The smell of rotten oranges constantly assaulted his taste buds. He leaned on the edge of the fighting arena and vomited, vomiting out all the digested food. This smell. Well, it's really hard to describe. Just as Su Yunhan was about to continue throwing rotten oranges out, Yan Xiaozhe walked down from the stage with a dark face. Alright, you are a future member of Poseidon Pavilion after all, it's not right for you to always use such opportunistic methods to win the competition. I'll let you off the hook this time, but don't do it next time. Hearing this, Su Yunhan looked at Yan Xiaozhe and said sternly, Teacher, what you said is not right, people only have one life, on the battlefield, no one cares whether their methods are dirty or not, history will only remember the victors. Besides, I didn't cheat, and I didn't violate the rules of the game. I just used some unconventional means. The attack methods of a 3-ring soul master are limited. If I don't use tricks, do I have to go head-to-head with Xie Huanyue who has extremely high defense? Yan Xiaozhe. This kid is a real tiger, with an extremely upright character. He doesn't even want to give face to his father-in-law. However, it is precisely because of this that Yan Xiaozhe supports the marriage between Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao has a strong personality. And it is not easy for her to find a male soul master with similar talents who is willing to accept her, and Su Yunhan is just that one. But, thinking about Ma Xiaotao's wedding tomorrow, he, as an old father, felt a little sad. No matter what, the goose girl he had raised for more than 10 years was abducted by an outsider. No one would feel good about it. Yan Xiaozhe had a cold face and then said loudly, the freshman assessment elimination finals are over, and the champion is Su Yunhan's team. Yeah. When Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, who were standing in the audience, heard the news, they clapped each other's hands, their faces filled with joy. Yan Xiaozhe glanced at Su Yunhan and then ordered, Su Yunhan, you have soiled the public facilities of Shrek Academy. As a punishment, you must clean the fighting arena before dark. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the selection of the core disciples of the outer courtyard. Su Yunhan. Intentionally, Yan Xiaozhe was deliberately taking revenge on him. Didn't he just marry your female disciple and scold you in front of so many people? You are the second heir to the Sea God Pavilion, are you so petty? Soon, all the teachers standing on the platform left, and Xie Huanyue was helped down. Su Yunhan was the only one left in the huge fighting spirit area. Originally, Wang Dong'er and Xiao Xiao wanted to stay and help him clean, but he refused. It was all his own fault. He couldn't let two young ladies accompany him to clean the fighting arena. Tomorrow is his wedding with Ma Xiaotao. If he continues to flirt with other girls in public at this point in time, he will only be trying to seduce Yan Xiaozhe. It's not that Su Yunhan is ignorant of the ways of the world. On the contrary, he is very knowledgeable about them. He just forces himself to pretend to be young and energetic. In the environment of Poseidon Pavilion, being too mature at a young age is not a good thing. Su Yunhan sighed and quickly took off his coat. Half an hour had passed since the end of the game, and the vomit on his body was almost dried up. Chapter 46. The fighting arena is made of special materials that do not seep dust or blood, and it takes no effort to clean. Half an hour later, the surface of the fighting arena had been cleaned by Su Yunhan to a shine, without a trace of dirt. However, there was still a strong smell of rotten oranges in the air. There was no other way, Su Yunhan could only fight poison with poison. And spray some pungent air freshener at the source of the rotten orange smell. The effect was obvious, the smell of rotten oranges was covered up, but the fighting arena was a bit irritating. After cleaning, Su Yunhan changed into a clean brocade robe and walked out of the fighting spirit area silently. After leaving Shrek Academy, Su Yunhan subconsciously came to Huiyuhao's grilled fish stall. To his surprise, Huiyuhao was grilling fish in front of the stall in a very proper manner, without being affected by the mental backlash at all. It seems that it was the Tianmeng ice silkworm that took action. Su Yunhan bought 2 grilled fish, moved a small stool and sat next to Tanya. He glanced at the still pretty girl in front of him and asked curiously, "Sister Xiaoya, did you catch Su Sancher?" Tanya said expressionlessly, "No." After the Shrek law enforcement team learned the news, they searched for hundreds of miles around Shrek City, but they didn't even find Su Sancher. He must have been secretly taken away by someone. But, after the Xianming sect learned about this incident, they sent someone to give me a gift of apology. I used this gift to exchange for a 75,000-year-old blue silver king's right leg bone from the Sea God Pavilion. Oh, and Xuanzu told me that he would use the intelligence network of Shrek Academy to help me keep an eye out for the nine-hearted begonia family. With the power of the nine-hearted begonia martial spirit, it should be possible to restore my body to its original state. Tanya's mouth, well, is a bit leaky. She even told Su Yunhan the news of obtaining the right leg bone of the 75,000-year-old blue silver king. Tanya really doesn't treat him as an outsider. However, compared to the blue silver king's right leg bone, Su Yunhan was more interested in the news of the nine-heart begonia family. The nine-heart begonia martial spirit itself was worthy of a title. If it could learn soul guidance technology under Zhao Ninger, it would have a certain self-protection ability. In the future, when the Sun Moon Empire marched eastward, Su Yunhan would have more cards to play. In the memories of the original body, there was information about the Jiuxin Haitang family. 10,000 years ago, when the spirit hall had not yet perished, the Jiuxin Haitang family was dubbed the Free Sex of the Earth by the Spirit Master World, and its head was also conferred the hereditary title of Haitang Duke by the Tiando Empire. Later, the Tiando Empire split, and the Jiuxin Haitang family withdrew from the stage of history. To this day, there are all kinds of rumors about the Jiuxin Haitang family in the Soul Master world. Some say that the Jiuxin Haitang martial spirit has been completely extinct, and some say that the descendants of the Haitang family were hidden by the Tianhun royal family. Others say that the Haitang family moved to the Sun Moon Empire and married into the Sun Moon royal family for generations. However, most people believe that the nine-hearted begonia spirit still has a living successor, so the Sea God Pavilion and the three empires have never stopped searching. Just as Su Yunhan was lost in thought, Tanya suddenly patted his shoulder and whispered in his ear. "Yunhan, you are getting married tomorrow. Shrek Academy will not have a holiday tomorrow. And other students will not be allowed to take leave to attend the wedding. I would like to wish you and the 3 senior sisters a happy wedding in advance. And may you be together forever. Yunhan, you are not short of money, and I don't have anything good to give you. I wove this red hair string last night, and I hope you can accept it. When I become rich in the future, I will give you this gift as well." Tanya put a red string in Su Yunhan's palm. Su Yunhan took it and looked at it. Wow, this red string for tying hair was actually woven with soul beast silk, and there was even a heart knot of the same material hanging on it. A heart-knot-shaped hair rope, woven with soul beast silk. Well, the demand for this kind of thing is very small, and no one should sell this kind of thing. And this hair rope was either woven by Tanya herself, or she paid for it to be specially ordered. No matter which one it was, Tanya had put her best effort into it, and she truly regarded Su Yunhan as a good friend. Ugh. Su Yunhan was in a very complicated mood at this time. It had been less than 7 days since Tanya was injured by Su Sancher. If nothing unexpected happened, she would never be able to bear children in her lifetime. Perhaps Tanya had not yet come out of this grief. But she was spending her time preparing a gift for him, Su Yunhan. He is such a bad guy. Obviously he had the ability to stop Su Sancher from attacking the other party. But he pretended not to react. After the incident, he still pretended to care about the other party. Su Yunhan really didn't expect that he had walked into the abyss unknowingly. It is said that heroes are ruthless, and he finally felt it today. Su Yunhan only felt that the love knot in his hand was very hot, and felt that he was not worthy of Tanya's feelings. Ah! Su Yunhan picked up the hair tie and tied it in his hair in front of Tanya. Sister Xiaoya, I really like this hairband, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Although he was feeling agitated, Su Yunhan did not show any strange emotion in front of Tanya. After some polite exchanges, Su Yunhan walked alone towards his Su mansion. Tanya is the #1 lackey of sea god Tang-san. The two have different positions, so Su Yunhan will naturally not be lenient. Not only Tanya, but all the soul masters and soul beasts who believe in sea god Tang-san are on his enemy list. As soon as the time comes, Su Yunhan will raise his butcher knife and kill everyone, until no one dares to believe in the sea god. Just after turning a corner, Su Yunhan was dragged into a small alley by a beautiful woman with green hair. To make a long story short, my name is Chiu Yueying, the stepmother of your newlywed wife Xiao Ninger. When you leave Shrek Academy in the future, inject your soul power into this jade token, and I will come to help you with all my strength. As she spoke, Chiu Yueying stuffed an emerald jade plate with the word Chiu printed on it into Su Yunhan's hand, and then disappeared from his sight. Su Yunhan was completely confused. He didn't understand why Chiu Yueying was so sure that he would leave Shrek City and start his own business in the future. Chapter 47. You know, Su Yunhan is going to marry 2 successors of Poseidon Pavilion at the same time. In the eyes of outsiders, he has already become a member of Poseidon Pavilion. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan felt a chill down his spine, and a feeling of uneasiness instantly surged into his heart. This world might not be as simple as he imagined. In other words, one day in the future, even if a plot completely opposite to the original novel appeared, Su Yunhan would not be surprised. The more butterfly effects appear, and the more different the characters' personalities are from the original descriptions, the more at ease Su Yunhan will feel. Only in this way can the world under this sky be more like a real world. On the contrary, if all the characters and plots were exactly the same as in the original work, Su Yunhan would wonder if this was a fake world. After all, the DOURO trilogy is just 4 historical books. And the characters and events recorded in it are too biased. Take the Xinglua Emperor Su Jiawei for example. With his status, he would actually lick a student whose talent does not seem to be particularly outstanding and who has no foundation in Shrek Academy. Su Yunhan didn't take this matter to heart. Now he was just a soul master, and it was too early to think about those things. After returning to his Su mansion, Su Yunhan collapsed on the already decorated wedding bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Su Qing walked into the room wearing a fiery red wide-sleeved fairy dress. My dear husband, are you willing to marry Qinger? Su Qing's words were full of sadness, which made Su Yunhan feel itchy in his heart. He felt an inexplicable fire suddenly surge in his heart. Su Qing was the first woman in Su Yunhan's past and present life, so he naturally would not object to her small request. Soon, Su Yunhan changed into a bright red wedding dress, hung Orange's portrait on the wall, took Su Qing's little hand, knelt down and began to worship heaven and earth. Pay homage to heaven and earth. Second worship at the high hall. Husband and wife greeting each other done. At this moment, Su Qing let Su Yunhan hold her in his arms with a satisfied look on her face. How could Su Yunhan not become suspicious with her abnormal behavior? Su Yunhan didn't believe a word of the system's words. After spending 3 months together, how could he not see that Su Qing had some special feelings for him? Perhaps in a certain life, there was some cause and effect between the two of them, and Su Yunhan just pretended to know nothing and let the other party manipulate him. With his soul master cultivation, knowing certain things would only add to his sadness. Just like that, Su Yunhan carried Su Qing to the wedding bed and happily played little games with her. During the mini-game, Su Qing held Su Yunhan's waist tightly, not relaxing for a moment. Ding, the summoning time for the character card Su Qing has arrived. Su Qing has returned to the original world. I hope the host will not be sad. Su Yunhan knelt on the wedding bed, and when he thought of Su Qing's pretty face, tears couldn't stop flowing. What happened to him? He and Su Qing had only been together for 3 months. Why was he so sad and upset when she left? Ugh. From this it can be seen that becoming a god is not his end. Su Yunhan wiped away his tears, put on his bright red wedding dress, and cleaned up all traces of the fight between the two last night before leaving the room. Outside the house, the wedding procession was ready. With the Shrek law enforcement team leading the way, a group of people rushed towards Shrek Academy in a mighty stream. Waves of Swona sounds resounded throughout the Shrek Academy, and Su Yunhan's wedding procession arrived in front of the sea god lake. On Poseidon Lake, a fleet that could carry the entire wedding procession had already floated on the lake. Everyone hurriedly boarded the boat, and under the guidance of the boatman, the wedding procession headed straight towards Poseidon Island. The process of welcoming the bride went very smoothly. No one blocked the door. And no one deliberately gave Su Yunhan a hard time. From the moment the wedding procession landed on Poseidon Island to the moment the 3 brides were sent on the carriage, it took less than 5 minutes for the wedding procession to board the ship again and set off again. The horses pulling the wedding carriage are all 1,000-year-old soul beast horses carefully selected by Yen Xiaozhe in the Shrek Colosseum. They are all trained personally by 10,000 beasts DOURO Zhonglong. So there will definitely be no problems during the wedding. In this way, after the wedding procession picked up the 3 brides, they marched around the Shrek students for a full circle. And did not return to the Su mansion until noon. In order to ensure the safety of Su Yunhan and the other 3, the law enforcement team cleared the area around Shrek Academy in advance, and 4 titled DOURO elders secretly protected the team to prevent any accidents. Wherever the convoy passed, there was no one else except the law enforcement team members on guard. In Su's house, the guests have already taken their seats. They are undoubtedly all members of the Sea God Pavilion. Yen Xiaozhe said that there are no less than 20 titled DOURO attending the wedding today. All the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, including the 4 deans of the Wuhan Department and the Soul Guidance Department, are present. Moon An, Yen Xiaozhe, Kai Meier and Lin Huichuan, as the elders of the newlyweds, sat firmly on the high hall, waiting for their arrival. Under the guidance of the host, Su Yunhan held Zhao Ning'er's hand and walked slowly towards Moon and his 4 companions. The order of the wedding ceremony was based on the time they met Su Yunhan, and Zhao Ning'er was undoubtedly the first. The MC's voice then sounded. Worship heaven and earth. 2 thanks to the high hall. Couple greetings. Tea for the newlyweds. It's done. At the same time, Su Qing, dressed in red, stood above the Su mansion, looking at Su Yunhan who was getting married with the 3 girls, her pretty face full of reluctance. That's right, Su Qing was not floating in the air with the help of wings and soul power, but standing in the air. In the neighboring Duki continent, this is the symbol of a Do Zone powerhouse. From Su Yunhan and the 3 girls getting married, to the 3 girls being sent to the bridal chamber, to Su Yunhan going out to entertain the guests, to the guests leaving. Unconsciously, Su Qing watched for the whole afternoon. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that she came back to her senses. Teacher, wait for me, I will definitely be able to sever the cause and effect of the primordial realm, and in this world, I will continue our relationship with you. The next moment, Su Qing, dressed in red, disappeared between heaven and earth. She waved her sleeves and left without a single cloud. Su Yunhan, who had the cultivation level of a soul master, was destined not to know all of this. After seeing off all the guests, he slowly walked into the bridal chamber. The moment he opened the door, Su Yunhan was stunned. He didn't know if the 3 women were too bored and were playing bamboo cards on the marriage bed. Ma Xiaotao, kill with a knife. Zhang Lishuan, I'll dodge. Ma Xiaotao, duel. Lead the army to charge, fearless of swords and guns. You will chase me if you have the chance, but I won't be able to return if you don't. Zhao Ning'er, impeccable. Ma Xiaotao gritted her teeth and said, I will fight again after I bleed. Zhao Ning'er, I am no longer invulnerable. Chapter 48. Sisters, you seem to be having a lot of fun, how about taking me with you? Su Yunhan's deep voice suddenly sounded, and the 3 women hurriedly put the bamboo leaf cards in their hands in order and put them back into the soul guide. The whole action was done in one go without any delay. Seeing the 3 girls being well behaved, Su Yunhan quickly took out a few side dishes and a plate of snacks from his soul guide and placed them in front of them. Eat quickly, you haven't eaten for a day, you must be starving. Zhang Lishuan looked at the food placed on the wedding bed, and a worry suddenly appeared on her face. Yunhan, how can a newlywed wife eat before the wedding night? They say it's unlucky. Well, don't worry, we are all soul masters, it doesn't matter if we go hungry for a day or two. Should I marry you or you marry me? I am the nominal head of the family, and you three have to listen to me. Come eat quickly, so that you can have more energy to do your work. The four of us will fight until dawn. Good behavior. Ma Xiaotao smiled and rubbed Su Yunhan's little face hard, then picked up the snacks on the plate and started eating. Since Ma Xiaotao had broken the rules, Zhang Lishuan and Zhao Ninger would not continue to abide by them and grabbed the food on their plates and started eating. The three girls have all witnessed Su Yunhan's abilities. It is not easy for them to stay awake and hold out until dawn. Soon, the food on the plates were cleaned up by the three women, and the bowls and chopsticks were put back into the soul guide. Suddenly, Ma Xiaotao raised her arm and pulled Su Yunhan onto the marriage bed. Yunhan, from today on, the three of us are your women. Even if we die, we will be buried together. Don't you have anything to say to me, Sister Ninger, and Sister Luxian? Su Yunhan took a deep breath, looked at the three girls in red wedding dresses, and said with deep affection. From today on, the three of you are just passers-by in my life. I am willing to advance and retreat with you, and share life and death with you. No matter if you are poor or rich, humble or noble, no matter if you are in troubled times or ignored by God, I am willing to draw my sword and fight for you, and never leave you, until, forever. As he spoke, Su Yunhan opened his arms and hugged the three women tightly. I don't have any ideals, whether it's the Emperor or the Master of the Sea God Pavilion, it's not what I want. I have experienced hardships and don't want to repeat the same mistakes. I have only one dream in my life, and that is to become a god and pursue eternal life. I don't want to see, one day you two get deceived and take up weapons to cut off my path to becoming a god. As soon as the words fell, Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan subconsciously covered their chests. They both heard a hint of sadness in Su Yunhan's words, and they always felt a little empty in their hearts. After a moment of silence, Ma Xiaotao slowly raised her head and said with a firm gaze. Yunhan, don't worry, I am yours now. Anyone who dares to stop you from becoming a god is my enemy. I will personally use my phoenix fire to burn some of your enemies. Even if our teacher, mistress, or grandmaster are standing in front of us, I will not hesitate to attack them. The life of a soul master lasts only a few hundred years. Who would be willing to grow old and be buried in a tomb by future generations? There is no soul master who doesn't want to become a god, and Ma Xiaotao is no exception. Maybe Ma Xiaotao didn't know what Su Yunhan was saying, but it didn't affect her expressing her feelings. As she said, no matter who in the Sea God Pavilion hindered their path to becoming a god, she, Ma Xiaotao, would not hesitate to wield her sword against him. That's right, Ma Xiaotao is so fierce and can't tolerate any flaws in her eyes. If anyone dares not to wish her the best, she will fight to the death, and the same goes for her so-called relatives. Of course, Ma Xiaotao would only think that this was just a vow before the Zhougong ceremony, and would not take it seriously. After all, who dares to say that they will definitely be able to embark on the path of becoming a god in the future? When she was as old as Su Yunhan, she had also fantasized about becoming a god like the sea god. On the other hand, after hearing Ma Xiaotao's heartfelt words, Zhang Lishuan clenched her fists and said solemnly. Yunhan, no matter what you want to do, I am willing to stand behind you and support you silently. I also know that you will not take the initiative to betray the Sea God Pavilion. After that, the four of them smiled at each other, and after drinking a glass of wine as usual, Su Yunhan threw the three women onto the marriage bed. Waves of heart-stirring symphonies followed, sounding like pain, joy, complaining, crying, singing but not singing, and just like the voice of immortals. Su Yunhan had a good sense of proportion, and the small game for four people lasted until dawn without interruption. Everyone was awake and watched the sunrise together. Su Yunhan stayed up all night. After putting on his school uniform and covering the three unconscious girls with quilts, he quietly walked out of the room. Before going to Class 1, Grade 1, Su Yunhan went to the teaching office and asked for a list of the core disciples in the first-year group. The 16 students are Wang Dong'er, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Xiao Xiao, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Cui Yiji, Huang Qutian. Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, Hui Yuhao, Zhou Sikhen, Chao Jinxian, Nanmen Yuner, Xie Huanyue, plus Su Yunhan. There are exactly 16 people. Among them are the top 4 students in the freshman assessment elimination round. After a quick glance, Su Yunhan crumpled up the list and threw it into the trash can, then walked towards the classroom of Class 1, Grade 1. As soon as Su Yunhan stepped into Class 1's classroom, the noise in the classroom suddenly stopped and you could hear a pin drop. When the male students saw the dark circles under Su Yunhan's eyes and looked at his swift and vigorous appearance, their eyes widened instantly. Otherwise, it was not without reason that he could win the favor of a certain fierce woman. He could walk without leaning on the wall the next day under the siege of 3 inner courtyard seniors. As long as he wanted, there would be countless spirit master girls willing to throw themselves into his arms. Not to mention, the other party is a talented soul master with twin martial souls, which is even more of a plus. For a moment, all the male students in the classroom looked at Su Yunhan with envy and jealousy. Su Yunhan ignored the gazes of others and walked quickly to Xiao Zhao's side and sat down. Just as he sat down, Dai Huabin, a blonde with heterochromatic eyes, moved a chair and sat next to him, saying, Su Yunhan, there is a party tonight. I plan to invite all the male students in the class to get together. I will pay for all the expenses. Everyone else has agreed. Are you interested? Seeing Dai Huabin's slightly obscene expression, Su Yunhan's eyes flashed with surprise. This situation didn't seem healthy no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 49. Su Yunhan decisively refused. Dai Huabin, I appreciate your kindness, but you and I are not the same kind of people. I cannot bear such a thing. Dai Huabin was a playboy by nature, and did not hear the dissuasion in Su Yunhan's words at all. When he was about to continue inviting him, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walked up to the podium. Dai Huabin hurriedly moved the stool back to his seat. Su Yunhan also learned from Xiao Xiao that this middle-aged man with ordinary looks was the head teacher of their first-grade class, Wang Yan. Wang Yan stood on the podium, looked around, and said with a smile, since everyone is here, then let's elect a class monitor to assist me and teacher Zhou in managing the class. Is there any kid who would like to volunteer? At this moment, Hui Yuhao raised his right hand and slowly stood up from his seat. Teacher Wang, can I run for class monitor? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the classroom, and many students looked angry. Your martial soul ability, Hui Yuhao, is quite strong, and many second-ring great soul masters have fallen into it, but what does this have to do with you, Hui Yuhao? The position of class monitor is not a big or small one. But at least the individual strength must be acceptable. Even if he doesn't have to be familiar with all the students in the class, at least he must have met them face to face and be able to recognize who is who when they meet. Hui Yuhao could not do any of these. At this moment, Wu Feng's face darkened, and just when he was about to stand up and complain like in the original book, he was glared back by Su Yunhan. Seeing that the students were dissatisfied, Wang Yan smiled and said, Student Hui Yuhao, can you tell us why you want to run for class monitor? Hui Yuhao said, Teacher Wang, I know that I am the student with the lowest spirit power in our class, but as a member of the class, I think I am qualified to run for the position of class monitor. Teacher Zhou once told me that if you are not born a noble, you should work hard to become one. I have always kept this in mind. I may not be the strongest in the class, but I must be the most diligent. Whether it is windy or rainy, I will practice step by step. I hope Teacher Wang and all the students can give me a chance. I will definitely do my best to be a good class monitor. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students in the classroom, including Xie Huanyue and Zhou Sikhen, laughed very unkindly, and everyone's face was full of sarcasm. The reason is simple. There are simply too many flaws in Hui Yuhao's words. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire speech is full of flaws. If you are not born a noble, work hard to become one. Is this sentence suitable for you, Hui Yuhao? In this era, from the moment you have the qualifications to awaken your martial soul and obtain the soul meditation method, you, Hui Yuhao, are already a noble. Even if your childhood was not very good, you were still a poor aristocrat. P.S. The setting in the original novel is very confusing. Whether it is the Duchess or the evil servants below, if they want to target Hui Yuhao, let alone he can successfully leave the White Tiger Duke's mansion. It is hard to say whether he can live to the age of 11. From Hui Yuhao's perspective, he had never seen a real commoner. He thought that the servants and unfavored concubines in the Duke's mansion lived a commoner's life. Hui Yunhan was born a maid, and the lives of her and her son were not even as good as those of commoners. The Duchess must be jealous of his mother, so she treated them like this. He didn't know that the 7th-rank official at the gate of the Prime Minister, who guarded the gate for a country's marshal, was a well-known figure outside. Real civilians work hard, facing the earth and back to the sky. If the harvest is good, they can barely fill their stomachs. If they encounter a famine, they have to compete with dogs for food, exchange their own children for food, and even face the threat of evil spirit masters. This is something that the poor young master Hui Yuhao could not imagine. Also, what do you mean by Hui Yuhao is the most diligent in the class? Is it considered diligent to carry some heavy objects and run around outside when it's windy and rainy? Most of these students are sons and daughters of major spirit master families. After graduation, they will return to their families to inherit the family business, manage the family's business, or even join the army to become a general to guard a place. Which one of them has a smaller responsibility? They work hard to learn this knowledge, which is not comparable to running with a weight. It's not that Hui Yuhao is not diligent, but in this fantasy world, everyone's diligence cannot be compared. Those were just words that old witch Zhou said to comfort you. Why did you say them in front of so many people? Aren't you ashamed? Everyone else was laughing at Hui Yuhao for overestimating his own abilities, but Su Yunhan didn't laugh. Instead, he took out 2 books without covers from his soul guide and threw them to Hui Yuhao. Take these 2 books home and read them. After reading them, you will know how stupid your words were, and it may even change your impression of some people. Su Yunhan then turned around and looked at Wang Yan on the podium, and said, Teacher Wang, if it really doesn't work, let me be the class monitor. My cultivation and status are enough to make the classmates recognize me. Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded, looked at the audience and asked symbolically, if everyone has no objection, then Su Yunhan will be the monitor of our class. Since everyone has no objection, then let's start the class now. After school at noon, Hui Yuhao had a quick lunch and returned to the dormitory, flipping through the 2 books that Su Yunhan had given him. When he opened the first page, Hui Yuhao was shocked by the contents of the book. Gnawing on tree bark, grass, and various inedible insects and creatures were the food sources for the civilians during the famine. However, these inedible foods were limited, and after they were eaten up, many people would starve to death without any source of appetite. In order to survive, some people would even eat their own children. Hui Yuhao thought that his life among the White Tiger Dukes was not as good as that of ordinary people, but compared with real ordinary people, Hui Yuhao, was just a clown. Ha 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 ha. Hui Yuhao laughed at himself, and as he laughed, he started to cry. He thought he was the most miserable person in the world, but he never expected that there were people with more miserable lives than him, Hui Yuhao, all over the DOURO continent. Possessing the first soul ring in 1,000,000 years, he is destined to hold the sun and the moon and pluck the stars in the future. How miserable is this fate? Since childhood, his mother taught him to be a kind person, and he thought kindness was just filial piety to his mother. But now, it seems that what Hui Yuhao wanted to express was not this. Chapter 50. In the original novel, Hui Yuhao had never received a single day of normal education. Hui Yuhao, who was born a maid, had little knowledge and was a little lovesick. All that was left for Hui Yuhao was hatred for the White Tiger Duke's mansion. In this kind of growing environment, Hui Yuhao was destined to become a Shrek Academy student and become Tang San's running dog. Now, Hui Yuhao has learned the truest portrayal of the lower-class civilians. He finally understands that his life with his mother is millions of times better than that of the real civilians. Dai Hao is fighting on the front line. And all the affairs of the White Tiger Duke's mansion are on the shoulders of the Duchess. She is so busy every day that she has no time to target the son of a maid. He understands everything. As Su Yunhan said, after experiencing the beating of society, Hui Yuhao's image of the Duchess did change. But that was all. His hatred for the White Tiger Duke's mansion still did not disappear. After all, Hui Yuhao died indirectly at the hands of Dai Huabin. This was the fact, and it would not change no matter how many years had passed. Just saying, when Hui Yuhao thought about how there were so many people who were hungry and cold, and didn't even have the right to awaken their martial spirits, he felt very sad. At the same time, he was also confused about his future. He was now working hard to cultivate in order to avenge his mother, but what would happen after that? Would he commit suicide in front of Hui Yuna's grave? Shouldn't he do something for the common people at the bottom of society? Su Yunhan, are you really not going? I have prepared a lot of good things for you. Su Yunhan said calmly, you guys go ahead, I still have to go back to learn soul guides from my wife, I really can't spare the time. Dai Huabin. Your reason is perfunctory. How can a combat soul master change his career to become a soul engineer? Dai Huabin cursed Su Yunhan in his heart for being ungrateful, and led his friends out of Shrek Square. Well, except for Su Yunhan, all the male students in Class 1 were very happy to see Dai Huabin leave. Hui Yuhao was also in that group, probably with the intention of eating Dai Huabin out of money. Yunhan, what are they going to do? Why are you following them? Hearing this, Su Yunhan looked strange and asked, Xiao Xiao, do you really want me to go with them? Xiao Xiao was puzzled, what do you mean by, I hope we're not? What is going on? Where are they going? Where can a group of men go? Of course, it's a place full of beautiful women. A place full of beautiful girls. Xiao Xiao's eyes widened, her pretty face full of disbelief. They are students of Shrek Academy, not even 13 years old, how could they go to such a place? Su Yunhan curled his lips and said, Xiao Xiao, think about it carefully, Zhu Lu is Dai Huabin's fiancée. She is just having a meal with her classmates and exchanging feelings with each other. Even if you don't like Zhu Lu, you shouldn't leave her aside. Ah. Xiao Xiao frowned, thinking about what Su Yunhan had just said. Just as Xiao Xiao was lost in thought, Su Yunhan rubbed her little face and whispered in her ear, Xiao Xiao, if you don't believe me, let's secretly follow and see. Xiao Xiao's face flushed instantly, she pouted and looked at the other person with a resentful look. Who wants to go to that kind of place? As she spoke, Xiao Xiao subconsciously glanced at Zhu Lu beside her and muttered softly. Sister Zhu Lu's fate is really bad, it's okay that her fiancé treats her badly, but he also takes a group of people to that kind of place. Even though Xiao Xiao lowered her voice deliberately, but, under the enhancement of the cat martial spirit, Zhu Lu's hearing was different from that of ordinary people, and these touching words still fell into her ears. The words were meant to show pity for her, but they sounded so ironic to Zhu Lu. She looked stern, clenched her fists, and resisted the urge to beat up Dai Huabin. She took Cui Yiji's hand and left Shrek Square. On the other side, led by Dai Huabin, a group of people walked into a shop that looked a bit unremarkable, but in fact it was not serious at all. The moment they walked into the store, except for Dai Huabin, the rest of the people only felt a trance and were instantly attracted by the layout of the store. The shop is very big. The first floor alone is over 1,000 square meters. In the center of the first floor, there is a huge circular stage, on which two young ladies in cool clothes are dancing. Xie Huanyue looked at Dai Huabin with a strange look in his eyes. Boss Dai, why didn't you tell me earlier? If we had known we were going to a place like this, we should have at least changed our clothes. How can we look so ugly in this school uniform? Dai Huabin smiled, then waved to a fat lady dressed in colorful clothes. The fat lady waved a handkerchief, twisted her hippo waist, and walked towards him in an extremely weird posture. The fat lady smiled and said, Hey, isn't this Mr. Dai, are you here with your friends? Dai Huabin nodded. The fat lady said, There are 16 of us in total. The ticket price is 100 gold soul coins each. Students of Shrek Academy get a 20 discount, so the total is 1,280 gold soul coins. Come on, who of you will pay? After Dai Huabin paid the ticket fee, everyone came to the seats in the corner and sat down, led by several young ladies who were also dressed coolly. Just when everyone was wondering why Dai Huabin chose such a remote location, the next scene explained their doubts. A young man in luxurious brocade robe walked in with a group of guards. The fat lady hurriedly went up to him, shouted, My lord, please come this way, and led him to a position close to the stage. Dai Huabin explained to everyone, the owner behind this Singula has a background in the Sea God Pavilion. It is the largest brothel in the original DOURO continent. It opens once every 2 weeks, and every time there are thousands of people patronizing it. Hearing this, Huiyuhao, who was eating a fruit plate, looked up with a puzzled look on his face. He pulled the corner of Zhou Sichen's clothes and asked in a low voice. What is Gulan? Aren't we here to eat? The name of this hotel is Gulan. Gulan Hotel. Zhou Sichen. Where did this stupid kid come from? Does he really not understand, or is he just pretending to be innocent? Zhou Sichen said, A hotel is a hotel, a brothel is a brothel, and the two of them, well, forget it, you won't understand even if I explain it to you, just think of this as a hotel, I'll ask the waiter to serve you something delicious. Chapter 51. Zhou Sichen finally gave Dai Huabin a chance and didn't tell Huiyuhao the truth. What if he told the truth and scared away Huiyuhao, this pure white lotus? Soon, the meal Zhou Sichen ordered was brought up by several ladies in cool clothes. There was fried fish, braised beef, and dim sum. These three foods made up a plate. The business of the brothel is not about food, and no one knows where these 3 plates of food were put together. It can be seen that the officials are trying their best to meet the requirements of every customer. Soon, the Xinhua Tower was full. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, accompanied by a flash of red light, a beautiful middle-aged woman in a fiery red dress with still some charm appeared on the stage. The next moment, 8 yellow, purple, black and black soul rings slowly rose from under the feet of the beautiful woman, and the audience was instantly in an uproar. It is hard to imagine that a female contra would appear in such a place, and serve as the hostess is too. Next, the beautiful woman floated in the air with the help of a flying soul guide, and her voice spread throughout the Xinhua Tower through the amplifying soul guide. Hello everyone, I am Bailing, welcome to Xinhua Tower. According to convention, there will be 5 girls meeting you in the first round. I will select a lucky person from among the guests to dance with the 5 girls on stage. These 5 girls are all perfect. The so-called dance is to find a lucky person to go on stage and do something in front of everyone. Its function is to arouse people's desire and lay the foundation for the subsequent auction. The beautiful woman looked around and finally set her sights on Huiyuhao, who was concentrating on eating. The student in the corner wearing the Shrek Academy uniform, yes, the one eating the fruit plate. Hearing someone calling him, Hu Yuhao quickly put down the food in his hand and stood up. He saw that people at other tables nearby were looking at him with envy. Envy? What do I envy him for? Why do I feel like I am the only one drunk while everyone else is awake? So, what exactly does the brothel do? Seeing Hu Yuhao standing there, Dai Huabin began to fan the flames. Yuhao, this is a small show in the brothel. If you are selected, you can go on stage and dance with a few beautiful girls, and you will receive a beautiful gift from the organizer. As he spoke, Dai Huabin gave everyone a look. Everyone understood and, out of gratitude for their kindness, they quickly stood up and pushed Hu Yuhao out. Dai Huabin had selfish motives. He knew Hu Yuhao was a rookie at first glance, and as long as he could make the other party want to try his luck, he would spend money to invite Hu Yuhao to brothels frequently. And as time went by, they would establish a revolutionary friendship, and it should not be difficult to recruit him into the White Tiger family. In the cold spring, I was granted a bath in Huaqing Pool. The hot spring water washed my skin. The maid helped me up, weak and delicate. And it was the beginning of my new grace. With her hair like clouds and her face like flowers, she wore golden hairpins, and spent the spring night in the warm lotus tent. The spring night was short and the sun rose high, and from then on, the king would not attend the court early. Even the emperor of a country has a short love night. Dai Huabin doesn't believe that Hu Yuhao, who came from a low-class family, can resist the temptation. Although he didn't know what was going on, due to the expectant looks of the crowd, Hu Yuhao still gritted his teeth and walked up to the platform. Wow, look, this lucky guy is wearing the white school uniform of Shrek Academy. He is a first-year student less than 13 years old. Could he be a rookie? He looks like one. The look in his eyes is so clear, not to mention those little girls. Even I want to have a taste of him. A bald man with a scar sitting in the middle seat said very sincerely. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him looked at the bald guy with strange eyes and subconsciously moved their chairs away. How could they meet a male prostitute in a brothel? Bai Ling slowly walked in front of Hu Yuhao, held his chin with her hand, and said in a charming voice, "Little brother, have you ever slept with a girl?" Hu Yuhao was quite frank and answered directly, "Yes, my mother often held me to sleep when I was little." Ha 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 ha. Hu Yuhao once again made the atmosphere in Xinhua Tower boil. Watching Xiaochu just to open the door to a new world has become a regular feature of Xinhua Tower. At this moment, Zhou Yi and Fan Yu, a couple, suddenly broke into the Xinhua Tower. After learning that Hu Yuhao had been abducted into a brothel by Dai Huabin and others, the two of them hurried over, walked up to the platform, and held Hu Yuhao's hand and were about to walk out. How could the audience who paid to watch the show be willing to let the leading actor leave? A young man in a brocade robe sitting at the front waved his hand. And 4 men in black robes descended from the sky and blocked the way of Fan Yu and the other two. Fan Yu's face darkened. He could clearly feel that the cultivation levels of these 4 men in black robes were no less than his. He originally wanted to force his way out, but now it seems that he can't do it. There was no other way. Fan Yu could only reveal his identity in public. "Sir, my name is Fan Yu. I am the director of the Seoul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, and the future vice dean of the Seoul Guidance Department. I am really sorry that my disciple is relatively innocent and was deceived to this point. I hope you can spare my disciple for my sake, and I am willing to give you 1 million gold soul coins to compensate you." Fan Yu's attitude was very low. After all, in the fantasy world, the strong are respected. As the future vice president of the Seoul Guidance Department, he really had no sense of existence. There were more than one level 8 soul guides affiliated with the Sea God Pavilion. Fan Yu is infertile. After 3 months of living together, the couple already regarded Hu Yuhao as their own son. He is in the best period of cultivation, and they naturally do not want to see Hu Yuhao ruined by that kind of thing. This is also the reason why they dared to break into Xingula even though they knew that it had an extraordinary background. Hearing this, the young man in brocade robe slowly stood up, looked at the position of Fan Yu and the other two, adjusted the mask on his face, and a feminine voice sounded. "When I first founded Xingula, I set a rule that every guest must have a good time. Director Fan's request makes it very difficult for us to do it." Fan Yu gritted his teeth and continued, "How about this? I am willing to offer 4 level 8 soul guides as compensation, and I hope you can let us go." The feminine young man shook his head. "Our family has no shortage of soul guides. Si Siren Doluo Lin Huachuan is our grandmother, according to seniority, her disciple Zhao Ninger is our aunt. Our aunt's soul guide skills are much better than the future Vice Dean Fan. We won't make it difficult for you, just one of you 3 can stay and attend the performance so that the audience can enjoy it." Chapter 52. How come everything is related to Su Yunhan? Fan Yu frowned, thinking constantly about how to resolve this embarrassing situation. "Keep Hu Yuhao here." No. He didn't understand anything about that. In front of so many people, he was raped by 5 girls. I'm afraid he won't be able to look a woman in the face for the rest of his life. Besides, the women here are not good people. What if they lead his good disciple astray? He still hopes Huiyuhao will provide for him and his wife in their old age. Zhou Yi must not be allowed to stay, everyone understands this reason. While thinking, Fan Yu turned his head, and when he saw the fiery gazes in the audience, his anus suddenly tightened and his face almost turned green. If he stays, he might lose his reputation in his later years. On the other side, Zhou Yi pulled Huiyuhao aside and used very tactful words to explain science to her little disciple. Huiyuhao then understood that if his teacher and his mistress had not appeared in time, he would have become a bad boy, despised by everyone. After knowing the truth, Huiyuhao felt a chill. He didn't want to stay in this filthy place any longer. But they, alas. Perhaps it was the energy in Huiyuhao that was at work. Even in this situation where he had no way out, Fan Yu was still thinking about how to have the best of both worlds, and was even willing to sacrifice himself for Huiyuhao. If Su Yunhan were here, he would definitely be deeply moved. Fan Yu is truly a good teacher. Fan Yu wanted to save Huiyuhao, but he didn't want to sacrifice himself. Finally, he gritted his teeth, bowed to the feminine young man in front of him, and said, "Sir, if classmate Su Yunhan is willing to intercede for us, I wonder if you can let us go." Hearing this, the feminine young man raised his lips a little. Compared with the gold soul coins, he wanted a favor from Su Yunhan or Zhao Ning or more. The value of a favor from the future ruler of the Sea God Pavilion cannot be measured by gold soul coins. Although he was thinking, the feminine young man pretended to think. If my uncle-in-law came to ask for mercy, we would definitely give him face. However, as far as we know, the relationship between the future Vice Dean Fan and my aunt's family is not very good. Fan Yu said in a deep voice, "You don't have to worry about that, master. I volunteered to stay here as a hostage for 1 hour. If my wife and disciples can't come and ask classmate Su Yunhan to intercede for us, Fan Yu will let you deal with me." After saying that, Fan Yu pulled Zhou Yi and Huiyuhao aside and told them how to get close to Su Yunhan and act pitiful. If Fan Yu can't beat a little fox in the shopping mall, can he beat you, a young boy who is still in school? Ninger, your cooking skills are getting better and better. The boiled pork slices you make are absolutely amazing, better than those made by the imperial chefs in the palace. While Su Yunhan was eating the food on the table, he did not forget to give some compliments, which made Zhao Ninger very happy. "How can I be as good as you say? My cooking skills can only make some home-cooked meals. I can't even compare to the chefs in big hotels, let alone the chefs in the palace." At this moment, a rapid knock on the door suddenly reached everyone's ears. Jiang Nannan got up hurriedly, went to the front door and opened it, and saw a young man selling grilled fish and a beautiful aunt standing outside the door with a lot of bags. A maid naturally could not interfere in the master's affairs. Jiang Nannan said nothing and just welcomed the two of them into the house. The beautiful woman came to Su Yunhan with a big smile on her face and placed a small jade box in front of him. "Su Yunhan, I was wrong before. I shouldn't be so utilitarian. Please forgive me if there is anything I didn't do well enough." Su Yunhan opened the jade box and took a look. Oh, it was the right leg bone of the 15,000-year-old Gale wolf. Su Yunhan closed the lid and pushed it aside. He glanced at Zhou Yi, who had taken off the old woman's mask, and said in a cold voice, "Teacher Zhou, you don't come to me for no reason, just tell me what you want to say." Since it involved her husband's reputation and even his future, Zhou Yi naturally did not dare to neglect it and told Su Yunhan everything that had happened. Su Yunhan suddenly became interested and glanced at Huiyuhao with a look of approval on his face. "I never thought that Director Fan and Teacher Zhou were so loyal to each other. They would go to such lengths for a disciple they have only known for 3 months. I am ashamed of myself." Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Then, I wonder if Master Su would be willing to come forward to mediate. After the matter is settled, my husband and I will have another thank you gift to offer." "Not enough." Su Yunhan curled his lips, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. "Not enough?" Hearing this, Huiyuhao was filled with righteous indignation and said, "Su Yunhan, I never thought you were this kind of person, but let me tell you one thing, even a 10,000-year soul bone can't stop you from talking. I was wrong about you." Su Yunhan ignored Huiyuhao's impolite behavior and glanced at Zhou Yi. He said unkindly, "Teacher Zhou, do we still want to continue the conversation?" Zhou Yi said quickly, of course, Mr. Su, please name your price. As long as the price is within the range that my husband and I can afford, I can agree to it on behalf of Brother Yu. My request is not high. Doesn't Shrek Academy provide the Soul Guidance Department with rare metals and ores for making advanced soul guides every quarter? I want 20 of the share for 4 quarters. Zhou Yi said, "This is not a problem, but time is urgent, so I will agree to it on behalf of Brother Yu. When things are over, brother Yu will convert those resources into gold soul coins and give them to you. Su Yunhan sneered and said, Teacher Zhou, you misunderstood, I didn't ask for gold soul coins, I just want rare ores and metals. Zhou Yi's jaw dropped instantly. She really didn't expect Su Yunhan to ask for such a high price. Rare ores and metals for making advanced soul guides are in short supply, and the soul guide department is equipped with a fixed quota every quarter. Of course, in the environment of Shrek Academy that does not pay attention to the development of soul guide technology. These soul guide materials are bound to be hidden by someone, and after accumulating a certain amount, they will be resold on the black market. Su Yunhan would naturally not miss this opportunity to blackmail Zhou Yi. It would not be long before Zhao Ninger would be able to break through to level 70 and become an 8th level soul guide. High-level soul guide materials would definitely not be enough. Zhou Yi pretended to hesitate and said, Mr. Su, your request is a bit too high. Brother Yu is just a director of the soul guidance department, his salary is barely enough to support his family. How can he have the money to buy soul guidance materials on the black market? Chapter 53. Zhou Yi clenched her fists. She couldn't stand Su Yunhan's unreasonable demands any longer. She picked up the soul bone on the table, grabbed Hu Yuhao's wrist and was about to leave. As the two of them walked to the door, Su Yunhan's voice sounded again, Oh, should I go to Xinghua Tower to say hello to my cheap nephew and ask him to help take care of the future Vice Dean Fan? Hearing this, Zhou Yi's heart sank suddenly. She really didn't expect that Su Yunhan, who was willing to speak up for the grassroots students, would actually be a despicable villain in secret, a person who would eat people without leaving any bones. If Su Yunhan had really informed that feminine young man in advance, would her brother Yu still be able to leave Xinghua Tower? Asshole. Zhou Yi turned around again and placed all the valuables in the soul guide in front of Su Yunhan. Mr. Su, I agree to your request. I will take 20 of the rare metals and ores for 6 quarters on behalf of brother Yu. Seeing Zhou Yi's painful look, Su Yunhan, who wanted to raise the price again, temporarily gave up the idea. The milk must be squeezed little by little, and the wool must be plucked little by little, so he had to leave some room for the sheep. Su Yunhan put down his chopsticks, glanced at the girls who were busy eating, and slowly said, You guys eat first, I'm going to do something and we'll be back soon. Ma Xiaotao suddenly stood up, glanced at Zhou Yi with her phoenix eyes, and said in a deep voice, It's not safe for you to go alone, I'll go with you. Ah. It was impossible for Ma Xiaotao not to know where Xinghua was. She kept moving forward. It was true that it was not wrong to say that she was a tiger woman. Just like that, under the leadership of Zhou Yi and Hu Yuhao, the 4 of them left Su's residence and headed towards the Xinghua Tower. As soon as the 4 of them stepped into the threshold of Xinghua Tower, the feminine young man hurriedly came forward to greet them. Su Yunhan clasped his fists and said, Lin Ju, please give me some face and don't embarrass Vice President Fan, he loves his son very much and he didn't mean to ruin your place. The feminine young man nodded and said, I still have to give face to my uncle-in-law. As he spoke, the feminine young man Lin Ju waved his hand, and the 2 black-robed men surrounding Fan Yu instantly disappeared from the spot. Lin Ju glanced at Ma Xiaotao in front of him, then took out a top-grade ice bracelet from his soul guide and handed it to Ma Xiaotao. Aunt Xiaotao, this bracelet is rare in the world, and ordinary women can't control it. Only a woman like you who has fallen from the 9 heavens is worthy of it. The bracelet is not worth much, just consider it as a small gift from your nephew, I hope you don't despise it. Lin Ju is such a sweet talker. No wonder he can support such a big industry at the age of just over 20. Lin Ju is really a great figure. Su Yunhan finally pushed the bracelet back. Lin Ju, you miscalculated this time. Xiao Tao has a violent temper and will beat anyone she catches, no matter how expensive the bracelet is, it will only last a few days on her wrist. Hearing this, Lin Ju slapped his forehead and pretended to wake up and said, Alas, I really didn't think it through this time. Let me say this to apologize and allow my nephew to host a banquet in Tongtian Pavilion to entertain the 2 elders. If someone shows kindness to someone for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. If it weren't for Hu Yuhao, Su Yunhan would not be in the mood to interact with Lin Ju. But now, Lin Ju had just given him face, and it was not a good idea to turn around and reject the other party's invitation. Just like that, Su Yunhan agreed. While Lin Ju was arranging the affairs in Xinghua Tower, he brought Fan Yu to the door. Director Fan, Teacher Zhou promised me that he would give me 20 of the 6 quarters of rare metals and ores that Shrek Academy equipped for the Soul Guidance Department as ransom. Now that I have redeemed you, you won't deny it, right? Good fellow, Fan Yu exclaimed. He really didn't expect Su Yunhan to ask for such a high price. This time he was aiming to empty his family's wealth. Even if he was dissatisfied, Fan Yu would not say it in front of Su Yunhan. After all, the other party would be his top boss in the future. Fan Yu hurriedly said, Master Su, the number of soul guide materials in this batch is too huge, even if we sell all our property immediately and go to the black market to buy what you want, it will still take a lot of time to prepare. How about, I pay you a deposit first, and the rest will be repaid monthly, and paid off within a year, I wonder if you can accept that. Su Yunhan crossed his arms, looked at Fan Yu and said coldly, Director Fan, since you are so sincere, I will agree to your request but, I have to remind you not to play tricks under my nose. The soul guide materials I want are the top-level ones, don't try to pass off inferior materials as good ones. If you really don't take my word seriously, I don't mind making your soul guide department's despicable behavior public. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu instantly wilted, and hurriedly smiled and said, Yes, Master Su is right, it would be a waste to give such good conditions to the soul guidance department, starting from next month. Every time the Academy allocates resources to the Soul Guidance Department, I will take out a portion of them and send them to Miss Ninger and the Soul Guidance Hall. After saying that, Fan Yu subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was so scared that he almost lost control of his bladder when he heard that Su Yunhan was going to expose the despicable behavior of the Soul Guidance Department to the public. Over the years, he has participated in the reselling of materials. If the truth comes out, some elders in the Sea God Pavilion will not mind using him as a scapegoat. Su Yunhan. Why are you kneeling down and licking my ass? Fan Yu, you are the future vice president of the Soul Guidance Department, why don't you have any backbone? He is too embarrassed to continue blackmailing me after this. Su Yunhan said with a strange look on his face, that's not necessary. Ninger and the Soul Guidance Hall will have sufficient resources, so there's no need to deduct from the Soul Guidance Department. Everyone has to support their families. And the monthly salary is not enough to squander. Okay, go do what you need to do. When the ransom is ready, send it to my teacher's office, remember, I am using your money to do your business. If I find out that you are using my name to make money in the Soul Guidance Department, openly selling Soul Guidance Hall places, and other despicable acts, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Moon finally agreed to Su Yunhan's proposal and planned to open another Soul Guidance Hall department in Shrek City, with Zhao Ninger as the hall master, responsible for managing all matters of the Soul Guidance Hall. When they heard that Zhao Ninger would be the head of the Soul Guidance Hall, more than 90 of the students and teachers in the Soul Guidance Department wanted to switch to the Soul Guidance Hall. Su Yunhan doesn't want to see the quota for the Soul Guidance Hall become a tool for some people to make money. Chapter 54. Reputation is secondary. Su Yunhan does not want the newly established Soul Guidance Hall to become another den of filth and corruption. If conditions permit, he wants to go to the Soul Guidance Department with Zhao Ninger to select personnel. Fan Yu and the other two left. Before leaving, Hui Yuhao glared at Su Yunhan, making him seem like some unforgivable villain. Forget it. Why bother with a child who never grows up? After arranging the trivial matters, Lin Ju, dressed in a brocade robe, walked out of the Xinhua Tower. With two black-robed guards leading the way, the three of them arrived at the Tongtian Pavilion in Shrek City without any obstruction. Compared with Xinguala, Tongtian Pavilion is much more elegant. The girls inside are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and they all sell their skills instead of their bodies. Here, you can eat, stay overnight, and even play chess and exchange musical tips with spirit girls wearing skirts and hairpins, but you must never do anything that would corrupt morals. Once discovered, no matter what your identity is, even if you are a duke or marquis of the Three Empires, you will be invited to have tea by the law enforcement team. Tgthegood has 7 floors in total. The higher the floor, the more distinguished the guest led by a group of maids. Su Yunhan and his group sat down in a private room on the 6th floor. Lin Ju took out a bottle of light green wine from his soul guide and placed it on the table. Aunt Xiaotao, uncle, this is the green plum wine my mother made herself, it's sour and sweet, would you like to try it? Su Yunhan shook his head and said, Lin Ju, I don't drink alcohol, I appreciate your kindness. Lin Ju smiled, reached out to put away the plum wine, and then took out a large bucket of juice from the soul guide, which was still strawberry flavored. Su Yunhan picked up the cup and took a sip of juice. He looked in the direction of Lin Ju and said slowly, Lin Ju, if you have something to say, just say it directly, I don't like those beating around the bush. Lin Ju handed a small box expressionlessly to the black-robed guard beside him, who then delivered it to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan looked at Lin Ju suspiciously, then opened the black cover, and a yellowed blueprint of a 6th-level soul guide came into his sight. Under the influence of Zhao Ninger, he still read some simple soul guide drawings. This is a 6th-level functional soul guide. Through the soul guide formation, it can stimulate the potential of the wearer and provide the soul master with high strength, toughness, and even mental strength in a short period of time. After the duration ends, the wearer will be weak for a period of time. This kind of soul guide, well, except for saving lives in extreme situations, it is not suitable for most situations. Right? No, that's not right. If it could last longer, would it be possible to absorb spirit rings of higher ages in this way? Why does it feel a bit unreliable? Thinking of this, Su Yunhan raised his head and glanced at Lin Ju opposite him, as if asking the other person what he thought. Lin Ju said with a serious face, "Uncle-in-law, I accidentally found this soul guide blueprint in a relic. There is also a matching soul guide device in it. I have done experiments and found that a soul guide device can provide a soul master of the soul sect level with an increase of 2.5 hours. I will soon be level 50, due to my weak constitution. My third soul ring is less than 4,500 years old. If I want to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, it will be difficult to do so without the help of this soul guide." Su Yunhan scanned the blueprint again, looked at Lin Ju and asked curiously. "Lin Ju, judging from the blueprint, the difficulty of making this soul guide should not be high. Any level 6 soul guide can make it. Why did you think of looking for us?" Lin Ju said coldly. "I don't trust those people in the soul guidance department, if this blueprint falls into their hands. Who knows how many copies they will make and sell on the black market. This can be regarded as a small method to absorb soul rings beyond the time limit. If it is obtained by the Sun Moon Empire, it will be a trouble." Huh. As a brothel owner, Lin Ju made money in an unscrupulous way. However, Su Yunhan was surprised that Lin Ju did not make a fortune on the black market with this blueprint. Su Yunhan didn't act pretentiously and directly put the blueprint back into the soul guide. "Okay, I'll take this up on behalf of Ningner. After the soul guide is finished, should I deliver it to you, or do you come and get it yourself?" Lin Ju thought and said, "Just send the soul guide to DOURO, I will pick it up when I have time." After dinner, Su Yunhan held Ma Xiaodao's hand and walked happily on the streets of Shrek City. Ma Xiaodao's voice suddenly rang out, "My martial soul is going to evolve. I won't need to use that method to solve the evil fire problem anymore." "Then, are you going to leave me? You have a very strong personality, so strong that you don't seem like a woman at all. Because of the evil fire, you must have hated your gender. Do you think it is very shameful to do that kind of thing with me?" It was before, but not now. Ma Xiaotao leaned on Su Yunhan's shoulder and let him hold her. "Given how much Master loves me, if I had that idea, Master would not hold a wedding for us. I have figured out a lot in the past 3 months. Men have their own happiness, and women have their own happiness. I am proud to be born a woman. If I ruin my Taoism because of such a small matter, it would not be worth it. Besides, the inheritance of the Tang clan's Mintong cannot be cut off, and I cannot give birth to offspring by myself, so I can only let you, Su Yunhan, take advantage of me." Hearing this, the corners of Su Yunhan's mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't expect that Ma Xiaotao actually had such a proud side. What kind of words are these? Is it so difficult for this shrew to say, "I love you"? There is still a long way to go if we want to make this tough woman Ma Xiaotao gentler. Soon, Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao returned to the Su mansion. The food had been cleared away. The girls were sitting in front of the table with an uncovered book, chattering along with Zhao Ninger as they learned the basics of soul guides. Zhang Lishuan is also among this group. Su Yunhan came to Zhao Ninger and handed her the small box containing the soul guide blueprint. "Ninger, this is the soul guide your cheap nephew asked you to make. See if our family is short of any materials. If so, I'll go to Xinghua Tower and ask that guy for them." Zhao Ninger frowned, picked up the blueprint and looked at it in the moonlight for a while, then slowly said, "The soul guide is good. It is just right for training death warriors. In extreme cases, it can allow a soul emperor to fight 2 at once. But the disadvantage of this soul guide is too great. It provides amplification for the soul master by absorbing vitality." Chapter 55. As expected, Su Yunhan was not surprised. In this era, there were no mecha battle armors, and soul guides that could directly provide amplification for soul masters would have to pay a certain price. Suddenly, an extremely sinister idea emerged in Su Yunhan's mind. He quickly walked to Zhao Ninger's side, leaned over and whispered in her ear. "Ninger, can you improve this soul guide device? It would be best if it could provide a high increase for soul masters at the soul saint or even soul DOURO level. Don't worry about the consumption of vitality, it would be even better if it could extend the life of the soul guide device." Yunhan, what are you going to do? You are just hoping for chaos in the world." Zhao Ninger's voice was a little louder. The girls put down the books in their hands and looked at the young couple with confusion. Su Yunhan's face darkened, and he hurriedly pulled Zhao Ninger into the house. After closing the door and making sure that no one else was eavesdropping, he slowly said, "Reform will inevitably lead to bloodshed. If we don't do this, when we take power in the future, how can we shift the focus of the development of DOURO continent from soul guides to soul masters themselves? Ninger, you have to remember that in extraordinary times, extraordinary things should be done. I just want the world to be in chaos, to the point where even the sea god pavilion master himself cannot suppress it. This will be more likely to undermine the sea god Tang San's faith in DOURO continent. This is just a moment of darkness before the light, Ninger, you don't have to feel any psychological pressure. Zhao Ninger covered her mouth and looked at Su Yunhan's face with disbelief. The little man in her family is only 11 years old and has only the cultivation level of a soul master, but his hands can reach so far that he has taken into account the situations in the next 10 or even 20 years when making plans. This kind of vision is not something that ordinary people can compare with. Zhao Ninger sighed, then walked into the living room, sat on a chair, and began to study the soul guide blueprint. Zhao Ninger really didn't expect that one day she would actually develop in the direction of evil soul mentor. Since her little man is so outstanding, she should do more within her ability and not fall behind. The perspective shifts to the divine realm. Now that she is pregnant, Tang San has put aside the affairs of the God Realm Committee and is staying in the Shura Temple to take care of the baby. Even so, Tang San did not experience a leisurely day. The pregnancy reaction at the beginning of the pregnancy tortured him to death, dry mouth, sleepiness. Retching, heaviness in the head, all kinds of symptoms befell him, making him now listless and very eager for others' care. But the problem is that the pride that belongs to the great god King Tang does not allow him to do so. He is the future lord of the god realm, and is about to surpass the dragon god. How can he show such an embarrassing side in front of other gods? At this moment, a rapid knock on the door suddenly sounded. Dong dong dong. Open the door, third brother, open the door quickly. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Tang San hurriedly got up from the bed, put on his blue-gold sea god robe in a hurry, held his pregnant belly, and staggered to the gate of the temple. Looking through the cat's eye, wow. The Shrek 6 monsters were all there. In addition, the 3 god kings of life, evil, and kindness were also in the queue, and everyone was holding a lot of gifts in their hands. Tang San just felt like he was going to die. He really didn't expect that the usually gentle and dignified goddess of life could not keep her mouth shut. His glorious image as the sea god Tang San was ruined by a stupid woman. Tang San didn't want to see other people, including Xiao Wu. Just as he was about to return to his bed to continue sleeping, Xiao Wu's voice rang out again. Sister Life, if Brother San doesn't open the door, you can help me blast it open, I will bear all the consequences. Tang San. There was no other way, Tang San could only bite the bullet and open the door. At the same time, the god Queen of Life swung her pink fist out, and when the door opened, her fist landed squarely on Tang San's face. Boom! Tang San fell backwards like a kite with a broken string and landed directly on the coffee table. The coffee table couldn't bear the weight and broke into pieces. The sharp fragments pierced into Tang San's skin, and a few pieces even pierced his stomach. This scared everyone. The god Queen of Life hurried forward and checked the fetus in Tang San's belly. When she confirmed that the fetus was not affected, she breathed a sigh of relief. Hurriedly removed the fragments, and after releasing several healing skills, she asked Dai Mubai and the others to carry Tang San back to the bed. Wait, is she overlooking something? Tang San is the god king, how can a mere coffee table hurt him? Is it that Tang San is too incompetent, or is it that the fetus absorbed too much of his power? The god king of destruction was in charge of the Divine Realm Committee, so there wouldn't be any problems in the short term. So the god king of life stayed behind and played cards with Ning Rongrong. Zhu Mao Mao and the god king of kindness to kill time, waiting for the great god king Tang to wake up. 2 hours later, the great god king Tang sat up from his bed in shock, still mumbling, I actually dreamed that Xiao Wu and the others came to see me, what a terrible dream. Tang San opened his eyes, touched his hungry stomach, sighed slightly, and was about to go downstairs to cook some food when he saw the Shrek 6 devils and the 3 god kings looking at him with strange eyes. Tang San subconsciously picked up the quilt and covered his head with it. Sister Life, what's wrong with the third brother? He has never eaten like this since he became a god. The god of life said with a smile, Xiao Wu, don't worry. The weaker the sea god appears, the healthier the fetus in his belly will be. Under the nourishment of the god queen mother, well, the father's body, the fetus may be able to achieve god-level cultivation as soon as it is born. The words of the god of life shocked everyone present. All the male gods, including the evil god Ji Dong, looked at Tang San with the same look. That is a daughter who has the potential to be a god king. Wow, I never thought that Poseidon is so lucky. When his daughter grows up, his Poseidon lineage will be the undisputed boss of the god realm. Fatty, is there anything else to eat? I'm so hungry. Chapter 56. Yohu. Tang San is not completely stupid, he even knows to ask Ma Hongjun for food. Hearing that his third brother had a request, Ma Hongjun came over to Tang San happily and put the beggar's chicken that Tang San had not had time to eat in his hands. Seeing the food, Tang San smiled happily, broke the yellow mud on the chicken, pulled open the lotus leaf, tore off a chicken leg, and devoured it ravenously, not caring about his image as a god king at all. Ma Hongjun swallowed his water and was thinking about whether he should get out some more food to eat with Tang San, when he saw that the others were looking at him with strange eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? There's nothing on my face, right? Fatty Ma, you weigh over 300 kilograms, right? You should lose some weight, the appearance of the god realm has been lowered by a fat guy like you. Rong, don't you feel uncomfortable talking? You all are in pairs, which makes me miserable, this is my only hobby now, what? Are you going to take it away from me?" Ever since Ma Hongjun ascended to the divine realm, his body has rebounded again. In addition, he does not control it and no one helps him to control it. In just 3 years, he has grown to his current state. 10,000 years is 87.6 million hours. When in the lower world, Ma Hongjun was a party girl every night. If you believe that he is loyal and can suppress loneliness, even a pig will climb a tree. Ma Hongjun naturally couldn't bear the loneliness, and wanted to find a new love a few years after ascending to the god realm. In terms of identity, he was a direct descendant of the sea god, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him to find a suitable partner in the god realm. But the problem is, which of the goddesses and beasts in the divine world is not arrogant? Just looking at Ma Hongjun's fat body is enough to make people feel uncomfortable, let alone sleeping in the same bed with him. So much so that 10,000 years have passed, and Ma Hongjun is still alone. The lonelier he is, the more he eats, and the more he eats, the heavier he gains. The heavier he gains, the uglier he becomes. The uglier he becomes, the harder it is to find a wife. The harder he can't find a wife, the lonelier he becomes. It has become a vicious cycle. After hearing what Ma Hongjun said, Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, curled her lips, and said unhappily, "Who told you not to practice hard at that time? If you had gone to the brothels less often, you could have passed the test of the god of fire and brought Qinxiang to the god realm." Failure to bring Bai Qinxiang to the divine realm was Ma Hongjun's lifelong pain. Ning Rongrong's sarcastic remarks instantly ignited his anger. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun raised his right hand and slapped Ning Rongrong hard. Snapped. "What are you doing?" Oscar ran over hurriedly, blocked Ning Rongrong behind him, and looked at Ma Hongjun in front of him with a bad look. "What am I doing? Ask Ning Rongrong what she's doing first. It's been 10,000 years, a full 10,000 years. It's fine if others talk about it, but every time we get together, Ning Rongrong will comment on my figure. She also talks about Qinxiang every 3 sentences, and every word she says is a poke at my lungs. They say the Shrek 7 devils are like brothers, what a bunch of brothers." After that, Ma Hongjun walked out of the Shura temple without looking back. He waved his sleeves and left without taking a single cloud with him. As everyone knows, the god of emotions Rong Nianbing has 8 wives, and Ma Hongjun has long had complaints about some of the Shrek 7 devils. However, because Tang San is his immediate superior, he cannot get angry, so he can only use this as an excuse to vent all his anger on Ning Rongrong. In the Shura temple, Ning Rongrong collapsed on the ground, whimpering with her hands on her face. Oscar and Zhu Zhuqin knelt beside her, constantly comforting her. Tang San ate the food in his hands silently, as if he was not interested in anything that happened in front of him. Suddenly, he put away the food in his hand, hugged Xiao Wu's arm and shook it desperately. "Xiao Wu, I want to drink rabbit milk." "Rabbit milk?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned red. What happened to her third brother? Why did he suddenly become like this? It seems that she was like this when she was pregnant. Xiao Wu rubbed Tang San's face and said softly, "Brother San, let's drink tonight, there are others here now." I don't care, Tang San pushed Xiao Wu down on the bed, tearing her clothes while saying, "I just want to drink rabbit milk, and I want to drink it now." Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly out of control, the 3 gods of evil, goodness and life hurriedly put down the gifts in their hands, covered their faces and walked out of the Shura temple. This is too exciting. They say that after getting pregnant, you become a different person. It's true. Even the sea god is an exception. The ancients were right. Tang San is no longer the same Tang San as before. He is now one of the 3 great law enforcement gods and the immediate superior of the Shrek 6 devils. Seeing that Xiao Wu was about to be stripped naked, Oscar and Dai Mubai left the Shura temple in a hurry, fearing that Tang San would settle accounts with them later. They even forgot about their wives and deliberately closed the door before leaving. This was really tough for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqin. The gate of the Shura temple was very heavy, and just moving it to create a small exit took all their strength. The scene inside the temple, well, is a bit exciting. Even though the two of them are women, they dare not stay here for too long. People who are familiar with the great god King Tang know that his main character is an unpredictable mood. Looking at the small exit in front of him, Zhu Zhuqing made up his mind and slowly poked his head out of the gap. Then he leaned on his elbows and crawled out little by little. Ning Rongrong was not idle either. She grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hips with both hands and pushed her out. I don't know who used too much strength, but the door actually closed a little bit. And the passage that was originally available for Zhu Zhuqing to pass through was now stuck at her waist because the two pandas that Zhu Zhuqing raised were too large. She was in a dilemma. Rongrong, come on, pull it in harder, harder. Harder. The screams of the two soon reached Tang San's ears. At this time, he was still in an unconscious state. He staggered down from the bed and came to Zhu Zhuqing. He pushed Ning Rongrong away and pulled her legs back. Brother San, be gentle. You're almost breaking the panda's neck. Zhu Zhuqing was pulled so hard that it hurt, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. Not only did she not agree to Tang San, she also held on to the door frame with her hands. As a result, the two of them spent a long time pulling the saw there. Ning Rongrong's IQ was online, and she reminded Zhu Zhuqing in time, so she put her two arms back into the Shura temple. Chapter 57. With no obstacles in place, Tang San easily pulled Zhu Zhuqing out from the crack in the door, and they both fell backwards at the same time. Just like that, Zhu Zhuqing fell into Tang San's arms, their parts collided head-on. An inexplicable fire surged into the hearts of both of them at the same time. Zhu Zhuqing did not scream, but just struggled symbolically. When she found that she could not break free, she slowly closed her eyes and collapsed in Tang San's arms. If there were other options, which normal woman would be willing to marry Dai Mubai? Tang San has a lot of flaws, but compared to Dai Mubai, the former is many times better. If Tang San didn't play pure love, Zhu Zhuqing really wouldn't mind marrying him. P.S. In the original novel of DOURO, when the two women were taking the Sea God exam on Sea God Island, they kissed Tang San in front of Dai Mubai and Oscar when Ning Rongrong saw this scene. She took great pains to close the door, then came in front of the two of them, pushing Zhu Zhuqing from time to time to add some fun to their mediocre performance. What? Why didn't Xiao Wu move? How could the great god King Tang drink her rabbit milk? He only drank 5 sips, and Xiao Wu fainted. The next day, Tang San woke up from his sleep. Looking at the girls lying all over the bed, he was immediately lost in memories. What happened last night? Memories revived in his mind, and Tang San suddenly widened his eyes, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Was it really Tang San himself who performed those series of wise actions yesterday? Or, was he, the great sea god, possessed by someone? Possession should be impossible. In the DOURO world, apart from the dead dragon god, who else has the ability to possess Tang San? Not even the god of destruction. Tang San did not take this matter to heart, thinking it was just a syndrome after pregnancy. Xiao Wu was so childish when she was pregnant with Xiao Wuton. As for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San recalled his feelings last night, then licked his lips, a bright smile spread across his face. Well, I have to say, others don't know, but my good brother's wife tastes really good, especially last night when the two girls called him, third brother, third brother. Thinking about it now, Tang San feels itchy in his heart. Tang San patted his stomach, then put on his blue gold Poseidon robe. When he was about to prepare something to eat, a hurried knock on the door suddenly reached his ears. Dong dong dong. Tang San came to the door with a cold expression and opened it, then saw Dai Mubai and Oscar standing behind the door with anxious looks on their faces. Tang San said coldly, Old Dai, Xiao Ao, why are you here in my Shura temple so early instead of going about your business? Dai Mubai scratched his head and said awkwardly, that's right, Zhuqing and Rongrong didn't come back last night, so Xiao Ao and I wanted to ask if they stayed at the Shura temple yesterday. Why, what do you two mean? I am the Shura god and the sea god in one, a member of the God Realm Committee, and one of the 3 great law enforcement gods. How can I treat my 2 brothers and sisters unfairly? That's not what we meant. Oscar said hurriedly. Third brother, have you forgotten that today is the day for the 5 of us to carry out our mission? Sister-in-law Xiao Wu, please help call Rongrong and Zhuqing, we can't neglect the mission in the God Realm. Tang San said angrily, you guys still say you are good to Rongrong and Zhuqing, they finally managed to take a nap in their busy schedule, and you are here to urge them, hurry them up, hurry you up. Find a way to solve it right now, Rongrong and Zhuqing will not go out today, if you fail to complete the mission, the god of destruction will attack you, but don't tell me that you are the direct descendants of me, the sea god Tang San. After saying that, Tang Sen pushed the two out of the Shura temple and closed the door. Outside the door, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. What happened to Tang San today? Did he take a bullet? Why is he so irritable? In the past, Tang San's attitude towards the Shrek 5 devils was quite acceptable, but why today, it was really confusing. For a moment, the two of them did not think that Tang San cheated on them. After all, if Tang San had that idea, he would have taken the two women in 10,000 years ago, and it would not have been their turn. What could the two of them do? It was rude to talk to Tang San, so they could only quietly leave the Shura temple and seek help from those gods they usually had a good relationship with. 8 months later. In the ice and snow, a grey figure was looming, constantly exploring the core area of the far north. That's right, he was Su Yunhan. After the holiday, he left the academy before Huiyuhao and headed to the far north, hoping to snatch the 390,000-year-old ice scorpion. The environment in the far north is extremely harsh. Fortunately, Su Yunhan is wearing a 9th-level defensive soul guide, the Phoenix Guardian, which allows him to move forward in the biting cold wind without consuming any soul power. Su Yunhan said, Senior Tianhu, we have been walking for several days, the area we are in now should be the core area of the far north, right? What should I do next? At this moment, a pink light condensed from the center of Su Yunhan's eyebrows, and in an instant, a pink-haired and fox-eared girl appeared in front of him. Binger, I am back. The voice of the Sky Fox resounded through the sky, constantly echoing throughout the far north. Suddenly, the originally dark clouds fluctuated violently, and then, from the distant sky in the north, a layer of emerald green light instantly spread over. The dark sky instantly turned into a turquoise color, a transparent and attractive turquoise color, as if the sky above had suddenly turned into a huge turquoise gem. The originally oppressive atmosphere in the air also disappeared in an instant. A 5-meter-long scorpion with alternating colors of ice blue and emerald green appeared in front of Su Yunhan. In human cognition, scorpions are not very good-looking. But the scorpion in front of Su Yunhan directly overturned his cognition. How could there be such a beautiful scorpion in the world? At the first sight, he wanted to take this baby scorpion home and keep it in a secret room. With a flash of green light, the scorpion gradually shrank in size, and finally, a little girl with green hair and twin ponytails came into view. Under Su Yunhan's gaze, the little girl ran to Tianhu in bare feet and hugged her waist. Auntie Tianhu, woo-woo, Binger misses you so much. Chapter 58. Tianhu raised her jade hand and gently stroked Bingdi's little head. Her pair of pink eyes were as calm as water, without causing the slightest ripple. When the Sky Fox fell, the Ice Emperor was only a little bigger than a palm. She had only raised the Ice Emperor for a period of time. It would be a lie to say that her feelings for the Ice Emperor were deep. After an unknown amount of time, seeing that Bingdi's emotions had stabilized, Tianhu rubbed her little face and slowly said, Binger, your 400,000-year heavenly tribulation is about to come, right? Bingdi nodded. Tianhu supported his forehead, touched Bingdi's little head again, and said softly. If you don't have the confidence to survive the 400,000-year calamity, you can sacrifice yourself to this human boy in front of you, his existence is very mysterious, and even I can't figure him out. Tianhu didn't say much, nor did she need to say much. In terms of status, she was the elder of Bingdi. In terms of strength, she was a quasi-god king in the past. Even if only a remnant soul was left, she was not a mere mortal. Oh no, a mortal beast could touch her. Bingdi blinked, a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. There is a voice faintly echoing in my mind, telling me not to sacrifice myself to you, but to sacrifice myself to a human boy named Huiyuhao. Su Yunhan said meaningfully, Senior Bingdi, do you believe in fate? The Ice Emperor said in a deep voice, Auntie Tianhu is my elder and a former deity, am I going to sacrifice my own family to a human boy whose name I have never heard of? The Ice Emperor didn't waste any time and directly led Su Yunhan and Tianhu into her cave. Next, there was the sacrificial ceremony between Bingdi and Su Yunhan, which I will not go into detail here. What surprised Su Yunhan was that he could actually hear the 3 words, Huiyuhao, from the Ice Emperor's mouth. The Sky Fox only showed his face and said a few words, and the Ice Emperor was willing to sacrifice for him, Su Yunhan. Perhaps in the eyes of the Ice Emperor, the status of the Sky Fox is comparable to that of the Snow Emperor. Although the process was somewhat tortuous and even a little exciting, overall, Su Yunhan still achieved his goal and intercepted the Ice Emperor plug-in. This must be a big blow to Huiyuhao. In the original novel, he did a lot of stupid things and used the power of the Ice Emperor to save his life. Without the Ice Emperor, a series of butterfly effects will occur, and Huiyuhao's growth is destined not to be as smooth as in the original novel. Especially after losing the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Spirit, Hui Yuhao's original second spirit, the nether white tiger, suddenly awakened at some point. If the nether white tiger spirit suddenly awakened under Dai Hao's eyes at the Soul Master competition. Under the spotlight of the crowd, that scene, it's really exciting. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan woke up from his coma, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and the smile on his face deepened. From beginning to end, Su Yunhan's tears never stopped flowing, and the smile on his face never stopped. Painful but joyful. In his previous life, Su Yunhan was just an ordinary office worker. After leaving school, he entered the society full of enthusiasm, wanting to change his life with his own hands. The idea is very perfect, but the reality is very daring. No matter how hard he tries, he can only barely fill his stomach. And now, what lies before him is a healthy road leading to the altar. Even if the sacrificial ceremony is like digging bones and cutting flesh, it is still a happy thing for him. No matter in which world, the greatest warmth for a person is not family reunion or good health, but hope. At the same time, on the outskirts of the far north. Under the protection of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, Hui Yuhao staggered along the outskirts of the far north, moving towards the core area step by step. A sharp roar suddenly sounded, and the ice jade scorpions in the outer part of the far north went crazy. They immediately stopped their hunting and eating and ran towards the core area in groups. Seeing this scene, Tianmeng ice silkworm's eyes became more profound. Due to the existence of the Ice Emperor, the Ice Jade Scorpion clan is in an absolute dominant position in the far north. There may be only one possibility that can cause the Ice Jade Scorpion clan to migrate on a large scale. Their patron saint has fallen. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had no time to feel sad and immediately used its own original power to stun an ice scorpion that was just over 1,000 years old. Xiao Yuhao, go kill this Ice Jade Scorpion and absorb its spirit ring, I will protect you. Hui Yuhao nodded, and without any hesitation, he slashed the Ice Jade Scorpion's vital points with the White Tiger Dagger. A light purple soul ring slowly rose from the Ice Jade Scorpion's body. With Hui Yuhao's physique, at the second soul ring position, the best he could absorb was a soul ring that was less than 800 years old. A second soul ring that was 1,000 years old was already ahead of his peers. The perspective turns back to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan slowly climbed up from the Ice Emperor's cave when the biting cold wind of the past blew on his body again, an indescribable feeling of joy instantly surged into his heart. It has to be said that martial spirits are truly magical, but the level of this world is a little low. According to the development of the original work, for a full 30,000 years, the title DOURO still only had 9 spirit skills, and the spirit master system had not been developed at all. There was no deduction of more skills based on the Xian Tian Gong to provide a variety of spirit masters with training, nor was there any deduction of more self-created spirit skills to allow top spirit masters to enrich themselves and have more means to fight against the enemy. The so-called battle armor and mecha seem to make the soul master more powerful, but in essence, they are just relying on external forces. If one day the DOURO world is invaded by foreign enemies, various minerals and metals are strictly controlled, and there are not enough resources to make battle armor and mecha, I am afraid that the DOURO world will fall into civil strife first. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded in Su Yunhan's mind. Ding, due to the change of the host, the fate of the original destined protagonist Hui Yuhao has greatly deviated. Now the host is rewarded with the spirit card Star God Sword. Martial Soul Card Star Sword. After crushing the Martial Soul card, the holder will be provided with a Martial Soul with the same name. Each person can only hold up to 3 Martial Souls. Personal panel has been updated. Name, Su Yunhan. Sex, male. Age, 12 years old. Soul power, level 40. First martial spirit, 3-eyed white tiger. Second martial soul, orange. Third martial soul, Ice Azure Emperor Scorpion. Luck value, orange gold level. System warehouse, Falling Cloud art. Boundless Sea art. Martial Soul card, Star God Sword, level 9 defensive soul guide Phoenix Guardian. Chapter 59. The quality of this martial soul is not low, it is enough to allow a young boy or girl without innate soul power to ascend to the altar of gods. Su Yunhan came back to his senses and quickly sent a message to the Sky Fox in his Sea of Consciousness. Senior Sky Fox, my soul power has broken through to level 40, I need to obtain a soul ring, what do you think? Bingdi suddenly said, your 3-eyed white tiger martial spirit should be able to absorb the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion. It just so happens that a 15,000-year-old member of the tribe was injured by humans a few days ago and is now in danger. I can let it be sacrificed to you. The three-eyed white tiger martial soul itself possesses the offensive capabilities of the white tiger martial soul, so it is not a bad idea to absorb the ice scorpion soul ring, which is famous for its offensive capabilities. Su Yunhan nodded, and under the guidance of the Ice Emperor, he walked less than 20 miles and found the dying ice scorpion in a small cave. Yunhan, are you planning to return to Shrek City now, or stay in the far north for a while? The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial spirit has a high affinity for extremely cold environments, and practicing in the far north will be twice as effective with half the effort. Su Yunhan rubbed his temples and said helplessly, Senior Tianhu, I also want to stay in the far north for a few more days, but the reality does not allow it. If I leave without saying goodbye, the wives at home will probably be furious. After saying that, Su Yunhan slowly stood up, stretched his body, and walked out of the cave. His fourth soul skill is called White Tiger Instant Kill, which is a high-burst single-target soul skill. Under the premise that it is difficult to use the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul, this soul skill can be regarded as making up for the lack of melee ability of the three-eyed white tiger. Just like in the original novel, the Ice Emperor provided Su Yunhan with a torso bone, and the two soul bone skills were the Ever-Freeze Realm and the Ice Emperor's Wrath. Su Yunhan is not Hu Yuhao. He does not have such a strong vanity. He will try to hide the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion spirit from his acquaintances as long as possible. Before leaving the far north, Su Yunhan deliberately changed the proportions of his facial features through a disguised soul guide. The Shrek supervisory group is everywhere, and it would be troublesome if you run into someone you know and ask them about it. Passing through Shuafang City, Su Yunhan headed southward for about 100 miles. Suddenly, he discovered that less than 10 miles to his southeast, a group of people were fighting each other. It looked like a caravan was being robbed. The soul masters who came to rob were all wearing black armor and black robes. And their martial souls tended to be darker. It was probably a group of evil soul masters who were about to run out of resources, so they took the risk of robbing the soul master caravan. The strongest man in the caravan was an old man in a gray robe. He held a large guandao in his hand, and with 7 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black under his feet, he led the battle in the front. Suddenly, 5 evil soul masters raised their left hands, each wearing a wristband-type soul guide on their left wrists. With a flash of blood-red light, the 5 people's auras surged instantly. The Black Bear Evil Soul Master standing in the front took the lead, swiftly bypassing the attack range of the gray-robed old man and heading straight for the brocade-robed young man behind him. Facts have proven that the Evil Soul Master's cultivation method is just a little more evil. And sometimes he can't even control his emotions. But most of the time, his behavior and even the way he thinks about problems are no different from ordinary people. Seeing this scene, the gray-robed old man gritted his teeth, swung his broadsword, forced the 4 soul emperors in front of him back 2 steps, then quickly turned around and slashed the back of the evil soul master with the black bear martial soul with the broadsword in his hand. Ouch! The black bear evil soul master let out a strange cry, and his aura surged again. His face, which was originally only in his early 30s, was now full of wrinkles. At this moment, it seemed that he had aged more than 20 years. Protect the second young master. The soul emperors and soul kings surrounding the young man in brocade robes built a human wall with their bodies, and fought with the evil soul master in front of them, showing an attitude of, don't even think about crossing the line. The first effort is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Except for the old man in the gray robe who was the Lan family's death warrior, the rest were Lan family servants. Their families were under the control of the Lan family and they were very loyal to the Lan family. Even so, he could fight with the evil soul master in front of him at the beginning, but as time passed, after seeing the cruelty of the evil soul master, many people became timid and even wanted to escape. If it weren't for the fact that the second young master Lan was accompanied by a standard-equipped soul emperor who promptly beheaded the 3 servants who wanted to escape, people's hearts would have been unstoppable. After receiving a full-strength attack from the gray-robed soul saint, the black bear soul emperor was able to kill 2 soul emperors in a row before eventually dying of exhaustion. As time passed, the number of servants surrounding the second young master Lan became fewer and fewer. Even the gray-robed soul saint chose to self-destruct, perishing together with the 4 evil soul masters. 20, 15, 10, there were still 10 evil soul masters, 3 soul kings and the 7 soul sect left. Guiyong, covered in blood, holding 2 axes, shouted, "Young master, hurry up," and rushed into the crowd. How can one person resist 10 evil soul masters? However, 3 evil soul masters at the soul sect level bypassed Guiyong's attack range and headed straight for Lan He's position. Suddenly, a rope net fell from the sky and landed directly on Lan He. The 3 evil soul masters' eyes were red, and they took out a boning knife from their storage soul guides. They bent down and were about to cook Lan He. But they felt a chill on their necks, and a silver-white scorpion hook flashed in front of them, and they lost consciousness instantly. Su Yunhan quickly leaned over, controlled the scorpion's claws to cut the rope net that was pressing on Lan He, grabbed the second young Master Lan's wrist and ran eastward. After watching for so long, Su Yunhan has had a deep understanding of the combat capabilities of those evil soul masters. He knows very well that the double-axe Soul Emperor will definitely not be a match for those 7 evil soul masters. After running for an unknown amount of time, second young Master Lan knelt down on the ground with a plop, and said breathlessly, "Stop running, let me rest for a while." Su Yunhan sat down expressionlessly, took out 2 pre-made oranges from his soul guide and handed them over. "Here, have an orange." Lan He took the orange, peeled it without thinking, tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth. This orange seems to be made with soul power. Su Yunhan nodded and didn't say anything else. After a while, Lan He slowly stood up, bowed slightly to Su Yunhan and said, "Please help me, brothers, I will definitely reward you handsomely when we return to the Lan family." Chapter 60. Su Yunhan waved his hand quickly and said with a smile, "Second Master Lan, you don't have to be polite, everyone has the right to kill the evil soul master. If it were someone else, they would also lend a hand." Lan He said, "My name is Lan He, may I know your name?" Su Yunhan said, "Lin Xiao." "Brother Lin, do you have anything to eat? I lost my storage soul guide during the battle just now." Su Yunhan said, "There are no more, there are only 2 oranges left and you ate them all, it's getting late, let's find a village or a mountain village to stay overnight." Lan He did not reject Su Yunhan's proposal. Rather than traveling a long distance to find a city, it would be better to find a nearby village to rest. No one knew if those evil soul masters were searching for them, so it would be safer to hide first and return to the Lan family after the storm had passed. In this way, the 2 searched for half an hour and finally stopped in a small village called Ice Phoenix Village. Su Yunhan casually pushed open the gate of a house, walked quickly to the middle-aged woman who was feeding chickens, slowly leaned over and said, "Aunt, can we stay at your house for a night? We won't stay for nothing. Here are 20 copper soul coins, which will be used as our food expenses." The middle-aged woman nodded, quickly took the copper soul coin handed over by Su Yunhan, bowed to him, grabbed a chicken and walked into the house to cook for the 2 of them. Soon, a pot of chicken soup was served, and Su Yunhan and Lan He ate whole grain pancakes and drank chicken soup. This way of eating, well, although it was a bit weird, the 2 of them still enjoyed it very much. Su Yunhan looked at the sky, then looked at the middle-aged woman who was eating a pancake beside him, and asked curiously, "Aunt, are you alone at home?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, "My husband works as a cook for a soul master in Yangtian City. He rarely comes home. My husband and I used to raise a little girl, but after she awakened her spirit, she became the goddaughter of the Lord of Yangtian City." Ah. Su Yunhan frowned. He always felt that the experience described by this middle-aged woman was a little familiar. Combined with the name of the village, a very absurd idea emerged in Su Yunhan's mind. Could the little girl mentioned by the middle-aged woman in front of him really be Zhao Ninger? It can't be such a coincidence, right? As Lan He was beside him, Su Yunhan did not dare to continue asking questions. He just ate pancakes silently and observed the furnishings in the courtyard. In addition to the 13 chickens, there were also a lot of soybeans drying in the yard. Judging from the appearance, there should be more than 10 pounds. In this era when evil soul masters are rampant, being able to store so much food at home is enough to make one better than more than 90 of the civilians. There was really no need for Su Yunhan to disturb their peaceful lives. After finishing the meal, Su Yunhan and Lan He lay on the earth in Kong. The straw mat beneath them was not only not comfortable at all, but even pricked their necks. Even in his previous life, Su Yunhan had never suffered such hardship. However, Su Yunhan has a strong ability to adapt with extraordinary powers. No environment can be considered harsh for him. Lan He didn't have such a strong ability to adapt. He had been living a life of luxury since he was a child. Even when he stayed in the wild, he always lived in a carriage or a tent. This was the first time he had seen a straw mat like this. Lan He couldn't sleep, so he asked Su Yunhan for a blanket and leaned against the wall to rest. At this moment, there was a thump and a gate of the yard was kicked open, and 2 burly men in black rushed in. Snapped. Snapped. Lan He dodged and slapped the 2 burly men to the ground. Then he moved his mind and 4 yellow and purple soul rings slowly rose under his feet. "Who are you and why are you breaking into a private house?" Looking at the 4 spirit rings surrounding Lan He, the 2 swallowed their saliva, not daring to hide anything. "We are bandits from Fengsha Ridge. Today, we came to Binghuang village to eat meat in response to the call of our second in command." Boom. Lan He's face darkened. He grabbed the 2 strong men's necks and performed a corpse separation technique. Brother Lin, please wait here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, He walked out of the room holding a long sword. The long sword was yellowish-brown in color and looked like it was made of ordinary wood. There was nothing special about it. Why does it feel like he has seen or heard of this kind of martial spirit somewhere? Su Yunhan's hearing was extremely strong. For a moment, he could hear shouts of killing, cries of begging for mercy, and even the sound of iron hitting bones. He did not feel the slightest ripple in his heart. He just folded his arms and leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. He wished that these robbers would die. Half an hour later, He staggered back to the room with red eyes, his gorgeous brocade robe soaked with blood. Su Yunhan jumped down from the earthen Kong with an expressionless face, picked up a small wooden basin beside him, fetched a basin of water from the well outside and brought it to He. Brother Lan, have you tortured them to find out the exact location of their bandit den? I will go and kill them now to prevent them from harming the villagers of Binghuang village again. He stopped washing and grooming, frowned, and said, Brother Lin, you are too impatient, give me some time to rest. Isn't it still possible for us to go early tomorrow morning? Su Yunhan shook his head and said, Brother Lan, this is the incident we caused. I will not be at peace if we don't wipe out this gang of bandits in time. When daybreak comes, the bandits may have got the news from somewhere. If they hide in the mountains, it will be difficult to deal with them. Having said that, He did not continue to dissuade him and directly described the location of the bandits' lair to Su Yunhan in detail. After dealing with the 5 sentries stationed at the entrance of the mountain village, Su Yunhan tiptoed and stopped in front of a white house. The room was brightly lit, and the sound of 2 men talking could be faintly heard. Su Yunhan leaned against the wall, and through the reflection of the mirror in his hand, he saw the whole picture of the room. Inside the room, a handsome young man in a white robe and a man with a scar on his face were sitting opposite each other at the table. At this time, the young man suddenly said, Brother. I heard from the people down there that my second brother has taken people to the village down below to eat meat again. With my second brother acting this way, I'm really afraid that one day the law enforcement team from Yangtian City will come up the mountain and wipe us out. Scarface sneered and said, Third brother, you are too worried. How can those high and mighty spirit masters care about the lives of the common people? Chapter 61. Don't worry about him, let's talk about something happy. Third brother, how is your wife? Is she still being petty? The young man in white robe grinned grimly. At first she was just being petty, and after losing her body she tried to commit suicide. Later, I caught her brother and cut off his flesh in front of her. Click. Su Yunhan lost his balance and stepped on a branch nearby. The sound was small, but it was infinitely amplified in the silent night. Su Yunhan knew that his whereabouts had been exposed. So he hurriedly entered the state of martial spirit possession. The silver-white scorpion hook poked the window glass, and the glass shattered. He stepped on a platinum-colored spirit ring and flew into the house with the help of the holy light wings. The 2 people in the house also summoned their martial spirits in time. A phantom of a wild boar floated behind the scarred man, and 5 white, yellow, and purple spirit rings were rhythmically moving around him. The young man in white robe held a staff in his hand and stepped on 2 yellow soul rings. He stood behind the scarred man and looked at Su Yunhan nervously. Su Yunhan didn't take a non-standard soul king seriously at all. He looked at the floating martial soul behind him, then looked at the soul ring under his feet, and couldn't help asking. Boss, with your cultivation level, if you want to find a stable job, I believe most junior and even intermediate colleges will not reject you. Why did you give up a stable life and choose to be a bandit? What do you know as a young master? You noble sons are all spoiled, bullying the common people and committing all kinds of evil. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Ha 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 ha. Su Yunhan laughed in a very unkind way, and the word sarcasm was almost written on his face. What are you laughing at? A hint of annoyance suddenly appeared on Scarface's face. Su Yunhan sneered, Boss, do you believe what you said? Haha. You don't want to be in the same boat with those dandy boys. I'm afraid that the things you are doing now are even worse than those dandy boys who bully the common people and do all kinds of evil. Don't you just want to oppress the common people like those noble children? You have no backing. And you will be punished by the authorities if you openly violate the laws of the empire. For your own selfish desires, you went to the mountains, became a bandit, and lived the life you wanted. After saying that, taking advantage of the 2 men's distraction, Su Yunhan dodged and the silver-white scorpion hook directly pierced the throat of the white-robed boy. The third one. Scarface roared, and the 3rd and 5th soul rings under his feet lit up. 3rd soul skill, Rage. 5th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Charge. In an instant, Scarface was enveloped by a red light, and on all 4s he charged towards Su Yunhan like a wild boar. The platinum-colored soul ring under Su Yunhan's feet slowly lit up. First soul skill, Ice Emperor's Claw. Su Yunhan's hands and forearms became extremely hard, and the diamonds attached to them emitted a dazzling white light, colliding head-on with the scarred man's sharp fangs. Boom! Scarface's pig teeth broke with a sound, and the energy ripples generated by the collision of the two soul skills directly pushed him backwards, and only stopped when he hit the wall. Scarface felt his throat getting hot, blood gushing out, and his internal organs boiling. Duh! 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 Su Yunhan's flat boots made a series of dull sounds as they stepped on the ground, and every sound struck Scarface's heartstrings. Seeing that the distance between them was shortening, Scarface finally couldn't stand the pressure anymore and knelt down towards Su Yunhan. "Master, I was wrong, I shouldn't have become a bandit and become a gangster. I am willing to disband the mountain stronghold, find a stable job and settle down. I hope you can give me a chance, my girl is only 3 years old this year. She is so young. She can't lose me as her father." There was no trace of surprise in Su Yunhan's eyes. Just as Scarface was preparing to fight to the death, Su Yunhan's scorpion pincers and tail disappeared in an instant, and he slowly walked in front of him. The next moment, Scarface felt as if countless silver needles had pierced into his spiritual sea of consciousness, causing him to burst with pain. At the same time, Su Yunhan's scorpion tail appeared again, and the silver-white scorpion hook scratched his arm, and an extremely cold force instantly filled his body through his meridians. Scarface died peacefully. Long before Su Yunhan launched the mental piercing, he had used the scorpion hook to destroy Scarface's vocal cords. Su Yunhan was not a saint, so he would not let Scarface go just because he begged for mercy. Under the avalanche, every snowflake was innocent. Not only Scarface was going to die, but his wife, daughter, and even all the members of the village were going to die with him. In his memory, Juzi had taught him that a qualified emperor should be a decisive person and should not let someone's emotions, circumstances, or even miserable life experience influence his judgment. Are all the people in the Spirit Hall good people? Are all the people in Shrek Academy and Holy Spirit Church evil? If you want to reach the top of the continent and create a historical precedent, your hands will inevitably be stained with the blood of innocent people. This is unavoidable. If you want to ascend the throne and be a qualified emperor, don't think about being a purely good person. In the mountain stronghold, some people deserved to die, but some did not deserve the death penalty, and some were even innocent people who were just robbed by bandits. Without exception, Su Yunhan strangled all those people in their sleep and burned down the evil stronghold with a fire. He came to help Binghuang village solve the hidden dangers, not to cause trouble for himself. In this continent, countless people were robbed by bandits and separated from their families. Could he take care of it? Su Yunhan wanted to create an order where civilians could have enough food and clothing as long as they worked hard to farm, and they wouldn't even have to be separated from their families. The demands of civilians are very low. They just want to have enough food and clothes, be able to accompany their families every night, and have a path to promotion with little hope. That's all. Instead of having nominally equal status with the prince of a country. Su Yunhan came from the bottom of society, and he knew what ordinary people were thinking. He also knew that he should not dwell on these trivial matters. And his goal should be the sea of stars, or even the brilliant galaxy. After burning down the mountain village, Su Yunhan went down the mountain and returned to Binghuang village. As soon as he entered the room, Su Yunhan was stunned. Lan He, this young man, actually took the initiative to help the ant push the stone mill, grind soybeans to make soy milk, and chat and laugh with the ant about family matters. Chapter 62. Brother Lin, how was the suppression of the bandits going? Did anything unexpected happen? Su Yunhan said calmly, it was a bit unexpected, the bandit leader of that village was a soul king with non-standard configuration, it took me a lot of effort to kill him. Soon, the beans in the wooden basin were ground. The middle-aged woman used a sieve to filter out the bean dregs, and then brought the filtered soy milk into the house and boiled it in an iron pot. 10 minutes later, a large bowl of hot soy milk was brought up. The three of them drank the soy milk and ate whole grain pancakes happily. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Why do we eat pancakes for every meal? Wouldn't it be better to make some whole grain steamed buns with that grain? Or, this ant just likes to eat pancakes. The next scene cleared up his doubts. Under Su Yunhan's gaze, the middle-aged woman produced a complete pancake out of thin air, put it to her mouth, and began to eat it happily. Su Yunhan. Well, it turned out to be a pancake spirit. He said, how could it be such a weird way to eat pancakes with chicken soup and soy milk? After finishing the meal, Lan He pulled Su Yunhan aside and whispered, Brother Lin, I asked my aunt about this place. It's less than 100 miles away from Yangtian City. The headquarters of my Lan family is in Yangtian City. Su Yunhan patted Lan He's shoulder and said jokingly, Brother Lan, I saved your life. When I get to your Lan family, you must entertain me well. Lan He said, of course, oh, by the way, my sister is looking for a husband. She looks, well, quite well proportioned. Do you want to be my brother-in-law? Symmetrical. Who would use such words to describe a woman? As expected, a younger brother will never think that his own sister is pretty. Lan He himself is a handsome young man, and judging from his appearance, his sister will not be much different in appearance either. Su Yunhan thought, I'm afraid, this won't work. I already have 7 wives, all of whom are soul masters. I don't think they meet your Lan family's requirements for recruiting a son-in-law. Ah. Lan He looked him up and down, then looked at Su Yunhan's still somewhat childish face, and said in disbelief. You look like you are less than 15 years old, and you have 7 wives at such a young age, and they are all soul masters. Can your body bear it? Su Yunhan said with a smile, not bad, yeah, when I was still a soul master, they could barely tie with me in a 1-on-7 situation. Lan He. I suspect you are bragging, but I have no evidence at the moment. Brother Lin, what's wrong with your spirit ring? Your spirit power is clearly over level 40, but why do you only have 1 platinum spirit ring? As if he felt that this question was a bit too rash, Lan He hurriedly added, Brother Lin, I am a straightforward person. If my words just now have offended you, I hope you can bear with me. Su Yunhan waved his hand and said calmly. This is not a secret. If you are curious, I will tell you. The Ice Jade Scorpion martial spirit is different from other martial spirits. When absorbing ice attribute spirit rings, all spirit rings will be superimposed into one. Su Yunhan had already thought of an excuse, and deliberately used some obscure terms to cover up the specific age of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's first soul ring. Lan He didn't completely believe what Su Yunhan said, but at the same time he didn't doubt it. He, the second son of Lan, had seen too many strange martial spirits. The Ice Jade Scorpion itself was a very powerful ice-attributed martial spirit, so it was normal for it to have some special abilities. With the two of them working as hard as they could, they arrived at Yangtian City in less than an hour. Yangtian City is an important town in the northern part of the Tianhan Empire. The reason why it is called an important town is that the strength of the 4 major families that have lived here for generations should not be underestimated. The 4 great families are Lan, Zhou, Zheng, and Yang. Each family has at least 1 title DOURO in charge. If the 4 great families unite, they can barely be considered a first-rate force. The Lan family lived in the East City district. Under the leadership of Lan He, the 2 bypassed the West City and South City areas, made a big circle, and entered the city through the East City gate. According to Lan He, the relationship between the 4 major families is not so bad. But it is not so good either. He was assassinated by the evil spirit master this time. It is possible that someone from the Zhou, Zheng, or Yang families whom he had offended secretly leaked the news. It is better to be careful when it comes to his own safety. Not long after entering the city, a woman nearly 2 meters tall, wearing soft armor and looking 70 similar to Lan He, appeared in front of them. Compared to other women, her figure is strong, but it is still a long way from being broad-shouldered and strong-willed. In general, Miss Lan's figure is quite standard. Putting aside her height, her skin is as white as snow, her forehead is as beautiful as a beard, and even among soul masters, her beauty is considered to be among the best. It's just this height that is embarrassing. Compared with Ma Xiaotao, the Miss Lan in front of her looks more like a shrew. Su Yunhan finally understood why Lan He used the word well-proportioned to describe his sister. Lan Yaoyao grabbed Lan He's ears and scolded him loudly. Little bastard, how dare you come back? Do you know that because of you, the whole Yangtian city has become a mess? Everyone thought you were killed and spontaneously organized a soul-hunting team to eliminate the evil soul masters around Yangtian city. It was not surprising that this situation would occur. The evil spirit master was not trying to assassinate Lan He, but was slapping all the noble families in Yangtian city in the face. In this situation, other families would inevitably feel grief. Today the evil spirit master assassinated the second son of the Lan family. Will they assassinate the second sons of the Zhou family, the Zheng family? Or even the Yang family tomorrow? In this case, all the noble families in Yangtian city must unite against the enemy and defend their dignity with the force of thunder. Lan He scratched his head and said with embarrassment, Sister, I didn't mean it, I just found a brother-in-law for you. Okay. Brother-in-law. Lan Yaoyao suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Su Yunhan's wrist, and kept groping. An unknown amount of time had passed before Lan Yaoyao slowly said, 12 years old, level 42 soul power, well, she's worthy of me. Su Yunhan said weakly, Miss Lan, I already have 7 wives, all of whom are spirit masters, I cannot marry into your Lan family. Before Su Yunhan could finish, Lan Yaoyao suddenly interrupted and said, if you want me to marry you, it's not impossible. Chapter 63. Is Su Yunhan really that charming? Just when Su Yunhan was confused, Lan Yaoyao pinched Lan He's little face and reminded him. Tonight our Lan family will hold a dance party at Yangtian Hotel, it's called a social gathering, but it's actually to recruit a son-in-law for me. At that time, all the disciples from the major families in the northern region of the Tianhan Empire will be there, you should dress up your little brother. If he doesn't show up at the dance party, you can't enter the Lan family's gate. After saying that, Lan Yaoyao turned around and ran away without looking back. At this moment, Lan He suddenly grabbed Su Yunhan's arm, and her voice was filled with tears. Brother Lin, no, I can even call you my ancestor, I beg you, just go to this dance, I don't want to be manipulated by that crazy woman again. Su Yunhan quickly pulled his arm back, took a step back, looked at Lan He and said unkindly. Brother Lan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your sister's motives are obviously not pure, if I participated in the dance, she would definitely push me out to dissuade those suitors, and I don't want to take the blame for others. Lan He seemed to have heard the hidden meaning in Su Yunhan's words. He swallowed his saliva, looked at Su Yunhan and said slowly. Brother Lin, what's wrong with my sister? She has good looks and a good figure, she is only 31 years old, but she has broken through to level 80 and become a soul DOURO, her talent is worthy of you, right? The point is that she's not much older than you, only 19 years old, a woman 3 years older than you holds a lot of gold bricks, and you only hold 6 gold bricks, what's inappropriate about that? A 31-year-old Contra. His talent is indeed good, almost the same as Tang, and he has the potential to become a super DOURO. If he takes the immortal grass, he can at best become an extreme DOURO. But the other party's family is so large and the worries are too great, so Su Yunhan does not intend to take such a woman as his wife. Although Ning Tian also has a family to rely on, in the final analysis, the 9 treasures glazed tile sect is the sect of the 9-colored goddess Ning Rongrong, who is not only the ancestor of the Ning family, but also one of the original Shrek's 7 devils. If the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy move against the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile sect because of a 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower Spirit Master, the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek Academy will no longer have any credibility on this continent. Su Yunhan said helplessly, Brother Lan, I already have 7 wives, how can you, as a younger brother, push your sister into the fire pit? Seeing that Su Yunhan was very resistant to this, Lan He did not continue to insist, but changed his words. Brother Lin, okay, I won't let you marry my sister. Just think of it as doing me a favor and showing up at the ball, after it's done, I will convince my father to give you the 45,000-year-old ice jade scorpion left arm bone that my Lan family treasures, as a reward for saving my life. Hearing this, Su Yunhan was indeed moved. This soul bone was a little too old for him, but it could be absorbed by Ling Luochen. Maybe after absorbing this soul bone, Ling Luochen's control over ice energy could be taken to a higher level. In order to get the ice jade scorpion soul bone, Su Yunhan agreed to Lan He's request. Lan He took Su Yunhan around all day, visiting all the interesting places in Yangtian City. When the sky gradually darkened, he took Su Yunhan to Yangtian Hotel. The banquet hall on the top floor was already crowded. As the second son of the Lan family, Lan He was the host of this dance party, so he naturally had his responsibilities. He threw Su Yunhan to the table and went to do his work. Su Yunhan looked at the food in front of him, swallowed subconsciously, and finally gave up the clean plate campaign. He had to give up. To some extent, the spirit master's appetite could represent the strength of his spirit. Su Yunhan didn't want to show this. Su Yunhan drank juice and ate fruit elegantly. While he was eating happily, a young man in a gorgeous brocade robe came over and bowed to him. This little brother should not be from Yangtian City, I don't think he looks familiar. Su Yunhan put down the food in his hand, clasped his fists towards the young man in brocade robes, and said, I am a casual cultivator, and I came to attend this dance at the invitation of second young Master Lan. When he heard that Su Yunhan was a casual cultivator, the young man in brocade robe not only did not show the slightest bit of neglect, but even started chatting with Su Yunhan. After chatting for a while, he stepped aside to greet his acquaintance. At the dance party, the young men and young ladies who came to participate in the son-in-law recruitment ceremony of Lan Yaoyao, the eldest daughter of the Lan family, were chatting in harmony in their own small circles. That's right, the sons and daughters of these soul master families are all well-educated people. They have received a good education since childhood. They would not be like the villains in Long Outyan's urban novels, pretending to be ignorant, insulting, or even calling someone in large banquets. Even a willful and capricious young lady would not do such behavior, right? Time passed by minute by minute. Seeing that the atmosphere in the banquet hall was almost heated, a tall middle-aged man walked up to the stage, picked up the loudspeaker soul guide in front of him, and said loudly. Thank you all for coming. Today is my eldest daughter Lan Yaoyao's son-in-law ceremony. At her request, all male soul masters present tonight can participate in this ceremony. All male soul masters. Hearing this, everyone in the audience was suddenly startled. No one knew what the head of the Lan family was up to. At this moment, Lan Yaoyao, wearing a lavender dress, walked onto the stage. Under the gaze of everyone, she took out a lottery bucket from her soul guide. This lottery bucket contains every male spirit master who has visited the dance. I will draw a lot from it in a moment. You will be the lucky winner of this martial spirit and will come on stage to dance with me. In front of everyone, Lan Yaoyao first shook the lottery bucket, then shook it frantically until a bamboo stick fell out, and then she stopped her actions. The waiter at the side hurriedly picked up the bamboo stick that fell on the ground and raised it above his head. Everyone present was a soul master, so the writing on the bamboo sticks was naturally not difficult to recognize. Who is Lin Xiao? Lan Yaoyao suddenly asked. And those noble sons who knew Su Yunhan's real name all set their eyes on him. People tend to follow the crowd. These noble children were no exception. In the blink of an eye, all eyes were focused on Su Yunhan. Chapter 64. The smile on Su Yunhan's face froze instantly. He always felt that he was being tricked by this pair of siblings. Bah! I saved your life and treated you as a brother, and you actually want me to be your brother-in-law. Su Yunhan scratched his head, and finally gave Lan Yaoyao some face. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly walked up to the platform. Ahem, he gave Lan Yaoyao a favor because he didn't want to embarrass her. He definitely wasn't coveting the 45,000-year-old ice jade scorpion soul bone. Su Yunhan stood on the high platform. He was only 176 meters tall. When he faced Lan Yaoyao who was nearly 2 meters tall, the scene, well, was full of humor. Regardless of whether Su Yunhan agreed or not, Lan Yaoyao directly took his hand, and the two of them danced gracefully on the platform. As the beautiful music sounded, the young men and women in the audience paired up and started dancing one after another. Su Yunhan frowned and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Miss Lan, don't waste your energy, it's impossible for the two of us to be together, my identity is somewhat special, if you insist on having your own way, it will definitely bring disaster to the family behind you. Su Yunhan thought that the other party would stop after hearing his words, but he misjudged the nature of women. Women are very magical creatures. The more you pursue her, the more she will ignore you. But if you keep rejecting her, she will become interested in you, and her desire to conquer you will rise sharply. Men all like younger girls, and so do women. Su Yunhan is so handsome, has such a strong talent for cultivation. And is only 12 years old. Which spirit master girl would not be interested in him? Hearing this, Lan Yaoyao's eyes were as calm as water, and she had already started thinking about how to dig out Su Yunhan's secret. After the dance, Su Yunhan walked down the stage and looked at the graceful figure on the stage. He couldn't help but murmured, after the dance, I secretly watched her through the curtain, I wonder who is King Xiang of Chu. P.S. After the witch finished her dance, she peeked out through a curtain. Which gentleman sitting there was her King Xiang of Chu? After Su Yunhan stepped down from the stage, Lan He, who had been waiting there for a long time, grabbed his wrist and pulled him out of the banquet hall. Lan He said with a smile, Brother Lin, your mission is accomplished, come on, the night is still long, let's go have a drink. Su Yunhan frowned and said, I don't drink. Lan He said, then let's eat, isn't it okay to eat? Su Yunhan. If someone shows kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. He always felt that there was something fishy going on with Lan He. Since he hadn't obtained the ice jade scorpion soul bone yet, Su Yunhan couldn't just turn his face away, so he could only follow him silently, as if he was sacrificing himself to keep the gentleman company. Anyway, with Tianhu and Bingdi by his side, Su Yunhan was not afraid that the Lan family would do something bad to him. He wanted to see what Lan Yaoyao and Lan He were planning. In a small private room on the top floor, Su Yunhan and Lan He were toasting each other, eating sumptuous dishes, drinking freshly squeezed juice, and talking about interesting things that happened on the mainland. After an unknown amount of time, Lan He suddenly stood up and said apologetically, I'm going to go get some water first, excuse me. After saying that, Lan He walked out of the box without looking back. Su Yunhan slumped in a chair, recalling the happy times with his 8 wives, when the door of the box suddenly opened and Lan Yaoyao, in a lavender dress, walked in. Lan Yaoyao walked quickly to Su Yunhan, took a sip of wine, and blew a breath of foul air into his nose. Little brother, can you tell me your real name? Su Yunhan said without hesitation, my name is Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan realized that he had said the wrong thing, and when he was about to cover his mouth, he found that his hands were no longer under his control. Was he drugged? But why didn't Tianhu and Bingdi? At this moment, Lan Yaoyao's second question came. Second question, you said that your identity is special, what is so special about it? Su Yunhan asked back, are you talking about the previous life or this life? Previous life? This life? Not only Lan Yaoyao, but even Tianhu and Bingdi in Su Yunhan's sea of consciousness were shocked by his words. After calming down, Lan Yaoyao turned cold and continued, what kind of person were you in your previous life? Su Yunhan said, the emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, who was born and raised by a maid, died at the hands of sea god Tang San on the battlefield of Xinglua City. Sea god, Tang San. Xinglua City battlefield. Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. What the hell is going on? In her memory, from the time when the Sun Moon continent and the DOURO continent bordered each other. There should not have been an emperor named Su Yunhan, right? Wait a minute. Lan Yaoyao subconsciously took a few steps back, looked at Su Yunhan with an expression of disbelief and said, did you come back to this time point from a certain day in the future? Let's stop here. Su Yunhan stood up expressionlessly and was about to walk out of the box. With Tianhu and Bingdi's keen eyesight, it is impossible for them not to notice Lan He's little movements. Are they also curious about his life experience like Lan Yaoyao? Unexpectedly, it makes sense. Before Su Yunhan touched the door handle, the door of the box slowly opened from the outside, and he saw a tall middle-aged man standing outside the door. This tall middle-aged man is Lan Yaoyao and Lan He's father, Lan Xian, the head of the Lan family. My dear Su, my daughter has a bad temper, if she has offended me, I hope you can bear with me. Oh, by the way, this is the soul bone of my rebellious son Su Noa, please check it out. As he spoke, Lan Xian stuffed an exquisite jade box into Su Yunhan's hands. Su Yunhan opened the jade box and checked the quality of the soul bone. After making sure that the Lan family had not fooled him with defective products, he turned around and returned to his seat. Su Yunhan was not worried that the Lan family would tell Poseidon Pavilion what he said today. Those old people in Poseidon Pavilion were not fools. It was impossible for them to believe everything others said. This matter, well, is a bit too dreamy. As long as Su Yunhan flatly denies it, even if the Lan family takes out the crystal that recorded the video at that time, they can't do anything to him. Just like that, Su Yunhan slumped in a chair, playing with the small jade box in his hand, and paying no attention to Lan Yaoyao in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, Lan Yaoyao stepped on her high heels and came to Su Yunhan. She leaned over to his ear and whispered, actually, we can cooperate, right? Su Yunhan ignored Lan Yaoyao and continued to play with the jade box in his hand. Chapter 65. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan suddenly stood up, stared at Lan Yaoyao in front of him, and said coldly, are you going to push the Lan family into the fire pit? Hearing this, Lan Yaoyao's frown suddenly relaxed. She was not afraid of Su Yunhan's accountability, but she was afraid that he would not speak. Lan Yaoyao lifted the hair beside her ear in a very ladylike manner, looked at Su Yunhan and said with a smile. Life is actually a gamble, if I am not mistaken, you are the same person as Su Yunhan who married Ma Xiaotao, the successor of the next generation of the Sea God Pavilion. You want to use Ma Xiaotao's identity to control the Sea God Pavilion, am I right? Su Yunhan. Good guess. Don't guess again next time. Before crossing over, Su Yunhan might have thought about taking control of the Sea God Pavilion and turning Tang San against his followers. But when Su Yunhan really saw the corruption of Poseidon Pavilion, he no longer had this idea. Whether it was the deformed education of Shrek Academy or the power distribution within Poseidon Pavilion, it could not be rewritten through reform. The only way to restore order to DOURO continent is to start all over again. It's a pity that Lan Yaoyao, who didn't have a god's perspective, could never think of this level, or she simply didn't dare to think about it. Seeing Su Yunhan sighing repeatedly, Lan Yaoyao realized that she had guessed wrong. At this moment, she had already lost the initiative. If she wanted to discuss cooperation again, well, it might not be that simple. Lan Yaoyao scratched her head. She really didn't want to miss this opportunity. Sanxing Wuhuan. That was a genius of Sanxing Wuhuan. No matter what, the other party was enough to suppress an era. It is definitely not possible to take it by force. Lan Yaoyao is the young master of the Lan family, not that kind of fairy. Naturally. She would not be naive to think that as long as the two of them have that kind of relationship, they will be bound to each other. Su Yunhan said in a deep voice, you know something about my background, let me ask you a question, if you can satisfy me, I can cooperate with your Lan family. Lan Yaoyao nodded. Su Yunhan smiled and said, Miss Lan, what do you think of Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy? What opinion could she have? Her Lan family had been guarding the northern border for the Tianhan Empire for generations. The two were separated by half a continent, and the two forces had nothing to do with each other. What opinion could she have? Even though she was thinking about it. In order to get on Su Yunhan's boat, she still said from the heart. The struggle for power within the Sea God Pavilion is very serious. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the power of a high-level soul guide is enough to change the direction of a war, but for their own selfish desires, they actually. Lan Yaoyao was a smart person. She did not continue talking but just expressed her thoughts frankly. Su Yunhan's eyes were as calm as water, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking from his facial expression. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yunhan raised his head and slowly said, I agree to cooperate with your Lan family. Call. Lan Yaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally made the right bet. At this moment, a big hand was placed on her waist. Lan Yaoyao frowned and was about to push it away when Su Yunhan's voice suddenly rang out. Yaoyao, don't you want me very much? Why, now that I've taken the initiative, you're not happy about it, or I'll leave. After saying this, Su Yunhan walked straight towards the door without any sign of lingering. After traveling through time once, Su Yunhan didn't learn anything else, but he did play the game of receiving the wish but still wanting it very well. Seeing that Su Yunhan was about to leave, Lan Yaoyao suddenly became anxious, and hurried forward, hugged Su Yunhan in her arms. Turned around and walked into the small room inside the box. Lan Yaoyao was a little older, and the anger she had accumulated for 31 years did give her a lot of bargaining chips. The two of them played the little game for 2.5 hours, and Lan Yaoyao complained continuously, and fell asleep in Su Yunhan's arms. The next morning, Lan Yaoyao hugged Su Yunhan's neck and said softly, Yunhan, there is something I want to ask you, are you a 3 lives martial spirit? Su Yunhan is the newcomer of the Poseidon Pavilion. Other forces will naturally deliberately inquire about his information to avoid conflicts between their own disciples and him, including the Lan family. The news that he had the twin spirits of the 3-eyed white tiger and orange was not a secret in Shrek City. And it was normal for Lan Yaoyao to have this thought when she learned from Lan He that Su Yunhan actually had an Ice Jade Scorpion spirit. Su Yunhan nodded, confirming Lan Yaoyao's guess. Lan Yaoyao continued, then, Yunhan, are your biological father and mother people from this era? Su Yunhan's face darkened, and he slapped Lan Yaoyao's panda fiercely. Yaoyao, there are some things you can ask, but there are some things you can't ask. If you talk in your sleep and someone with ulterior motives hears it, both of us will suffer a catastrophic disaster. Low EQ, I don't trust you. High EQ, I'm afraid you might leak information unintentionally. Although the two words mean the same thing, they sound different to Lan Yaoyao. It seemed that Su Yunhan's slap suddenly aroused Lan Yaoyao's interest. She hurriedly jumped on her horse, whipped it, and galloped across the battlefield. It was not until sunset that the two put on their clothes, supported each other, and walked out of the box. As soon as the two walked out of the box, they saw, Lan He was sitting on a small stool cracking melon seeds. The moment Lan He saw Su Yunhan and the other man, he quickly stood up and came forward, saying with envy. Brother Lin. You said before that you could fight 7 people at once without losing. I didn't believe it then, but now I do. My sister's 2 elephant legs are very powerful. She hiss, it hurts, sister, I was wrong. I will never say bad things about you again. Lan Yaoyao was not polite at all. When she heard that her younger brother dared to slander her, she grabbed Lan He's ears and beat him up. What should I do if my younger brother doesn't listen? Just give him a beating. After the beating, Lan Yaoyao blinked, looked at Lan He and said earnestly. Asshole brother, I can stay for one more night. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Shrek City with your brother-in-law. From now on, you are the first heir of my Lan family. Do your best. After saying that, Lan Yaoyao took Su Yunhan's hand and walked down the stairs together. Su Yunhan glanced at Lan Yaoyao's heels and said with embarrassment, Yaoyao, you are so tall, why are you wearing high heels? Lan Yaoyao smiled, then leaned in Su Yunhan's arms and changed into a pair of flat boots that just covered her ankles. Chapter 66. In the carriage, Su Yunhan tugged at the corner of Lan Yaoyao's clothes and asked in a low voice, by the way, is your martial spirit the Lan family's inherited martial spirit, the fiery sun blade? Lan Yaoyao shook her head and said, my bastard brother and I have both mutated our martial spirits. The properties and even the appearance of our mutated martial spirits are almost the same as the fiery sun blade, but our attacking ability is more than twice as strong as the latter. Since our new martial spirit resembles a wooden product, we call it, the Sun Wood Blade. Yang Wooden Sword. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere. Yunhan, is there something wrong with the Yangmu sword spirit? Or, did the descendants of my Lan family do something against the will of heaven and earth? Su Yunhan said, it's not that he is against the will of heaven, he is very good, but his luck is not very good. He was taken away from the position of the leader of the Sea God Pavilion by an airborne person. Hearing this, Lan Yaoyao curled her lips and said nothing more. She also understood that the so-called future was only for reference. From the moment Su Yunhan returned to the present time node, the future had already changed. After a day's journey, the two finally returned to Shrek City before dark. As soon as he got off the carriage, Su Yunhan saw Hui Yuhao walking into the East City gate with a dejected look. He hurriedly stepped forward and patted Hui Yuhao on the shoulder. Yuhao, you just came back. It's still early, are you still planning to set up the stall? Hui Yuhao forced a smile and said, no, I've been traveling for 2 days and I'm tired, if you want to eat grilled fish, wait until tomorrow. After saying that, Hui Yuhao walked away without looking back. His not-so-bold back was filled with loneliness. Although Hui Yuhao was a little naive, his efforts were real. In his eyes, he might never grow up to the level of White Tiger Duke Dai Hao, but he had no regrets. Even if he died, he would die on the road to revenge for his mother. One day, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm actually told him that it had the ability to help him obtain a second martial soul and become a genuine strong attack-type combat soul master. After learning the news, Hui Yuhao was so happy that he couldn't sleep for several days. He kept looking forward to the scene of himself becoming a soul master and galloping on the battlefield. However, after following the guidance of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and reaching the extreme north, Hui Yuhao was told that there was no way to help him obtain the second martial spirit, and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm did not tell him the specific reason. For this reason, Hui Yuhao had a big quarrel with Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. What is more desperate than despair is hope. After Hui Yuhao completely disappeared from his sight, Su Yunhan withdrew his gaze, took Lan Yaoyao's hand and walked into Shrek City. Yaoyao. Okay. Today, you stay in the hotel for 1 night. Ah. Yunhan, didn't you say you have 7 wives? How come, can I be your wife? Do I need your eldest wife's consent? Yaoyao, you misunderstood, Su Yunhan quickly explained. That's right, if I leave without saying goodbye, who knows how those women at home will hold me accountable. If I take you back now, wouldn't it be a disgrace? Don't want it. I just want to go home with you. If you don't take me with you, I will cry in front of you. Su Yunhan. What a sin. What a sin. Just like that, Su Yunhan took his elder sister Lan Yaoyao back to the mansion he hadn't seen for a long time. As soon as he entered the door, a group of women put down their work and stared at him with hungry eyes. Why is it different from what I imagined? At this moment, Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan suddenly stood up, one lifting Yunhan's arm and the other lifting his leg. A group of women surrounded Su Yunhan and walked into the room. That scene is so beautiful, just like slaughtering a pig. Soon, a beautiful symphony reached Lan Yaoyao's ears, making her face turn red and even a little absent-minded. After an unknown amount of time, Lan Yaoyao finally mustered up the courage and walked into the master bedroom. The master bedroom was filled with a dazzling array of white things. Among them, Xiao, who was riding a horse and whipping the whip, was wearing a turquoise dress, giving her a feeling of holding the people with half her face covered. This is too much fun, isn't it? Lan Yaoyao said weakly, covering her little face. I finally understand why your harem is so harmonious. Lan Yaoyao lay in Su Yunhan's arms, saying breathlessly. Su Yunhan smiled bitterly, tilted his head, and fell asleep. Being squeezed by 8 girls in turn, 2 of them were contras, even the donkeys in the production team were not so tired. Lan Yaoyao took Su Yunhan's cell phone out of her skirt pocket, got off the horse, found a relatively dry place and fell asleep. The next morning, everyone was sitting around the table eating breakfast at this moment. Ma Xiaotao slapped her forehead, looked at Su Yunhan and said hurriedly. Yunhan, I heard that the next Soul Master competition will change the competition system, but I don't know the specific direction of the change. Oh, by the way, I heard from Master's wife that the Sea God Pavilion has passed a decision to select 2 reserve teams to participate in this Soul Master competition. 2 reserves. The direction of the changes in the Soul Master competition is not like the second Soul Master competition in the original work, which introduced the power of sects. What kind of competition system is it that requires Shrek Academy to arrange 2 reserve teams? I don't understand. Xiao asked, Sister Xiaotao, did Master tell me the selection criteria for the reserve team? Ma Xiaotao pondered and said, I remember, Master's wife seemed to have mentioned it. The elders planned to let Yunhan form a reserve team, with him as the captain, and he could select all the students under the age of 15 from the outer courtyard. And the other reserve team is selected from the core disciples of the outer courtyard who are of appropriate age through a free-for-all. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present turned their eyes to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan pondered, if I were to choose, I would definitely not choose those students who could threaten my position as captain, such as, Bei. He is the great-great-grandson of my master and is very arrogant. Even if my cultivation level is comparable to his, he would not be willing to follow my command. If I were to choose the team members, I would not deliberately pursue their cultivation, I would choose students who are easier for me to control. Let me take a look. Chapter 67. Me, Xiao Xiao, Nan Nan, Shuer, Wufen, and Donger make 6 of us. Class 1 also has a pair of twins named Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Both sisters have hair martial spirits and they have martial spirit fusion skills, which may be effective in the competition. My goodness, except for you, Su Yunhan, the rest of the team members are all girls. It's really not wrong to say that you are the king of the sea. At this moment, Zhang Lishuan who was standing by suddenly said, Yunhan, from what you said, you have broken through to the soul sect? Su Yunhan nodded, and then with a thought, a 3-eyed white tiger shadow floated behind him, with 4 yellow, purple and black soul rings hovering under his feet. The moment they saw the spirit ring under Su Yunhan's feet, all the girls smiled with relief, and no one asked where his 4th spirit ring came from. As long as Su Yunhan is not an evil soul master, it will be fine. Su Yunhan retracted his spirit and continued to eat the bun. He looked at Lan Yao Yao and said slowly, Yao Yao, eat quickly, I'll take you to Shrek City for a walk and experience the unique customs and practices of Shrek City. After finishing the meal, Su Yunhan took Lan Yao Yao out of the Su residence. Oh, by the way, there was a little tail Xiao Xiao following behind them. The most lively place in Shrek City is undoubtedly the East Gate area. This is where Shrek Academy is located. Students from all over the world gather here. How could it not be lively? It's just that it's vacation time now. And most of the students have left Shrek City to visit their families, so the city seems a lot more depressing. The 3 of them walked through the gate of Shrek Academy and saw Hui Yuhao sitting at the grilled fish stall selling grilled fish, and chatting with Bei and Tang Duo beside him. Who eats grilled fish early in the morning without worrying about getting a sore throat? Oh, by the way, soul masters won't get sick, and they probably won't get angry. Just saying, no matter which world you are in, no one would eat barbecue early in the morning. Never mind. Since we're here, it's not a bad idea to have some grilled fish to satisfy our hunger. Su Yunhan held the hands of the 2 girls and walked towards the grilled fish stall. As they walked, he did not forget to explain to Lan Yao Yao the special features of this grilled fish stall. Yao Yao, even though this grilled fish stall looks a bit shabby and the taste is not as good as in a big hotel, the price-performance ratio is definitely good. 1 gold soul coin can make you never want to eat grilled fish again. As he spoke, Su Yunhan threw 3 silver soul coins to Hui Yuhao, then used his ruthless iron hand, and, ignoring the already red-hot charcoal fire, grabbed 6 grilled fish and gave 4 of them to Xiao 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 and Lan Yao Yao. At this moment, Bei suddenly came to Hui Yuhao's side and said, Yunhan, for this Soul Master competition, Xian Zhu asked me to form a reserve team, I can choose the members, are you interested in joining? Su Yunhan frowned slightly and said, Brother Bei, why did I hear from Xiao Tao that Poseidon Pavilion also wants me to form a reserve team? Ah. Bei said with a smile, that's right, for this Soul Master competition, Shrek Academy is going to form 2 reserve teams, 1 for me and 1 for you, that's right. Su Yunhan looked puzzled and asked, Brother Bei, do you know why the elders proposed to form 2 reserve teams? Bei said, it's like this. The next Soul Master competition will change the competition system and divide the competition into a juvenile group and a youth group. The registration requirements for the juvenile group are under 15 years old, and the registration requirements for the youth group are under 20 years old. At the same time, the registration requirements for the Soul Master competition are no longer limited to the major Soul Master colleges. As long as you meet the age requirements for the Soul Master competition and can gather 7 Soul Masters, you can participate in the Soul Master competition. Each Soul Master Academy and each group can only send 2 teams to participate in the Soul Master competition. I heard from Xuanzu that this is to give talented Soul Masters under the age of 15 more room to show their talents. This is an idea proposed by the Sun Moon Empire. Sun and Moon Empire. Su Yunhan's heart was filled with waves. Sure enough, the thing he was most worried about happened. From the current perspective, the Sun Moon Empire wants to increase the chances of breaking the Shrek Academy's 10,000 years of glory by grouping. But from a god's perspective, this competition system has swept away the old malpractices. Allowing more Soul Masters of the right age to participate in the Soul Master competition, and giving those talented Soul Masters under the age of 15 more opportunities to show themselves. This is the model that will only be used in the Soul Master competition 10,000 years later. The Sun Moon Empire actually proposed it at this point in time. Su Yunhan didn't believe that there was nothing fishy about it. A native who traveled from the future to the present. A reborn person. A time traveler. The most unlikely person is a time traveler. Relying on his familiarity with the plot. The time traveler would not do something that would destroy the plot and cause a major plot line to deviate. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. It feels really bad. Alas. Even if he racked his brains. Su Yunhan still couldn't figure out why the Sun Moon Empire wanted to change the competition system of the Soul Master competition. It couldn't be that the other party was sure that the Sun Moon Empire would be able to unify the DOURO continent and was preparing to eliminate the accumulated problems, right? It seems like something his mother Orange would do. Su Yunhan woke up from his thoughts, chatted with Bebe for a while with an expressionless face, and then pulled the two girls away from the grilled fish stall. After going around in circles, the three of them finally stopped in front of a tea house. In a place like a tea house, drinking tea is secondary. The main purpose is to listen to other tea drinkers talk about gossip and interesting things that really happened on the mainland. The three of them had just sat down and had not yet had time to order tea when the tea drinker next to them broke the news. Have you heard? Sun Moon Empire's Crown Prince Su Tianran is planning to appoint a crown princess. Ah. Isn't Sun Moon Empire's Crown Prince Su Tianran a useless person whispering? How can a eunuch think of having a concubine? Who knows? He is the crown prince of a country, he must have a very strong sense of self-esteem, who knows, he might just find a random girl and bring her into the palace as a mascot. It's a pity for that woman. Once she is confirmed as the crown princess of the Sun Moon Empire, she will be a widow for the rest of her life. Even if she is lucky enough to escape from that cage, with the national strength of the Sun Moon Empire, even our Sea God Pavilion will have to give her some ground. No matter which force she falls into, they will send her back to the Sun Moon Empire. Hearing this, Su Yunhan slowly closed his eyes, and a feeling of sadness instantly surged into his heart. Apart from Juzi, could anyone else be Su Tianran's crown princess? It should be impossible. Su Yunhan is a powerful and proud hero, and he would never make a stupid woman his crown princess. Chapter 68. The tea house was bustling with people. Lan Yao Yao and Xiao 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 were drinking tea, eating snacks, and listening to interesting stories told by their tea friends. Compared to the two women's ease, Su Yunhan was a little upset. Until now, he still couldn't tell whether he was a traverser who replaced Su Yunhan, or the native Su Yunhan devoured the traverser, or whether the two merged with each other. No matter what, he had a very complicated feeling towards Orange. In Su Yunhan's subconscious, he was not willing to draw his knife against Orange at all. No matter how delicious the melons are, you will eventually get tired of them. Half an hour later, after eating and drinking their fill, the two girls took Su Yunhan's arm and walked out of the tea house. Next stop, where shall we go? Xiao Xiao blinked, her face full of anticipation. Hey, isn't this Miss Wang? Why did you return to school so many days in advance? Did someone from the Haotian sect bully you? Tell me, and I'll beat him up for you. Huh, how is that possible? Who in the Haotian sect dares to bully me? It's just that the Haotian sect is too boring, there's nothing there, that's why I wanted to return to school early and find Xiao Xiao to play with me. As she spoke, Wang Donger set her eyes on Lan Yao Yao. Ah. Su De High Emperor, you are the real Sea Emperor, how long has it been since you found another big sister? What Sea King? I just want to give a home to the girls who like me, how can a gentleman's affairs be related to the Sea King? Wang Donger, dot. Xiao Xiao, dot. Lan Yao Yao. This Su Yunhan is so shameless. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Donger lifted the hair by her ear and suggested. Yunhan, there are still 10 days before school starts, so why don't we go to the cities around Shrek City? I've wanted to go out for a walk for a long time. Let's go, Su Yunhan waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the East City gate. The three women followed closely behind. After leaving Shrek City's sphere of influence, the four headed south and entered the territory of the Star Luo Empire. On the way, Su Yunhan had the idea of holding Wang Donger's hand more than once, but he restrained himself every time. It is not difficult to conquer Wang Donger, but the difficult part is to break through the defense line constructed for her by the sea god and achieve a happy ending with Xiao Donger. The group headed south for more than 300 miles, and finally arrived at Hanjiang City, the northern territory of the Xinglua Empire, before noon. Hanjiang City is a large city. Due to its special geographical location, after the end of the Three Gods' War, Hanjiang City was regarded as one of the safest. cities in the Xinghua Empire in the eyes of successive Xinghua emperors. It also became a place for the Xinghua Empire to store troops and grain. Under this premise, it is hard for Hanjiang City not to develop. In addition, Hanjiang City is only a few hundred miles away from Shrek City, and many caravans traveling between Xinghua Empire, Sun Moon Empire and Shrek City will use it as a transit station. Sometimes, even Xinghua City, the capital of a country, may not be able to catch up with Hanjiang City in terms of passenger flow. All four of them came from prominent families, and among the cities around Shrek City, it seemed that the only city worth visiting was Hanjiang City. The moment everyone stepped into Hanjiang City, a brand new gate opened to Wang Donger. There were no beggars in Shrek City, but in Hanjiang City, there were many beggars with missing arms and legs. Su Yunhan said. These disabled beggars are basically orphans. The local gangs will gather these homeless orphans together and select those who look stronger to awaken their martial spirits. Those with innate spirit power will be brainwashed and developed into death warriors, while those without innate spirit power will be trained as thugs. As for the others, just make them disabled, let them beg on the streets, and squeeze out the last bit of their value. Women are emotional, even soul masters are no exception. Xiao Xiao and Wang Donger, who have not yet experienced the beatings of society, have their eyes wide open, with disbelief written all over their faces. Killing people is not enough. Using this method to squeeze out the last bit of value from a person is too cruel. Xiao Xiao said angrily, Yunhan, they are doing these evil things, and the Xing Empire's top leaders don't care. Do you care? Su Yunhan sneered. Do you think the high-ranking officials of the Xinghua Empire and even the emperor don't know about this? They know, and they are even very clear about it, but how can those high-ranking soul masters care about the lives of the lowest-level civilians who have suffered a disaster? As long as there is no trouble, even if the people below violate the imperial laws, the upper echelons will just turn a blind eye. Su Yunhan glanced at the two dumbfounded women, waved his hand, and said, "Follow me." After saying that, Su Yunhan walked towards a small alley. The three girls followed silently. In this world, there is only one kind of person who is absolutely kind, and that is the eldest daughter who is ignorant of the world and is well protected by her family. Although Wang Donger is a bit willful, she has hardly ever left the gate of HIATUS sect. Spoiled by the two licking beasts, she is still quite innocent and even has some compassion. Su Yunhan's words just now were not enough to make Wang Donger unforgettable, but they were enough to tug at her heartstrings. After many twists and turns, the four finally arrived at the civilian area of Hanjiang City. In the civilian area, there was another scene. Compared to the spacious streets in the Soul Master area, the streets in the civilian area seemed much narrower. There were full stalls on both sides of the street. The stalls sold all kinds of food that made the four people unpalatable. What is strange is that these people are obviously ordinary people, but they all have smiles on their faces, and they are happy smiles that come from the bottom of their hearts. In their perception, these civilians have no innate soul power and are naturally inferior in numbers. But why do they look so self-satisfied? This is the information gap caused by the difference in class. Soul masters have a very good self-awareness. Most soul masters think they are superior to others, and they subconsciously think that civilians are inferior. But for ordinary people, being well-fed and well-clothed is their biggest luxury. Every day they only worry about their food and clothing, and few people worry about their status. All in all, the civilian areas are generally good. So far, no one has been seen running rampant in the countryside, robbing and looting. Led by Su Yunhan, the three women walked into the only big hotel in the civilian area of Hanjiang City. Chapter 69. Su Yunhan was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, and Wang Donger, Lan Yaoyao, and Xiao Xiao were all wearing beautiful dresses. The four of them stood there, seeming somewhat out of place with the surrounding environment. A servant in coarse cloth hurriedly put down his work, walked quickly to Su Yunhan and the others, and said, "What would the four nobles like to eat?" Su Yunhan said, "Give us a pot of shadaozi, the strongest kind." Soon, a pot of strong liquor was brought up by the servant. The three women looked at the pot in front of them and looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what Su Yunhan was up to. "Su Yunhan, what are you planning? You just want to get me drunk and take the opportunity to do something bad, right? Donger, what are you thinking? If I wanted to do something bad, would I need to get you drunk? Can't I just let Yao Yao hold you down? This wine is not made from spiritual objects, so it can't make a soul master drunk. I mainly want you to experience what the common people's favorite drinks are like." The three girls looked at Su Yunhan suspiciously, picked up the wine glasses and drank them all in one gulp, and then the three of them sprayed Su Yunhan all over. Wang Donger said sternly, "Su Yunhan, why does this drink hurt your throat? Su Yunhan took a handkerchief and wiped the wine off his face. He glanced at Wang Dong'er and said expressionlessly. This wine is called shadaozi, as the name suggests. When you drink it, your throat feels like being cut by a knife. In the cold winter, those poor civilians would save a little money every day to buy a bottle of shadaozi to keep warm. In your eyes, this drink is unpalatable, but in the cold winter, this mouthful of burning knife may bring a civilian who is about to freeze to death back to life. To have enough food, warm clothes, no threat from evil spirit masters, and to be with family members every day, this is the lifelong dream of most civilians. Perhaps in your eyes, becoming an extreme DOURO, suppressing an era, and being remembered by history are the goals you pursue throughout your life, but I am different. I would rather take charge of a city and turn it into a paradise. I don't seek to leave my name in history, but I seek to have a clear conscience. Hearing this, Wang Dong'er curled her lips and said gloomily, but you, have already married senior sister Xiaotao, are you going to betray Poseidon Pavilion in the future to realize your so-called ideals? Su Yunhan said calmly, Dong'er, you are wrong again, dreams are dreams, and reality is reality. Before I realize my dreams, I must first be responsible for my family. Su Yunhan's voice kept echoing in Wang Dong'er's mind. She really wanted to say to Su Yunhan, those civilians are born slaves, no matter how nice you are to them, what's the point? But when the words came to her lips, she couldn't say them. When Wang Dong'er thought of those soul masters who were so cruel as to cut off the hands and feet of so many orphans and throw them on the street to beg. She wished she could chop those shameless scums who were not worthy of being fathers or mothers into pieces. Wang Dong'er is not a bad person by nature. Under the subtle influence of Su Yunhan, she gradually develops the idea of eradicating the darkness in this world. Daozi had eaten enough, so he naturally wanted to eat some candied dates. After leaving the hotel, Su Yunhan took the three girls and quickly left the civilian area and went to the commercial street to buy clothes. Just as they turned a corner, a group of armored knights suddenly rushed out carrying a sedan chair. In the sedan chair sat a girl in a platinum palace dress. Wang Dong'er and Xiao Xiao were unable to dodge and were knocked to the ground by an armored knight. At this time, Su Yunhan would naturally not swallow his anger. His eyes flashed, and 6 white wings grew out from his back. With the help of the holy light wings, he flew into the air and kicked the culprit's sternum fiercely. The next moment, more than 90 of the armored knights put away their spears and pointed their level 4 soul guide ray guns at Su Yunhan. War is imminent. Seeing that her little man was at a disadvantage, Lan Yaoyao gritted her teeth, and the Yanmu's sword in her hand suddenly grew longer, chopping straight towards the group of armored knights. Protect His Highness. An old woman with long silver-gray hair suddenly appeared. She waved her hand and countless silk threads instantly condensed together, blocking Yang Medeo's way. Lan Yaoyao was dragged down by the old woman, and the armored knights regained their freedom. Under the command of the leader of the knights, more than 20 armored knights surrounded Su Yunhan and the other two, and the encirclement continued to shrink inward. Su Yunhan's face was terribly gloomy. He kept staring at the battlefield on the other side. As long as Lan Yaoyao showed signs of weakness, he would use the power of the Ice Emperor to kill all the soul masters who had participated in the siege of the 4 of them today. The next moment, the shadow of a 3-eyed white tiger appeared behind Su Yunhan, and the second soul ring under his feet slowly lit up. Countless tiger eyes surrounded Su Yunhan and continuously charged towards the surrounding armored knights. Second soul skill, Spirit 1000 attacks. Countless tiger eyes blocked their sight. Before figuring out the opponent's strength, the armored knights did not dare to move forward rashly. They ignored their colleagues who fell in front of them and retreated to guard the sedan chair at the back, fearing that Su Yunhan would suddenly appear and hurt the nobles in the sedan chair. At their position, it was no longer important whether they had made any merit or not. Their duty was to protect the nobles in the sedan from harm. Most people were thinking, not seeking merit but avoiding mistakes, which gave Su Yunhan enough time to escape. He just put his arms around the waists of the 2 women, flapped his holy light wings behind him, and fled straight towards the south city gate. Lan Yaoyao had received Su Yunhan's soul transmission in advance. When the armored knights retreated towards the sedan chair, she made a feint with her sword and forced the silver-haired old woman to retreat to a semi-god level. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she hurriedly followed Su Yunhan and the other 2 and fled towards the south city gate. The armored knights finally came to their senses and took out the soul-guided ray guns they had just taken out. Countless soul-guided rays poured towards Su Yunhan and the other 4. Of course, under the protection of Lan Yaoyao's soul barrier, this level of attack naturally cannot cause any substantial harm to Su Yunhan and others. Chapter 70. Your Highness, that boy's martial spirit seems to belong to the lineage of the evil-eyed white tiger. The silver-haired old woman bowed slightly and reported what she had seen and heard to the girl in palace dress on the sedan chair. The girl tapped the armrest of the chair with her delicate fingers, and a hint of hesitation suddenly appeared on her face. Master Yi, could that person just now be Su Yunhan from Shrek Academy? The silver-haired old woman replied, Your Highness, Hanjiang City is only a few hundred miles away from Shrek City, it is not impossible for Su Yunhan to appear here. The hesitation on the face of the palace-dressed girl deepened a little. After pondering for a moment, she made her decision. Master Yi, pass on my order, Hanjiang City is on alert, no one is allowed to leave the city without my order. In addition, call the Hanjiang guards into the city. Within 3 days, these 4 people must be brought to me. If necessary, coercive measures can be used, but they cannot be injured. Although the status of the Sea God Pavilion is higher than that of the royal families of the 3 empires, but before things are confirmed, the face that should be maintained must be maintained. Su Jojo is the young patriarch of the Xingguan Su family. Even if she does not ascend to the throne of the Xinglua Empire in the future, she will be a regent princess with real power. This matter can be big or small. On a big scale, these 4 people are trying to kill the king. On a small scale, that male spirit master is not afraid of power. Which one it is depends on the identities of those 4 people. If they are independent cultivators, or a small and unknown soul master family, Su Jojo would not mind using their heads to defend the dignity of the Xing Luo Empire. At this moment, 2 armored knights escorted a man to Su Jojo. The man's name was Su Bing. He was a member of the Iron Knights just now. It was he who knocked Xiao Xiao and Wang Donger to the ground, triggering a series of butterfly effects. Su Jojo asked, Su Bing, do you know your crime? Su Bing stammered, Your Highness, they rushed out suddenly, it has nothing to do with me, the blame is all on them. Su Jojo said in a cold voice, Su Bing, it was me who ordered that the streets should not be cleaned. What, are you holding me accountable? Hearing this, Su Bing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was an uneducated second-generation rich man. Even to join the armored knights, his father had to beg for help. In the end, he was qualified to serve as an ordinary guard beside Su Jojo because of his status as a royal relative. But it doesn't mean that he is a complete fool. Su Bing's surname is Su, and he can be considered a member of the declining royal family. He definitely received the best education. When Su Jojo's voice sounded, Su Bing finally realized how stupid he was. Could the person in a higher position be wrong? Even if he was wrong, there would be countless people rushing to take the responsibility. Thinking of this, Su Bing kowtowed hurriedly, his voice trembling a little, No, Wan Bang is guilty, and the fault lies with me, it was my negligence that put your highness in danger, I hope your highness will punish me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bing's sergeants and squad leaders all knelt down and apologized to Su Jojo for poor management. This was the first problem that Su Jojo had encountered since becoming the young patriarch of the Su family. In this case, how should she punish Su Bing? If that person is really Su Yunhan, then the girl next to him must be of high status. And may even be comparable to her, the young patriarch of the Xingguan family. But on the surface, Su Bing just knocked down 2 passers-by. If people use this as a reason to kill Su Bing directly, it would be difficult to convince people. Su Jojo closed his eyes and slowly said, during his duty. Su Bing openly violated the laws and regulations of the Iron Knights, causing a series of negative effects. The following is the sentence for Su Bing. He will be expelled from the Iron Knights and his family will be deprived of the right to inherit the title passed down from generation to generation, as a warning to others. Sergeant Gao Qiong and squad leader Louis failed to perform their duties when Su Bing violated the laws and regulations of the Iron Knights. Which was indeed a negligence. The following is the sentence for the 2, they will retain their original positions. But their salaries will be reduced by 1 level for 3 months as a warning. Su Jojo's penalty was not particularly severe. But it was enough to leave a lasting impression on people. She remained calm when a mountain collapsed in front of her and a deer rose to her left without blinking. At this moment, she had already begun to look like a ruler. On the other side, Su Yunhan and 4 others were running through the streets and alleys towards the South City Gate. As they ran, the 4 of them realized something was wrong. No one came to chase them. No matter what, the Xinglua Empire was a powerful empire. In a way, their behavior was indeed excessive. The girl in palace dress would not let them go so easily. There is only one possibility for this situation to occur, that is, the girl in palace dress has already ordered the city gates to be blocked. The trap has been set, the ambush has been completed, and they are just waiting for them to fall into the trap. Yunhan, what should we do now? Should we directly notify Dean Yen and the others to come and rescue us? Su Yunhan waved his hand and slowly said, we are not at the point of being desperate. With our status, the Xing Luo Empire dare not do anything to us. If they are willing to play with us, then we will play with them. It's just hide and seek, we are bored and it's a good opportunity to test the abilities of Han Jiangwei. It's just that, Yao Yao's appearance is too outstanding. Looking at the entire Douluo continent, there are probably not even a handful of young female spirit masters with your height. Let's find a place to change clothes first. As he spoke, Su Yunhan pulled Lan Yao Yao into a small alley, took out a large brocade robe from his soul guide and handed it to her. Of the 3 people in front of her, 2 were women like her, and the other was her husband. Lan Yao Yao did not hesitate at all and changed her clothes in front of the 3 people. Soon, a version of Lan Yao Yao dressed in a men's brocade robe appeared in front of them. After roughly changing her facial features with the help of a special soul guide, even Su Yunhan, who had physical contact with Lan Yao Yao, found it difficult to recognize that Lan Yao Yao, who was in men's clothing, was their daughter. There were a lot of male spirit masters who were nearly 2 meters tall. But it was almost impossible to find female spirit masters of the same height. The people of Xingluo Empire couldn't catch all the male spirit masters who met this condition together, so they had to check each one of them. That's too sad and crazy. Where to go next? Hotels and inns, places where you pay to stay overnight, are definitely the focus of inspections and you should never go to such places. Chapter 71. But he didn't want to do that. The environment in the basement was not very good, and with Miss Wang's temper, she would probably blame him to death. Unable to think of where to go for the time being, Su Yunhan took the 3 girls and strolled around the commercial street in the southern part of Hanjiang City. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The officials at all levels who were responsible for the inspection would never have thought that Su Yunhan was not hiding at all, but appeared openly in the commercial street. Soon, the sky darkened. After confirming that there was no one around, Lan Yao Yao leaned over to Su Yunhan's ear and whispered in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Yunhan, what should we do at night? I guess the Hanjiang city officials have arranged people to guard all the places where we can live. This is easy, Su Yunhan smiled slightly and took the 3 women to a small alley again. Under the gaze of the 3 women, Su Yunhan skillfully took out a silver white dress, white tights, and white boots from his soul guide and put them on in front of the 3 women. After getting dressed, he asked Xiao Xiao to tie his hair, put on a gold hairpin, and then took Xiao Xiao's hand and walked into a hotel. Paying the money, registering, and getting the key went very smoothly. It's just that Su Yunhan is very handsome in women's clothing, and even the lady at the front desk couldn't help but take a second look at him. Su Yunhan's plan was very successful. He divided the 4 people into 2 groups, himself and Xiao Xiao in one group, and Lan Yao Yao and Wang Dongger in the other group. In this way, based on the official intelligence available in Hanjiang City, it should not be a problem for them to hide for 3 to 5 days. After all, the officials of Hanjiang City could not have imagined that Su Yunhan could escape their pursuit by disguising himself as a woman. And they could not have imagined that the female version of Su Yunhan would be so beautiful and could easily beat more than 90 of the female soul masters. As soon as the 2 walked into the room, Xiao Xiao hugged Su Yunhan's arm, her face flushed, and her eyes glanced towards the bed from time to time. Su Yunhan smiled slightly, held Xiao Xiao in his arms, and walked towards the bathroom. It's time to unlock new scenes. Su Yunhan had wanted to play small games in the bathtub for a long time, but he couldn't find a bathtub that big in the entire Shrek city, and it would be rather troublesome to order one. Just like that, Su Yunhan jumped into the bathtub holding Xiao Xiao Xiao. As the water level gradually rose, Xiao 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 opened his arms, put his arms around Su Yunhan's neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Su Yunhan slowly raised his arm and attacked Xiao Xiao. The result was that bursts of crisp sounds instantly filled the entire bathroom. 10,000 words omitted here. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Xiao held onto Su Yunhan's shoulders with both hands, looked into his eyes, and said lovingly, Yunhan, love you. After a year of living together, Xiao Xiao had already regarded the Su mansion as her real home. Su Yunhan was very kind to her, and the other sisters were also very kind to her. She was the youngest. And the sisters gave in to her. Even when playing small games, they would let her Xiao Xiao come first. Xiao Xiao doesn't have Zhao Ning'er's strong talent and soul guidance skills, nor does she have Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Lishuan's prominent status. But she has a heart that deeply loves Su Yunhan. She was expressing her feelings in this rather vulgar way. Su Yunhan rubbed Xiao Xiao's little face, leaned over and kissed her on the cheek, then whispered. Xiao Xiao, I love you too, no matter if you are poor or rich, humble or noble, in troubled times, or ignored by God, I am willing to draw my sword and fight for you, and never leave you, until, forever. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao smiled sweetly, and as she smiled, 2 lines of clear tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. If Angel's Oath is used to express love, I'm afraid no girl can resist the charm of the language in it. 2 days later. The various levels of the Hanjiang city organization were in a mess. After 2 days of strict surveillance, they had not found any traces of the 4 people. If this continued, they would not be able to complete the task assigned by Su Jiujiu in 3 days. These 4 people don't look very old, but their anti-detection capabilities are extraordinary. Continuing to search using ordinary methods is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There was no other way, so Yuan Mao, the lord of Hanjiang City, gathered together the senior officials of Hanjiang City and the bigwigs of the military and asked them what to do next. At this time, a lieutenant suggested, how about we send out the simulated portraits of the 4 people and set up a certain amount of gold soul coins as a reward. I believe that soon after the portraits are sent out, we will be able to obtain a lot of information about the 4 people. This method, well, although a little clumsy, is much better than simply setting up defenses and waiting for the 4 to jump into the trap. It turns out that these 4 people are not like ordinary characters. They are very good at lightning protection, and it is impossible to locate their positions by simply setting up controls. Yuan Mao could still see the difference between looking for a needle in a haystack and panning for gold in the sand. In this way, with the joint efforts of Yuan Mao and the military leaders, the simulated portraits of the 4 people were distributed throughout Hanjiang City. And it was announced that as long as anyone could provide information about the 4 people in the portraits, once verified, a reward would be issued according to the importance of the information. For a while, many people went to Han Jiangwei's temporary headquarters and reported their accidental discoveries to them. For a while, all the soul masters who looked somewhat like Su Yunhan and the other 4 and whose whereabouts were mysterious were taken back to Han Jiangwei's temporary headquarters for tea. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhan, who was dressed in women's clothes, knew very well that if they remained content with the status quo, it would not be long before the 4 of them would be caught in front of the girl in palace dress. What should we do? After pondering for a moment, a faint smile appeared on Su Yunhan's face. At night, the 4 of them, all dressed in black, took advantage of the cover of darkness and sneaked into the city lord's mansion of Hanjiang City. The owner of the mansion was not at home, as useful clues needed to be sorted out from a large number of reports. Except for some officials who needed to maintain the normal operation of Hanjiang City, the rest of the people were taken by Yuan Mao to the temporary headquarters of Hanjiang Guard to sort out the intelligence. This gave Su Yunhan and others an opportunity to take advantage of. Yuan Mao could never have imagined that the wanted criminal he had been trying so hard to find was hiding in his own mansion at this moment. The most dangerous place is the safest place. The ancients were right. Chapter 72. Come, Donger, eat an orange. Su Yunhan peeled the orange, tore off a small piece and put it next to little Donger's mouth. Xiao Donger pouted, pushed Su Yunhan's hand away, and snatched the whole orange from his other hand. The 4 of them had prepared some food long before leaving the hotel. In addition, Su Yunhan could use his soul power to make oranges. Even if the 4 of them did not have supplies later, there would be no problem for them to stay in the treasure house of Yuan Mansion for more than half a month. This is the most hidden room in the treasure house, which stores the soul bones of the Yuan Mansion and various cultivation resources. Ordinary servants should not be qualified to come here, which greatly reduces the possibility of them being exposed. On the other hand, with the efforts of Yuan Mao and others, they finally found clues about the 4 people from a large number of reports. In the past 2 days, a young man who was nearly 2 meters tall, had a feminine look and was wearing a brocade robe, was active in the South Gate area. And beside him, there was always a girl with long blue-pink hair. Combining the simulated portraits of the 4 people, Yuan Mao and others were able to conclude that the young man in brocade robe must be the image of the sturdy woman disguised as a man. After getting the clue, Yuan Mao and others acted decisively, set up surveillance at the hotel where the strong woman was staying, and blocked the entire South Gate area. In Hanjiang Hotel, Yuan Mao brought several fighting soul saints disguised as room service. After knocking on the door several times without success, they forcibly broke down the door of the room, and a group of soul masters broke into the room. The room was empty, with a piece of rag hanging from the beam, with 2 big words, "Goodbye," written on it. Grass. Yuan Mao couldn't help but swear. In this situation, not only did their hard work for the day go to waste, but the most important thing was, how were they going to explain to Su Jiujiu tomorrow morning? Should we tell Her Royal Highness the Princess that they underestimated the 4 bandits, and that they had not achieved anything after 2 days of surveillance? Should we finally get a clue but still acted several steps too late? How could he say such words? If he was labeled as incompetent by Su Jiujiu, Yuan Mao's official career would be over. No, he can't give in. Yuan Mao looked around the layout of the room, then looked at a few of his close associates, and an extremely unethical plan instantly came to his mind. At this moment, a thunderous sound spread throughout the Hanjiang Hotel. When the sound was heard, an official from the city lord's mansion immediately walked down the stairs and mobilized the law enforcement team stationed outside the hotel to enter the hotel to maintain order. Snapped. Su Jojo slammed the table hard, looked at Yuan Mao in front of him, and said unkindly. You mean, after getting the news, you immediately surrounded Hanjiang Hotel, and fought with the tall woman in a room on the second floor. As a result, the other party only used a functional soul guide to escape from the encirclement you set up. No, Your Highness, I'm sure that the strong woman definitely did not escape from our control, Yuan Mao swallowed and continued. As far as I know, there is a soul guide on the market that can force soul masters to move, but the distance of displacement will not be particularly far. This time, the entire South City Gate area is within our blockade. I believe that with the search of my colleagues in Hanjiang Guard, we will be able to capture the other party's trace before dawn. Well, Yuan Mao is really harming others and not benefiting himself. He is clearly incompetent, but through his actions, he has pushed all the responsibility onto Han Jiangwei. As long as they couldn't find any trace of that strong woman, it would be because the Hanjiang guards were not searching seriously and the officers at all levels were negligent in their duties, and it had nothing to do with him, Yuan Mao. Su Jojo was young, and she had not dealt with many of those experienced officials. After hearing Yuan Mao's explanation, she felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. On the other side, Leng Zhuqing, the commander of the Hanjiang Guard, suddenly took 2 steps forward, bowed to Su Jojo who was sitting on the main seat and said, Your Highness, this is only Yuan Mao's one-sided statement, he has no evidence to prove that the strong woman was still in the hotel when he arrived. Leng Zhuqing, what do you mean? Did you, the Hanjiang Guards, reach a deal with those 4 bandits, and are you in a hurry to get yourself out? Leng Zhuqing said coldly, May I ask City Lord Yuan, if you really met that strong woman, would you still rush to come to His Highness and report this news? Hearing this, Yuan Mao panicked. He was anxious to get this done, but ignored this flaw. Only he knew that searching according to the intelligence he provided would definitely yield nothing. Yuan Mao was not in charge of the scene, but he rushed to report the matter to Su Jojo. This was his biggest flaw. Even if he had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain it clearly. Do we have to ask him to say that he doesn't like credit and is willing to give most of the credit to Han Jiangwei? If you say this, even a 3-year-old child would not believe it, let alone for a long time. As an official with real power, he must be thick-skinned. Knowing that he could not clear himself, Yuan Mao knelt down immediately, bowed 3 times to Su Jojo, and said, Your Highness, it's all my fault, I just wanted to share your worries, as long as the 4 bandits are not caught, Your Highness will be in danger, now. Many officials can't stand the pressure from below and dissuade Your Highness from lifting the ban. I am only considering Your Highness's safety and making up this report to stop those officials from talking nonsense. For a long time, Leng Zhuqing, Yuan Mao is so shameless. You obviously wanted to push the blame to Han Jiangwei, but it seems like you are wholeheartedly serving the master. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Su Jojo is just a little young. But she is not a fool. No matter how eloquent Yuan Mao is, he cannot cover up the fact that he is deceiving his superiors and hiding the truth from his subordinates. Thinking of this, Su Jojo gave Leng Zhuqing a look. Leng Zhuqing understood and quickly bowed down and said loudly, Your Highness, I want to impeach Hanjiang City Lord Yuan Mao. In order to cover up his incompetence, he made up a series of lies to deceive Your Highness. This is truly an act of deceiving the emperor. Hanjiang City is a major city in our Xinglua Empire, we cannot let such a person control the lifeline of our Xinglua Empire. Chapter 73. Later, he accidentally met Su Jiawei, who was hiding his identity. Their personalities complemented each other, and they soon became good friends who could talk about anything. After Leng Zhuqing graduated from the external college of Shrek Academy, he followed Su Jiawei to join the Xing Luo Empire. Later, the year Leng Zhuqing broke through to Seoul Doluo. The leader of Hanjiang City passed away. As Su Jiawei's direct descendant, Leng Zhuqing naturally became the leader of Hanjiang Guard and was given the title of Shenyang Marquis. In the military, he competed with the old-fashioned families such as the White Tiger Duke Dai Hao. This is the mind of an emperor. No matter how loyal the White Tiger Duke Dai Hao is to him, and how close the marriage relationship between the royal family and the White Tiger lineage is. For the sake of the status of the Xingguan family, Su Jiawei will never allow the White Tiger Dai family to have only one voice in the army. It can be said that Leng Zhuqing is a knife that helps the royal family suppress the local families. His suggestions have to be carefully considered by Su Jojo. Leng Zhuqing's words reminded her that she could take this opportunity to kick Yuan Mao out and let her own people take over the position. Thinking of this, he didn't say anything for a long time. He just picked up the pen and wrote a transfer order for Yuan Mao. Yuan Mao slowly walked out of the temporary bedroom built for Su Jojo, looked at the transfer order in his hand, and sighed deeply. He also understood that after this matter was exposed, Su Jojo, as the first heir of the Xinglua Empire, would definitely not let it go. Although with his position as a marquis and the strength of a sole doulua, Su Jojo would not kill him no matter how crazy he was, but he was destined not to stay in Hanjiang City. After he graduated from Xinglua Royal College, he was assigned to Hanjiang City, and climbed up step by step to his current position. He still has some special feelings for Hanjiang City. In this way, Yuan Mao returned to his mansion in disgrace, ignored his wife's request, and went straight to the treasure house of his mansion. During his tenure, Yuan Mao accepted a lot of bribes. Just look at the treasure house in his mansion. More than half of the resources in it were obtained through abnormal means. He planned to make a list and hand over 90 of his property to Su Jojo in order to save his life. It is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. It is better to offend a villain than a woman. Su Jojo is the young patriarch of the Xingguan family and also a woman. Girls are vindictive by nature. If the person who replaced Yuan Mao said something he shouldn't have said in front of Su Jojo, giving her a chance to deal with Yuan Mao, his relatively comfortable retirement life would be completely destroyed. It is safer to hand over the illegal gains and make your attitude clear. With this thought in mind, Yuan Mao pushed open the door of the innermost small room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Su Yunhan and 3 others, who were happily eating oranges. The scene was very embarrassing. Yuan Mao had been busy outside for a whole day, always wanting to catch these bandits before Hanjiangwei. To this end, he almost turned Hanjiang City upside down. He was exhausted outside, but in the end, the person he was looking for was in his home. Who could bear this? Su Yunhan had no intention of continuing to argue, and directly revealed his identity to Yuan Mao. My name is Su Yunhan, and I am the husband of the 2 successors of the Sea God Pavilion. Take us to see your master. Chapter 74. Su Yunhan, the successor of Poseidon Pavilion. The 3-eyed white tiger. Yuan Mao's heart suddenly became delighted. If he could bring these 4 people to Su Jojo now, it would be considered a credit. Even if he could not continue to stay in Hanjiang City, at least he would be qualified to negotiate terms with Su Jojo. No matter how much you think about it and how excited you are, you still have to go through the necessary procedures. Yuan Mao said, "You said you are Su Yunhan, do you have any token that can prove your identity?" Su Yunhan expressionlessly took out a deep blue token from his soul guide and threw it over. Yuan Mao took it and looked at it. On the front was engraved a trident of Poseidon. On the back was a bright phoenix, and below the bright phoenix was a big word. Yen. Every titled doulua member of the Poseidon Pavilion has 3 of these tokens. The metal used to make the tokens is not rare, but it is tempered with the water from the Poseidon lake and also contains the soul power of the token owner, so it is impossible to forge it. The status of the Dean of Shrek Academy is equivalent to that of the Emperors of the 3 Empires, and Su Yunhan, who holds Yen Xiaozhe's token, is on par with the crown princes, and princesses of the 3 Empires. After confirming Su Yunhan's identity, Yuan Mao hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Please move on, Master Su, and take a short rest at my house. I will report to His Highness right away." Since this matter involved the interaction between 2 major forces, Yuan Mao did not dare to be careless. He quickly called his wife's personal maid. And after settling Su Yunhan and the other 3, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked out of the city lord's mansion. On the other side, Su Jojo was discussing the affairs of Hanjiang Guard with Leng Zhuqing in the main hall of the palace. Suddenly, a woman in armor walked in, bowed in the direction of Su Jojo and said, "Your Highness, City Lord Yuan wants to see you. He said he has something important to report." "What a big deal." Su Jojo and Leng Zhuqing looked at each other, then Leng Zhuqing hurriedly stood up and was about to walk out tactfully, but Su Jojo called him. "Uncle Leng, don't be in a hurry to leave. Do you want to stay and listen to what big news Yuan Mao has to say?" Su Jojo blinked, looked at Leng Zhuqing and smiled. It was hard not to think too much when Yuan Mao came to visit at this time. As the saying goes, people's hearts are treacherous. If he was unbalanced and started to bite the generals of Hanjiang Guards in this hall, it would be difficult to deal with him. In this world, is there anyone who is perfect? Leng Zhuqing's loyalty to her Xingguan lineage is evident to all. In this case, even if Leng Zhuqing has some personal flaws, Su Jojo can tolerate him. If Leng Zhuqing walked away today, and Yuan Mao really started to make random accusations in this hall, And even said a lot of negative information about Ling Zhuqing. What would she do? Should she symbolically detain these people and carefully identify them, or should she just ignore them and let Ling Zhuqing deal with it on his own? Both of these approaches seem somewhat inappropriate. The best way is to let Ling Zhuqing witness it all. Even if the other party has done something wrong, he can just deal with it behind closed doors for a while. If there are problems with the people below, Ling Zhuqing will deal with them on his own. Ling Zhuqing definitely hoped that he could stay, but he couldn't just agree. After a lot of arguing between the two, Ling Zhuqing finally, reluctantly, agreed and followed a maid into the inner hall. After cleaning up all the traces of Ling Zhuqing's stay, Su Jojo straightened her skirt and ordered the female official guarding outside to bring Yuan Mao in. As soon as Yuan Mao walked into the hall and felt the warm atmosphere inside, he instantly felt something was wrong. There were only women inside and outside the palace, so why was there a certain aura that belonged only to male spirit masters in this hall? Before this, had Su Jojo ever met anyone here? Yuan Mao did not dare to think any further, and hurriedly stepped forward, stood in the center of the hall and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I just returned home and found those 4 people in my treasure house." The male spirit master also claimed to be Su Yunhan, the husband of the 2 successors of the Sea God Pavilion, and he also held the token of Mingfeng Doluo Yen Shaozhe, and wanted to see your Highness. Ah! These words instantly froze Su Jojo's brain. How could there be such an operation? If Yuan Mao had not been dismissed and sent home by chance, he might not be able to find his hiding place even if he searched for another month. It was because Su Yunhan had a strong background. If it were someone else, if they dared to tease her like this for a long time, she would have to send these people to dig mines for several months. Okay, although it was an accident, it can be considered as making up for the mistake in this matter. How about this? You don't have to go to Wulan City to be the city lord, just go to Xingluo Royal Academy to be a senior teacher. As the voice of a long time slowly sounded, Yuan Mao hurriedly bowed 3 times and said loudly, "Thank you, your Highness." Su Jojo waved his hand and said expressionlessly, "Come here, carry my sedan chair and follow City Lord Yuan to the Yuan Mansion to pick up Master Su and his party. Remember, Master Su is a distinguished guest of our Xinglua Empire, you must treat him with courtesy." Just like that, a group of women in armor carried the sedan chair out of the palace, and behind the sedan chair, there was a group of fully armored female guards. As the crown prince of a country, she naturally could not lower her status and go to Yuan Mansion to meet Su Yunhan in person. But the other party was a member of Poseidon Pavilion after all. So she could only push out the sedan chair and armored female guards that symbolized her status and let them pick up Su Yunhan, which was also considered to be giving enough face to Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy. Seeing that the sedan chair could barely accommodate 2 people, Su Yunhan curled his lips, turned to look at Wang Donger beside him and asked, "Donger, do you want to ride in the sedan chair together? With your status as the eldest lady of the Haotian sect, you are qualified to ride." Wang Donger, who was wearing a silver-white palace dress and a phoenix hairpin on her head, seemed a little shy. Before going to Shrek Academy, she had been living in the Haotian sect. Not to mention seeing the travel procession of a princess of a country, even today was the first time she wore a palace dress. In order to avoid embarrassing herself in front of Su Jojo, Lan Yaoyao also taught her some simple court etiquette. This made Su Yunhan speechless. The daughter of the sea god had no experience in the lower world, and she also liked to fight and was a bit willful and capricious. Well, in this respect, she was quite similar to a certain rabbit, a wild girl from the countryside. Looking at the very magnificent sedan chair in front of her, Wang Donger swallowed her saliva. To be honest, she was really moved and really wanted to sit in it and feel what it felt like. Chapter 75. Xiao Donger only felt that her blood pressure was very high. She was also a little princess. Why was there such a big gap between them? When Wang Donger was about to step onto the sedan chair, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, looked at Su Yunhan and said, "Su Yunhan, I will take the sedan chair and you walk." "Miss Wang, are you out of your mind? The princess invited me, Su Yunhan, and I would be giving her no face if I don't ride in the sedan chair. Besides, I do have a cooperation to discuss with the princess." "You want to ride in the sedan chair alone? That's fine, then we'll go back to Shrek City. And you can deal with Princess Jojo by yourself." After saying that, Su Yunhan turned around and was about to leave. Wang Donger gritted her teeth, grabbed his wrist and stepped onto the sedan chair. Tang San and the 2 beasts could never have imagined that their daughter-niece would sell herself out just because she wanted to ride in a sedan chair, and live in the same room with Su Yunhan, a Poseidon level. The space on the sedan chair was not particularly spacious, and the 2 of them could only sit on it without being crowded. Although the armored female guards carrying the sedan chair were very professional, It was inevitable that there would be some minor bumps during the journey. It was during this bump that Su Yunhan's little hand, which had nowhere to put, unconsciously rested on Xiao Donger's shoulder. Get out of the way. Wang Donger pushed Su Yunhan's big hand away with a look of disgust, then she slumped down in the seat and slowly closed her eyes. That little expression showed how much she was enjoying it. Snapped. There was another bump, and this time, Su Yunhan's hand unconsciously fell on Wang Donger's thigh wearing white stockings. Su Yunhan, did you do this on purpose? Wang Donger glared at Su Yunhan fiercely, then kicked off her high heels, leaned against the wall, and kicked Su Yunhan's face with her size 38 feet wrapped in white stockings. Just like that, bursts of fighting sounds came from the sedan chair, and the whole sedan chair was shaking like a lantern. If someone who didn't know the situation watched from a distance, they would think that there were two people inside. When the night ladies who were guarding nearby saw this scene, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. This Su Yunhan really was as weird as the rumors said. Soon, the group arrived outside Su Jiujiu's bedroom, and Su Yunhan took Wang Donger's arm and walked down from the sedan chair. After a period of friendly exchange, Wang Donger was no longer so disgusted with the physical interaction between the two. According to Su Yunhan's words, the relationship between the two of them can be considered brothers. Right? Isn't it normal for brothers to be so close to each other? Su Yunhan himself didn't believe what he said, but Wang Donger believed it. Wow, I never thought that this little Donger would be so easy to deceive. Under the guidance of a group of knights, Su Yunhan led the three women into the hall. After exchanging greetings with Su Jiujiu, everyone sat down and began to flatter each other. After some flattery, Su Yunhan finally made his intention clear. Princess Jiujiu, I want to do business with the Xinglua Empire in my own name. I wonder if your highness will give me a favor. With Su Yunhan's status, the business he could bring up in front of a princess of a country must be of great importance. Jiujiu also became interested and quickly said. Tell me about it. I wonder if your highness princess is interested in purchasing a batch of flying soul guides from me. Don't worry, the quality is absolutely good, they were made by my wife Xiao Ninger herself. The level of flying soul guides is not too high, barely ranked at level 7, but the difficulty of making is higher than many level 8 soul guides. This is no wonder. Except for flying martial spirits, the rest of the people who want to fly must break through to the title Doulua here according to the setting of Do-E, so you can imagine the importance of flying soul guides. There were only a few families in the Sea God Pavilion, and the demand for flying soul guides was not very high. After squeezing those families to the point of exhaustion, Su Yunhan and Xiao Ninger set their sights on the three major empires. Again, the decline of the three empires will not disappear because of some soul guides. Even if the 9th level fixed type soul guide cannons are sent to the gates of the palaces of the three empires, it will be of no avail. In this situation, you should take advantage of this opportunity to make more money. Money is essential if you want to expand your power in the future. After hearing what Su Yunhan said, Su Jiujiu swallowed her saliva. To be honest, she was really moved. The practicality of the flying soul guide was too high. If she bought it from Su Yunhan, whether it was used in the army or sold at a high price to the nobles of the Xinglua Empire, her small treasury would be enriched a lot. After thinking for a while, Su Jiujiu slowly raised his head, looked at Su Yunhan and said, Mr. Su, how many flying soul guides can you provide for me? Su Yunhan said, the first batch, let's start with 50 pieces. We don't have more in stock for the time being. The price of a flying soul guide on the black market is 1 million gold soul coins. If we cooperate for a long time, I will give you a 10 discount. Of course, I don't want gold soul coins. I want you, the Xinglua Empire, to help me collect high-level soul guide materials, rare ores, rare metals, and soul bones. You can trade with me with the above-mentioned equivalent resources. This request should not be too much for your Xinglua Empire. Right? Too much. For a country like the Douling Empire, which has a small land area and a decentralized imperial power, it is indeed a bit too much. But for the Xinglua Empire, which has the largest land area among the 4 empires and has a relatively centralized imperial power, it is not a problem to exchange resources for things. However, Su Yunhan's words did shock Su Jiujiu. 50 flying soul guides. And that's just the first batch. She thought Su Yunhan could only produce 20. On the one hand, Su Jiujiu was impressed by Su Yunhan's unique vision. At this time, she, the Xinglua royal family, and even the entire Xinglua Empire could not refuse such a deal with her. On the other hand, Su Jiujiu was also impressed by Xiao Ninger's powerful soul guidance technology. A 17-year-old soul emperor and a 7th level soul guide, her future, is destined to be extraordinary. Su Jojo even thought of using the resources of the Xingluo royal family to train Zhao Ning'er. Even if she would not join the Xingluo Empire. Letting her serve as a guest official and cooperate with the royal family to continuously supply various soul guides to the Xingluo Empire would be a sure win. Chapter 76. For a moment, the look in Su Jojo's eyes when he looked at Su Yunhan was a little different. Although Su Yunhan likes to be stared at by beautiful young ladies, this kind of scene, well, seems a little inappropriate. In this hall, in addition to the four of them, there are some maids serving beside them. He can't let Su Jojo lose face in front of her own subordinates. Su Yunhan said with a smile, "Your Highness, is there something on my face?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jojo finally woke up from her deep thoughts. In order to cover up her embarrassment, she quickly said, "It's because Mr. Su is too handsome. I have seen many handsome men since I was a child, but you are the first man whose appearance makes me feel inferior." Su Jojo was worthy of being the girl who was trained as the crown prince. She spoke very beautifully and there was nothing unnatural in her expression, which made Su Yunhan admire her very much. It's a pity that she was born in the wrong era. If she was born a few hundred years earlier, she could have become a ruler who could maintain the status quo. Although both sides got what they wanted in this transaction, overall, Xingluo Empire still made a profit. After receiving such a great favor, it would be a shame for Su Jojo to not express her gratitude. She immediately decided to set up a sumptuous banquet in her bedroom to entertain Su Yunhan and the other three. At the banquet, the 5 people clinked glasses, drank non-alcoholic alcohol, ate sumptuous dishes, and talked about interesting things that happened on the mainland. The atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, Su Jojo suddenly said, "Mr. Su, I know it's not appropriate to say this at a banquet, but since it concerns the inheritance of our Xingluo Empire, a princess of the royal family who is not the crown prince in name but has the power to be the crown prince, have to ask you one more question. Do you have any connection with our Xingluo Empire?" Since the Xingguan family came to power, the 3 major families of Su, Dai, and Zhu have intermarried for generations. The wife of the White Tiger Duke Dai Hao is the sister of the Xingluo Emperor Su Jiawei. And many women from the netherworld Zhu family have entered the palace. The relationship between the 3 major families is complicated. Moreover, the White Tiger Dukes of all generations are very romantic. It is normal for the Xingguan, White Tiger, and even netherworld spirit cat spirits to appear among the people. This is why Su Jojo is eager to know Su Yunhan's life experience. If it were someone else, Su Yunhan would not have paid any attention. But Su Jojo was his financial sponsor after all, so he gave her face and gave her an ambiguous answer. "It's possible that there is a connection. During the Shrek Academy freshman assessment, I fought with Dai Huabin, the second son of the White Tiger Duke. When the spirit possessed me, I felt a strange feeling. It's not known whether it was the resonance between the spirits or the induction of blood. My biological father is a body spirit, and my mother is a food spirit. As for my grandparents, I have never seen them once." Su Yunhan did not admit that he had the blood of the White Tiger Dai family, but he did not deny it either. His main goal was to smooth things over. This made Su Jojo feel a little uncomfortable. If Su Yunhan admitted that he had the blood of the Dai family, she could let her royal brother take advantage of the situation and make Su Yunhan the king, and make Zhao Ning'er, Ma Xiaotao, and Zhang Lishuan the princesses, and no one would be able to find fault with it. In this world, many relationships can be bought with money. If they cannot be bought, it can only be said that there is not enough money. The same thing happened to Su Yunhan. He did not deny that he had the blood of the White Tiger Dai family, but gave this ambiguous answer. In other words, as long as the benefits were enough, he could admit that he had the blood of the White Tiger Dai family and had a connection with the Xingluo Empire. However, what kind of price would be necessary to impress Su Yunhan? He seems to only have more women, right? At this moment, Su Yunhan suddenly broke the silence. Princess, how do you trade the Flying Soul Guide? Do you go to Shrek City to get it, or wait until the Soul Master competition and I will bring it to you?" Su Jojo frowned slightly and said, "Well, then please bring the Flying Soul Guide with you when you participate in the Soul Master competition. It just so happens that our Xingluo Empire still needs to spend some time to prepare the corresponding resources for Master Su. Oh, by the way, I wonder if you have any practical and highly lethal soul guides. I would like to purchase a batch and use them on the border." A high lethality soul guide? Su Yunhan stopped using his chopsticks, thought for a while, then looked up at Su Jojo and said, "Ning'er did make a level 5 soul guide cannon. Its advantages are obvious. It has strong lethality and a wide explosion range. But it also has many disadvantages. It is shoulder-mounted, the barrel is heavy, and the recoil is large. It is difficult for ordinary auxiliary soul masters to control it. Su Jojo shook his head and said, these are not shortcomings. Whether it is siege or outdoor encounters, pure auxiliary spirit masters have no chance to go to the battlefield. Strength spirit masters generally lack long-range spirit skills. And high lethality spirit guide cannons can make up for their shortcomings. Su Yunhan asked, Your Highness, let's find a place to test the power of the Soul Guide Cannon. I don't know if the Sun Moon Empire has this Soul Guide Cannon, but it definitely doesn't exist in the original DOURO continent. I'm sure that after seeing its power, you will definitely like it. Su Jojo nodded and hurriedly gathered a team of knight ladies. With them leading the way, the 5 of them walked to a training ground in Hanjiang City. If converted into blue stars measurement units, it would be almost 11 o'clock in the evening. The sky had already turned completely dark. But the parade ground was brightly lit. The knight ladies held lanterns in their hands, illuminating every corner of the parade ground. The effective range is 200 meters, consider the distance when setting the target. As soon as Su Yunhan finished speaking, several knight ladies came over carrying 4 death row prisoners bound by soul-binding chains and put them down about 150 meters away from him. Su Yunhan picked up the launch tube and loaded a slightly heavy shell into it. That's right, the shape of this soul guide cannon is quite similar to the appearance of RPG-22. When Su Yunhan first saw it, he thought it was another time traveler. After taking aim, Su Yunhan mobilized his soul power to activate the soul guide formation on the launch tube. Everyone only heard a bang, and a soul-guided shell landed accurately in the center of the 4 death row prisoners. Soon, the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, and the 4 death row prisoners had been blown into powder, leaving a deep pit with a diameter of nearly 8 meters on the ground. Chapter 77. Snapped. 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 Su Jojo, dressed in a long palace dress, walked towards them slowly. During this time, her delicate hands were clapping all the time. She only stopped when she came in front of Su Yunhan. If there is an encounter, this type of soul guide cannon is much stronger than the soul guide ray cannon. The main reason is that it has a large range, strong enough suppression, and is portable. With the soul guide technology of the 3 empires, where can you find such a practical soul guide? Su Jojo took the launch tube on Su Yunhan's shoulder with curiosity, weighed it carefully, and found that it was indeed a little heavy. It would seem that it would be a bit difficult for an ordinary power-type soul master to use it. But it doesn't matter anymore. Su Jojo returned the launch tube to Su Yunhan reluctantly. When handing it over, their fingertips accidentally touched. Then, Su Jojo's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. While Su Yunhan and the other 3 were still not reacting, Su Jojo hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I was busy for too long last night and didn't get enough rest. Now I'm too tired to entertain you in person. I'll have my maids arrange accommodation for you and prepare some new food for you. After saying that, he disappeared from the sight of Su Yunhan and the other 3 in a flash, waving his sleeves, leaving without a single cloud behind. Baffling. Su Yunhan, Xiao Xiao, and Wang Dong'er all frowned, wondering what was wrong with this Princess Jojo. She was clapping at first, but then she said she was not feeling well and had to go back to rest. It seemed like she was fooling them. On the other hand, Lan Yaoyao pinched her cheeks, looking at the figure that was receding for a long time, and a barely perceptible smile suddenly appeared on her face. Led by several knight ladies, Su Yunhan and his 3 companions stopped in front of a large house. According to the ladies' explanation, this large house was where Su Jojo lived before the temporary palace was built. The facilities in the mansion were fully equipped, and the environment was not much inferior to Su Jojo's temporary palace. They said that Su Jojo was here on a mission to work with Henjiangwei to straighten out the defenses in the northern part of the Xinglua Empire, to keep those evil soul masters who were robbing and pillaging in check, and to prepare for the upcoming Soul Master competition. After all, the Soul Master competition only takes place once every 20 years in the Star Luo Empire. During the Soul Master competition, officials at all levels in the Star Luo Empire's court and low-level vendors can all make money. Everyone is eager to make the Soul Master competition a great success in their own little piece of land, so that those evil Soul Masters won't come to disrupt the situation. This is why Su Jojo, although a member of the Xinglua royal team, did not stay in Xinglua City to train with his teammates, but instead came to the northern frontier. It was still early, so the girls were not in a hurry, especially Wang Dong'er. She was unusually excited today. After making her bed, she took her 2 sisters to Su Yunhan's room to play poker. Sister Yao Yao, what does Princess Jojo mean? She ran away in such a hurry, is she going to do something bad? Lan Yao Yao smiled and said, Xiao Dong'er, have you ever had a crush on other boys? Secretly in love? Xiao Dong'er said unhappily. I am the eldest daughter of the Hautian sect, those who want to pursue me can line up from Shrek City to Mingdu, I am only worthy of others' secret love for me, how can anyone be worthy of my secret love? Hearing this, Lan Yaoyao smiled slightly, looked at the three people in front of her and said meaningfully. When I was little, I heard other older sisters say that if you can meet the person you secretly love face to face, that kind of feeling will appear when you make contact. That feeling? Xiao Xiao understood instantly. Her big watery eyes subconsciously glanced at Su Yunhan and her face instantly turned red. Looking at Xiao Xiao's red cheeks, Wang Donger, who was as pure as white paper, scratched her head and looked at Lan Yaoyao with a puzzled look, as if asking what the other party meant by what she had just said. Yaoyao, are you saying, that princess is secretly in love with me? And she is so happy in front of everyone? How is this possible? It's not impossible, Lan Yaoyao said expressionlessly. Don't forget why I want to follow you, Princess Jojo is probably the same. As far as I know, the Xingguan Su family is in a period of transition at this stage. You, Su Yunhan, are destined to be among the targets that Princess Jojo wants to win over. Hearing this, Wang Donger's face flushed. Although she didn't have a good friend to teach her about that. At the age of 12, she had obtained 3 spirit rings and had grown up completely. She had secretly been self-sufficient when she had nothing to do, so she didn't understand anything at all. Wang Donger pouted, grasped the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, looked at Su Yunhan with resentment, walked out of the room, and no one knew what she was going to do. At this moment, Lan Yaoyao leaned over to Su Yunhan's ear and whispered, Yunhan, I think that little girl is quite naive and doesn't fully understand that kind of thing, why don't you take this opportunity to take her down? Forget it, Su Yunhan shook his head, hurriedly got up and took off his boots, then collapsed on the bed and did not move, as if he did not want to continue discussing this issue. He didn't mind eating Wang Donger, but he couldn't eat her now. Tang San, the double-standard God King, was not a good guy. Before he had the ability to fight him, he should not do anything to attract his attention. Su Yunhan didn't want to face those two licking beasts in advance. His relationship with Wang Donger was already good, so there was no need to go further. Although Su Jojo felt something, it was not as strong as Lan Yaoyao said. With her strong willpower, she quickly suppressed her anger, and did not make a fool of herself in front of her guards. However, this experience made her face her own heart and she realized that she did have feelings for Su Yunhan. Thinking of this, she no longer cared about the time and directly took out the emergency voice transmission soul guide and made a call to Xinglua City. On the other side, Xinglua Emperor Su Joe spent a lot of energy and was about to go to bed with the queen when the sound transmission soul guide he threw on the ground suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Su Joe did not hesitate at all. And hurriedly pushed the queen away, without even having time to put on his clothes, and walked into another room with the sound transmission soul guide. Chapter 78. Soon, the voice transmission soul guide was connected, and Su Jojo's beautiful face appeared in front of Su Joe. Su Jojo hurriedly said, Brother Huang, there is something I want to report to you. Su Jojo did not hide anything and told Su Joe about her transaction with Su Yunhan, as well as some of her own thoughts. Su Joe frowned and said, Royal sister, I don't recommend you approach Su Yunhan privately right now. He has a lot of women, but we don't know his true thoughts. You are the future monarch of the Xinglua Empire. And it's okay for your future husband to have a lot of women, but your identities must be absolutely clear and cannot be ambiguous. Brother Huang, what should we do? Should we just use resources to attack him? Su Joe shook his head and said, paying for bribery is a bad idea. Loyalty that can be bought with money is worthless, you are right. People like Su Yunhan cannot be won over by conventional methods. The best way is to let his biological son or daughter sit on the throne of the Xinglua Empire. Isn't he going to follow the Shrek team to our Xinglua city to participate in the Soul Master competition? How about this, I will make arrangements in advance and let your niece Xiaoyun go to help you sound out the situation. Even if Su Yunhan's performance is not satisfactory, our Xinglua Empire will not lose anything. Su Jojo said with a disappointed look on his face, if Su Yunhan really performs poorly, then Xiaoyun's life will be ruined. Su Joe said expressionlessly, Royal sister, don't think about that, I also want to marry Xiaoyun to the Duke of White Tiger's mansion, she has no right to choose. The imperial family is the most ruthless. How could an old father dislike his youngest daughter? Moreover, Su Yun is the only star-crowned martial spirit of the younger generation of the Xinglua royal family. It is even more impossible for Su Joe to dislike him. It's just that, Su Joe couldn't help it. He was first the emperor of Xinglua Emperor, the patriarch of the Xingguan Su family, and then Su Yun's father. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Since you are a princess, if your cultivation and skills are not outstanding, you should not complain if you are arranged to marry into other families. The next morning, Su Yunhan no longer had the desire to continue wandering around Hanjiang City. After saying goodbye to Su Jojo with the three women, he left Hanjiang City. Wang Donger, who had changed back into her normal girlish attire, said excitedly, "Yunhan, where are we going to go next?" Su Yunhan said helplessly, "Play, you only know how to play, school will start in 2 days, don't you go back to prepare for the upcoming upgrade assessment." Tisk. Wang Donger curled her lips and said with a relaxed look, "I have already broken through to Soul Master, how many students in the entire first grade have broken through to level 30? Even if I don't prepare, no one can snatch the quota of the core disciple of the outer courtyard from me." "Ah, that's what I said, but how come you, Wang Donger, can't even tell the difference between the eyebrows and eyes?" Time is so tight, Su Yunhan has to go back to Shrek City anyway to inform Zhao Ninger of Su Jiuzhou's order. Su Yunhan didn't pay any more attention to Wang Donger. It was too tiring to talk to such a playful and ignorant young lady. If she wasn't the daughter of the great god King Tang, Su Yunhan would have eaten her up and asked her to kneel down and call him daddy. Just like that, Su Yunhan and his party returned to Shrek City. After sending Wang Donger back to the dormitory, the three of them returned to the Su mansion chatting and laughing. In the courtyard, Ma Xiaotao, Zhang Lishuan, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng sat around a stone table playing flying chess. Jiang Yun and Jiang Nan, mother and daughter, sat on a small bench picking vegetables, apparently preparing for lunch. Ling Luochen sat aside and silently carved the soul guide array in her hand. No matter what Ma Xiaotao and the others said or did, she had a cold face the whole time and didn't care about other matters at all. Su Yunhan hurried forward and asked, "Xiaotao, where is Ninger?" Ma Xiaotao said expressionlessly, "Sister Ninger, it seems that she went to the Soul Guidance Hall, look, she's back." As soon as Ma Xiaotao finished speaking, Zhao Ninger, who was wearing an ice blue dress, walked over, took Su Yunhan's hand, and sneered, "Master Su, did you bring back a few more sisters for us this time when you went out?" After saying that, Zhao Ninger slapped Su Yunhan's hand hard on the back. "Ninger, what are you talking about? I'm here to do some serious business. Here, this is the list of transactions with Princess Jojo, please check it." As he spoke, Su Yunhan took out a list from his soul guide and placed it in Zhao Ninger's hand. Zhao Ninger picked up the list and read it quickly. The soul guides listed on the list were almost the same as those provided by Su Jojo. So there was no big problem. It was just that, why did Su Jojo provide so many priceless ores? Some soul guide materials were not easy to obtain even in the Sea God Pavilion. Theoretically, there was nothing wrong with Su Jojo's series of actions. The Sea God Pavilion itself was the Emperor of the three empires, and it was normal for Su Jojo and the Xingluo royal family behind him to want to please Su Yunhan. But as a woman with a husband, she always felt that there was something wrong. Su Yun Han. Tell me the truth, have you and Princess Jojo secretly agreed to spend their lives together? Privately decide on your life. What is this? Ninger, who did you learn this suspicious habit from? Su Jojo is a princess of a country. Although she is not the crown prince in name, she is the crown prince in reality. How could she possibly fall in love with me, the Sea King? That's hard to say, Zhang Lishuan said with a smile. If I were Su Jojo, I would find a way to make you, Su Yunhan, recognize your identity as the descendant of the evil-eyed White Tiger lineage, and on that basis, canonize you as the Duke of the Xingluo Empire, or even, the White Tiger King. Of course, due to your special status, it is not easy to get you to accept this position, but there are ways. The best way, is to let your child with Su Jojo sit on the throne of the Xingluo Empire. Su Yunhan. Zhao Ninger, Ma Xiaotao, Is there actually such a thing? The women looked at Su Yunhan with different eyes in an instant. During this period, whether it was the Xingluo Empire, the Tianhan Empire, or the Douling Empire, the royal families of the three empires were in a state of lack of successors. The Tianhan Empire had Vina, the Xingluo Empire had Jojo, and the Douling Empire, well, it seemed that there was not even a royal princess with decent cultivation talent. Chapter 79. According to Zhang Lishuan, in the future, Su Yunhan would not need to integrate the armies of the three empires as the Dean of Shrek Academy to fight against the Sun Moon Empire. He could directly marry the princesses of the three families, and his descendants would sit on the throne. The Sea God Pavilion would then become the true emperor of the three empires. It's just a thought, but it will never happen in reality. Su Yunhan is a white tiger spirit, and has a connection with the Xingluo Empire. It's normal for him to be favored by Su Jojo and accepted by the Xingluo Empire. In this DOURO world that values bloodline, neither the Snow Lotus family of the Tianhan Empire nor the Swan family of the Doling Empire will tolerate an outsider to serve as their patriarch. The martial soul is the inheritance, and the bloodline is just a byproduct. After a moment of silence, Lan Yaoyao slowly said, "Okay, everyone, stop dwelling on this matter, let's hear what Yunhan thinks." As she spoke, Lan Yaoyao set her gaze on Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan. You are just looking for fun and enjoying the excitement. Su Yunhan pondered and said, "Actually, I don't know what to do. The Sea God Pavilion is a collective, and all major issues should be decided through the Sea God Pavilion meeting. When it comes to the internal affairs of the Xinglua Empire, I, a member of the Sea God Pavilion with little influence, dare not make a decision on my own." Su Yunhan was very smart. He didn't say too much and left himself enough room to maneuver. Others couldn't find any fault even if they wanted to. How could Ma Xiaotao, Zhang Lishuan and Zhao Ning'er not realize that Su Yunhan was using the Poseidon Pavilion as an excuse to evade this question? That's a princess, a princess. She is definitely more dignified and well-educated than any other girl present. Even Ning Tian, the former young master of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect, is probably not even half as good as Su Jiujiu in terms of temperament. Everyone loves beauty. Although Su Yunhan's concubines despised his behavior, they didn't hate him too much. I heard from their sisters that many men can't even satisfy one girl. Why should they dislike Su Yunhan, who can fight 8 men at once? Just like that, Zhao Ning'er took the vegetables that Jiang Yun and Jiang Nannan had picked and went into the house to cook. The rest of the people, well. Those who were supposed to play chess played chess, and those who were supposed to carve formations carved formations, as if what had just happened had not happened at all. Soon, a table full of delicious food was brought up by Zhao Ning'er. While they were eating happily, Ma Xiaotao, who was sitting next to Su Yunhan, suddenly said, "Sister Ning'er, I remember that you have broken through to level 70 for almost half a month. Why haven't you gone to hunt for spirit rings for such a long time? Do you want me to find the teacher and the mistress and ask them to take you to hunt for the 7th spirit ring?" Zhao Ning'er smiled and said, "There's no rush, I'm about to break through to the 8th level soul guide, I'll go hunt for soul rings after I make a complete 8th level soul guide." Ah. It's been less than half a month and Zhao Ning'er is about to break through to the 8th level soul engineer. This is too fast. Even in the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire, it is unique. Everyone in the Sea God Pavilion generally believe that Zhao Ning'er's powerful soul mentor talent should not be innate. It is very likely that she obtained the inheritance of a 9th level soul mentor somewhere at some time. Of course, this conjecture is limited to the upper echelons of the Sea God Pavilion, and the people below are unaware of it. It's just that. With Su Yunhan's relationship, the elders of the Sea God Pavilion have already tacitly accepted that Zhao Ning'er is a member of the Sea God Pavilion. They don't have any younger generations who are learning soul guidance technology, so what's the point of digging into the matter? 8th level soul guide? Ma Xiaotao rubbed her hands together, pursed her lips, and looked at Zhao Ning'er with a flattering expression and said, "Sister Ning'er, you see, I'm about to break through to level 70, when you break through to level 8 soul guide, can you make a close combat soul guide for me to play with?" An 8th level melee soul guide, Zhao Ning'er frowned slightly and said, "If you want to truly be able to exert the strength of a soul doulua with the cultivation of a soul saint, you don't need to bother with the raw materials for making a melee soul guide. It would be even better if you could get a piece of 10,000-year soul bone of decent quality." Ma Xiaotao said, "The raw materials for making soul guides are not a problem, I just want to ask Sister Ning'er, no matter what the attributes of a melee soul guide, can Sister Ning'er make it?" Zhao Ning'er pondered, 2 unconventional attributes probably won't work, take the space attribute for example, not to mention me, even the chief soul guide of the Sun Moon Empire may not be able to make it. Ma Xiaotao smiled and said, "I don't need a very strong attribute either. Please help me make a poisonous melee soul guide. It would be best if it was extremely poisonous, the kind that even a soul doulua would have to pay the price for if it got infected." Zhao Ning'er, Your request is too high, isn't it? Actually, it's not impossible for her to make a melee soul guide that can shock the surrounding space. Zhao Ning'er expressionlessly took out a snow-white flute from the storage soul guide and placed it in front of Ma Xiaotao. "Zhao Ning'er, what do you mean? You gave me a flute because you think I'm not ladylike enough." Zhao Ning'er said calmly, "A girl who fights all day long needs a melee soul guide with poison attributes. How can that be? This flute is also a 7th level soul guide, called the Snow Jade Ice Emperor flute, which can transform the soul master's energy into mental attacks to fight the enemy. That's just right. You can take the Snow Jade Ice Emperor flute as an instrument and find a teacher to learn. The Snow Jade Ice Emperor flute can not only give you some more means to fight against the enemy, But also make you restrain your temper and be more ladylike. What's wrong with that? A spiritual attack type soul guide? Unexpected, what a surprise. Ma Xiaotao looked carefully at the snow jade ice emperor flute in her hand, and couldn't help but put it to her lips and played it softly. That sound, well, it's simply mental pollution, much worse than the sound of stepping on a chicken's neck. Finally, Zhang Lishuan couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly grabbed Ma Xiaotao's wrist and said loudly, "Xiaotao, you should find a teacher to learn how to play the flute first, and don't embarrass yourself here. If you keep playing, it won't be long before we become widows." Ma Xiaotao followed Zhang Lishuan's gaze and saw Su Yunhan covering his ears and staring at her with a ferocious expression. Ma Xiaotao smiled slightly and quickly put the snow jade ice emperor flute into the soul guide. Chapter 80. Soon, the table full of delicious food was eaten up by everyone. Jiang Yun and Jiang Nan Nan, mother and daughter, helped Xiao Ninger to clear the dishes and chopsticks. Ma Xiaotao took the snow jade ice emperor flute in her hand and played with it, then walked out of the Su mansion. Just after walking out of the mansion, Ma Xiaotao suddenly turned around and walked back, sat down next to Su Yunhan angrily, grabbed Su Yunhan's small hand and groped in her arms. Su Yunhan suddenly thought of something, and quickly set his eyes on Lan Yaoyao, asking, "Yaoyao, have you understood the sword intent?" Sword intention? Lan Yaoyao shook her head and said, "According to the ancient records of our Liang sword lineage, from the moment our ancestors settled in Yangtian City, only 2 members of our clan have comprehended the sword intention. And the specific method of comprehending the sword intention has not been passed down. Even so, we still have a certain understanding of the concept of sword intent. The potential of the body spirit is stronger than the beast spirit and weapon spirit. It's not that the training difficulty of the body spirit is low, but it is a part of the soul master and the spirit are closely related. This is also the reason why the body spirit is easier to awaken a second time or even a third time compared to other spirits. And the sword intent is equivalent to the second awakening of the sword-type martial soul. If you want your martial soul to awaken a second time, you must improve your control over your martial soul. I have been learning various sword techniques from my elders since I was 4 years old, until now, I still haven't reached the realm of sword intent." Hearing this, Su Yunhan frowned and said, "Yaoyao, I always feel that your method of understanding the sword intent is wrong. It is better to improve your sword speed than to blindly practice various moves. If you can achieve 1,000 swords into one, or even 10,000 swords into one. Apart from anything else, with this achievement, you will definitely be able to suppress an era as a weapon spirit master." Hearing this, Lan Yaoyao slowly closed her eyes, constantly pondering what Su Yunhan had just said. Yes, if one can truly achieve the unity of 10,000 swords, not to mention the realm of sword intent, even the legendary realm of sword soul is not out of reach. 2 days passed quickly, and the East Gate area of Shrek City was bustling with people. The New Year's enrollment had begun. Led by their homeroom teachers Wang Yan and Zhou Yi, all the students in Class 1, Grade 2, dressed in yellow school uniforms, came to the beast fighting area of Shrek Academy in an orderly manner. The so-called beast fighting area is actually the artificial soul hunting forest of Shrek Academy. The beast fighting area is also open to students at ordinary times. And they can improve their actual combat ability by fighting with powerful soul beasts. Of course, all of this costs money. In addition, another function of the beast fighting area is to conduct upgrade assessments for students from other colleges. After the 4th grade, each class will have at least 1 beast fighting course per week, and the results of each course will be counted towards the students' upgrade assessment results. Today, all the second-year students are taking the assessment on this day. More than 400 students are queuing up to receive the forms. Each person has 1 such form for each academic year, which will record the results of the upgrade assessment and will be included in the student's personal file. In the original novel, the early plot clearly intended to list Dai Huabin as a villain, and the friction between Hu Yuhao and Dai Huabin has never stopped. But now, due to the appearance of Su Yunhan, the two of them not only did not confront each other, but when they were collecting the forms, Hu Yuhao, Dai Huabin, Xia Huanyue and others even stood together, talking and laughing with each other. If Su Yunhan had not seen it with his own eyes, he really would not have believed it. However, with the precedent in the original story, Su Yunhan would not be surprised by any extraordinary actions taken by Hu Yuhao. Ma Xiaotao said that Beibei's reserve team had been formed. In addition to Hu Yuhao, Tang and Beibei's Tang sect trio, the remaining 4 were, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Xia Huanyue, and a girl named Tang Mengxi. Well, 4 men and 3 women, the standard lineup of the Shrek 7 devils throughout the generations. Soon, the students received their respective forms, and each class stood in a row from front to back according to their cultivation ranking, silently looking in the direction of the platform. At this moment, the voice of the Dean of Studies DOURO suddenly rang out from the podium. Now, I declare that the upgrade assessment has officially begun. Class 1 of Grade 2 will send out students first, followed by Class 2. As the monitor of Class 1, Yunhan naturally walked into the beast fighting area. After handing the form to the judges, before they could say anything, Yunhan took the lead and said, "I choose a 400-year-old soul beast, of medium quality." As he spoke, a shadow of a three-eyed white tiger appeared behind Yunhan, with 4 yellow, purple and black soul rings swirling around him. 10,000 years, the 4th ring. Seeing this scene, the referees standing on the podium looked at each other in surprise. They didn't think Yunhan couldn't complete the challenge, but they thought Yunhan's goal was a bit too low. Letting a 10,000-year-old 4th ring soul master fight a 400-year-old soul beast, what's the difference between this and using a butcher knife to kill a chicken? People often say that young people are frivolous, but this rule does not apply to Yunhan. What young person doesn't like to show off? The judges exchanged glances in front of all the second-year students. After an unknown amount of time, everyone's eyes fell on Yunhan, and a wicked smile appeared on their faces. At this moment, a judge suddenly shouted, "We will select a 400-year-old soul beast to test you, are you ready?" Yunhan nodded. The test begins, the referee gestured to the distance, and a huge iron gate slowly opened. At the end of the passage, there were sounds of running wildly, and 2 bright green lights gradually grew larger. Meow. A loud cat cry suddenly sounded, and Yunhan only felt a cool breeze passing across his left shoulder. He subconsciously touched it with his hand, and a burning pain instantly surged into his heart. While Yunhan was using his mental power to observe the location of the soul beast, he also produced an orange, squeezed it hard, and dripped all the orange juice onto the wound. From Yunhan's perspective, a big cat was floating in front of him, so fast that an afterimage appeared. At this moment, even wanting to touch the cat became a luxury. Yunhan was not in a good mood. This group of old immortals were obviously targeting him. Even if a soul king with standard configuration came to fight against this level of speed-type soul beast, it would be difficult to catch the opponent's trace and make some effective attacks, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 81. It was called goggles, but it was more like a mask. The whole mask fit tightly on Yunhan's face, forming a protective layer. And over the eyes, there were 2 pieces of azure-colored glass. This is also a 6th-level soul guide. In addition to protecting the face, it also has the effect of enhancing vision. After wearing it, Yunhan felt that his eyes were much clearer. Even though he was far away, he could detect DOURO's slightly nervous expression on the platform, and even a drop of sweat slowly falling on DOURO's face could be seen clearly. I don't know who Zhao Ninger learned from, but he can always make such strange soul guides, and they are all very practical. With the help of the 6th-level soul guide, Eye of the Falcon, Yunhan finally saw the full appearance of the soul beast. It was a netherworld shadow cat about 410 years old. Meow. A cat over 1 meter long waved a pair of cute cat claws and attacked Yunhan. Yunhan, who had already known the cat's movement, hit the cat's abdomen with a pair of tiger fists just before the cat's claws touched his shoulders. The whole cat fell backwards like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this scene, the judges on the platform looked at each other in bewilderment. If they had known that Yunhan had this type of soul guide, they would have gotten him a tank soul beast with extremely high defense. Student Yunhan passed the upgrade assessment and was successfully promoted to the 2nd grade, and retained his status as a core disciple of the outer courtyard. As soon as DOURO finished speaking, Yunhan walked out of the fighting arena with an expressionless face and returned to the queue of Class 1, Grade 2. Old Dai, how about we compete to see who gets the higher score in the upgrade assessment? Whoever loses will have to wash the winner's clothes for a month, and the clothes cannot be passed on to others. What? Make a bet with me. This Huiyuhao, isn't he a fool? He is now a level 36 soul master. And the soul power of the 2 differs by more than 10 levels. The upgrade assessment of Shrek Academy does not consider the cultivation of students at all. The scoring standard is the same for all students, so there is no comparison between the 2 of them. Dai Huabin said with a strange expression, "Yuhao, are you sure you want to make this bet with me?" Huiyuhao said unhappily, "Why, you don't dare." "I dare, why not? I, a soul master, have no reason to be afraid of a great soul master who has just broken through the 2nd ring. But, there is one thing I want to tell you in advance, don't try to do anything weird while washing clothes, otherwise, I won't forgive you, even if Bebe supports you." As the 2nd son of the White Tiger Duke, Dai Huabin still had some sense of crisis. Although he didn't understand the reason, he could see that Huiyuhao was somewhat hostile to him. It seems like he has never offended Huiyuhao, right? If you insist, Xingula counts as one time. But, that time was consensual, and he even paid for Huiyuhao's ticket. There's no need to be so picky about such a small matter, right? And many more. Dai Huabin frowned, as if he suddenly thought of something. Huiyuhao, oh no, he always felt that he had heard the name Yuhao somewhere a long time ago. Where exactly was it? Just as Dai Huabin was thinking. Huiyuhao, the second student from grade 2 class 1, walked into the Colosseum. Huiyuhao said in a deep voice. Teacher, I choose a 100-year-old soul beast. 100 years? Are you sure? The examiner was a little surprised. This seemingly inconspicuous male student in front of him was actually a tough guy with the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. During the freshman assessment, he had killed countless powerful attacking spirit masters alone. A spirit beast that had just passed 100 years was far from his limit. Huiyuhao said with determination, yes, I chose a 100-year-old soul beast. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire beast fighting area, as if he was afraid that others could not hear it. Since the person involved had said so, the examiner didn't know what to say. After routinely saying his lines, he waved his hand and a green light shot out from the darkness. The 100-year-old soul beast Wind Spirit Wolf. It's just a 100-year-old soul beast. Most of the people present are from soul master families. And their soul rings are all standard configurations. How could they be afraid of a 100-year-old soul beast? For example, when accompanied by family elders, would a young lady from a soul master family like Ning Romrom be afraid of those low-level soul beasts? This is the difference between reality and history books. In order to elevate Huiyuhao's status, the personalities of other supporting roles and extras are constantly suppressed. Facing the wind spirit wolf that was slowly attacking him, Huiyuhao smiled slightly, and 2 blood-red soul rings rose up instantly, with 4 faint golden lines flashing on each soul ring. 200,000-year spirit rings. Seeing this scene, the teachers guarding various locations in the beast fighting area exchanged glances with each other, silently came to the front of each class and released their martial spirits. Huiyuhao did not notice the actions of those teachers, and under the seduction of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, he made the most stupid decision. Instantly, the aura of a 100,000-year-old soul beast filled the entire beast fighting area. With Huiyuhao as the center. The soul beasts in the entire beast fighting area were frightened by this aura and fell to their knees, not daring to move. Boom! A red-haired old man rushed out and poured out his level 45 soul power suppression towards Huiyuhao. The Tianmeng ice silkworm did not dare to confront the red-haired old man in front of it, and directly withdrew most of its power. Faced with the suppression of the red-haired old man's soul power, no matter how reluctant he was, Huiyuhao could only crawl on the ground obediently, not even daring to breathe. The red-haired old man shouted, "How dare you, a transformed soul beast, sneak into Shrek City? Senior, I am not a shape-shifting spirit beast. I am not a shape-shifting spirit beast. The 2 red spirit rings just now were only simulated using the special ability of my martial spirit." Oh. The red-haired old man's eyes flashed coldly. He silently withdrew the soul power suppression on Huiyuhao, giving him a chance to explain. Huiyuhao hurriedly climbed up from the ground and instantly entered a state of martial spirit possession. 2 white and purple spirit rings slowly rose up and swirled around him. Chapter 82. Du Weiluan quickly walked down the platform and came to the side of the red-haired old man, explaining to him. Master Zhang, this student is called Huiyuhao, although he looks ordinary and his first spirit ring is only 10 years old. He has the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. During the freshman assessment 9 months ago, he eliminated several second-ring great spirit masters with his first-ring cultivation alone. 10-year spirit ring. The ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. Hee. Who the hell would believe that? It's just a body martial soul. No matter how strong it is in the early stage, can it be stronger than the holy dragon martial soul of the current Sea God Pavilion Master? Zhang Long said with a bad face. Du Weiluan. I really doubt whether you are capable of being the dean of the martial spirit department of Shrek Academy. You said that this kid's first spirit ring is only 10 years old, so let me ask you. What's the matter with this kid's 200,000-year spirit rings just now? Upon hearing this, Du Weiluan fell silent, the judges fell silent, and all the students present fell silent. There are more than 400 students in this class. You may not know Su Yunhan, but you cannot fail to know Huiyuhao. People who are familiar with Huiyuhao know that he used no less than 2 spirit skills in the freshman assessment. If they had known it earlier. He only had 1 spirit ring at that time. People at that time just thought that Huiyuhao's martial soul was special and did not think about the direction of higher-level spirit rings at all. But now, you, Huiyuhao, are showing off your ability to simulate spirit rings in front of so many people, as if you are afraid that others will doubt the exact age of your first spirit ring. Thinking of this, the students looked at Huiyuhao with different eyes, some with envy, some with jealousy, and even some with greed. You know, 100,000-year spirit ring is often accompanied by 100,000-year spirit bone, so the value of 100,000-year spirit bone is beyond description. It's more jealousy. Martial spirits are inherited from parents, so naturally, they are not something that can be envied. But Huiyuhao's first spirit ring. Alas! Let's put it this way, even Zhang Long, the 10,000 beast DOURO who is in charge of the Shrek Academy Coliseum, is jealous of Huiyuhao's shitty luck. Many titled DOURO do not have a 100,000-year spirit ring. Zhang Long said angrily, according to the rules of Shrek Academy, all students are treated equally, and no teacher is allowed to ask about the student's origins. But, the situation this time is different. You, Huiyuhao, have hidden your strength and joined Shrek Academy. You have the ability to suppress soul beasts below 10,000 years old, which has already posed a threat to the personal safety of other students. I am responsible for the safety of the students. Huiyuhao, I have a question for you, think carefully before answering, how old is your first spirit ring? After hearing this, Huiyuhao fell silent for a moment. Was his first secret about to be exposed to the world? Brother Tianmeng, what should I do now? Huiyuhao couldn't think of how to solve his current predicament, so he could only ask for help from the baby Tianmeng in his sea of consciousness. Tianmeng Bingcan was also panicking. He just wanted to help Xiao Yuhao vent his anger and teach Dai Huabin a lesson. But now, alas! If he could choose again, he would never let his Xiao Yuhao act like this. It was impossible to escape. With the ability of his Tianmeng baby, it seemed easy to protect Huiyuhao from Zhanglong and escape from Shrek City. But once he did so, it meant that there would be no place for Huiyuhao in the original DOURO continent. He had seen the greedy eyes of those students. Is it just a matter of confession? After an unknown amount of silence, Huiyuhao slowly raised his head and looked at the red-haired old man in front of him, hesitatingly saying, "Senior, can you? Zhang Long said coldly, "Come with me," then he turned and left. Huiyuhao swallowed his saliva, and under the gaze of all the students, he hurriedly stood up and followed Zhang Long closely. Not even daring to breathe. Because the soul beasts in the Colosseum were frightened, the upgrade assessment had to be suspended, and the students were taken back to class by their respective class teachers to continue their classes. On the way back to the classroom, Xiao, who was standing in the girls' line, hurried to Su Yunhan's side and asked in confusion, "Yunhan, aren't you curious at all?" Su Yunhan glanced at Xiao and pretended to be stupid. Curious about what? Snort. Xiao pinched Su Yunhan's lower back fiercely, pouted her lips, and said unhappily, "Su Yunhan, aren't you curious about the exact age of Huiyuhao's first spirit ring? You obviously have the opportunity to go with him, with your status, Mr. Zhang should not refuse." Su Yunhan sneered and said, "I thought it was a small matter, as for the things Huiyuhao hid, in my eyes they are no longer secrets." Su Yunhan's voice was not loud, but the people present were all soul masters, and every word he uttered fell clearly into the ears of all the students and class teachers. They all pricked up their ears, waiting for his next words. The atmosphere was already so tense that Su Yunhan did not continue to keep the audience in suspense. He said bluntly, "Huiyuhao's first spirit ring originated from the million-year-old spiritual spirit beast Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. The first spirit ring provides him with 4 spirit skills, namely, spiritual detection, spiritual sharing, spiritual interference, and soul impact." Hearing this, Dai Huabin's pupils suddenly shrank and cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead. When Dai Huabin thought of Huiyuhao's hostility towards him, he felt a gust of cold wind behind him. From today on, he was afraid that he would not be able to sleep well. "Yunhan, is Huiyuhao's background really as he said, that of an ordinary civilian with both his parents dead?" As Xiao Zhao's voice rang out again, everyone hurriedly held their breath and turned their eyes to Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan said calmly, "In a sense, he is indeed an orphan, but he is not from a commoner family." Su Yunhan did not make his words too clear. It was too early to expose all of Huiyuhao's secrets to the sun. This feeling of half hiding the secret was just right. Su Yunhan's words were thought-provoking enough. Most of the students were from soul master families, and everyone was well aware of the dirty deeds in the aristocratic circle. According to Su Yunhan, could Huiyuhao be the illegitimate son of some big shot? It's really surprising. Among those present, the happiest person was none other than old lady Zhouizhou. As the saying goes, a mother's status is determined by her son's status. If Huiyuhao could be favored by a certain important figure in the Sea God Pavilion, her and Fan Yu's status would also rise accordingly, and they would no longer have to endure Yan Xiaoxia's bullying. Chapter 83. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Su Yunhan took Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao and called the Lan sisters to the cafeteria to order a table of delicious meals. Facing Lan Susu's question, Su Yunhan said bluntly, "You should have heard, this time Shrek Academy will send 2 reserve teams to participate in the Soul Master competition, right?" Lan Susu nodded and replied, "I've heard that. I heard that Senior Bebe from the 5th grade is the captain of one of the reserve teams. Several students in our class have joined Senior Bebe's team." Su Yunhan said, "I am the captain of another reserve team, I would like to invite you to join my team." Ah. Lan Susu and Lan Luolua were quite surprised. They really didn't expect that they would be included in Su Yunhan's invitation list, not to mention the entire external school. There were countless students who were stronger than them in the 2nd grade class. If you must say, the only skill that these 2 sisters have is the fusion of martial souls. Although she coveted these 2 positions, Lan Susu still declined, saying, "Boss Su, my sister and I have just broken through to level 29, it's probably not appropriate for 2 great Soul Masters to represent Shrek Academy in the Soul Master competition. In the Soul Master competition, being able to represent Shrek Academy on the competition stage will definitely attract everyone's attention. As a member of the reserve team, in the 2nd round of the Soul Master competition, if you encounter a weaker team, you will have to play." Lan Susu was afraid that she and her sister would hold back. If they won, everyone would be happy, but if they lost, the 2 sisters would be the targets of criticism from other Shrek Academy students. The cultivation base of level 29 is indeed a bit low, and not everyone possesses a million-year-old first soul ring. Su Yunhan took out 2 small jade bottles from his soul guide slowly and placed them on the table. This is the mysterious soul pill, which can increase the soul power of soul masters below level 40 by 1 to 2 levels, and it has no side effects. After dinner, you can go back to the dormitory to refine it. You don't need to submit an application to Teacher Wang Yan for your 3rd spirit ring, just go to the Colosseum and mention my name. I've arranged everything. Oh, that's right. After taking the Xianhun pill, don't rush to meditate and practice. It's better to digest the sudden surge in your cultivation and do more practical training. You 2 sisters can practice against each other. This will be good for your future cultivation. Having said that, the Lan sisters didn't say anything else. What could they say? Su Yunhan had arranged everything. Unless they hated Su Yunhan, they had no reason to reject him. After dinner, Wang Donger and the 3 Lan sisters returned to the dormitory together. Su Yunhan brought Xiao Xiao to Huiyuhao's grilled fish stall and checked in. When they found that Huiyuhao was not at the stall as usual, they returned to the Su mansion in disappointment. As soon as they entered the mansion, Ma Xiaotao suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Su Yunhan's ear, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, Master Su, you are really amazing. You are attracted to the twins." Su Yunhan said weakly, "Xiaotao, I don't have that intention. I just don't want other male spirit masters to join my team. Their cultivation is not outstanding, and their control ability is not top-notch, but they have a spirit fusion skill, which is a control type. If I put them in the reserve team and cultivate their relationship, Ning'er will have 2 more talented disciples. Why does it sound like something is not right? If the Lan sisters became Zhao Ning'er's disciples, with your character as the Sea King Su Yunhan, would you allow 2 lovely girls to marry others? Humph. All men are pigs." Ma Xiaotao curled her lips, raised her jade hand, and pinched Su Yunhan hard on the lower back. Su Yunhan was pinched so hard that it hurt. Knowing that he couldn't resist, he quickly opened his arms and wrapped them around Ma Xiaotao's waist. Ah! Ma Xiaotao's cheeks suddenly turned red as if a switch had been turned on. She quickly loosened her hands that were pinching Su Yunhan's lower back and looked at him with resentful eyes. Su Yunhan took advantage of the situation and pulled Ma Xiaotao over and held her in his arms. Ma Xiaotao also cooperated very well, and she collapsed in Su Yunhan's arms with a gentle look on her face, with a faint blush on her face. If other people in the inner courtyard saw this, they would definitely be shocked. The captain of the Shrek team, who is more manly than any other man, actually has such a gentle side. I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them. The male students in the inner courtyard, led by Dai Yueheng, live under the shadow of Ma Xiaotao every day. Chapter 84. Okay. Are you jealous? I'm not jealous. You must be jealous. I'm not jealous, I'm not jealous. Su Yunhan, if you dare to nag me again, I'll beat you up. As she spoke, Ma Xiaotao pushed Su Yunhan away, waved her fist, and made a gesture as if she was going to beat someone up. Su Yunhan. Now that's just right. You suddenly become so gentle that I almost don't recognize you. At this moment, Zhao Ning'er pushed open the door and walked in. She looked at the two people who were in love and smiled. Teacher and I will go to the Shindo Great Forest to hunt for the seventh soul ring. Do you two want to go and play together? Have fun. What fun things are there in the Star Forest? Sister Ninger, your martial soul is of ice attribute, why don't you go to the far north where there are more ice attribute soul beasts? Why do you have to go to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt souls? Zhao Ninger explained, teacher said that the far north is vast and has few beasts. And most of the high-age ice-attributed soul beasts come from the race of the four heavenly kings of the far north, especially the leader of the four heavenly kings. The Ice and Snow Lady, the Snow Queen. She hates humans very much and has the strength of an ultimate DOURO. Once you are targeted by her, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Su Yunhan frowned and said, Ninger, how many years of soul beasts do you plan to hunt with your seventh soul ring? Zhao Ninger said, my fourth soul ring is 9,000 years old. The fifth soul ring is 18,000 years old, the sixth soul ring is 37,000 years old, and for the seventh soul ring, I plan to absorb a soul beast of 70 to 80,000 years old. If conditions permit, I want to take the soul-suppressing pill and absorb a soul ring of 100,000 years old. Su Yunhan held his forehead slightly and did not continue to dwell on this issue. If Su Qing was still there, he would drag Zhao Ninger to the sea to hunt a 100,000-year-old soul beast for her. Now, well, forget it. Su Yunhan dared to say that today he proposed to go to the sea to hunt a 100,000-year-old soul beast for Zhao Ninger. The next morning, members of the Sea God Pavilion would come to check his water meter. In the end, Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao did not refuse Zhao Ninger's invitation. They followed Lin Huichuan and Zhao Ninger and flew to the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. The sky was getting dark, and finding a soul beast suitable for Zhao Ninger would take time, so Lin Huichuan led the three of them into an inn on the outskirts of the Shindo Great Forest. Excuse me, what service do the four guests need? Asked the receptionist with a smile. Lin Huichuan glanced at Su Yunhan from the corner of her eye, then turned to the receptionist and said, give us 2 rooms. After paying the money and receiving the keys, the four did not rush upstairs, but sat down in a corner of the hall. Just as the waitress came to them with a kitchen knife, Lin Huichuan clenched her fist and gently knocked on the table, saying, you guys order the food, I'm going to the bathroom first. After saying that, Lin Huichuan slowly stood up and walked away. After ordering the dishes, the three of them were bored, so they took out some books bought in Shrek City from their soul guides and put them on the table to read. Suddenly, Su Yunhan and the other two were attracted by the sound of a door opening. A young man with a pointed chin and a monkey-like appearance, who looked very similar to Xiaofu, walked into the inn. Behind Xiaofu were 2 burly men and an old man in black robe. He put his guards in plain sight, which showed that the character of this young man might not be very good. Su Yunhan and the other two ignored him and continued flipping through the book in their hands. When Xiaofu was about to walk to the front desk, he suddenly spotted 2 praise from the corner of his eye. One had long fiery red hair, and the other had long ice blue hair. Both women were wearing relatively simple dresses and did not wear any jewelry. They were so simple that they were not even as simple as the daughters of wealthy merchants in the civilian area. As for Su Yunhan, who was sitting with the 2 women, he was subconsciously ignored by Xiaofu. Xiaofu walked quickly to Zhao Ninger's side, reached out and pulled out a chair and slowly sat down. Xiaofu looked at Ma Xiaotao and Zhao Ninger with admiration for a long time, and then slowly said, 2 beauties, you are really beautiful, I have a connection here, are you interested in entering the palace? Zhao Ninger said calmly, I'm already married, if you don't have anything else to do, please don't disturb me from reading the storybook. A woman? Xiaofu pursed his lips, then took out a small jade bottle from the soul guide and placed it on the table. Beauty, this pill is called Xianshui pill, which has the effect of cleansing the essence and marrow and improving the innate soul power. As long as you follow me, this Xianshui pill will be yours. The smile on Xiaofu's face deepened a little. He didn't believe that an ordinary person without soul power could resist the temptation of crossing classes to become a soul master. He had used this method countless times. He sent all those beautiful and unmarried women to the East Palace to please the prince. As for those women who were already married, he used this method to coax them into his hands. When he got tired of playing with them, he scratched their faces and dragged them to mass graves and buried them alive. This method has worked for him time and time again. He likes to see beautiful women betray their husbands for a tiny bit of profit. Zhao Ninger was also a dramatic person. After symbolically thinking for a while, she looked up at the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced young man in front of her and slowly said, a loyal minister will not serve 2 masters. And a virtuous woman will not serve 2 husbands. Although I come from a humble background, I am not the kind of person who curries favor with the powerful. I will not betray my husband for a little profit. My husband grinned and said. Girl, you have to think it over. I am the only son of Yunhan Marquis of Doling Empire, and I have the potential to become the Duke of Ying in the future. If you follow me, I will let you be my legal wife. As the future Duke's wife, you will enjoy all the splendor and wealth in this world. What are you dissatisfied with? Zhao Ning'er said expressionlessly, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. I don't think this kind of opportunity can fall upon me. Okay, very good, you have a strong temper, I will definitely have you today. After being rejected one after another by Zhao Ning'er, Xiaofu finally showed his claws. Xiaofu stretched out his evil big hands and grabbed the panda raised by Zhao Ning'er. Su Yunhan hurriedly picked up a chair and smashed it hard on the young man's head. Just as the old man in black robe who was protecting Xiao's husband was about to attack, Zhao Ning'er picked up a big guandao and slashed towards the old man. The old man hurriedly used his soul power to resist her attack. Chapter 85. Ma Xiaotao also fought with the two strong men. For a while, various soul skills were floating in the hall. Most of the hotel staff were ordinary people. They could only hide in the corners and pray that they could survive this catastrophe and not be hit by a soul skill. Su Yunhan grabbed Xiaofu by the collar and was about to teach him a lesson that would last forever when a silver-haired young man led a small group of men in black robes and rushed in aggressively. Lin Hao had a fierce look on his face, and when he was about to give an order to rescue his young master, he saw the phantom of the evil fire phoenix floating behind Ma Xiaotao. The memory of his impending death attacked him once again. Lin Hao came back to his senses and shouted loudly, "Stop, everyone, stop it, we are all on the same side, stop fighting." Xiaotao, sister, how did my young marquis offend you? Can you forgive him this time for the sake of the Doling Empire? Sister Xiaotao. After hearing this, everyone silently withdrew their martial spirits and looked at Lin Hao with confusion. No matter how you look at it, this girl with long fiery red hair in front of you is much younger than you, Lin Hao, right? Ma Xiaotao said angrily, Lin Hao, your young marquis wants me and Sister Ning'er to be his duke's wives, tell me, how should I deal with him? The cold sweat on Lin Hao's forehead instantly flowed down. Since graduating from Shrek Academy, he has been struggling in the DOURO Empire for so many years. He finally became the deputy captain of the young marquis's personal guard. As a result, he encountered such an embarrassing situation on his first day in office. Who the hell did he offend? Lin Hao whispered, Sister Xiaotao, you are the successor of the Sea God Pavilion. You are a magnanimous person. In the future, you will lead the three empires to resist the invasion of the Sun and Moon Empire. You can't let this little thing, ruin your image. I will definitely persuade the young marquis to apologize to you and Sister Ning'er, what do you think? Ma Xiaotao sneered, Lin Hao, Sister Ning'er and I are both women, it's not our turn to deal with this kind of thing. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao set her gaze on Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan didn't say anything. He knocked Xiaofu to the ground with an elbow strike. He gently lifted his right foot and was about to attack his bell when the old man in black robe rushed over, grabbed Xiaofu by the collar and ran out. Su Yunhan said expressionlessly. In the original territory of Doulua continent, there is no one or thing that Poseidon Pavilion can't afford to offend, the Doling royal family will not offend the future Poseidon Pavilion elders for a dispensable young marquis. The old man in black robe seemed not to have heard Su Yunhan's words. He quickly drove away the assassins in front of the door and ran out on his own. Su Yunhan. The scene was very embarrassing. Only then did Su Yunhan understand that even if you possess a supreme status, before you acquire the same level of cultivation, the words you say will have no weight at all. Zhao Ning'er noticed Su Yunhan's embarrassment. In order not to embarrass her young husband, she once again took out her big guandao and, driven by her soul power, slashed straight towards the black-robed old man. The assassins on the side broke away from Lin Hao's control and stood in front of the old man in black robe and Xiaofu, one by one, using their flesh and blood to block Zhao Ning'er's sword again and again. This made Lin Hao extremely embarrassed. In this situation, he was not helping anyone. He had experienced the strength of the Sea God Pavilion. He entered the Yingyang Marquis's mansion purely to make a living. He was not a loyal soldier of the Yingyang Marquis. It seemed a bit unreasonable to offend the Sea God Pavilion, which was at its peak, for the sake of his employer. However, if he does nothing and just watches from the side, when he returns to the Doling Empire, he, Lin Hao, will definitely not have a good time. Lin Hao clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and finally made a decision that went against his ancestors. He flashed in front of the old man in black robe, raised a huge shield and blocked their way. The old man in black robe stamped his feet and turned to Lin Hao and shouted, Lin Hao, both the big and small marquis have treated you well, why do you want to betray the marquis at this critical moment? Chapter 86. Lin Hao said calmly, Mr. Li, I didn't betray the two marquises, this was all a misunderstanding. The young marquis should admit his mistake to Sister Xiao Tao, Sister Ning Er, and Master Su to protect the reputation of Poseidon Pavilion and Shrek Academy. You took the young marquis and fled for fear of crime. What? Are you going to abandon Young Marquis 8? Hearing this, the old man in black robe almost lost his breath. How could this be the same? If he could take his young master and escape to heaven, return to the Marquis mansion, send someone to Shrek City to admit his mistake, and give away some personal belongings, it would be over. The Sea God Pavilion is the #1 force on the continent, and the rulers would not be so stingy as to quibble with a child. Su Yunhan was still young, and he didn't hold back when he attacked. If his young master fell into his hands, who knows what would happen to him? If he could return to the Doling Empire and Young Marquis' mansion safely, he would definitely report Lin Hao to the old marquis. What the hell? This guy is a loyal dog of Shrek Academy. No matter what, he can't recruit students who graduated from Shrek Academy into the Marquis mansion in the future. Cursing and discontentment aside, the old man in black robe still didn't have the courage to continue struggling. He could doubt Lin Hao's brain, but he didn't dare to doubt Lin Hao's strength. It was absolutely impossible for him to break through Lin Hao's defense with a burden. The old man in black robe was also a seasoned man. He was in a stronger position than he was. He quickly put the husband down, bowed to Zhao Ning'er, and said with a smile on his face, I really didn't know that it was the young master and young lady from the Sea God Pavilion who came to visit. If I have offended you, I hope you will bear with me. After the old man in black robe said so, the group of death warriors withdrew their martial spirits in disappointment, ignored their fallen companions, and stepped aside to wait. Su Yunhan looked at the young husband, who was lying on the ground, and said slowly, Now that the bell has been destroyed, today's incident is over. Hearing this, the old man in black robe said in a trembling voice, Master Su, why is it so? Why is it so? The young master is the only child of the old marquis. Even if the country is destroyed and the family is ruined, it should not be reduced to such a state. Su Yunhan said coldly, I am a man, even if I am not strong enough, I will spread my wings and protect my woman under my wings. Old senior, do you dare to bet your future with me? As soon as Su Yunhan finished speaking, the old man in black robe suddenly looked gloomy. He put his hands together, pierced his fingernails into the back of his hands, and streams of blood oozed out. The old man in black robe was almost biting his teeth. It was obvious that Su Yunhan was threatening them. If they did not have children and grandchildren today, he, Su Yunhan, would destroy the Young Marquis mansion with his own hands when he grew up. Domineering? Poseidon Pavilion has always been like this. But Su Yunhan was even more extreme. When other second-generation members of the Sea God Pavilion encountered a playboy who offended them, at most their soul power was wasted, but they retained a sense of incense. But Su Yunhan was going to cut off the roots of the Young Marquis lineage. Thinking of this, the old man in black robe's eyes turned red. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he pushed Zhao Ning'er away, rushed to Su Yunhan, and pretended to self-destruct. Lin Huachuan appeared at the right time, grabbed the old man in black robe by the collar, and threw him to the ground. The black-robed old man was torn apart, well, on a physical level. For a moment, the whole hall was covered in blood and flesh. The uneducated and unskilled young man couldn't stand the bizarre scene in front of him, and he cried, with a wow. Waste. Su Yunhan walked up to Xiaofu with an expressionless face, pushed him to the ground, and stomped on his bell, breaking it. After doing all this, Su Yunhan ignored the frightened looks of the yin staff and directly took Ma Xiaotao and Zhao Ning'er's hands and walked up the stairs. The life and death of these unarmed ordinary people had nothing to do with Su Yunhan. He only needed to play the role of a qualified second generation of the Sea God Pavilion. The three returned to the room and simply ate some soul beast jerky to replenish their physical strength. When they were about to take a shower, Lin Huachuan suddenly opened the door and rushed in, throwing a bloody head at Su Yunhan's feet. Although the head was covered in blood, Su Yunhan could vaguely recognize that the owner of the head was the pointed-faced young Marquis, Qiu Yi, the only son of Marquis Yingyang of the Doling Empire. Lin Huachuan's cold voice suddenly rang out, the Sun Moon Empire is powerful. At this critical moment, it is better not to give anyone a handle. I have filled this in with flammable objects inside and out. You three go ahead, and I will follow. After saying that, Lin Huachuan clapped his hands and walked out of the room. The view changed, and Su Yunhan and his three companions came to the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest and set up camp. Zhao Ning'er was roasting a lamb by herself. Su Yunhan and Ma Xiaotao were setting up a tent. After the two of them had set up one tent and were about to set up the second one, Lin Huichuan suddenly said, "Don't bother with that, the four of us can just squeeze into one tent." Squeeze into a tent. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao and Zhao Ninger stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Huichuan, who was lying on a big rock and drinking high-end wine, with unfriendly expressions. Girls all love beauty, even female title DOURO are no exception. Lin Huichuan is presented to the world as a beautiful woman in her 40s, a beautiful woman with a lingering charm. Well, everyone understands. What are you two little girls thinking? I'm nearly 200 years old and I've sent away several grandchildren, how can I have the time to compete with you two little girls for my husband? This Ma Xiaotao and Zhao Ninger curled their lips and didn't take Lin Huichuan's words to heart. What does not having the time mean? A man and a woman living alone in the same tent, what will happen, no one can say for sure. No, they must be separated when they go to sleep. Soon, the whole roasted lamb was successfully baked. The four of them ate the crispy and tender roasted lamb legs and drank juice. All their worries disappeared at this moment. In this environment, it was almost impossible to take a shower. After the four of them finished eating the roasted whole lamb, they went into the tent to sleep. Nothing in the night. Nothing special happened that night, like Lin Huichuan attacking Su Yunhan at night. Well, no, absolutely not. Su Yunhan prefers the kind of pure older sister, or the soft and cute little loli. He is not worthy of such a beautiful woman with lingering charm. Of course, this is not absolute. Su Yunhan prefers beautiful aunts with stories, such as Yi Shishui and the Demon Emperor. Chapter 87. After the four of them found a creek and washed up briefly, they set out to explore the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. 2 hours later. We are so lucky, it only took us such a short time to find a soul beast of the right age and type that is compatible with Sister Ninger's martial soul. Ma Xiaotao muttered to herself as she watched Zhao Ninger absorbing the 85,000-year-old mysterious ice three-eyed eagle soul ring. Su Yunhan was leaning against a tree trunk with his arms folded, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a gust of black wind blew by, and Su Yunhan felt a chill on the back of his neck, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. As the black wind gradually dissipated, Ma Xiaotao was shocked to find that Su Yunhan, who had been leaning against the tree trunk, had disappeared. Yunhan. Ma Xiaotao let out a delicate cry and instantly entered a state of martial spirit possession, preparing to chase in the direction where the black wind disappeared. Lin Huichuan hurriedly stopped her. Xiaotao, the one who can kidnap Yunhan in front of me must be much more powerful than me, it's best not to offend him when you don't know what he is thinking. After Ninger absorbs the spirit ring, we will go back to Shrek City to get help. The price for redeeming one person is one price, and the price for redeeming two people is another. Ma Xiaotao was not stupid, she also understood the reason behind this. She could only suppress her restless heart and paced back and forth beside Zhao Ninger with her hands behind her back. Su Yunhan, who was in a coma, only felt a bucket of cold lake water poured on his head. Out of physical protection, Su Yunhan slowly opened his eyes and found that his soul power was sealed and he was tied to a wooden stake. Su Yunhan raised his head and was shocked by the scene before him. At that time, it was a huge lake, the lake was as smooth as a mirror, the light green water was like a piece of the most beautiful natural jade. Flashing with green light full of life, around the lake, towering ancient trees reached the sky. There was a light mist on the lake, and the moist air with the unique fragrance of plants blew in. The area around the lake was filled with the breath of life, and the vitality was at least several times stronger than that of the outside world. Here, natural elements of various attributes were active. Just like the origin of life, as if all the creatures in the Xingdou Great Forest were born from here, full of the flavor of the truth of heaven and earth. Even the slightest sound would destroy the peace and beauty here. At the edge of the lake, there stood a girl wearing a dark purple skirt and a pair of dark purple printed short boots, with an extraordinary temperament. The girl's long golden hair fell freely behind her like a waterfall, and her eyes were also golden. Her appearance was somewhat similar to the two-dimensional image of Gu Yuna that Su Yunhan had seen in his previous life. System, show me the girl's personal information. Good host. Gu Yutong three-eyed golden lion. Gender, female. Age, 14 years old 15,000 years old. Martial soul, golden dragon luck value, black gold destiny female protagonist. Did the three-eyed golden lion transform ahead of time? Or was his face made based on Gu Yuna's human form? At this moment, Gu Yutong picked up a whip and walked quickly to Su Yunhan. With a snap sound, the whip hit Su Yunhan hard. Tell me. Where did you get the power of destiny from? Facing Gu Yutong's question, Su Yunhan did not dare to hide it and said bluntly, I came back from the future to this time point. In terms of identity, I can barely be considered the descendant of the three-eyed golden lion from another world. Successor. Or, reluctantly. Wuton frowned and said, you mean, in the future, I will be killed by a certain human and my soul will be taken away, and you are the descendant of that human? Ah. Wuton is really too smart. As a native, he can guess this without any other information. I always feel like something is wrong. Yunhan hurriedly explained. Miss, you misunderstood, the three-eyed golden lion in that world was not hunted by people, but was willing to be sacrificed. Yunhan deliberately added some emphasis to the 4 words, that world, accidentally reminding Wuton that you and the three-eyed golden lion he was talking about are not the same person. Three-eyed golden lion believed Yunhan's words to some extent. During the Dragon God period, the power of destiny in the DOURO world was controlled by the Emerald Dragon King. One of the 9 Dragon Kings. After the death of the Emerald Dragon King, it was not until Wuton was born that the power of destiny was transferred to her. And she, Wuton Three-Eyed Golden Lion, is the reincarnation of the Emerald Dragon King. She can also see that the trace of destiny power attached to Yunhan does not belong to this world. At this moment, a huge figure emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was a giant silver dragon that was 100 feet tall. It had 2 silver horns on its head. And its body was covered with hexagonal silver scales. Its silver-white dragon tail was dozens of feet long, and a pair of huge dragon wings stretched out behind it. It was floating on the lake, its purple dragon eyes staring at Yunhan who was tied to the pillar. Yunhan just stared at it, and a sense of fear instantly surged into his heart. After an unknown amount of time, an ethereal voice came into Yunhan's ears from the position of the silver dragon head. Human, you have some connection with my soul beast clan. Today, I will give you 2 choices, either submit to my soul beast clan, or die. Yunhan slowly raised his head, looked at the silver dragon king and said meaningfully, Senior, if I join the soul beast clan, I am afraid that I, Yunhan, will die without a burial place. Before Yunhan could finish his words, Wuton cut all the ropes that were bound around Yunhan with a single hand, pulled his hair, walked towards the lake step by step, and immersed his head in the water. Yunhan. He really didn't want to experience this feeling of suffocation again. When seeing that Yunhan was about to drown, Wuton pulled him out, threw him hard to the ground, and waved the whip in her hand, continuously whipping Yunhan. Yunhan was holding his head, silently enduring Wuton's beating, when he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly sent a message to the Sky Fox in his sea of consciousness. Senior Sky Fox, didn't you say that you fought side by side with the Silver Dragon King in the God Realm? Can you help me solve the current dilemma? Senior Tianhu. Senior Tianhu. No matter how Yunhan called out, the Sky Fox remained silent. Chapter 88. After half an hour. Wuton threw the whip in her hand to the ground, disregarding her ladylike image, and sat down next to Yunhan. She took out a small bottle from the soul guide and played with it in her hand. Yunhan, as long as you swear with your martial spirit that you will never betray the Soul Beast clan for the rest of your life, from now on, we will do our best to replenish the soul rings you need for you. You like women, and you can choose from any of the soul beasts, and Biji, and Ziji, and me, are all among them. Yunhan, we treat you so well, what else are you not satisfied with? The conditions were quite generous, and for a moment, Yunhan was indeed tempted. Yunhan said, Girl, let me ask you, have you ever risked your life for something in your life? Hearing this, Wuton curled her lips, raised her jade hand slightly, and slapped Yunhan's face 3 times. If you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush, I don't understand. Yunhan said weakly, whether it is the Soul Beast clan or the Dragon clan, it is impossible to reproduce the glory of the Dragon God era. I can't go down a path that I know is impossible. Yunhan, you dare to refuse us? Do you know that your life is in our hands? Yunhan said calmly, even if you don't want to listen, I still have to say some things. The Silver Dragon King can be a general, a commander, but not a master. At the very least, he is not worthy of being my, Yunhan's, master. How dare you? Wuton kicked up, and the bottom of her dark purple printed short boots crushed Yunhan's face. With a crack sound, Yunhan's nose bridge broke and a stream of blood gushed out of his nostrils. At this moment, a cold and ethereal voice suddenly sounded, Xiao Wuton, stop it. A girl with bare feet, silver hair and purple eyes came over and sat down next to Wuton. She leaned on her cheek, looked at Yunhan and said slowly, You mean, after my injuries healed, did I do something to let down the Soul Beast clan? Facing Yuna's question, Yunhan opened his mouth wide but said nothing. After an unknown amount of time, Wuton suddenly stood up, kicked Su Yunhan on the head, and said unhappily, "Hey, the master is asking you a question." Oh, my jaw is dislocated. Gu Yuna, dot. Gu Yuatong, dot. It took 3 minutes for Biji to finally restore Su Yunhan's dislocated jaw to its original state. Su Yunhan looked at Gu Yuna, who was roasting the soft-bone rabbit, and slowly said. According to the development of history, 10,000 years later, Senior Silver Dragon King's injuries were completely healed. When he was forbidden to practice in the human world, he accidentally fell in love with Tang Wulin, the son of sea god Tang San. The Silver Dragon King of that world directly abandoned the Soul Beast clan, calling a soft-bone rabbit grandma and a blue silver grass grandma. Pat. The soft-bone rabbit in Gu Yuna's hand fell into the fire. Her eyes were dull and no one knew what she was thinking. Su Yunhan continued, when the Silver Dragon King of that world was powerless to save the situation, he chose to abandon the Soul Beast clan and sent himself to the Tang family for nothing. In essence, the Silver Dragon King of that world did nothing wrong. Everyone is selfish, they just want to survive. What is right or wrong? It's just that, the Silver Dragon King of that world lacks some courage, some desperate courage. I dare not serve her as my master. I am afraid that if I fight on the front line, she will stab me in the back and send my head to the table of sea god Tang San as a gift of her surrender. Well, as a mortal, Su Yunhan caught a god and started cursing at him. This is unique. After a moment of silence, Gu Yuna exhaled a breath of foul air, looked at Su Yunhan with cold eyes and said. I heard from Tianhu that you died at the hands of sea god Tang San in your previous life. Is this the only reason that makes you want to kill the gods? Su Yunhan said, not entirely. At the end of the spirit hall, the original Shrek 7 devils, led by Tang San, emerged. After destroying the spirit hall, the 7 of them ascended to the god realm together. 10,000 years later, which is our current era, later generations called it the Peerless Tang sect period. I am not from the Tang family. If I want to become a god and gain a foothold in the god realm, I must cut Tang San into pieces. Of course, I can also replace Hui Yuhao in this world and become a member of the Tang family like the Silver Dragon King in another world. But I don't want to do that. Tang San is extremely selfish and doesn't care that much about his family. If I work under him, I might end up as a corpse one day. From the beginning to the end, Su Yunhan did not join the Tang family's divine realm to cater to Tang San's ideas. Contacting Wang Donger was just a temporary measure for Su Yunhan. In the future, no matter whether Wang Donger recovered her memory of the god realm or not. As long as she knew the situation and was willing to stand on the opposite side of Tang San, Su Yunhan would not mind giving her a status. As for the other female members of the Tang family, if that day really comes, just throw them into brothels. Gu Yuna said in a deep voice, how about this? I will take a step back and not force you to join our Soul Beast clan. You want to become a god, ascend to the god realm and cut the sea god Tang San into pieces. We want to let the Soul Beast clan return to the god realm. It can be said that you and our Soul Beast clan have the same goal. How about you marry into our Soul Beast clan? As long as you nod, Little Moon Eye will be yours. Under the intervention of many factors, Gu Yuna was now wise. She also understood that even if she recovered her peak strength and condensed the divine position, she would at most be a divine king. A commander without troops. What qualifications did she have to challenge the current divine world? If the Soul Beast clan wants to return to the divine world, it is imperative to win over allies. Su Yunhan is a man of great luck and the carrier of the Sky Fox, so he is a good target to win over. With the help of Gu Yuatong, Su Yunhan staggered to his feet, made a swearing gesture, and said loudly. I, Su Yunhan, swear by my martial spirit that from now on, the Soul Beast clan will not let me down, and I will not let the Soul Beast clan down. If I break this oath, my martial spirit will be shattered and I will die. Chapter 89. The Throne of Creation. According to the classification of the levels of laws, the law of creation should not be lower than the law of destruction. I just don't know if the DOURO world is divided like this. Coming back to her senses, Gu Yuna waved her hand, and a beautiful woman in a fiery red women's robe walked up to Su Yunhan. Gu Yuna explained, her name is Yen Ling, she has cultivated for 640,000 years, she was originally a congenital spirit with fire attribute, her origin is similar to that of the Snow Queen in the far north. Yen Ling has never appeared in human vision, it is just right for her to go to the human world and serve as the guard for you and Xiao Yuatong. If you need our help, please tell Yen Ling, she has a direct channel to contact the king. Su Yunhan nodded and said, I understand, Senior Silver Dragon King, please send us out. If I leave for too long, it will be bad if the strong men from the Sea God Pavilion descend on the Star Do Great Forest. Ah. Gu Yuatong looked puzzled and asked, Su Yunhan, you've been beaten so badly by me that you can't even walk properly, even if it's urgent, there's still time to heal your injuries, right? I have to keep these injuries for a reason, Su Yunhan said coldly. Gu Yuetong, the human world is not that simple, I need to compile a suitable reason to keep you by my side. Just like that, after Gu Yuna sent the 3 people out of the area of Lake of Life, Gu Yuetong carried Su Yunhan on her back and walked towards the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. Gu Yuetong's voice suddenly rang out, Su Yunhan, when are we going to have a fight? Match swelling. Is this something a girl can say? Oh, that's not right. Gu Yuetong is a soul beast and she has not exchanged memories with Su Yunhan, so naturally she won't have the same sense of shame as other human girls. Su Yunhan said, let's wait until we get back to Shrek City, Xiao Yuetong, I've already informed Ninger and the others through the voice transmission soul guide that they are waiting for us outside the Xingdou Great Forest. Slow down a little. I'll take this opportunity to teach you and Aunt Yen Ling about the etiquette that human female soul masters need to master. An hour later, Gu Yuetong carried Su Yunhan out of the Xingdou Great Forest and ran into Lin Huichuan, Ma Xiaotao and Zhao Ninger who had been waiting there for a long time. When Zhao Ninger learned that Su Yunhan had been abducted, she was extremely worried. But now, when she saw Su Yunhan's bright eyes lying behind Gu Yuetong, her heart finally settled down. With Gu Yuetong's help, Su Yunhan walked up to them and said, Mr. Lin, Ninger, Xiaotao, her name is Gu Yuetong, she is my childhood sweetheart and also my fiancée. The senior standing next to us is called Gu Lingyan, a level 98 super Douluo, with the title Lingyan. Hearing this, the 3 of them hurriedly saluted Ling Yan to express their respect for the strong man. Ling Yan waved his hand and said coldly, no need to be so polite, and then returned to his usual cold attitude. After the greeting, Zhao Ninger blinked her eyes, looked at Su Yunhan curiously and said, Yunhan, how did you get all these injuries? Su Yunhan scratched his head and pretended to be embarrassed, don't mention it, it was Xiao Yuetong who knew that I had 8 wives and got angry, and beat me up like this. Puff. Zhao Ninger and Ma Xiaotao laughed very unkindly. Finally, someone punished Su Haihuang. After laughing for a while, Zhao Ninger came to Gu Yuetong and said with a smile, Sister Yuetong, you have been carrying Yunhan for so long, you must be tired, let me carry you for a while. I carry my own fiancé on my own back, what does it have to do with you, Zhao Ninger? Gu Yuetong said with a bad look on his face. This scene was very awkward, like the embarrassing scene of a mistress being caught cheating by the queen. After all, the blonde girl in front of him is Su Yunhan's childhood sweetheart. Zhao Ninger and Ma Xiaotao's feelings for Su Yunhan are genuine. In order to avoid embarrassing Su Yunhan, they have no intention of breaking up with Gu Yuetong for the time being. This surprised Su Yunhan a little. According to his idea, with Ma Xiaotao's violent temper, she would definitely fight with Gu Yuetong, right? Overall, the character creation of Gu Yuetong is relatively successful. Gu Yuetong suddenly thought of Su Yunhan's previous words of advice. After thinking for a while, she said loudly, Su Yunhan, if life in Shrek City does not satisfy me, I may destroy your bell while you are sleeping one day. Zhao Ninger, Ma Xiaotao, The 2 girls were suddenly startled. How could their husband's childhood sweetheart be so unruly and willing to destroy herself over a disagreement? Su Yunhan. I swear to God, this sentence was definitely not taught to Gu Yuetong by him. However, Gu Yuetong's words had a surprisingly good effect, directly showing her stubbornness. In this way, no one would have thought that this stubborn and willful young lady in front of them would be a soul beast incarnation. Gu Yuetong continued, Su Yunhan, I don't care how many wives you have, you must accompany me first every day, and only after you accompany me can you accompany others. Ma Xiaotao couldn't stand Gu Yuetong's push, she stopped in front of Gu Yuetong, looked at her and said with gritted teeth. Gu Yuetong, are you going too far? Even if you are Yunhan's childhood sweetheart and fiancé, I am still his legal wife who was married to him in a formal ceremony, you have no right to say that in front of me. Snort. Gu Yuetong put her hands on her waist and said angrily, Ma Xiaotao, do you dare to compete with me to see who can last longer under Yunhan's attack? Let's compete. Who the hell is afraid of who? There's no point in competing, why don't we add some spice to it? Whoever loses will not be able to compete with Yunhan for a month. Gu Yuetong and Ma Xiaotao said in unison, no, absolutely not. Lin Huichuan. Yen Ling. What is this? This is the first time I heard of 2 girls competing to see who can last longer in order to grab a boy. It really is true that one dares to compete, and the other dares to accept it. If this matter were to get out, who knows how many men would envy Su Yunhan. Chapter 90. In the end, Su Yunhan did not let these 2 tiger women do whatever they wanted. After simply calming down the emotions of the harem, the group flew back to Shrek City. When everyone returned to Shrek City, it was already afternoon. Ma Xiaotao took Su Yunhan to the infirmary in the outer courtyard for a simple treatment. After confirming that he had no internal injuries, she asked Gu Yuetong to carry Su Yunhan back to the Su mansion. Ma Xiaotao went back to Poseidon Island to practice, Ling Yan went shopping, Zhao Ninger cooked in the house, and Gu Yuetong helped her. Only Su Yunhan was left lying alone on a recliner in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao pushed open the door, hurried to Su Yunhan's side, and whispered, "Yunhan, we are going to attend the treasure appreciation party tonight, do you have anything special you want?" Treasure appreciation party? It's the treasure appreciation meeting held by Shrek Academy for our core disciples of the outer courtyard, Xiao Xiao pouted and said unhappily. You are the second generation of the Sea God Pavilion, how come you don't even know about your own industry? Su Yunhan smiled and said. Isn't it just a treasure appreciation party held in the Jubao Pavilion? I was just sleepy just now and didn't react for a while. Oh, by the way, since it is a treasure appreciation party held for the core disciples of the outer courtyard, I should also be invited, right? Xiao Xiao curled her lips and then stuffed a piece of gold-embossed red paper into Su Yunhan's hand. Su Yunhan asked, Xiao Xiao, when will the treasure appreciation event start? Yunhan, are you sure you didn't hurt your brain? I just said that the treasure appreciation meeting will be tonight. Su Yunhan frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Su Yunhan remain silent, Xiao Xiao pinched his cheek and said loudly, with your current state, it's a question whether you can even walk to the Jubao Pavilion, you better stay at home. Treasure appreciation party? Treasure pavilion? What is that place? Can I go? Su Yunhan said, the treasure pavilion is, you won't understand even if I explain it to you, after dinner, I'll take you there and you'll know. Ah. You are Sister Yuetong, right? My name is Xiao Xiao, At this point, Xiao Xiao was at a loss for words. Ma Xiaotao had said that Gu Yuetong was the first wife. And was not easy to get along with. She was a lowly person in the Su mansion, so she took the initiative to talk to Gu Yuetong, which was just asking for trouble. Xiao Xiao was ready for the storm, but Gu Yuetong didn't embarrass her as she imagined. She raised her arms and gently rubbed her pretty face with her hands. What a lovely little sister, Xiao Xiao, did that bastard Su Yunhan bully you? If you've been wronged, just tell me and I'll teach him a lesson for you. This surprised Xiao Xiao. Didn't Ma Xiaotao say that Gu Yuetong was very difficult to get along with? Just as Xiao Xiao was thinking, Su Yunhan suddenly said. Xiao Xiao, you must be tired after a day of classes, go take a shower first, we'll have dinner soon. Xiao Xiao nodded, carefully kissed Su Yunhan on the cheek, then shook her arms and walked into the house. Su Yunhan glanced at Gu Yuetong behind him and whispered, Gu Yuetong, what do you want to do? Why? Are you dissatisfied with my performance? I am satisfied, but I don't understand, don't you have any psychological burden at all? You know, we have only known each other for a few hours. So what? Gu Yuetong sat on Su Yunhan's thighs and fell into his arms with an intimate look. No one has stipulated that we can't love each other. Right? For the great cause of the Soul Beast clan, I will do my best to fall in love with you, and I will also do my best to make you treat me as a real wife. Rather than a tool to maintain your relationship with the Soul Beast clan. I am not completely ignorant of the human world. I have also read many stories from the human world. I don't understand why the eldest daughter of a spirit master family in the story would leave her excellent childhood sweetheart behind and run away with a poor boy who appeared out of nowhere. Silly girl, reality is reality, and the story is the story, they can't be confused. In reality, how could there be a plot where the eldest daughter of a soul master family elopes with a poor boy in order to pursue true love? True love. Where is true love in reality? Isn't it just two men and women with complementary personalities living together? Whether it's the story of DOURO World or the TV series of Blue Star. They all deliberately write the heroine as a little brainless and the hero as a little humble in order to provoke opposition and better unfold the subsequent plot. There was no sign of the sun setting and there was still some time before dinner. Su Yunhan looked at the innocent Gu Yuetong in his arms, gritted his teeth, picked her up from the recliner, and walked into the house. The sponsors of the treasure viewing party were not organized by the major chambers of commerce in Shrek City as Wang Dong said in the original novel, at least not for the core disciples of the outer courtyard. After Ningfengji, there was no more commercial empire in DOURO continent. Even the Chamber of Commerce in Shrek City mostly earned their money through hard work. Purchasing Soul Guide materials from the mines of Poseidon Pavilion and reselling them to the Soul Guide academies of the three empires was the daily routine of the major chambers of commerce. At the treasure appreciation party for the core disciples of the outer courtyard, there were many thousand-year soul bones produced by dragon soul beasts. The presidents of those chambers of commerce were not Ningfengji, and they did not have a Sect Protector DOURO. Like Sword Bone DOURO. So how could they dare to purchase resources of this level? There is no doubt that the treasure appreciation meeting was organized by the Sea God Pavilion, which can be regarded as a means for the Sea God Pavilion to win over the independent cultivators. The 10,000-year soul bones are not rare at all for the sons of the dukes and marquises of the three empires. But for soul masters of humble or even civilian origins, resources of the level of 10,000-year soul bones are what they pursue for most of their lives. The Poseidon Pavilion allows those soul masters of humble origins to enjoy top-level resources in advance through lending, thereby causing them to sell themselves to the Poseidon Pavilion. After graduation, he worked for Poseidon Pavilion to pay off his debts. When the debts were almost paid off, he found that he had a good position in Poseidon Pavilion or Shrek Academy. In this case, no one would choose to resign and leave Shrek City. Chapter 91. As for Ning Tian and Wu Feng, they were born in the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect, so naturally they looked down on the things in the treasure appreciation party and chose to stay at home and learn soul guide technology from Zhao Ninger. After many twists and turns, Su Yunhan and the other two finally arrived at the door of Jubao Pavilion. The luxury of Jubao Pavilion was difficult to describe in words. 8 girls in pure white dresses stood on both sides of the entrance to the treasure pavilion. Su Yunhan sensed faint fluctuations of soul power from them. It was a great move of Poseidon Pavilion to have 8 beautiful female soul masters serve as the welcoming guests. Before they reached the door of the treasure pavilion, one of the 8 girls at the door came out to greet them. With a faint smile, she stood beside the 3 of them and said respectfully, "Are you 3 here to attend the treasure appreciation party?" Su Yunhan nodded and handed over the invitation letter in the soul guide. "Miss, it shouldn't be a problem for me to bring one more person in, right?" As he spoke, Su Yunhan stuffed a gold soul coin card with a stored value of 10,000 into the hands of the girl in the white dress. "Sisters, you have worked hard, this little money is not much, but it is my token of my appreciation, take it quickly and share it with the sisters to buy some rouge and powder." After reading Su Yunhan's invitation letter, the girl in the white dress clutched the gold soul coin card and looked at Su Yunhan in front of her with a complicated expression. As early as in the afternoon, the owner of Jubao Pavilion personally told her that no matter how many people Su Yunhan brought, all his entourage would be considered to have invitation letters. This money is a bit hot to hold. The owner of Jubao Pavilion is Lin Huichuan. With Su Yunhan's status, let alone bringing one more person to the treasure viewing party, even if he brings 10 or 100 more people, no one will say anything, and no one will dare to say anything. You know, although the 8 girls in charge of welcoming guests are soul masters, their talents are limited. If nothing unexpected happens, they will stop at level 29 in this life. Each of them only earned 100 gold soul coins a month. Even if the 10,000 gold soul coins given by Su Yunhan were divided equally among the 8 of them, it would be equivalent to their annual income. You can refuse a high position and generous salary from a superior, but if you refuse money given as a reward, you are being tactless. The girl in the white dress also knew the truth. After putting the gold soul coin card into the soul guide, she led the 3 people into the treasure pavilion. As soon as the 3 of them stepped into the gate of Jubao Pavilion, the girls in golden skirts standing on both sides of the hall bowed and said at the same time, "Welcome, distinguished guests." Compared with the girl in the white skirt outside the door, the girl in the gold skirt inside the house saves more fabric. The skirt is very short, not even covering the knees. And there is no stockings or pantyhose underneath. If you move a little more, you can see. There is no ugly female soul master, let alone these carefully selected reception girls in front of them. Su Yunhan had been through many women's baptisms, and Gu Yuedong's face was one of the best in the entire DOURO series. As long as he didn't want to. Even if these girls in golden skirts tried their best, it would be difficult to arouse his inner desire. Led by the girl in white dress, the 3 of them climbed the golden stairs and came to the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion. The 2nd floor was very large, with no end in sight. Su Yunhan looked around and saw that some students had already begun to appreciate the treasures. The girl in the white dress stopped, turned around, looked at the 3 people and said, "Welcome the 3 distinguished guests to the treasure appreciation party at Jubao Pavilion. The treasure appreciation party will be held on the 2nd floor, and you 2 distinguished guests can browse at will. If there are any items you like, please go to the west side to register for purchase." Su Yunhan said, "Miss, help me check if there is any whale glue at this treasure appreciation meeting." The girl in the white dress nodded and hurried to the west counter to check for Su Yunhan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yunhan took the 2 girls' hands and wandered aimlessly on the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion. Earth Soul Pill, 3,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear trunk bone, 5,000-year-old demonic killer whale right leg bone, 6th level attack soul guidance wind slashing sword. Wow, there are so many good things, but we can't use any of them. Xiao Xiao blinked and said something that made the other students vomit blood. Su Yunhan quickly covered Xiao Xiao's mouth and forcibly interrupted her spellcasting. Xiao Xiao was usually quite steady. Why did she lose control of her mouth in such an occasion? It's no wonder. Xiao Xiao is only 12 years old this year, and she is at the age when she likes to show off. Suddenly, Gu Yuetong pulled his arm, and Su Yunhan looked in the direction Gu Yuetong pointed, and saw a golden red soul bone. The left arm bone of the Golden Earth Dragon King. Here are a bunch of introductions. The price of this soul bone is 5 million gold soul coins. This price is a bit beyond Su Yunhan's imagination. If it were released outside and promoted in advance, this soul bone would most likely be auctioned at a high price of 20 million gold soul coins. Apart from anything else, the dragon blood of the Golden Earth Dragon King is far purer than that of a subdragon. If a soul master with a subdragon martial soul absorbed this soul bone, the blood would most likely be further purified, thereby evolving the martial soul. In the original novel, the foundation of Tang Wutong's bright dragon god butterfly martial spirit should have been laid by this soul bone. Su Yunhan didn't understand. A soul bone of this level, even if it was relatively young, shouldn't appear in this position. At this time, the girl in the white dress came slowly and came in front of Su Yunhan. She dodged slightly and said, "Dear guest, there are a total of 4 pieces of whale glue in this treasure appreciation event in the warehouse. 1 piece is 2,000 years old, and 3 pieces are 1,000 years old. I took the initiative to pack them for you." At this moment, the people of DOURO continent have not explored the sea as deeply as they did during the Spirit Hall period 10,000 years ago. Even if they search the warehouse of the Sea God Pavilion, they may not be able to find a few pieces of whale glue. Su Yunhan nodded and took the 2 girls to see the display cases in the other area. "Yunhan, what is the function of whale glue?" Xiao Xiao blinked and asked with a puzzled look. Su Yunhan said, "Taking whale glue can improve the physical fitness of soul masters. As for the side effects, for a female soul master like you who has a husband, it is not considered a side effect." "What?" Xiao Xiao pouted and said unhappily. "Yunhan, can you please make your words clear at once?" Su Yunhan leaned over to Xiao Xiao's ear and whispered, "The side effects of whale glue are about the same as when I blow hot air on your earlobes." "Ah." Xiao Xiao's little face turned red all of a sudden. In order to avoid being seen by others, she quickly buried her blushing little face in Su Yunhan's arms. This is a bit of dog abuse. Chapter 92. Just as Su Yunhan was about to turn around and head to the next area while holding Xiao Xiao's hand, he saw the 3 members of the Tang sect and a man of medium build and dark skin, let's call him a young man, walking up the stairs. Su Yunhan took the hands of the 2 girls and quickly stepped forward to greet them. "Brother Bei, Sister Xiaoya, long time no see." "Long time no see, long time no see, Xiao Yunhan, why haven't I seen this blonde girl next to you? Why don't you introduce her to us?" Su Yunhan said, "Sister Xiaoya, her name is Gu Yuetong. She is my childhood sweetheart and fiancée. We were separated for a period of time due to some force majeure in our early years. Today, we met by chance in the Xingdou Great Forest, and Xiao Yuetong followed me back to Shrek City to continue our relationship." Su Yunhan's story is very concise and no one can find any fault with it. Bei, Tangya, and the dark-skinned young man didn't say anything. Everyone knew that Su Yunhan was a sea king. It was just that there was one more girl around him. Even if there were 100 more girls, no one would find it strange. Hui Yuhao's condition today was a little bit weird. He didn't know why, but from the moment he went up to the 2nd floor, his eyes had been on Gu Yuetong. Just as Gu Yuetong was about to speak out a reminder, Hui Yuhao spoke first. "Miss Gu, my spirit soul started beating when I saw you for the first time, maybe we can form a spirit fusion technique." Gu Yuetong said expressionlessly, "You are talking nonsense, the throbbing of martial spirits is mutual, why don't I feel anything unusual?" Hui Yuhao hurriedly said, "Miss Gu, I'm really not talking nonsense, how about we go to another place, summon all our spirits, and test whether we can form a spirit fusion skill." Gu Yuetong didn't hesitate at all. She raised her arm and slapped Hui Yuhao hard in the face. Snapped. Accompanied by a crisp slap, Hui Yuhao, who was only at the 2nd ring of cultivation, was directly knocked to the ground by Gu Yuetong. Junior brother, junior brother." The dark-skinned young man quickly helped Hui Yuhao up, pointed his right index finger at Gu Yuetong's nose, and shouted. "Where is the law enforcement team? Where are all the people in the law enforcement team? There is a private fight here, is there anyone to take care of it?" After hearing the dark-skinned young man's words, everyone present, whether they were staff members busy with their work or students from other colleges walking between the display cabinets, turned around silently and pretended not to hear. If there was a conflict between Su Yunhan and Beibei, they might have stepped forward to mediate. As for you, Hui Yuhao, you deserve to be beaten. Listen, is what you said human? Hui Yuhao's brain was obviously not working well. After being helped up by the dark-skinned young man, he looked at Gu Yuetong and continued. Miss Gu, I didn't say anything wrong, I just wanted to try out the martial soul fusion technique with you. Why did you hit me just because you disagreed with me? Gu Yuetong's face was full of black lines. She no longer cared about whether the fight was private or not. She knocked Hui Yuhao to the ground with one punch. And her pair of small hooves wrapped in dark purple short boots kept kicking Hui Yuhao's waist. The dark-skinned young man wanted to separate the two, so he quickly ran to Gu Yuetong and protected Hui Yuhao behind him. He thought Gu Yuetong would restrain herself. But Gu Yuetong threw another punch, knocking him to the ground, and then joined Hui Yuhao in kicking him in the waist. Where are the law enforcement team? Are they all dead? Can't you see that there are people being beaten here? After kicking for about 5 minutes, Su Yunhan stopped her. Xiao Yuetong, stop kicking, just teach them a lesson, it will have a bad impact on us if you kick them to death. Snort. Gu Yuetong shook her arms and returned to Su Yunhan's side in a sullen manner. Hui Yuhao and the dark-skinned young man, the two brothers in distress, climbed up from the ground and stood still. Just as they were about to argue with Su Yunhan, they were kicked by Beibei beside them. He Kaitu, Yuhao is young and naive, are you also being naive with him? Take him back quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. Hui Yuhao's actions raised Beibei's blood pressure a little. As everyone knows, if two people's spirits are attracted to each other and can successfully release spirit fusion skills, if they are of the same sex, they will be the best brothers or sisters. If they are of the opposite sex, they will be the most loving couple. You, Hui Yuhao, wanted to try to fuse your spirits with a married woman. You are lucky that she didn't beat you to death. Hui Yuhao is lucky, as his first spirit ring is 1,000,000 years old. But he is just a human being. Not only does he have low emotional intelligence, he also lacks foresight and cannot tell the difference between a person and a person in his behavior and actions. Since their boss had spoken, Hui Yuhao and he Kaitu could only leave Jubao Pavilion in shame. Beibei said with an embarrassed look on her face, Yunhan, Miss Yutong, I'm sorry, Hui Yuhao and that black guy came from poor backgrounds and didn't receive a proper education, if my words have offended you, please forgive me. What can Beibei do? The Tang sect trio finally became a 4-member group. And he couldn't let Hui Yuhao and that black-skinned general Su Yunhan offend him to death. For the sake of his Xiaoya's dream of reviving the Tang sect, he could only clean up the mess for the two. After all, Beibei is the great-great-grandson of the current lord of the Sea God Pavilion, so Su Yunhan has to give him this bit of face. Brother Bei, Xiao Yuetong has been beaten, and she is angry now, I will not hold it against you, I just hope that you can restrain Hui Yuhao more in the future and keep him away from Xiao Yuetong. After the storm, Jubao Pavilion returned to its former tranquility. Su Yunhan and the other two continued to wander around the pavilion aimlessly. To be honest, the things in the treasure hunting party are indeed cheap, about 30 cheaper than outside, but there is really nothing they can use, and the highest soul bone is only 15,000 years old. After walking around for 2 rounds, Xiao Xiao was a little bored. She pulled Su Yunhan's arm and said coquettishly, Yunhan, let's go, this treasure appreciation meeting is not interesting at all, it's better to go home, oh, I'm so embarrassed. Su Yunhan smiled slightly, took the 2 women's hands and returned to the display case of the left arm bone of the Golden Earth Dragon King. Beibei and Tanya are here too. Su Yunhan asked, Brother Bei, do you want this soul bone too? Beibei thought, the quality of this soul bone is good, but it's a little old, I don't need it. I remember that classmate Wang Donger seems to be the goddess of light butterfly martial soul. Right? Do you want to buy this soul bone and give it to her? Wang Donger is the eldest daughter of the Haotian sect, her status is not lower than yours and mine, what good things has she not seen? Giving her such a low-aged soul bone as a gift is a bit too shabby. Chapter 93. Su Yunhan said unhappily, just buy it and keep it, maybe you can meet a female dragon-type soul master at the soul master competition, this soul bone can be used as a betrothal gift. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Yutong, why are you two pinching me? Beibei, Tangya, Since the East City district where Shrek Academy is located is not connected to the other 3 areas, Su Yunhan and the other 2 could only walk out of the North City gate first. Make a small circle outside the city, and then return to the Su mansion. In the courtyard, Ning Tian, Wu Feng and Jiang Nannan were sitting in front of their respective workbenches carving soul guide formations. Zhao Ning'er was still swinging the hammer as usual, hitting the raw iron on the chopping board with a bang bang sound. The three girls from the inner courtyard were not at home. They were probably practicing on the sea god island. Su Yunhan came in front of the girls, clapped his hands, and said loudly, "Girls, stop busying yourself, it's time to rest." The imagined scene did not appear. Ning Tian and Wu Feng were busy carving the soul guide formation, as if they did not hear Su Yunhan's words. Zhao Ning'er put down the forging hammer in her hand, pulled Su Yunhan aside, and whispered, "Yunhan, Sister Wuton is your childhood sweetheart after all, you slept with her right after she came, it's a bit too disrespectful to her." After saying that, Zhao Ning'er took the forging hammer in her hand again and continued to hit the raw iron on the chopping board. Gu Yutong held Su Yunhan's arm affectionately, pointed to the flower bed in the courtyard, and said, "Yunhan, let's spread out a straw mat there tonight to sleep, look how gloomy the scenery is, light up a few small colored lanterns, and we will fight until dawn." Hearing this, Zhao Ning'er, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Jiang Nannan subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked at Gu Yutong in front of them with shock. "This Gu Yutong is a little wild." As she spoke, Gu Yutong pulled Su Yunhan into the flower garden. After a while, a heart-stirring symphony echoed in the courtyard. Jiang Nannan was the first to leave. How could she bear it when she didn't even have a boyfriend? She could only go back to the house and find a corner to be self-sufficient. After all, she lived with her mother. And she couldn't do that in front of her mother. Zhao Ning'er put down the forging hammer in her hand again, came to Jiang Nannan's seat and sat down, following Ning Tian and Wu Feng to watch the battle of the century in front of them. Xiao Xiao didn't go back to sleep either. She set up a temporary workbench next to the three of them and joined them. With the help of the workbench as a cover, the four people's little hands placed under the table became restless. 2 hours later. Gu Yutong poked her little head out from the flower bed, looked in the direction of the four girls, and said breathlessly, "You four, come quickly, take over from me, I'm going to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the four girls hurried to the flower bed to grab a spot without even having time to adjust their skirts. Among the four, Zhao Ning'er had the highest soul power. She took the lead in occupying the high ground and vented all the anger accumulated during the night on Su Yunhan. Xiao Xiao was not to be outdone and seized the sea outlet before the two women. Although the effect was not as good as the high ground, it was much better than self-sufficiency. 10,000 words omitted here. Early the next morning, the three girls in the inner courtyard finished their training. As soon as they opened the door, an indescribable smell instantly hit them. Ma Xiaotao frowned and said, "Sister Lishuan, Luochen, do you too smell a strange smell?" Ling Luochen said weakly, "This smell seems to be, Sister Xiaotao, could it be that Yunhan and the others did that kind of thing in the yard last night?" Zhang Lishuan said, "Just ask Ning'er and you'll know." After saying that, Zhang Lishuan subconsciously looked towards Zhao Ning'er's workbench. Zhao Ning'er, who was supposed to be there making soul guides at this time, was nowhere to be seen. The three girls walked lightly into the house, and leaning on the crack of the master bedroom door, they saw Zhao Ning'er lying on the bed in her nightgown, carving a soul guide formation in her hands with sleepy eyes. Zhang Lishuan, Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luochen, The case has been solved, there's no need to ask Zhao Ning'er. The three of them did not disturb Zhao Ning'er, but quietly left the house. "Why is it so hot?" Ling Luochen murmured, then took off his coat, exposing a pair of white arms to the air. "Luo, I see you are not feeling hot, but you are missing little Yunhan's embrace, right? I don't know who it was, but when I was sleeping last night, he kept calling me Mr. Yunhan by my ear." Hearing this, Ling Luochen's proud and frosty little face suddenly turned red. She clutched the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, and her eyes kept wandering around, as if Ma Xiaotao had figured out her secrets. Ma Xiaotao grabbed Ling Luochen's wrist and walked out of the house. Luo, don't think about it, come on, I'll take you to find our little husband." Looking at the two people's receding backs, Zhang Lishuan smiled foolishly for a while. Then suddenly came to her senses. She quickly stood up, stepped on a pair of silver high-heeled boots, and ran towards the location of Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luochen. The three girls first came to the classroom of Grade 2 Class 1 and found that the classroom was empty. They asked the aunt who cleaned the teaching building and were told that all the students in Grade 2 had gone to the beast fighting area for the upgrade assessment. The three girls then went to the beast fighting area without stopping. The system of Shrek Academy has never been humane. Take the upgrade assessment for example. One grade will take about 3 or 4 days to assess. During this period, even if you have passed the assessment, you still have to come to the beast fighting area to punch in every day. In this Shrek Academy, there is no place that can stop Ma Xiaotao. The three girls walked into the beast fighting area smoothly and found Su Yunhan playing cat's tuck with Wang Dong'er and Wuton at the front of the line of Class 1, Grade 2. Ma Xiaotao said in a deep voice, "Yunhan, Luo misses you, she has lost her appetite these past few days, why don't you come and hug her?" Su Yunhan put away the skipping rope in his hand, and in front of all the students, he opened his arms, embraced Ling Luochen in his arms, and kissed her on the cheek. In such a serious occasion as the upgrade assessment, such things would naturally not be allowed, but Su Yunhan's identity was special, so special that ordinary teachers could not control them at all. The male teachers all avoided their gazes and chose to turn a blind eye. The female teacher, on the other hand, covered her face with her hands and blushed slightly as she watched the warm scene in front of her. Being young, it's so good. Chapter 94. The girls followed closely behind. Poor Su Yunhan had just crawled out of the flower garden not long ago when he was dragged by Zhang Lishuan and others to force him to work overtime. "Yunhan, something big happened. We just got the news that the team led by His Majesty Tao Tai had an accident. 3 inner courtyard students, Yao Haoshuan, Gong Yangma and Sisi, died on the spot. Chen Zifeng's meridians were severed and Dai Yueheng was seriously injured. Thanks to His Majesty Tao Tai's timely rescue, the other reserve team did not suffer any casualties." Ling Luochen pushed open the door of the mansion, hurriedly ran to Su Yunhan and shared the news with him. Hearing this, Su Yunhan frowned and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Ling Luochen no longer maintained her aloof personality. She quickly patted Su Yunhan on the shoulder and said suspiciously, "Yunhan, did you foresee this happening and tried your best to stop me and Sister Xiaotao from joining the team to participate in this inspection mission? Luo, you have such a rich imagination, how could anyone predict what would happen behind you? I just wanted you and Xiaotao to stay with me for a few more days, so I stopped you." As he spoke, Su Yunhan embraced Ling Luochen in his arms, and the azure blue skirt danced around her thighs. Seeing the scene in front of him, Su Yunhan swallowed his saliva, and his hands became restless. Ling Luochen was not a fool, so she would not believe Su Yunhan's words to deceive a child. Just when she wanted to continue thinking, Su Yunhan did not give her the opportunity and forced her to start the battle state. 40 minutes later. Luo, let's just stay here for now. Don't let this kind of thing ruin your training. Oh, by the way, I accidentally got a 45,000-year-old ice scorpion left arm bone. Ninger has a better soul bone, which she can't use. Noah, you can take it and absorb it. As he spoke, Su Yunhan helped Ling Luochen put on her dress and placed a jade box in her hands. Ling Luochen was obviously still a little unsatisfied. She really wanted to say, "Fighting with you is far more efficient than normal training," but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Why? People are all selfish, and so are Su Yunhan's concubines. Su Yunhan himself probably didn't know that he had this trait, so his concubines reached a consensus that they must not let him know about this. If he knew this characteristic, Su Yunhan would most likely use his own advantages to develop a large harem. Although there would not be 3,000 beauties. If there were only 30 or 50 sisters, it would be enough to shorten the time they spent with Su Yunhan. Ling Luochen smiled playfully, kissed Su Yunhan on the cheek, put on her little boots, and ran into the house to absorb the soul bone. With soul power at level 57, she has 2 levels higher than her counterparts in the original novel. After absorbing the left arm bone of the ice scorpion, she should be able to break through to the peak of 59, right? In the evening, Ma Xiaotao returned from Poseidon Island and sat beside Su Yunhan with a gloomy face. She snatched the teacup from his hand and drank it all. The Poseidon Pavilion meeting is over. The Academy will not send other inner courtyard students to participate in the Soul Master competition. Guiyuatong, Huiyuhao, and Beibei will fill the positions of official team members. Guiyuatong, who was eating sweet and sour pork at the side, put down her chopsticks, looked at Ma Xiaotao and said dimly, "I understand everything else, but what the hell is this Huiyuhao? A second-ring Great Spirit Master, letting him go on the field to fight against the Sun Moon Royal Spirit Instructor Academy? Is the Sea God Pavilion, Seeing that Guiyuatong was about to speak sweetly, Su Yunhan hurriedly covered her mouth with his hands. Ma Xiaotao said expressionlessly, "That's right. Huiyuhao and Beibei came up with a martial soul fusion skill called Three-Eyed Thunder Dragon. It is said that it can fight against a Soul King and even hurt a Soul Emperor. In order to save some face, the Soul Guidance Department's Dean, Martial God Doluosien Liner, took the lead and pushed Huiyuhao out. I don't know what the master got wrong, but he agreed to her proposal." How could Su Yunhan not know about Moon's plan? With Su Yunhan around, the position of the leader of the Sea God Pavilion was destined to be out of reach for his great-great-grandson. In order to make Beibei's life easier in the Sea God Pavilion in the future, there was no other way but to use this method to accumulate some reputation for him. Poor parents. It's just that the three-eyed thunder dragon's martial soul fusion technique surprised Su Yunhan a little. Hui Yuhao will never get along with the three-eyed dragon in this life. Ma Xiaotao continued, it's no wonder that Sister Wuton wanted to scold people. After hearing the news, I wanted to go to the Sea God Pavilion meeting room and scold them. What the hell is this? Letting a second-ring Great Spirit Master play in the game. Must be a donkey kicking his head. Su Yunhan patted Ma Xiaotao on the shoulder and consoled her, Xiaotao, you've worked hard. You've been under a lot of pressure in this Soul Master competition, listen to my advice. Don't sacrifice your future or even your life for the so-called eternal glory, it's not worth it. History is written by the victors. Even if you sacrifice your life to protect the honor of Shrek Academy, you will not be remembered by the world. Even if you don't think about yourself, think about me, Lu Xian, Luo and the others. If you die or become a useless person, there will be no place for us in the Sea God Pavilion. After hearing such heartfelt words, Ma Xiaotao slowly closed her eyes and nodded gently towards Su Yunhan, indicating that she had listened. The Sea God Pavilion was a bit too unkind. Dai Yuehan was seriously injured and it was uncertain whether he could attend the finals. Gu Yuatong was a Soul King. And Su Yunhan also had the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels, so he would not be a drag. But what about Hui Yuhao and Bei Bei? Only when they are together can they contend with the Soul King, which means that Ma Xiaotao will have to bear more pressure. Su Yunhan suddenly asked, Xiaotao, has the Sea God Pavilion told us when to leave for Xinglua City? Ma Xiaotao pondered, after such a big incident, there is no way that Poseidon Pavilion will let us go quietly. I estimate that at the latest, they will let us go tomorrow afternoon, in the name of letting us get into better shape and safeguard the eternal glory of Shrek Academy. You are going to participate in the Soul Master competition, can you take me with you? Our Lan family is isolated from the world, from childhood to adulthood, I have never seen what a Soul Master competition looks like. Lan Yao Yao, who had just finished her retreat, walked out of the house and said to Su Yunhan. Chapter 95. Hearing this, Jiang Yun on the side hurriedly said, Master, I can take care of myself, just leave some more food for me before you leave, I won't bother you to spend money. Su Yunhan smiled and said, Aunt Jiang, if you don't agree with my arrangement, then fine, I won't let Nan Nan participate in the Soul Master competition and let her stay at home with you. Jiang Yun suddenly didn't dare to speak. Although she, as an ordinary person, didn't understand what the Soul Master competition was about, she knew that that place was of great help to Jiang Nanan's growth, and she couldn't hold her daughter back. Early the next morning, Kai Mayer came to their house and asked them to pack their things quickly as they were about to set off to Xinglua City to participate in the Soul Master competition. Just like that, led by Su Yunhan, 2 carriages carrying Zhang Lishuan, Ma Xiaotao, Zhao Ninger, Lan Yaoyao, Ling Luochen, Wang Donger, Gu Yuatong, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Xiao Xiao, and Jiang Nannan set out from Shrek City and headed south to Xinglua City. As for Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, due to the sudden joining of Gu Yuatong, the number of reserve team members was sufficient. So Su Yunhan did not let the Lan sisters go to Xinglua City to play soy sauce. Instead, he entrusted them to help take care of Jiang Yun while learning soul guidance technology on their own. The two of them had ordinary backgrounds, so they should not be bored with Jiang Yun. The 100-year Soul Beast carriage has limited power, and the speed of ordinary second-ring Great Soul Masters is several points faster than it. But in terms of endurance, Soul Masters are far inferior. A 100-year Soul Beast horse, after eating and drinking enough, can run continuously for a whole day without stopping in the middle. Before they knew it, the sky had darkened, and Su Yunhan led a group of girls into the first transit station, Kaiyuan City. The world is not at peace. When the Soul Masters and Soul Instructor Academies of the Tianhun and Doling Empires went to the Xinglua Empire to participate in the competition, most of them regarded Shrek City as the first transit station and took the same route as Su Yunhan and his friends, even if it was a little longer. All the major empires, forces, and Soul Master and Soul Instructor Academies regard their students as popular. It doesn't matter if they spend a little more money, it's mainly for safety considerations. This also led to the originally unknown small city becoming bustling with people, and many students and merchants who went to Xinglua City to participate in the competition filled up the hotels in Kaiyuan City. Yunhan, there are no rooms left in the hotel over there, what should we do now? Should we spend the night in the carriage or try our luck in the civilian area? The civilian area, forget it, I stayed there for one night, with the conditions, it's better to spend one night in the carriage, Zhang Lishuan thought. How about we try our luck at the Rose Hotel? There should be room in the couple's hotel, Nan Nan and Dong Air can stay in one room, and the others can just get a king-size bedroom. Su Yunhan. With so many people around, his kidneys might be in danger. Regardless of whether Su Yunhan agreed or not, a group of girls carried him into the Rose Hotel. There are quite a few people in the Rose Hotel. Many of them are not couples. They just come here to try their luck because they have nowhere else to stay. Ma Xiaotao ignored everyone's strange looks, walked up quickly, looked at the waiter at the front desk and said loudly, "Hey, do you have a king-size bedroom that can accommodate 10 people?" This after hearing what Ma Xiaotao said, the waiter's expression was as if he had constipation. There must be a king-size bedroom, which is prepared for multiple couples to have a party. And now, you more than 10 girls are leading one boy, is this some new criminal law? He is really afraid that someone will die here. As if he could see what the waiter was thinking, Ma Xiaotao curled her lips and said bluntly. "Don't worry, no one will die, except for the 2 girls standing on the side, the remaining 9 are the wives of this little man, this is how they usually play at home, hurry up and get a room for me, if you keep on talking, I will beat you up." Ma Xiaotao didn't care about that. In her opinion, there was no such concept as face. She said all the things that should and shouldn't be said, making Zhang Lishuan feel a little embarrassed. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Yunhan and his group walked up the stairs with the room cards, and only looked away after they disappeared from their sight. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the huge hall. "I'm so envious of that boy, he actually has so many beautiful wives, if I could marry one, I'd be happy to die with my eyes closed." "What are you thinking? Many of those girls are high-level soul masters. As a soul master, I just made eye contact with that red-haired girl, and even now I feel a chill down my spine. What do you think, is it possible that they are going to the soul master competition? To be honest, I really want to make friends with that brother and ask him if he has any tips on improving that ability." "Well, they are not too old, so it is possible. I heard from the brother just now that the soul power of the red-haired girl is far above that of a soul master. In all the previous Soul Master competitions, there should be not many academies that are capable of sending Soul Kings to participate in the competition. Right? Even if we can meet him in the Soul Master competition, we are not qualified to make friends with him. Right?" As soon as these words came out, all the men present fell silent. They knew very well that in the entire DOURO continent, there were only a few academies that could train Soul Kings under the age of 20, and it was simply beyond their reach at this level. On the other side, surrounded by his 9 wives, Su Yunhan went up to the top floor of the Rose Hotel. There was only one room on the huge top floor. After opening the door, everyone was shocked by the scene in the room. Looking around, the entire room was more than 200 square meters, with no partition in the middle. A huge bed occupied nearly a quarter of the room. This room is indeed suitable for holding a party. Wuton collapsed on the bed and rolled around for a while, then stood up and looked at everyone and said, "When we get to Xinglua City, can we ask the organizer to provide us with a room like this? It would be so exciting." Zhang Lishuan, Ma Xiaotao, This is definitely not possible. The Soul Master competition is a continent-wide event after all. You, Wuton, can be shameless and indulge yourself as much as you want, but Shrek Academy and Poseidon Pavilion have to respect their reputation. What's the matter with you making so many gossips? Shrek Academy only allows people to make fun of others, but not others to make fun of him. Chapter 96. The next morning, everyone continued their journey in the carriage, and it was not until near noon that they arrived at the capital of the country, Xinglua City. There were still 2 days before the Soul Master competition officially started, but the huge capital was already overcrowded. And almost all the hotels in the city were fully booked. As soon as they arrived at the north gate of Xinglua City, they saw that groups of merchants and tourists had chosen to set up camp outside the city. It is normal for this situation to occur. The Soul Master competition is held every 5 years and only every 20 years in the Star Luo Empire. Those who can participate in the competition are all young talents. How can such a grand event not attract people from the Star Luo Empire to come and watch? Su Yunhan took the lead and walked quickly to the city gate and found the staff responsible for receiving the various colleges. "Hello, we are the contestants from Shrek College." As he spoke, Su Yunhan handed a deep blue token to the female receptionist in front of him. Su Yunhan did not wear the Shrek Academy uniform, nor did he let his harem wear it. The reason was simple, the Shrek Academy uniform was too ugly. It was dark green in color, and it was an eyesore even when used as a rag. For this purpose, Su Yunhan specially customized a set of expedition conquests for his harem. The expedition conquest is a deep blue robe with a trident of Poseidon embroidered with gold thread on the chest and back. Each person's expedition conquest is specially customized according to their own size, so there is no possibility of it not fitting. Once you go out, you give yourself an identity. He doesn't care what others think. He just customized a set of team uniforms. He really doesn't believe that the group of old people in the Sea God Pavilion can still make trouble for him for such a small matter. after checking the authenticity of the token. The female receptionist immediately changed her expression, bowed slightly to Su Yunhan and his group, and performed a standard court etiquette. Dear guests from Shrek Academy, please come this way. Horse-drawn carriages are not allowed in Xinglua City. Led by the female receptionist, everyone came to Xinglua Square in front of Xinglua Imperial City. On the east side of the square, there is a 7-story hotel called Xingguan Hotel, also known as Xinglua Royal Hotel. As to why it is not directly called Xinglua Royal Hotel or Xingguan Hotel, it is unknown. Everyone walked into the Starlight Hotel, registered their identities, and went up to the top floor with a dozen room cards. The area belonging to Shrek Academy is on the east side of the top floor stairs, with a total of 30 rooms and a large conference room. Every student from Shrek Academy participating in the competition can have an independent room. As for the rooms on the west side of the stairs, it looks like they are prepared for the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. After distributing the room cards, everyone was about to return to their respective rooms to practice when Su Yunhan suddenly said, Xiao Yuatong, call Aunt Yenling and ask Lu Xian to dress you two up, the three of us will go to Xinglua Palace with Ninger later. No matter how weak the Xinglua Empire is, it is still an empire with millions of soldiers, and its national strength ranks first among the 3 empires. The face it deserves should still be given. Su Yunhan brought the 3 girls to the gate of the Imperial City and handed a visiting card to the soldier stationed at the gate. I am from Shrek City. A month ago, I reached a deal with your country's Princess Jojo. This visit is to complete the deal, please help inform her. The soldier did not dare to delay and hurriedly took the visiting card and went to report to the captain guarding the city. 30 minutes later, a female general in soft armor came out of the Imperial City holding a visiting card, came in front of Su Yunhan and the other 3, leaned forward slightly, and said, Sorry, for distinguished guests, your Royal Highness the Princess and your Majesty. Before the female general finished speaking, a team of knight ladies surrounded Su Jojo and walked slowly towards them. When they saw Su Yunhan, Su Jojo hurriedly got off the sedan chair and walked into the Imperial City with Su Yunhan and the other 3. After many twists and turns, under the leadership of Su Jojo, the group arrived at the East Palace. Everyone knows what the Eastern Palace is. In the original novel, whether it was the transactions between the Star Luo Empire and the Tang sect, Huiyuhao, or leading the Star Luo Royal Academy to Mingdu to participate in the second Soul Master competition, all were handled by Su Jojo. Su Jojo deserves to be enshrined in the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, let me introduce you. This blue-haired girl is called Zhao Ninger, my wife who has worshipped heaven and earth with me. And she is also the legendary genius soul guide of Shrek Academy. And this golden-haired girl is called Gu Yuatong, my childhood sweetheart and my fiancée. This aunt is called Gu Lingyan, she is the elder of Yuetong's family and also a titled DOURO. Hearing this, Su Jojo quickly stood up and bowed slightly to Lingyan. After greeting each other, Su Yunhan got straight to the point. He took out a ring-shaped storage soul guide and handed it to the maid beside him. Your Highness, there are a total of 100 flying soul guides, 200 shoulder-fired soul guide cannons and 2,000 rounds of artillery shells. The value of these soul guides is temporarily calculated as 100 million gold soul coins, please click. She trusted Su Yunhan's character. She did not check the contents of the soul guide for a long time and directly put the ring-shaped storage soul guide on the index finger of her right hand. After doing all this, Su Jojo slowly stood up, looked at Su Yunhan with an apologetic look and said, Mr. Su, I'm very sorry, time is urgent, we in Xinglua Empire cannot come up with equivalent high-level soul guide materials for the time being. However, a few days ago, our Starlight auction house spent a lot of money to acquire an auction item. And its value is definitely over 100 million gold soul coins. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested in going with me to the auction house to observe it. Oh. Although he was prepared in his heart, Su Yunhan still pretended to be thoughtful and said curiously, then I'll trouble your highness to lead the way. After that, the group, surrounded by a group of knight ladies, left the Imperial City and stopped in front of a building on the west side of Starlight Plaza. On the plaque of the building were 5 large gold-plated characters, Starlight Auction House. Entering the auction hall, a 5-meter-wide staircase covered with red carpet extends downwards, and there is no staff outside to guide the way. Passing through the auction hall, everyone went downstairs, passed through 2 long corridors, and entered a small door with no sign on it. Chapter 97. This is a room of about 200 square meters, with a dazzling array of decorations inside. And even the walls are inlaid with some unknown jade. A sofa that can accommodate 20 people is placed in the center of the room. The sofa is made of unknown soul beast skin. It is hard to imagine that this is not a leopard room for the emperor to play, but just a private room in the auction house. After everyone sat down, Su Jojo smiled and said, "The four of you take a rest here first. If you need anything, just tell me, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Su Jojo waved his hand, and four girls in golden dresses walked into the room carrying fruit plates, drinks, snacks, and tea. After placing them on the jade table, they respectfully stepped aside. The waiting time is always long. Before even 5 minutes had passed, Su Yunhan, who was sitting on the sofa, began to scratch his ears and cheeks. Su Yunhan, before we came here you reminded us to try not to do anything impolite. Look at you, jumping up and down like a monkey." Wuton curled her lips and said to Su Yunhan unhappily. As they were talking, Su Jojo, dressed in a silver-white palace dress, returned to the box. Behind her, two strong men seemed to be carrying something. Boom! Along with a dull sound, a transparent box, 3 meters long, 1 meter 6 or 7 wide, and 50 centimeters high came into view. In the center of the box, a ball of white air was fluctuating slightly. P.S. The definition of the conferred God platform in the original work is very vague, and it has no other function at all. It seems to be a soul guide specially made for capturing the Snow Emperor. For the development of the plot, some changes will be made to the setting of the conferred God platform to make its existence more reasonable. The person who was most familiar with soul guides on the field was none other than Zhao Ninger. She held the hem of her skirt with her hands and slowly walked to the side of the transparent box, crouching down and observing the soul guide in front of her. Zhao Ninger pondered, "Why do I feel that this type of soul guide was developed by an evil soul master?" "Oh. Miss Ninger, how do you see that?" Zhao Ninger said, "If I'm not mistaken, this soul guide has only one function, which is to sink a living being into it, while keeping it alive, making it completely lose the ability to resist, right?" Su Jojo nodded. Zhao Ninger continued, "The development of any soul guide has a purpose. This soul guide is definitely not developed for the purpose of better capturing soul beasts. Ordinary soul beasts are too large, this one is more like a coffin for people." Zhao Ninger did not continue to speak. At this point, any normal person could figure it out. The evil soul master would most likely use this type of soul guide to capture a high-level soul master and bring him back to his home, preventing him from resisting or even dying. In this way, one can continuously devour the opponent's soul power to achieve the purpose of cultivation. Of course, this is just Zhao Ninger's little guess. She is still unsure about the reality. After a while of thinking about it, Su Jojo came back to his senses and introduced the transparent box in front of him to Su Yunhan and the others. This soul guide is called the Conferred God Platform. It is said that the embryo of a 100,000-year-old soul beast is sealed inside. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Even Yen Ling looked surprised, with a hint of disbelief on his face. Su Jojo looked at the reactions of the four people, and then said bitterly. "The seller said it was the embryo of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and we thought so at the time. But when the chief worshipper of our Xinglua Empire opened a corner of the Conferred God platform and peeked inside, he was injured in the left arm by the soul beast inside. From then on, we understood that soul beasts of this level are simply not something that our Xinglua Empire can subdue. On Doulua continent, there are only 3 places where one can have the opportunity to subdue a beast equivalent to a human at level 98 or even 99, Poseidon Pavilion, Sun Moon Empire, and Holy Spirit Church. If this soul beast embryo is handled properly, a soul master with a single martial soul can absorb the embryo and create a twin martial soul. We can even go a little crazier and let a soul master with twin martial souls absorb the embryo directly to create an unprecedented triple martial soul. And this embryo is guaranteed to work, no matter how you operate it. The worst result is that you can get a soul bone of a fierce beast level. The Sun Moon Empire is becoming increasingly powerful. If they attack us, our Su family's position will be in jeopardy. After discussing with my brother and a group of worshippers, we decided to give this soul beast embryo to Master Su in order to prevent it from being obtained by the Sun Moon Empire." Hearing this, Su Yunhan closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "First, I can accept the canonization of your royal family, but I will not be included in the genealogy of the White Tiger lineage. Secondly, the embryos of the fierce beast level are priceless. Today's soul guide is a gift to you. If there are any new soul guides in the future, we will give priority to trading with your Xinglua royal family. In addition, I owe your royal family a favor. Third, forget it, let's talk about it after I meet your brother. It involves some military and taxation matters, and I can't explain it to you clearly. Your Highness, do you have any other questions? If not, let's go back and study this Conferred God platform." Su Jojo gritted his teeth, looked at Su Yunhan and said, "Master Su, can I use up this favor and lend me one of your seeds?" "No." Su Yunhan said seriously. "No matter how many times you ask me, even if you regret it and take back the conferred God platform, my answer will not change. The reason is very simple, Su Yunhan, have many wives, but they can all follow me. I understand, Su Jojo nodded with a disappointed look on his face and walked out of the box. She seems to be crying, Wuton pouted and glared at Su Yunhan fiercely. Su Yunhan said nothing. He directly put the conferred God platform on the ground into his soul guide and walked out of the Starlight auction house with the three women. It was not until the moment he walked out of the Starlight auction house that Su Yunhan's heart finally settled down. He was really afraid that the Xingluo royal family would go back on their word. The Snow Emperor embryo was good, but in the current situation. As the second generation of the Sea God Pavilion, it was not easy for him to turn against the Xingluo Empire. Although they got this soul beast embryo for free, on the way back to the Starlight Hotel. The four of them didn't look very good, especially Gu Yuetong. Her brows were furrowed so tightly that they looked like twisted knots. No one knew what was going on in this crazy girl's mind. Chapter 98. After returning to the Xingguan Hotel, Zhao Ning'er slowly spoke until the four of them walked into Su Yunhan's room and closed the door. Yunhan, what are you going to do with this soul beast embryo? Are you going to absorb it directly and challenge the unprecedented 3 lives martial soul? Su Yunhan said with a smile, Ning'er, you said it's unprecedented, there is no precedent of 3 lives in DOURO continent, what if my body is blown up by the third spirit, won't you become a widow? Zhao Ning'er fell silent upon hearing this. Just as she was about to organize her words to continue persuading him, Su Yunhan suddenly said, Ning'er, I already have a 3-life martial spirit, you take in this spirit beast embryo. As he spoke, a shadow of an ice-blue emperor scorpion appeared behind Su Yunhan, and a platinum-colored soul ring slowly rose up, rhythmically moving around him. The sudden change shocked Zhao Ning'er. Just when she wanted to ask, the room suddenly dimmed and 2 shadows, one pink and one green, floated out from between Su Yunhan's eyebrows. The Ice Emperor's body suddenly solidified, and he quickly gathered his soul power in his hands to activate the soul guide formation of the conferred God platform. In an instant, the seal of the conferred God platform was completely lifted, and a figure floated above the conferred God platform. She was a girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old, with long white hair that hung from the back of her head to her feet, and sky-blue eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Her slender body was flawless, and although she wore a white dress without any decoration, it made her look so noble and stunning. The leader of the 4 heavenly kings of the far north, the Snow Queen, a girl of ice and snow with a cultivation level of 690,000 years. Snow girl. Bingdi murmured, and 2 lines of clear tears gushed out from her eyes. Xuedi wanted to hold Bingdi in her arms and persuade her not to be sad. But now things have changed and no matter what she said, it would only increase her sadness. So she simply stood there and refused to say a word. At this moment, the Sky Fox suddenly spoke up, Xuenu, let me ask you, for the Soul Beast clan, no, for the Ice Emperor to ascend to the God realm in the future and become a true god, are you willing to sacrifice your life? Snow Emperor nodded. Tianhu continued, well, relax your mind. I will help you seal up your original power completely and turn it into an embryo for Miss Ning'er to absorb. This will add weight to our Soul Beast clan's return to the divine world. I hope you won't resist. I don't have much divine power to mobilize. If you are lucky, there is a chance that your consciousness can be preserved. When Miss Ning'er becomes a god in the future, she can revive you and reunite you with your Binger. After so many years of getting along, the relationship between the 2 ice and snow emperors has long surpassed that of besties. It can be said that Tianhu's words directly grasped the Snow Emperor completely, without the need to waste too much words. Ling Yan suddenly said, Senior Tianhu, let's go back to the Lake of Life and let the master take your place. Tianhu waved his hand and said calmly, no need. I live in the era of the Dragon God, and I don't have a strong sense of belonging to the current Soul Beast clan. As a former god, I am more eager to return to the god realm than anyone else. But, I will not hold you back just to survive. Tell the Silver Dragon King to let her recover from her injuries. The honor and disgrace of the Soul Beast clan depends on her. I don't want to see her become a running dog of the Tang family's divine world when I wake up again. After that, the Sky Fox overdrew the last of its original power and helped the Snow Queen complete the seal of the original power. Until the shadow of the Ice and Snow Girl rose behind Zhao Ning'er, the Sky Fox staggered and collapsed to the ground. The solid body became illusory again, and returned to Su Yunhan's spiritual sea of consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. The scene changed. Su Yunhan and Zhao Ning'er were lying flat on the bed, without any communication, just staring at each other. Suddenly, Zhao Ning'er said 7 names in a row without any warning. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, Ice Bear King Xiaobai, Mermaid Princess Leah, star anise mysterious ice grass, evil eye tyrant lord. Hearing this, Su Yunhan was subconsciously stunned, and then sat up with a look of horror. Ninger, do you know what these 7 names represent? Seeing Su Yunhan's reaction, Zhao Ninger's face darkened and she murmured to herself, sure enough, the story recorded in the book is true, that is, what should have happened. Book? Su Yunhan frowned and looked at Zhao Ninger in front of him with a puzzled look. Zhao Ninger took out a booklet from the Soul Guide. In order to prevent someone from eavesdropping, she used telepathy to teach Su Yunhan how to decipher the secret words in the book. After translation, the title of the book turned out to be Experiences of the 11th Level Soul Instructor. In addition to the Soul Guide technology and Soul Guide drawings that span the ages, there are also brief introductions to Spirit Ice Doulua Huiyuhao and Dragon Butterfly Doulua Tang Wuton. For a moment, Su Yunhan felt a chill down his spine. The appearance of such an out-of-date object could no longer be explained by the butterfly effect brought about by time travel. No matter how things change, it's impossible for objects from the future to appear. Right? Are there other time travelers in this world? But why would that time traveler be willing to stay behind the scenes and allow Su Yunhan to wreak havoc in Poseidon Pavilion? But if there were no other travelers, where did this book 11th level soul instructor's experience come from? It couldn't be a relic of the prehistoric civilization before the dragon god, right? And that civilization also had Spirit Ice Doulua Huiyuhao and Dragon Butterfly Doulua Tang Wuton. How is this possible? Su Yunhan did not continue thinking about it. There was no point in thinking about this problem now. Let everything take its course. Thinking of this, Su Yunhan sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the falling cloud technique and entered a state of cultivation. In the fantasy world, strength is everything. If you want to have the last laugh in this treacherous Doulua world, you must have a cultivation level that is enough to make the heavens feel fearful. When Su Yunhan was sleeping soundly with Zhao Ninger in his arms, he faintly heard a few knocks on the door. He quickly got out of bed, put on a coat, went to the door and opened it. Standing at the door were the Shrek team members, led by Wang Yan, who were on their way to carry out the mission of the supervisory group. Su Yunhan didn't say anything, and directly threw the remaining room cards to Wang Yan, then slammed the door shut. Su Yunhan has a problem. He can sleep until noon normally, but once he wakes up in the middle of the night, he can never fall asleep again. Su Yunhan was a little upset at this time. When he was about to go back to the bed to practice, the sleepy Zhao Ninger suddenly put her arms around his waist from behind. 10,000 words omitted here. End of this chapter. Chapter 99. Dong dong dong. A rapid knock on the door was heard again. Su Yunhan frowned and walked quickly to the door and opened it. In front of the door, a girl dressed in palace maid's clothes came into Su Yunhan's sight. He knew this palace maid. She was the female receptionist who was responsible for receiving them yesterday. The maid bowed and handed a visiting card to Su Yunhan. Mr. Su, His Majesty invites you. Su Yunhan nodded and said, okay, wait for me 5 minutes, I'll change my clothes. After closing the door and returning to the room, Su Yunhan changed his clothes and looked at Zhao Ninger and asked, Ninger, are you interested in going with me to meet the Emperor of the Xing Luo Empire? Zhao Ninger said calmly, forget it, if I go with you, I'll just be a bystander. If the Emperor marries his daughter to you, it will be so awkward for me, the Queen, to be there. After saying that, Zhao Ninger returned to the bed to practice. Su Yunhan changed into a brand new brocade robe, tied his long hair into a high ponytail, and then walked out of the room. Led by the palace maid, Su Yunhan came to the No. 1 private room on the first floor of the Starlight Hotel. In the private room, a middle-aged man wearing a purple-black robe and a purple-gold crown on his hair sat firmly in the main seat. Su Yunhan stood still, bowed slightly towards the middle-aged man, and performed a standard junior's greeting. Junior Su Yunhan, greets His Majesty. Su Jiawei waved his hand and said with a smile, my dear nephew, there is no need to be polite, there is no so-called Xinglua Emperor here, if my dear nephew does not mind, just call me Uncle Su. Yes, Uncle Su. Su Yunhan was not polite and went straight to Su Jiawei and sat down, then picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it all. Su Yunhan put down his teacup, looked at Su Jiawei and said, Uncle Su, I have a plan that can help the Xinglua Empire quickly eliminate the evil soul masters in the country, it won't cost much, and you may even make a profit. Hearing this, Su Jiawei hurriedly said, my dear nephew, if it is really possible to eliminate the evil soul masters in the Xinglua Empire without paying much price as you said, as long as it is within a reasonable range, I can agree to one of your requests. It was no wonder that Su Jiawei reacted so violently. The evil soul masters in the empire were like a thorn in the flesh, sucking blood from the Xinglua Empire. Every year, the Soul Master Corps stationed in various places spent an astronomical amount of money to deter these evil Soul Masters. It's not that Su Jiawei doesn't want to suppress them, but the conditions don't allow it. The era of one or two evil Soul Masters robbing houses is over. More evil Soul Masters live in the mountains and build strongholds one after another, forming small forces. There are dozens of evil Spirit Masters entrenched in the Xinglua Empire, large and small. And they are evenly distributed throughout the Xinglua Empire. Not only are they difficult to clear out in the mountains, but they are also easy to lose control of the situation. Just imagine, most of the evil Soul Masters who are forced to do something stupid are desperate criminals. If they are forced too hard, they can do anything. Once the internal turmoil of the Xinglua Empire occurs, the border situation that has been stabilized with great difficulty will be destroyed. The biggest enemy of the Xinglua Empire is the Sun Moon Empire, not the evil Soul Masters in the territory. Su Yunhan slowly said, Uncle Su. Have you ever thought about having those idle princes and dukes lead their personal guards to various places in the Xingluo Empire to recruit soldiers locally? Let them take charge of the military and political affairs of a place, and cooperate with the local noble families to eliminate the evil spirit masters in their respective areas? Su Yunhan's words directly opened a brand new door for Su Jiawei. He had never thought of it this way. This is equivalent to launching a direct attack on all the evil soul masters, big and small, in the empire at the same time, leaving them no time to prepare and no chance to embarrass themselves. Su Jiawei thought about it and realized that this method did have its merits. A prince led a local family to be responsible for an area. This greatly reduced the difficulty of clearing out the evil soul masters. Within a few years, the Xinglua Empire would be able to completely eradicate the evil soul masters above the soul sect level, thus ensuring peace in the Xinglua Empire for decades. As for whether anyone is willing to do this kind of hard work, Su Jiawei is not worried about this at all. There is money to be made from clearing out the evil soul masters' strongholds. Let's put it this way, raiding a family's house will always make money faster than doing business. In this era of evil soul masters, they are not necessarily richer than ordinary soul master families, but their lives are not necessarily worse. Moreover, part of the money seized from the evil spirit master's strongholds could be turned over to the national treasury. As for the proportion of the money that should be turned over to the national treasury, further discussion was needed. Although this method will cause chaos in the Xinglua Empire for a short period of time, it is harmless. The Sun Moon Empire is at a critical juncture where the new and old monarchs are switching. Why not take this opportunity to build a stable rear? As long as the status quo can be maintained for 20 years, when Su Yunhan, Ma Xiaotao, Zhang Lishuan, Zhao Ninger and others grow up, the Sun Moon Empire will not be so scary. Su Jiawei is an emperor with real power after all. Although his vision is far inferior to that of Su Yunhan who has a god's perspective, his sensitivity to government affairs is far beyond the reach of Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan just mentioned it, and Su Jiawei took into account all aspects of this system. It's just that Su Jiawei always felt that there were some small flaws in this system, but he couldn't tell where the hidden dangers were at the moment. After thinking for a moment, Su Jiawei slowly stood up, looked at Su Yunhan and said apologetically, "My dear nephew, I'm sorry, there are still many things in the palace that I need to deal with, let's talk about this for today, I will definitely set up a banquet in the palace to welcome you some other day." After saying that, Su Jiawei walked out of the private room without looking back. The host had left, so as a guest, Su Yunhan naturally could not shamelessly continue to drink tea for free. After drinking the tea in his cup, he also walked out of the private room. Back in the room on the top floor, Su Yunhan's gaze became more profound. He had already planted a seed in Su Jiawei's heart. Whether this move could be finally made depended on Su Jiawei's ambition. Once the Xinglua Empire decides to abolish history and establish pastors, Su Yunhan is 100% sure that he can persuade the rulers of Tianhan and Douling to implement the same system. It is easy to delegate power, but difficult to take it back. Chapter 100. Will those princes and dukes who were sent out really carry out the tasks assigned by Su Jiawei honestly and wipe out the evil soul masters with all their might? Passive slacking is one thing, but if the Sun Moon Empire's top brass takes this opportunity to divide the relationship between the provincial governors and the Xinglua court, and then promises them huge benefits to win them over. Su Yunhan couldn't imagine how many loyal ministers would bow down to the Sun and Moon Empire and call themselves the Sun Emperor, Grandson Emperor, Great-Grandson Emperor, and Great-Great-Grandson Emperor. After all, the current Sun Moon Empire is powerful, with nearly 39th level soul masters, and is salivating over the original DOURO continent's territory. In order to protect themselves, those pampered royal relatives will definitely find a way out for themselves and their families. Of course, in this DOURO continent where the average IQ is not as good as Luo Sanpao, Whether the Sun Moon Empire's top leaders can think of this idea is still unclear. This strategy was formulated by Su Yunhan for himself. As for whether to implement it or not, it depends on his future position. Haha. Su Yunhan smiled self-deprecatingly, returned to his bed, practiced his skills, and once again entered the state of cultivation. At dusk, Su Yunhan exhaled a breath of turbid air, looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, and murmured, "I'm level 42 now." Su Yunhan got out of bed and was about to wash his face and go downstairs to eat when he heard a hurried knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Su Yunhan opened the door expressionlessly, only to see Bebe standing behind the door. Before Su Yunhan could ask, Bebe hurriedly said, "Yunhan, Teacher Wang asked me to inform you that the competition will start tomorrow. We will have a small meeting tonight. He said there are some important things he wants to remind you of." Su Yunhan nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Bei, you can go back to the meeting room first. I'll go and notify the others." Just like that, Su Yunhan called the girls and took them into the meeting room. Wang Yan sat in the main seat, and on his left were Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luochen, Guiyue Tong, Su Yunhan, Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, Jiang Nan, Ning Tian, and Wu Feng. On the right are Dai Yuehan, Bei Bei, Tang Ye, Hui Yuhao, the dark-skinned young man, He Kai Tu, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Xie Huanyue. The originally scheduled female student named Tang seemed to have been replaced by the dark-skinned young man in Kai Tu. The others were fine, but Dai Yuehan looked pale and he looked like he had no energy at all. "Are you all here? Good. Let's start the meeting now. Well, Bebe, you come first. After what happened, will you still resist offensive soul guides?" Wang Yan's incoherent words left Su Yunhan and others confused. What? Could it be that Dai Yuehan and the others were not injured because of the self-explosion of the Death Messenger, but there was some other hidden story? Under the gaze of everyone, Bebe slowly stood up, walked to the center of the conference room, and began his speech. "As a soul master, a strong attack-type combat soul master, I reject foreign items such as soul guides from the bottom of my heart, but this time's inspection mission made me change my original opinion. The two evil soul masters at the Soul King level used the soul guides they wore. At the cost of consuming their vitality, to instantly burst out with powerful power, directly turning senior sister Cece into ashes. I will never forget that scene in my life. Soul guidance technology is developing, and various types of soul guides are being improved over time. If one day, the soul guides worn by the two evil soul masters no longer need to consume life force to forcibly improve their strength, then what should we do at that time?" Bei Bei took a deep breath, looked around at everyone in the room, and said in a deep voice, "Among the seven of us, except Xie Huanyue who is still considering, the rest of us belong to the Tang sect. I believe everyone knows the history of the Tang sect. Once upon a time, we were the most glorious existence on the continent. At that time, the glory of the Tang sect was even higher than that of Shrek Academy. But why didn't we maintain this glory? Of course there are human factors, but more importantly, our Tang sect was eliminated by the times. The emergence of soul guides has directly affected the economic source of our Tang sect. This is the fundamental reason for the decline of the Tang sect. Everyone knows that the hidden weapons produced by our Tang sect are rarely equipped in the military now, and it can even be said that there are only a few of them. The pace of the times is unstoppable. Only by adapting to the times can our Tang sect rise again. The Tang sect's hidden weapons were eliminated by soul guides. We must get up from where we fell. The only way out for our Tang sect is to vigorously develop soul guides in line with the times. After I go back, I will apply to the academy to study the soul guidance department as a secondary course. If the junior brother can do it, I, the senior brother of the Tang sect, can do it too." Just as everyone was excited by Bei Bei's words, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. It's not that the Tang sect was eliminated by the times, but that the Tang sect simply didn't catch up with the times. Su Yunhan said in a deep voice, "Everyone knows that for soul masters, soul guides are external objects, but have you ever thought about this question? Why can a strong attack-type soul master be defeated by an external object? The reason is very simple. Apart from the Haotian sect's inherited secret ring explosion technique and chaotic cloak hammer technique, the remaining soul masters, even the title DOURO, only master 9 soul skills. You must be thinking that ordinary spirit masters can only absorb 9 spirit rings at most. This is common sense that has never changed for millions of years since the birth of spirit masters. But the problem is that 10,000 years ago, when the sea god founded the Tang sect, he left behind 5 unique skills for the Tang sect: mysterious heaven skill, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, mysterious jade hand, ghost shadow and mysterious tracking, and purple demon eye. Now, 10,000 years have passed. Have the successive Tang sect masters and various hall masters used the Shentian Gong as a basis to deduce more techniques for various soul masters to practice? Have you created more original spirit skills based on the Tang sect's unique skills such as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon? If a pure auxiliary title DOURO could master 9 or even more attack-type spirit skills, would spirit guides be able to develop to the level they are today and overwhelm our Shrek Academy? All nations are guilty, and the fault lies with the Tang clan. The Tang clan's successive masters were short-sighted, selfish, and only focused on the little benefits they saw in the moment. The Tang clan's decline is all due to its own actions. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Bei and Tanya subconsciously wanted to refute Su Yunhan's words, but after thinking for a long time, they seemed to be able to accuse Su Yunhan of disrespecting the ancestors of the Tang sect. Chapter 101. Although Tanya didn't want to admit it, the facts were right in front of her and she had no choice but to admit it. Yes, from the day when the Sun-Moon continent and the DOURO continent were connected, only 3,000 years have passed. In 3,000 years, soul guides have developed to a level that is enough for offensive soul masters to look up to. If the soul master system is vigorously developed, the speed should not be slow, right? The people of Shrek Academy may be stupid or mentally retarded, but they will still consider the issues raised by their own people objectively and will not blindly believe in the decisions made by their ancestors. After an unknown amount of silence, Bei finally came to his senses and looked at Su Yunhan and asked, Yunhan, in your opinion, where should the Tang sect's development focus be placed? Soul guide device, Su Yunhan said quietly. Xiao Yunhan, didn't you just say that soul guides are external objects? Developing soul guides is far less important than developing a soul master system. Su Yunhan said, the soul guidance technology is now very popular. The Sun-Moon Empire has nearly 39th level soul guides. If they were not at the time of the transition between the old and new monarchs, I am afraid they would have already marched eastward. The Tang sect needs to develop now. There is no need to seek faraway places instead of near ones. I am only saying this to advise you that Poseidon Pavilion, Shrek Academy, and Tang sect are not invincible. Even if we invade Mingdu and destroy the Sun-Moon Empire one day, can we just put our weapons away and let our horses go to the mountains? No one knows whether there will be a second or third Sun-Moon continent connecting with us. At this moment, Su Yunhan did not hide anything and directly exposed his leadership charisma in front of everyone. Even the chicken-leg DOURO who was secretly observing sighed secretly. In terms of vision, I am afraid that the 3 ultimate DOUROs in the world cannot compare with this young boy in front of him. No wonder so many girls are willing to be with him. Just as everyone at Shrek Academy was immersed in Su Yunhan's speech, a meeting was also being held at the Sun-Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. An old man with short white hair sat high up in the main seat. 14 students sat on both sides. A female student in black tights with a veil on her face leaned against the wall of the conference room, lowering her head in deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking about. Although the black-clad girl's face could not be seen clearly due to the veil, if Ma Xiaotao and Zhao Ning'er were here, they would be shocked and speechless. Apart from anything else, just looking at the black-clad girl's eyes and eyebrows, not only were they exactly the same, they were almost carved from the same mold as Su Yunhan. Strange, very strange. It was the Sun-Moon Empire that first proposed the reform. And when other academies were expanding their reserve teams, the Sun-Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy followed past practice and only sent 14 members to participate in this Soul Master competition. Snapped. The old man sitting at the main seat slammed the table in front of him, looked at the 14 players below the stage and said viciously. According to the informant, among the 17 people who registered for Shrek Academy, only 3 are 19 years old, and the rest are under 15 years old. Upon hearing this information, the students of the Sun-Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy looked at each other in confusion, unable to understand what the Shrek Academy was doing. At this moment, the handsome young man Xiao Hongchen, who was sitting at the head of the reserve team, suddenly said, Master Ma, are the strengths of the 2 reserve team members of Shrek Academy extraordinary? Ma Lao thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure about that. When the various colleges fill out the registration form, in order to protect the privacy of their students, the Soul Master competition officials will only collect the students' names, genders, ages, and martial spirits. But, there is one piece of information I must share with you. Mr. Ma carefully glanced at the black-clothed girl leaning against the wall, then took out a stack of information from his soul guide and handed it to Ma Rulong, asking him to distribute it to other students. Su Yunhan gender, male age, 12 years old, martial soul, 3-eyed white tiger, orange status, married to Ma Xiaotao, the grandson of dragon god DOURO Moon, the current sea god pavilion master, and the disciple of Mingfeng DOURO Yen Xiaozhe, the Shrek Academy dean. On the side, there is also a portrait of Su Yunhan. Seeing this scene, all the students present looked at the girl in black. They really couldn't believe that the crown princess of the Sun Moon Empire was actually related by blood to the second generation of the Sea God Pavilion. Juzi slowly raised her head, looked at everyone and said quietly, "I don't know Su Yunhan at all, he must be the offspring of a woman from my mother's side and someone from the White Tiger family." When she said this, Juzi's heart was bleeding. Ever since she came to this world, she has been missing her only relative all the time. Now, Su Yunhan is right in front of her, and she can't go forward to recognize him, and she is still here scolding her son for being a bastard. She is really not a qualified mother. But there was no way around it. Juzi wasn't sure whether Su Yunhan still had any memories of the past. If she recognized him rashly, with her current identity, she would only harm her son. Fortunately, Su Yunhan has the blood of the White Tiger. Otherwise, she would not dare to participate in the Soul Master competition as a student of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy and appear in front of everyone from Shrek Academy. The perspective shifts to the Divine Realm. After nearly 10 months, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun finally completed their patrol mission and returned to the Divine Realm. 10,000 years of time had smoothed out their edges, and after saying hello to several second-level gods stationed at the gate of the Divine Realm, the three of them left the area of priests and hunters at the fastest speed, and in the blink of an eye they arrived at the area where the third-level gods lived. Dai Mubai was daydreaming and didn't look at the road, so he bumped into a little girl head-on. Whoops! The flower god hurriedly climbed up from the ground. When he saw the three Shrek villains in front of him, his expression instantly became strange. Taking advantage of the three people's daze, he hurriedly picked up the teddy bear doll that fell on the ground and ran away without looking back. This made Oscar a little confused. The flower goddess was a second-level god. The flower goddess temple was not far from Ning Rongrong's nine-color temple. The two of them had a good relationship. And the flower goddess often visited the nine-color temple. But why didn't you even say hello when you saw him? The flower god doesn't know etiquette. Come on, even though she is in the form of a cub. The flower goddess's seniority in the god realm is tens of thousands of years higher than that of the Shrek's 7 devils. No matter how ignorant a person is, he should understand after living for tens of thousands of years, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 102. When they arrived at the area of the second-level gods, the three did not go their separate ways. At Dai Mubai's invitation, the three stopped in front of the gate of the Temple of Speed. Dong dong dong. Ah. Master, why are you back? Why am I back? Zhu Qing is my wife and the Temple of Speed is my home, why can't I come back? Ah, this the maid's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Facing her master's questioning, she knelt down hastily and tried to argue. She explained. Master, I didn't mean that, you know I'm not good at talking, I was just surprised that you completed the task so quickly. Dai Mubai said calmly, okay, get up, I'm not that petty, I won't hold you accountable for such a small matter. As a second-level god and a direct descendant of the law enforcement god Tang San, Dai Mubai's external personality must be reasonable. If he were in the lower realm, such a reckless servant would have been dealt with by him long ago. How could he have survived until now? Dai Mubai glanced suspiciously at the direction of the temple, then looked at the maid in front of him and asked with a puzzled look, where is your master? The maid had just stood up, but after hearing what Dai Mubai said, she fell to her knees again with a plop. The cold sweat on her back soaked her dress, and her petite body was trembling slightly. How could she say such a thing? Dai Mubai is her immediate superior. If she doesn't express anything, once he knows the whole story, he will inevitably vent his anger on them, the servants. But if you make it too clear, you might offend your boss's boss, and the outcome would be even more miserable. There was no other way, so the maid pretended to be frightened, hoping that Dai Mubai would notice something was wrong. In fact, no matter what they do, the fate of the priests in the Temple of Speed is bound to be bad. Not to mention Dai Mubai, even a real gentleman may not be able to control his anger when encountering such a thing. Dai Mubai is not a fool. The maid's abnormal behavior explains a lot of problems. Looking at the entire god realm, the person who dares to touch the wife of the god of war Dai Mubai seems to be only one. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai waved his sleeves and walked angrily towards the location of the Temple of Poseidon. Seeing that things were getting bad, Ma Hongjun and Oscar each grabbed one of Dai Mubai's arms and forcibly stopped him. Boss Dai, calm down, calm down. Think about it carefully, third brother and Zhu Qing are not that kind of people. If they had that idea, do you think we brothers still have a chance? Oscar's words reminded him that on the eve of the Soul Master competition, the three Shrek beauties were obviously interested in Tang San. If Tang San had that idea, how could Zhu Qing be with him and Dai Mubai for 10,000 years? Now that Dai Mubai had calmed down, Oscar continued calmly. Boss Dai, That maid was so reckless, you suspected third brother and Zhu Qing just because of her weird behavior, isn't it a bit too hasty to make such a simple decision? Is it possible that Zhu Qing was hurt for some reason, so he didn't live in the Speed Temple and lived with Xiao Wu to recover? Regardless of the true situation, it was wrong for Dai Mubai to meet Tang San with this attitude. If the other party really took possession of Zhu Qing by force, it would be fine, but if all this was a misunderstanding, how would they survive in the God realm in the future? After Dai Mubai calmed down completely, he brought his two friends to the gate of the Temple of Poseidon. Dai Mubai knocked on the door of the Sea God Temple and waited for a long time before a maid came out of the temple. My Lord God of War, my Lord God of Phoenix, my Lord God of Food, I'm sorry, my Lord Sea God and Madame Xiaowu are not at home, if you have anything unimportant, I can let this maid convey it to you. Calculating the time, only 10 months have passed since Tang San became pregnant. The gestation period for an ordinary title DOURO's offspring is much longer than 10 months, not to mention the high and mighty gods. The more talented the offspring of gods were, the longer the gestation period would be. For the offspring of the God King, it was normal for the gestation period to be several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. Tang San should be nurturing his pregnancy at this time. He is not in the Sea God Temple, and most likely will not go to the God Realm Committee to handle affairs. There are only two places left for him to go. One is the Shura Temple, and the other is the Forest of Life. The Forest of Life has a good environment and is a good place to go whether for nurturing a fetus, healing an injury, or practicing. After pondering for a moment, Dai Mubai pulled his two good friends and walked directly towards the Shura Temple. The rules of the divine world are extremely strict. Except for the priests and low-level gods on duty in the Divine World Committee, no low-level gods are allowed to enter the area of high-level gods unless there is a big deal. The Shrek 3 outlaws are not in this group, but as direct descendants of the sea god Tang San, they have this privilege. The three villains came to the gate of Shura Temple. Just as they were about to knock on the door, they saw that the gate of the temple was open to them. There was no one in the courtyard, not even a maid on duty. What is this situation? The three villains looked at each other, not knowing what Tang San was doing. If it were an ordinary situation, Dai Mubai would have taken his two good friends away, but he was concerned about Zhu Qing's safety. With this in mind, Dai Mubai stepped through the gate and knocked 3 times at the door of Shura Temple. I'm coming. A clear voice suddenly sounded, and just as the three villains were thinking about the owner of this voice, the heavy door slowly opened, and a girl with long silver hair appeared in front of the three villains. That's right, the person behind the door is Ning Rongrong. After not seeing each other for 10 months, Ning Rongrong had gained a little weight. And her belly was slightly bulging. Perhaps because of the size, she was not wearing her favorite silver-white glass skirt at this moment, but a looser women's robe. The scene was very embarrassing. Oscar's face turned green. He was just trying to persuade Dai Mubai, but he didn't expect that he would be. I sat up in shock while dying of illness, the clown was actually me. Chapter 103. Just when Oscar was about to explode in anger, Dai Mubai hurriedly grabbed his wrist and glared at him fiercely, as if to remind him not to cause trouble. Oscar didn't know where he got the strength from, he just shook off Dai Mubai's arm, pointed his finger at Ning Rongrong's nose, and shouted angrily. Ning Rongrong, have you learned all the etiquette, righteousness, and integrity that Uncle Ning taught you? Ning Rongrong's temper flared up immediately. She put her hands on her waist, raised her head high, looked at Oscar and said in a pretentious manner. Humph, Oscar, who the hell are you? You've learned etiquette for a few days, and you're barking and whining with me. If it weren't for third brother and my 7 treasures glazed tile sect providing you with a platform, what qualifications do you have to stand here? The little witch who had been suppressed for 10,000 years was released at this moment. Oscar covered his chest with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist, staring fiercely at Ning Rongrong in front of him. It was obvious that he was angry with her. What do you mean? Ning Rongrong pouted, puffed out her bulging belly, and said sarcastically. Oscar, don't you want to hit my belly? Come on, hit me. Today, you either beat me to miscarriage or kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and today's matter will be over. Your friend Ning Rongrong, the willful and capricious is online. If Su Yunhan were here, he would definitely be surprised by Ning Rongrong's behavior at this moment. Are the vows of love between Ning Rongrong and Oscar all fake? Whether it was true or not. Perhaps only Ning Rongrong and Oscar knew for sure, but one thing was certain, there was probably not much emotional foundation between the two of them. What? You said Oscar dared to block the knife for Ning Rongrong? In that era. If HIATUS sect did not come out, Qibao Glazed Tile sect was nominally the #1 sect in the world. Not to mention blocking the knife for Ning Rongrong, even the soul masters who were willing to die for her could be ranked from Qibao Glazed Tile sect to Mingdu. P.S. The way of writing about the battle from Qibao Liuli sect to Mingdu during the Di period is indeed a little exaggerated. But it is very close to reality. Even in the real world, there are countless people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of their family's worry-free food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Ning Fengji might not be a good person, but he definitely cares about his reputation. He would never be stingy with his personal belongings and treat the families of the soul masters who died because of his daughter well. Not to mention that Ning Rongrong is the apple of Sword Bone Dolua's eye. Even if it were to be spread that Ning Rongrong liked girls, there would be countless female spirit masters willing to change their orientation. Moreover, Ning Rongrong was not as naive as Bibi Dong in her saintly period, and Oscar's little thoughts could not be hidden from her at all. It is very likely that Ning Rongrong's marriage to Oscar was the result of compromises in many aspects. For example, Ning Rongrong had to marry one of the 3 Shrek villains to be eligible to inherit the throne of God. How could the silver tiger of time Dai Mubai, the phoenix of brothel Ma Hongjun, and the eldest Miss Ning Rongrong possibly look down on the two of them? Oscar is the most normal of the 3 villains. However, after ascending to the God realm, Ning Rongrong often regretted her original choice. Compared with others, she had too many regrets in the lower world. If she didn't become a god, she could easily take over Poseidon's position and become the new high priest of Poseidon Island. Bringing the 7 treasures glazed tower lineage into Poseidon Island, and she would have the opportunity to take care of her father in his old age and see him to the end of his life. Often, Ning Rongrong would dream about her childhood experiences, as well as the scene in the Battle of Jiaoling Pass, where Swordbone Dolua died and Ning Fengji's hair turned white overnight. And now, Ning Rongrong vented all the anger that had accumulated in her heart for many years on Oscar. Without Oscar's sweet words, perhaps she would not have to live in pain all her life. Under Ning Rongrong's provocation, Oscar finally couldn't suppress his anger, and swung his fist to hit her vital points. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were still sober, and when Oscar moved out, they hurriedly hugged his arms and restrained him in time. Why do I seem to have seen this plot before? It was not known whether Ma Hongjun did it on purpose or unintentionally, but when Oscar was struggling desperately, Ma Hongjun lost his balance and fell backwards, directly hitting Ning Rongrong, who was still sticking her face close to Oscar to provoke him. Boom! Ma Hongjun's fall triggered a chain reaction. The 3 villains, who were in a state of good brothers, heart to heart, fell to the ground one after another, and their arms hit Ning Rongrong's stomach unconsciously. It all happened too suddenly, and Ning Rongrong was not prepared. The fists of the 3 second-level gods hit her stomach hard. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and fell into a pool of blood. It's over. Ma Hongjun carefully glanced at Ning Rongrong on the ground, leaned over to Dai Mubai's ear, and whispered. Boss Dai, Tang-san is not at home. By the time he gets to know the news here, it may be several days. Otherwise, let's take this opportunity to escape from the God realm together. Run away. Why don't you come over and give me a hand? A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. Zhu Zhuqing's running away may not be a bad thing for Dai Mubai. As for the reason, everyone knows. A happy life was beckoning him. Under such circumstances, you let Dai Mubai escape from the God realm in disgrace. Did Luo Sanpao kick your head? The scene changed, and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun knelt on the ground. Tang San and Shrek frowned, and looked at the god of life who was examining Ning Rongrong's body from time to time. The life god king said in a deep voice, Rongrong's injuries are not serious, but, considering her current physical condition, if she continues to carry this child, there will be 2 dead in less than 7 days. Ah! Xiao Wu hurried forward, grabbed the life god king's jade hand and shook it desperately. Sister Life, please think of a way. This is not just the child of 3rd brother, but the child of the entire god realm. It's not that there is no way, but I'm afraid Sister Xiaowu and the sea god won't agree, the god of life said expressionlessly. At this time, Tang San stood up, bowed towards the position of the life god king, and said. Life, although our 2 families have different political views, I have seen that you and Destruction have taken care of Wuton. We are all dedicated to the god realm. If you have anything to say, just say it.